Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Wuye blinked in surprise as Megumi Karuizawa clutched his arm, her hand trembling slightly. He looked around at the scene unfolding. Karuizawa, usually timid around conflict, had just stepped up for him against Long Yuanxiong. It wasn't just her. Class D was rallying. Hui, if you're so scared of Long Yuanxiong, why didn't you just stay hidden? Wuye muttered softly, baffled yet moved. Why jump out to defend me? He shifted his gaze across the classroom. Kikyo, you hiding behind me won't help, he said as he caught Kushida peeking from the back. Long Yuanxiong will still spot you. Airi, what are you doing with that broom? Are you really thinking of bashing Ryuan Sho with it? Even Horikita had pulled out her phone, likely to record the confrontation. Not that it mattered, the classroom was full of surveillance cameras anyway. After Karuizawa had unexpectedly taken the lead by confronting Ryuan Sho, a silent ripple passed through Class D. One by one, students stood beside Wuye. Boys and girls alike formed a line between him and the intruders, faces filled with resolve. It was a quiet declaration, they stood with him. Wuye was no longer just a student, he was their leader. If Sakayanaji was a princess in Hashimoto's eyes, then to Class D, Wuye was their king. Even Long Yuanxiong went quiet. He had stormed into Class D expecting to provoke Wuye, maybe humiliate him. Instead, he stood in the face of loyalty and unity he had never experienced. Class C wouldn't rally around him like this. His rule was built on fear and violence, not respect. TCH. Long Yuanxiong clicked his tongue in annoyance. Wuye raised his voice calmly. Long Yuan, didn't you have Class C students tail me half a month ago? Still trying to figure out how to get back at me? Long Yuanxiong's sneer returned. Like I'd tell you. I want you to keep wondering every day when I'll strike. That fear is the revenge. Wuye scoffed. If you had a plan, you'd have acted already. You're all talk gangster. That hit home. Long Yuanxiong's face twitched. He turned away with a final threat. You'll see what I'm capable of, Sikong Wuye. Just wait. True to form, he exited dramatically with Yamada Albert. From the hallway, the sound of Class D's cheers echoed behind him, like a victory celebration. Long Yuanxiong nearly spat on the ground in frustration, but held back. Class point penalties were real. Even a delinquent like him was thinking of promotion to Class A. The school wants us to fight like dogs for Class A, he muttered bitterly. Evil system. But he wasn't wrong about one thing. Under Wuye's leadership, Class D would rise. And they'd come for Class C. He needed a plan. Fast. Back in the classroom, Wuye waved off the cheers. All right, back to your seats. He looked at Karuizawa, who was still leaning on him. Despite her outward composure, she was shaking. If I didn't already have Airi, Wuye thought, I might have dated Megumi. She's scared, but still stood up for me. How could someone not admire that? He glanced at Airi, now returning a broom to the storage cabinet. She had really been ready to fight. And when she noticed him watching, she smiled shyly. Wuye smiled back. Guess I'll have to pamper her a little more tonight. Then, Karuizawa's small voice caught his attention. Wuye, help me up. My legs feel weak. Wuye chuckled softly and wrapped an arm around her slender waist. You were terrified, and yet you stepped forward. Why? Because I couldn't let him bully you, she answered without hesitation. You really thought I'd get bullied? He teased. No. I have total faith in you. Wuye grinned. All right. Let's get you to your seat. She leaned on him as he half carried her, and every eye in the classroom watched. There was no ambiguity anymore. Wuye and Karuizawa were clearly a couple. Kushida glanced over, expression unreadable, her usual cheerful mask missing. Once seated, Karuizawa realized what just happened, and flushed bright red. Her friends were watching with amused, knowing smiles. Wuye had been chatting with Airi, but noticed Karuizawa's gaze. What is it? He asked. Nothing, she replied quickly, looking away, heart pounding. Wuye smiled. Idiot. She hummed sweetly, but then remembered something. Wuye, I'll be back in a moment. He watched curiously as she took her student ID and approached a group of friends. A few conversations later, he noticed something odd. She was receiving small transfers of points. Wait, is she borrowing money? She was. Megumi had blown through her initial 100,000 points. Makeup, clothes, karaoke nights, movies. Nothing extravagant, just the life of a typical high school girl. But now, she was broke. Still, she refused to ask Wuye for points. Instead, she borrowed small amounts, 2,000 points, from 22 classmates. And not one of them refused her. She had reputation. More than that, she had his name beside hers. But Karuizawa didn't want to be someone who relied on Wuye's reputation. She wanted to repay every last point. As she returned to her seat, student card now displaying over 60,000 points, a hand appeared over her shoulder. Scan. She turned. Wuye, what are you doing? Check your balance. She looked. 567,591.34 points. Her eyes widened. You transferred 500,000 points to me? Think of it as pocket money, Wuye said with a grin. 500,000. That's not pocket money. It was though, at least for Wuye. His current total, 18,701,605 points. Even after transferring 500,000, he had over 18 million left. When Long Yuanxiong publicly mocked Wuye, it was Karuizawa Megumi who had stepped forward, shaking with fear, yet refusing to back down. Wuye hadn't forgotten it. Now, seeing her borrowing points from classmates, Wuye quietly transferred 500,000 points to her student ID. Megumi stared at her screen in disbelief. Wuye, that's too many points. Wuye rested his chin in his left hand, leaned closer, and gently twirled a strand of her honey-colored hair around his right fingers. He let the silky locks brush across her cheek. The touch made her shiver, both from the ticklish sensation and the intimacy behind it. Hui, he said with a small smile, I've made a lot of points from betting. 500,000 isn't a big deal to me. Just spend it however you want. You're my girlfriend, after all. Her eyes widened. Wait. Are you saying I'm your girlfriend? Ah, slip of the tongue. Wuye grimaced internally. Still, he didn't take it back. Because truthfully, Karuizawa Megumi had long since occupied that place in his heart. She was practically the template for the perfect girlfriend, brave, loyal, and ridiculously cute. Not to mention, Sakura Airi had been whispering in his ear every night, gasping exhausted, but still insisting that he accept both Karuizawa and even Kushida Kikyo. Pillow talk is dangerous, Wuye thought. Even his strong will had caved under Airi's nightly suggestions. Megumi caught his hand and smiled brightly. Whether it was a slip of the tongue or not, I heard it. You said I'm your girlfriend, so it's official. I already have a girlfriend, Wuye said. I know. It's me. It's not you. It is now, she declared proudly. Before he could argue further, she jumped up. I'll go repay everyone I borrowed from. My boyfriend just gave me 500,000 points. Go on. Wuye sighed. She skipped off joyfully. Matsushita Chiaki and Sun Ningning blinked in surprise when Megumi returned the borrowed points so quickly. When they heard about the massive transfer from Wuye, their expressions turned to pure envy. So lucky, they thought. Handsome, strong, and generous. Where do you find boyfriends like that? Karuizawa, beaming in their praise, felt her heart overflowing. Coming to this school might have been the best decision of my life. I met the most important person here. Meanwhile, across the room, Sakura Airi received Wuye's message. Airi, I've got some bad news. Did you accept Karuizawa-san as your girlfriend? You saw that, Hut? Not saw. Witnessed. Wuye paused, then typed. I love you. But I might be a little greedy. Would you be okay with both you and Hui? What about Kushida-san? No. Just you and Hui. 3 is fine too. If you can handle it. Wuye stared at Airi's response in awe. She was smiling sweetly from across the room, as if she hadn't just permitted a harem. She really meant it all along. My Airi has a heart as big as her love. Now, only one thing remained, convincing Megumi to accept Airi. But Wuye wasn't in a hurry. One step at a time. As Wuye relaxed in his seat, Karuizawa returned from her repayments. Just then, a shadow loomed over his desk. Sikong Wuye. Wuye looked up. Kogenji Rokasuk. Never thought you'd actually come find me. Kogenji was an outlier in Class D. Even after Sudu and Ike had fallen in line under Wuye's leadership, Kogenji did his own thing. The guy had connections and money, he didn't need Class A. What do you want? Bad news. The coin for points exchange system? Shut down. Student council found out. Wuye narrowed his eyes. That was fast. Had a few dates with beautiful girls yesterday, Kogenji added proudly. Wuye sighed. Please don't call those bribes dates. Horikita Suzune, overhearing nearby, gave them both a cold glance. Wuye silently pointed at Kogenji. Not me. Him. But here's the point, Kogenji continued, I'm offering a trade. I'll buy your points, at 120% value. 1 million points from you gets 1.2 million yen from me. Wuye paused, calculating. So, real money for digital points, generous. I'm not broke, Kogenji shrugged. I like spending freely. But with the school cutting me off, I need another supply line. That's you. Tempting, Wuye replied, but no. Kogenji raised a brow. I still have 3 years here. I need these points for my class. I'm not selling out. Kogenji leaned in with a sly grin. Then let me share a secret. I found a back channel to the outside. You transfer me points, the money lands in your real-world account instantly. Wuye's eyes narrowed. So there is a network. Of course. Even with its isolation policy, the school had to allow some communication with outsiders. How else would sponsors and families interact with administrators? Still, Wuye shook his head. Even if I believe you, and I do, I'm not selling. I have better uses for these points. Ha, you really are from the Sikong family, Kogenji said cryptically. Suzune turned her head. That name again. She had long suspected Wuye came from a powerful background. His skill, his composure, none of it fit an ordinary student. Wuye just smiled. I don't even know what family you're talking about. Then casually he offered, if you want points, help raise the class score. That's how it works. Kogenji's face fell. Pass. I came to this school to enjoy my youth, not play your class wars. With a shrug he added, but if you change your mind, the offer stands. Wuye watched him leave, expression unreadable. This guy might be a rebel, but if he joined us, he'd be a powerhouse. As the bell rang, the class settled. Sudu returned quietly. Ike and the others began focusing on the lesson. On the surface, Class D was changing. But Wuye wasn't celebrating yet. Change takes time. Let's see if they stay consistent tomorrow, next week, next month. When the lunch break finally arrived, Karuizawa appeared by his side with a sunny grin. Wuye. Let's eat in the student cafeteria today. I brought your lunch box too. He smiled. Sure. She beamed. Until now, she'd always waited for Wuye to invite her or ate with friends. But today was different. She felt like his girlfriend, officially. As Wuye rose from his seat, his phone buzzed. His eyes flicked to Airi across the room. She was unpacking her lunch quietly. The message wasn't from her. Wuye checked his phone, and found a message from someone else entirely. From head teacher Sato Reika. Come see me. Immediately.
After reading the message from Sae Chabashita, Wuye showed a strange expression, and he said to Megumi Karuizawa, Megumi, do you want to go to the teacher's office for lunch? Of course I don't want to. Wuye, why do you ask me such a question? Because Chabashita-sensei is looking for me, she even asked me to go to the teacher's office for lunch. Wuye showed Karuizawa Megumi the message from Chabashita Sae. Karuizawa Megumi's pretty face immediately revealed an unhappy expression. Then Wuye, go see Chabashita-sensei, I'll have lunch with Matsushita and the others. Wuye nodded. Karuizawa reluctantly let go of Wuye's arm, and she walked away from the Class D classroom with small steps, catching up with Matsushita Kayaki and the others who had left the classroom before. Wuye took the lunchbox and went to the teacher's office. Chibaru Sae, who had been waiting for him for a long time, turned his head slightly. Wuye nodded casually, and then walked to the tutoring room next door. Wuye and Chazu Sae didn't communicate with each other the whole time, but they both knew exactly what the other was expressing, and they had a sense of sympathy. Wuye, who was holding a lunchbox, entered the counseling room first, followed by Chazu Sae with black silk legs, and she closed the door of the counseling room with a click, and locked the door of the counseling room. When Zuzuoji didn't want to talk to Wuye, that damn girlfriend suddenly broke in and disrupted her conversation with Wuye. Wuye sat casually on the stool in the counseling room, and he said, Xiaozuoji, make tea. I will endure. Chazu Sae secretly gritted her silver teeth, twisted her slender waist, and stretched her slender and round jade legs. She pressed the heating button of the water dispenser, and then took out the tea leaves and teapot from the cabinet in the counseling room. Holding the lunchbox, Wuye looked at Sae Chabashita, who was busy like a babysitter with a smile, leading the helplessness and depression of the students in Class D to fade slightly. By the way, Wuye didn't have to put in a lot of effort leading Class D. Except for Kojinji Rokusuk, Shudo Takero, Ike Kanji, Yamauchi Haruki, and Somura Hideo, the rest of Class D students are headed by Wuye. This morning, Wuye severely punished the 4 Shudoken except Kojinji Ryusuk, turning them into obedient and good students. So Wuye, who leads Class D, really can't be said to be very hard. Chazu Sae with a pretty face of 900 came to Wuye's front fang with the tea and teapot, and then she stared at the bad boy with deep and cold eyes. Sikong, how is the situation in the class? Everything went well. Except for Kojinji's 6 assistants, Shudoken, and the others were convinced by what I said, and quickly swore to everyone that they would change their minds and change their minds. They must be a good student in the future, never arrive late and leave early, and strictly abide by discipline. Wuye, he replied with a smile. Chabashita Sae gave Wuye a blank look, and she didn't believe that she was convinced and changed her mind at all, but she believed that Wuye had indeed cured Shudo Takera's problem students into obedience. Although this bad boy is bad, he is not enough to fool her in this respect. After hearing such good news, Sae Chabashita's depression and annoyance in making tea for Wuye faded away, and the act of making tea seemed much more graceful and natural. Chabashita Sae sighed. The situation in Class D is very good now. Kushida Kikyo, Karuizawa Megumi, and Hirata Yasuk, who have leadership potential, are all headed by Wuye, so Wuye is firmly seated as the leader of Class D, and the poor students are also rectified by Wuye. So the current situation in Class D can really be said to be very good. This is the first time I have encountered such a reunion and stability of Class D. Sae Chabashita said with a smile to Wuye. Then the school has deducted all 1,000 class points in 1 month. Is it the first time you see Class D, Xiao Sizi? Chibaru Sae choked on Wuye's words, and with a twitching face, she wanted to punch this bad boy. Sikong, can't you say something happy? You have to bring up this terrible situation when I am relieved. Chibaru Sae said angrily. Wuye smiled. Even if I don't mention it, this terrible situation will always exist. The water is boiling, I'm going to make tea. Chazu Sae, who was not happy, went to make tea. Wuye opened the lunchbox with a smile, and ate the lunch that Chazu Sae prepared for him. Sae Chabashita, who was making tea, said, Sikong, you are now officially leading Class D, so I should tell you some information. What intelligence information? Is it an exam related to class points? Wuye asked casually. The number of class points, I5, is related to whether the class can be promoted to Class A. So Sae Chabashita, who is obsessed with being promoted to Class A, should tell Wuye the information about the exam that can get class points, right? But, quite the opposite? Sae Chabashita turned his head sideways, looked at Wuye and said seriously, Sikong, I will not tell you any information related to the school exam. Why? Xiaoziuoji, tell me all the information about the exam. I have the information. Wouldn't it be better to lead Class D to Class A? Wuye asked in surprise. Although there is nothing wrong with this, if the school finds out that I have revealed a little information about the exam in private, you and I will be punished, you will be expelled from school, and I will be resigned. These things are still considered light, and there is a possibility that they will be thrown into a cell. That's serious? Wuye clicked his tongue slightly. Forget it then. Chazu Sae turned her head and continued to make tea, with her back facing Wuye. The corners of her lips were slightly raised, because what she said just now frightened Wuye. Teachers reveal to students information about the exams arranged by the school. Students will indeed be expelled from school, and teachers will indeed be fired, but it is not as serious as going to jail. At most, the school just fined the teacher a heavy fine. Sae Chabashita deliberately made the consequences more serious, so as to stop Wuye, a bad boy, from inquiring information about the exam from him. It is indeed Sae Chabashita's obsession to promote her class to Class A, and she will do many things to realize this obsession. Like babysitting for some bad boy. Even though Sae Chabashita wants to promote Class D to Class A and fulfill her long-standing obsession, she doesn't want to make Wuye drop out of school. Besides, Sae Chabashita has great confidence in Wuye, a bad boy. He can rule the entire Class D so unbelievably and integrate the students, so he must have the ability to bring everyone in Class D to Class A in a dignified way. So Sae Chabashita felt that he didn't need to disclose information about the exam to Wuye. Wuye, who was chewing on a delicious lunch, asked casually, then what information do you want to tell me, Xiaozizi? It's information related to the students in Class D. You have started to lead Class D, so you need to know the details and situation of the students in Class D. That makes sense. Wuye nodded. With his back to Wuye, Chazu Sae continued to speak. Class D, although it is the worst class in this school, there are many outstanding students in Class D this year. Sikong Wuye, Horikita Suzune, Kushida Kikyo, Karuizawa Megumi, Hirata Yasuk, Yukimura Terahiko, Kojinji Rokusuk. Well, Shudo Takero is one of the formidable students, although he studies bad grades, but very good at sports. I have contact with these people. Are there any other powerful guys? There are 2 more, 1 male and 1 female, and the girl's name is Matsushita Kayaki. Is she? Wuye raised his eyebrows. Matsushita Kayaki has a beautiful appearance no less than that of Karuizawa Megumi. She has a slender figure, and her heart is more respectable, so she has a lot of popularity in Class D. And Matsushita Kayaki and Karuizawa Megumi are friends, so Wuye still has a good impression of her. Matsushita Kayaki, her academic performance is very good. Wait a moment, Mr. Chabashira, I remember Kayaki Matsushita's score in the quiz was only 65. Wuye said. That's right, that's because Matsushita Kayaki didn't give full play to her strength in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. What do you mean by unnecessary trouble? Matsushita Kayaki is in the small circle of your other little girlfriend, Megumi Karuizawa, and the people in that circle are all unremarkable fellows. Sikong, what do you think her unnecessary troubles are? Chabashira Sae said with a half-smile. Cough, what is another little girlfriend, Mr. Chazu, what are you talking about? Wuye coughed lightly. Heh. The corners of Chazu Sae's lips turned up, revealing an expression of contempt for the flamboyant man. Sae Chabashira knows the close relationship between Wuye and Sakura Airi, and also knows the close relationship between Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi, so this bad boy is stepping on two boats? What surprised Sae Chabashira the most was that Airi Sakura, the real girlfriend, was not jealous, nor did she let Wuye stay away from Megumi Karuizawa. Chazu Sae really doesn't understand girls nowadays? To be able to quietly watch my boyfriend make intimate contact with other girls? Although Sae Chabashita's disdainful eyes were a little sensitive, but Wuye didn't shake em. He didn't like it, so he changed the subject. Xiaoxi, I understand what you mean. You mean that in order to maintain a friendly relationship with Kei and the others, Matsushita Kayaki deliberately didn't take the exam seriously, and kept her grades similar to theirs. Is that right? That's right, so Sikong, if you have time, go get in touch with Kayaki Matsushita, and let her not hide her ability if she has the strength, and help you lead Class D with all her strength. Well, I remember, so who is the other person? The other one is Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. Chabashira Sae's cold and provocative voice made Wuye's mind flash the expressionless face of Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. As for Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, although I have had contact with him, but not much contact, I only know that his physical fitness is very strong, maybe even higher than Kojinji Lyasuk. Wuye said. So exaggerated. Sae Chabashira looked at Wuye in surprise. Chazu Sae pays attention to Wuye very much, so he knows that Wuye once had a 50-meter freestyle bet with Kojinji Rokusuk. Therefore, I also know how powerful Kojinji Lyasuk's physical fitness is. Now Wuye actually said that Kiyotaka Ayanakaji's physical fitness may be higher than that of Kojinji Rokusuk. Wuye looked at Chazu Sae strangely, and he complained, Xiao Sae, why are you surprised? Don't you know the situation of Ayanakaji Kiyotaka? Chabashira Sae's pretty face flashed a trace of embarrassment. She explained, I really don't know, Ayanakaji's scores in the entrance examination are all 50 points. So I guess he also hides his strength. At this moment, the mobile phone in Ms. Chabashira Sae's suit pocket rang. She stopped talking with Wuye and took out the mobile phone. Huh? It turned out to be an unfamiliar number? Who is it? Sae Chabashira gave Wuye a look, and with Wuye nodding his head gently, Sae Chabashira walked to the window of the counseling room with his black silk legs side, connected the call. After about 30 seconds, Sae Chabashira hung up the phone, and Wuye found that the beautiful class leader, Ren's expression was a little weird, so he couldn't help asking. Teacher Chabashira, what's wrong with you? Sikong, come and guess who called me just now? Master Xing's Higong asked you to drink again. Wuye said with a smile. Chazu Sae, who had a strange expression, gave Wuye a blank look. All those Hiwi likes to drink, she doesn't dare to drink while the students are in class. Actually, this call was made by Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's father. Huh? What a coincidence. Wuye said in surprise. It was really a coincidence that Wuye and Chabashira Sae discussed Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, and then Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's father called Chabashira Sae. Wuye was slightly taken aback, and when he realized something, he said, Teacher Chabashira, Ayanakaji's father is not in this school, is it? Right. Then he got your mobile phone number from the outside world, and then called you. That's right. Can teachers' mobile phones communicate with the outside world? Only the mobile phones of the class teacher and some teachers can work, because the school has given permission to communicate with the outside world. Sikong, why are you asking these things? Chazu Sae asked. Nothing. Wuye shook his head. Just now Wuye recalled the words of Lyasuk of Jeyuan Temple. He said that there is a way to contact the outside world to transfer coins. So the way is through a teacher's mobile phone? Even the teacher was defeated by the money offensive of Kojinji's 6 assistants. Are you helping him with work? Money is really a powerful thing. Teacher Chabashira, what did Ayanakaji's father contact you for? Wuye asked. Chabashira Sae's expression became weird. He said that Ayanakaji Kiyotaka entered this school without authorization, so he asked me to handle the withdrawal procedures for Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. Recalling Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's father's tone, Chabashira Sae couldn't help but frowned delicately. What is the matter with that commanding tone? Exiting school? Why did Ayanakaji's father ask him to drop out? I don't know, because his tone made me very annoying, so I just told him that I couldn't go through the withdrawal procedures, and asked him to contact the principal of this school. Shrugging his shoulders, Chabashira Sae replied. But Ayanakaji's father said something that surprised me. He seems to be some kind of extraordinary person, saying that as long as I complete the withdrawal procedures for his son Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, he will pay me a lot of money, and he can even arrange for me to go to any school I want. Teacher, Chabashira Sae said unexpectedly. Wuye raised his eyebrows, and he murmured in surprise, Ayanakaji. You also know this. Sae Chabashita looked at Wuye in surprise. Sikong, do you know Ayanokaji's father? Well, I've heard of him, but I don't know him, and I haven't seen him. Wuye replied vaguely, if the person calling you is if it's called Atsuko Ayanokaji, then he is indeed a remarkable person. How? Chabashita Sae asked. Atsuko Ayanokaji, you have terrible political power, probably to the point where it can influence certain policies of this country. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka's father is a national congressman. Well, almost. Wuye nodded. Chabashita Sae frowned, and she said thoughtfully, then I have to check up on Ayanokaji Atsushi. Teacher Chazu, what are you looking for? Wuye said helplessly. Look up his words, maybe you can find out the real strength of Ayanokaji Kiyotaka from the side. Sikong, don't you think Ayanokaji Kiyotaka who has maintained a score of 50 in every subject is suspicious? It's very suspicious. Oh, Xiao Zouji, you can hold him if you want. Wuye also stopped trying to persuade Cha Ganzhou Bai. In fact, after Wuye knew that Ayanokaji Kiyotaka's father was named Ayanokaji Atsushi, he probably knew about Ayanokaji Kiyotaka's situation. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka is not only the son of Ayanokaji Tsutomi, but also the artificial genius experiment of Ayanokaji Tsutomi's so-called White Room. It's no wonder that Ayanokaji Kiyotaka always looks expressionless. It turns out that his emotions have long been wiped out in the White Room. Wuye was thinking silently. He covered the half-eaten lunch. Chazu Sae asked in surprise, Sikong, why don't you eat? There seems to be a lot left. Is the lunch I planned today not to your liking? No, it's delicious. It's just that I just thought of some disgusting things, so I don't have much appetite now. Wuye replied casually. Really? Sae Chabashita looked at the bad boy with weird eyes. This bad boy is not an ordinary person, is he? Otherwise, how would he know so many news that Atsuko Ayanokaji is a member of the National Assembly? Xiao Zhuoji, don't look at me, the tea is already brewing. Pour the tea quickly. Wuye glanced blankly at his own tea sticks as he. Damn bad boy, with his attitude of instructing adults to work as he pleases, he is definitely not an ordinary person. At this time, Hashinomi Yasuhi came to the door of the counseling room lightly. She put her delicate ears on the door and eavesdropped on the voices inside. But the conversation between Wuye and Chazu Sae had ended, and Hashinomi Yasuhi couldn't hear the conversation from inside, so she showed a little regretful expression on her face. Afterwards, Hashinomi Yasuhi showed an evil smile, and she took out the key to the counseling room door that she had prepared long ago from her pocket. Insert the key into the keyhole, twist, and push, all in one go. Xiaosazi, what are you doing hiding in the counseling room? Wuye looked away from Chabashita Sae who was pouring tea, and looked sideways at Hashinomi Yachia, who was exuding youthful vigor all over his body, and then greeted with a smile, Good afternoon, Mr. Hashinomi Ya. Good afternoon, the bad-hearted Sikong who bullies everyone in Class B. Wuye said dumbfounded, actually, teacher, you don't need to add so many prefixes. Zhui Hashinomi Ya snorted coquettishly at Wuye, I will never forget the things you bullied the students in my class. This healthcare teacher is really not like a teacher, but like a girl of the same age as Wuye, youthful, beautiful, lively and lovely. Wuye has a feeling for Hashinomi Yasuhi that she is the big Kushida Kikyo, but it's a coincidence. Horikita Suzune is very similar to Chabashita Sae, and Kushida Kikyo is very similar to Hashinomi Yatomo. The relationship between Horikita Suzune and Kushida Kikyo is complicated. The relationship between Chazu Sae and Hashinomi Yasuhi is also very complicated. These four people are really a coincidence. Hashinomi Yasuhi looked at Wuye who was calm and unhurried, and then she looked at Sae Chabashita who was pouring tea expressionlessly. A trace of suspicion flashed in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Zhuoji is pouring tea for Sikong Wuye? When did she become so considerate to students? Wait, she never seems to have poured tea for me herself? Thinking of this, Hashinomi Yasuhi hastily took out a teacup from the cabinet in the counseling room, and put it directly next to the teacup that Chabashita Sae was pouring tea from. Sae Chabashita glanced at Zhui Hashinomi Ya, and she said coldly, this teacup hasn't been washed. Oh. When Hashinomi Yasuhi washed the teacups and Chazu Sae had already poured 2 cups of tea, she said nonchalantly, I've already made tea for you, so Zhui, if you want to drink tea, you can pour it yourself. Xiaosi you are really not human. Hashinomi Yasuhi said angrily. Hashinomi Yasuhi, who was trembling with anger, complained to Wuye, little Sikong, let me tell you, this little Sida, she has no brains. We are classmates in this school. One day, a male classmate in class A stuffed a letter of confession into her shoe cabinet. The weak-hearted Xiao Zhuoji took this letter as a declaration of war. That's it. Wuye showed a subtle expression, while Chazu Sae's pretty face darkened, revealing her dark history in front of her students. Right? Zhui, don't you have a dark history? With a sneer on her lips, Sae Chabashita said, Sikong, let me tell you, Hashinomi Yasuhi is a woman who likes the abdominal muscles of the opposite S**X. In the past, when she was taking swimming lessons, she would secretly watch boys' abdomens and drool. Yes, is it? Nonsense? Who is a S**X critic? Who likes to look at boys' abs? Sae Chabashita, you are slandering me. Hashinomi Yachia seemed to be really peed off by Sae Chabashita, so she stopped calling her Xiao Sae. Afterwards, Hashinomi Yasuhi and Chazu Sae quarreled, causing a lot of black history, and Wuye, who was sweating coldly, was forced to hear a lot of terrible but useless information. After falling in love and killing each other for a while, Hashinomi Yachie, who has no black history to speak of, began to complain about Sae Chabashita's figure, saying that her buttocks are not as beautiful as hers. They all started attacking personally. Wuye twitched the corners of his mouth. He felt that if he was taken in the counseling room again, he would be silenced by Chibaru Sae and Hashinomi Yatomo, who had regained their senses. So Wuye just found an excuse, took his own lunchbox and quickly left the tutoring room. After leaving the counseling room where the two mature women stayed, Wuye let out a breath of relief, and he said to himself, I didn't expect that teacher Hashinomi Ya is just like Kikyo, that gentle and lovely appearance is just pretending, and the inside is too much. Don't hold back your mouth. It's better than Airi. Wuye lamented his gentle and cute childhood sweetheart, and when he returned to the classroom of Class D, he took out his mobile phone and called a certain boy with ice cube glasses. Horikita glanced at the mobile phone on the side. The caller ID flashed a trace of surprise in his calm eyes. It was probably the first month of the month, and he called, so he was in a hurry to join the student union. No, Wuye called Horikita Gaku, not asking him about joining the student union. Horikita took his mobile phone, and when he got to a quiet place, he connected Wuye's call. Sikong. Yes, it's me. The senior is doing well recently. Wuye's smiling greeting didn't make Horikita Shue show any other expressions. He said slowly, the time for you to join the student union has already been decided. Just after the midterm exam, you decide what to do. I don't care, let's not talk about these small things, I have other things I want to ask the senior. Little things. Well, it seems that Sikong Wuye is completely unwilling to join the student union. Horikita thought silently. What's up? Has the school already formulated a plan to prohibit the use of external coins and points for transactions between students? Wuye said. That's right, just a few days ago, Sikong, you asked this matter, did you intend to sell your personal points? Horikita asked, frowning slightly. No, I don't intend to sell points with others, I just want to. Wuye showed a refreshing deceitful smile, I just want to help the school stop the point sales among students. 0. Seeking flowers. Juyunji Lyasuk, who was born in a big chaebol, has become his habit of going his own way, and it is very difficult to make people with such a personality obedient. But Wuye has a way to restrict Juyun Temple's 6 assistants. That's passing points. Gao Yunji Lyasuk needs points, and he has the ability to buy points from others, which is one of the reasons why he doesn't care about the number of class points. Because Juyunji Lyasuk, like Wuye, doesn't need to pass the class points to live a good life. So, Wuye directly smashed the way that Lyasuk of Juyun Temple bought points through others. It makes it impossible for Juyunji Lyasuk to buy points from others. In this case, Juyunji Lyasuk has to pay attention to the class points of the class, because class points are the only source of points for Kojinji Rokusuk. Of course, if Lyasuk of Juyun Temple has Wuye's ability and courage, he can also win points by betting against others. Let's not mention this for now. Anyway, as long as Wuye cuts off the way for Lyasuk of Juyunji to buy points from students, then Lyasuk of Juyunji has no choice but to cooperate with Wuye and the students of Class D to earn class points together. This is Wuye's restriction and restraint for the obedience of Juyun Temple's 6 assistants. 0. Therefore, Wuye contacted Horikita Gaku, the president of the student council, and asked him to help, otherwise it would be almost impossible to completely cut off the private transaction points between students. Because Wuye doesn't have this power. But there are students. Student Council President Horikita Gakayo. Sikong, do you want to help the school stop the illegal trading of points among students? Why, that's right. Horikita pushed his glasses, and he said, Sikong, I remember Kojinji Rokusuk is your classmate in D class, what, are you targeting him? Senior, you know him. Wuye raised his eyebrows. Of course I know, because of Kojinji Rokusuk, the school instituted a ban on buying and selling points, and the student union is the school's executor. Horikita Gaku replied. The school issued a prohibition order, which will be handed over to the student union, and then issued. Go out. So Horikita, who had reviewed the injunction order, naturally knew that Kojinji Rokusuk was a student, and also knew why the school issued points for private sale. Actually, Juyun Temple approached me specifically this morning, saying that he wanted to buy the personal points in my student ID card. He even contacted the outside world and can transfer the money directly. Wuye, open your mouth and say, is that so? Sikong, go on. Tisk. Wuye clicked his tongue slightly. Senior, let me ask you first, apart from the mobile phones of some teachers being given the permission to communicate with the outside world, there are other ways in this school. Can't communicate with the outside world? Horikita Shue's eyes flickered with astonishment. Sikong Wuye even knew how to communicate with the outside world. As far as I know, in addition to some teachers' mobile phones, there is also a dedicated phone line for the chairman's office. As for whether there are other ways to contact the outside world, I don't know. 11 Horikita Gaku replied. 0. Really, then let me tell the senior my guess. I suspect that the 6th assistant of Juyun Temple bought a certain teacher who has the authority to communicate with the outside world, and continue to trade points with students in private. So I hope you, senior, will use the power of the student union to call the students who have traded points with Kojinji Lyasuk to the student union and see if you can find out something. Some clues. I understand your idea, and I will execute it after school in the afternoon. Then thank you very much, Horikita-senpai, Wuye said with a smile. Don't misunderstand Sikong. Horikita replied calmly, I am acting for the school, not because of you, so you don't need to thank me. Yes, it is really an honor for this school to have such an excellent and upright student council president like you. Wuye joked with a smile. If Sikong you are all right, I will hang up the phone. Wait a minute, since we're all calling the seniors, I'll just ask Nan Yunya's enemy, does he have any big ideas about doing something recently? Wuye asked casually. Road. Horikita silence made Wuye frowned. Neunya is really a big deal? And this thing has something to do with me. Really sharp, Sikong Wuye. Horikita sighed in his heart for Wuye's sharpness, and he said in a calm and calm voice, actually, something bad happened in the student union this morning. 1. This bad thing still has something to do with me. Yes, I stored your student union application form in the desk drawer. Today I opened the drawer and found that the documents stored in it were a bit messy. It is estimated that someone has flipped through these documents. The people who flipped through the files are definitely not me and Ju Qian, so that person can only be someone from Naeun's side. So, Sikong, Naeun should already know about your joining the student union. Just that? Wuye asked in surprise. Well, that's it. Horikita pushed his glasses. I think Nagamo will never allow you to join the student union, so he will definitely block it. Sikong, pay attention. I'll pay attention, but I really hope Nan Yunya can find a way to stop me from joining the student union. Wuye, who didn't want to join the student union, said casually. Horikita was helpless, he still said these words at this time. Then that's it, let's get in touch again. Horikita took a look at the phone that ended the call, thought for a while, and then dialed a call to his younger sister Horikita Suzune. Although Horikita Suzune has not exchanged contact information with Horikita Suzune, he is the president of the student council, and there are too many ways to get the contact information of the students. Horikita Suzune's 253 sound was sipping a sandwich bought from a convenience store when the sudden sound of a cell phone in her pocket made her puzzled. Sikong is contacting me. Why did Horikita Suzune immediately think of Wuye calling her? That's because Horikita Suzune, who is as arrogant as a snow fox, has only exchanged contact information with Wuye. But Suzune Horikita took out her mobile phone and found that the caller ID was a string of numbers, not the caller ID with the remark of Sikong Wuye. It's not Wuye's phone. Perplexed, Horikita Suzune did not hesitate, she answered the strange call. Who? The arrogant and indifferent inquiry sounded like a snow fox. It's me. The response was colder than Horikita Suzune. Big brother. Horikita Suzune opened her eyes wide, and she suddenly became weak from the coldness. What do you think of my contact information? It doesn't matter, ringtone. Horikita Suzune thinks it's quite important. Today is the beginning of the month. The students in the first year of high school should have known the cruelty of this school from the head teacher. Do you still plan to stay in such a school? Horikita asked coldly. Of course. Horikita Suzune replied without hesitation, and then her tone became weaker, because I have already made an appointment with you, big brother, and you must go to class A11. Really? Then it's up to you. Tell me what happened in class D, and the intersection between Sikong Wuye and Junji Lyasuk. Although Horikita Suzune was full of doubts, she honestly told the conversation between Wuye and Kojinji Rokusuk. Horikita Suzune didn't let Kojinji Rokusuk say that she wanted to communicate with beautiful girls. Through Horikita Suzune's narration, Horikita probably guessed why Wuye wanted to target Kojinji Rokusuk. Because Junji Lyasuk is the only student in Class D who does not obey Sikong Wuye's management, or has no way to manage it. In addition, Horikita Suzune also said that Kojinji Rokusuk planned to buy Wuye's points. Horikita also guessed that Wuye planned to cut off the source of Kojinji Rokusuk's points, and let Kojinji Rokusuk obediently earn class points for Class D. After reaching a conclusion, Horikita ended the contact with Horikita Suzune very neatly. Horikita Suzune silently looked at the phone that had ended the call. She already knew that the reason why her big brother Horikita called her was because she wanted to know about Wuye matter. Could it be that Sikong is more important than me in big brother's heart? Horikita Suzune stood up angrily and returned to Class D classroom. Holding the mobile phone, Horikita muttered to himself, Sikong is really using the student union to restrain Kojinji Rokusuk in his class, but this is really a good way. Using the student union to make a move can also avoid being hated by the 6 assistants of Jeyuan Temple. It's a good plan. That's right, that's Wuye's idea. Let the student union come forward to cut off the source of points from Gao Yuanji Lyasuk. In this way, Liuzo of Jeyuan Temple will not know that Wuye is behind the scenes, and Wuye will not be resented by Liuzo of Jeyuan Temple. And this severance point plan, Wuye must realize it before joining the student union. After all, if Wuye joined the student union and the source of Junji Lyasuk's points was cut off like this, he didn't know if he would blame Wuye who joined the student union and became the vice president. You must know that Junji Lyasuk is different from Chi Kwanzi's poor student who has no ability. If he blames Wuye with his outstanding ability, Wuye will have a headache. I hope the student union can successfully cut off the source of Juyuan Temple's points, so that he can only be forced to work hard with everyone and earn class points together. Wuye, who returned to the Class D classroom, muttered to himself. Wuye has provided all the useful information to Horikita Kikyo, so whether he can successfully cut off the points of Kojinji Rokusuk will depend on the executive ability of the student union. Ask students for information. Look for bribed teachers. Obtain evidence of students trading points privately. Catch buyers and sellers who violate school rules. These jobs are not easy and simple. Horikita's big brother should be able to handle this well, right? Don't let me down. Tomorrow Wuye will know that Horikita Kikyo not only did not disappoint him, but even surprised him. Wuye, who returned to the first grade teaching building, unexpectedly met Horikita Suzune with a depressed expression. And after Horikita Suzune saw Wuye's handsome face, her depressed expression instantly turned cold and awe-inspiring, and Horikita Suzune's eyes looking at Wuye also became a little scary. Horikita, why are you looking at me like this? It's as if I've robbed you of something important. Wuye said delicately. Isn't that right? Horikita Suzune now feels that Wuye stole her big brother. Humph. Horikita Suzune snorted coldly at Wuye, then walked past him arrogantly, leaving Wuye with a dazed and puzzled look on his wife's affection. At this moment, Nan Yunya was sitting in the classroom of Class A of the second year. His face was slightly gloomy, and his mood looked particularly bad. The reason is that this morning, his subordinate secretary Tokawa accidentally found Sikong Wuye's application form for the student union from the drawer of the student council president Horikita Kikyo. If Dion Heffen saw the student union application form of all the students, Nan Yunya wouldn't be in such a bad mood, but he only saw Wuye's student union application form in the drawer. What does that mean? It means that the student council president, Horikita Kikyo, pushed all other students' student council applications, leaving only Sikong Wuye's application. It means that the student council president intends to let Sikong Wuye join the student council. Otherwise, what would Horikita have left Sikong Wuye's application alone? And it was agreed that this year, the first-year students are not going to join the student union? Isn't Sikong Wuye a first-year student? After knowing that Horikita had left Wuye's student council application alone, Nagamoya knew what Horikita was going to do, and he planned to use Sikong Wuye, who was against him, to check and balance him. Sikong Wuye's reputation is too loud now. If he joins the student council, he will definitely be a candidate for the next student council president and become my obstacle. Nan Yunya with a gloomy face thought silently. Nan Yunya has conflicts with Sikong Wuye, and Sikong Wuye has a powerful ability, not that he can control the existence of the left and right, so Nanvaya can't make Sikong useless anyway. Join the student union. Absolute? However, Nan Yunya has already figured out a solution to this problem, and he has sent his most trusted right-hand men, Tonkawa and Mizoaki, to inquire about information related to Sikong Wuye. Now Nan Yunya is waiting for his right-hand man to come back. 10 minutes before the end of the lunch break, Mizoaki and Tonokawa all returned to the classroom of Class A of the second year. They and Nan Yunya said in a low voice, Boss Nan Yun, we have already inquired about the information. We found that among the 4 classes in the first grade, there are 2 people who are the easiest to be persuaded by us, and then go out to deal with Sikong Wuye. 2, that's quite a lot. Nan Yunya showed a relaxed expression, as long as there are first-year students who are suitable to deal with Sikong Wuye. What Nan Yunya is most worried about is that there is no manpower to deal with Sikong Wuye. Nan Yunya, who has conflicts with Wuye, not only intends to prevent Wuye from joining the student union, he even intends to let Wuye drop out of this school. Since Nan Yunya knows that Wuye is very familiar with Chairman Sakayanagi, he absolutely cannot personally deal with Wuye. Plan to use other students to deal with Wuye. Just now, Nan Yunya sent his right-hand men, Mizoaki and Dianhe, to go to the first grade to inquire about Wuye's information, to see who among the first grade students had the most conflicts with Wuye, and who was most likely to be him. Weapons against Wuye? One of them is Ichinose Hoonami from Class B of the first year, Mizoaki said. Hanami Ichinose. Masa Nagamo showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that the girl he had a crush on had hatred and conflicts with Sikong Wuye. Because Ichinose Hoonami submitted the application to the student council, Nagamo Masa, who had read her student council application, naturally knew Ichinose Hoonami. And Nagamo Masa is very impressed with Ichinose Hoonami, because Nan Yunya thinks that this first-year freshman named Ichinose Hoonami really suits his appetite. Not only is he beautiful, but he has such a good figure. So after Nan Yunya saw Ichinose Hoonami's application, he immediately had a different thought. Although Horikita Gakko did not plan to let the first-year students join the student council this year, Nagamo Masa decided to wait. When Horikita Gakko was abdicated and he became the student council president, he immediately recruited Ichinose Hoonami to join the student council. It's just that Nan Yunya didn't expect Ichinose Hoonami to have an enmity with Sikong Wuye. Actually, Sikong Wuye cheated Class B at the beginning of the school year and took away 740,000 points from the students of Class B, and Ichinose Hoonami is the leader of Class B. I concluded that she was killed because of this incident. Resent Sikong Wuye, Mizoaki assured. At the beginning of the semester, Class B lost 740,000 points, so Ichinose Hoonami, who is already the leader of Class B, will indeed resent Sikong Wuye because of this. Nan Yunya nodded. However, this is not the case. Ichinose Hoonami not only did not resent Wuye for this, she even thought that Wuye was a good person. People are coming. There is no rancor between Ichinose Hoonami and Sikong Wuye, and the two of them are still very close friends. It seems that Nanyunya's dog-legged son, Mizoaki, is not very good at collecting information. He only collected one-sided information. He never found out about the real relationship and situation between Ichinose Hoonami and Sikong Wuye. What is the situation of the other person? The other one is Ryuun Sho from Class C of the first year. He is the leader of the class just like Hoonami Ichinose, but he rules Class C through violent means 3.2. Oh, is Ryuun Sho a bad BD? Nagamo Masa showed an interested expression. That's right. Diane he nodded. Long Yuan Xiang planned to rule Class C through violence at the beginning of school, but at that time Sikong Wuye happened to pass by Class C. He seemed to be unable to see. In a blink of an eye, a bet was made with Long Yuan Xiang. What can't be seen, this guy Sikong Wuye just took a fancy to other people's points. Nan Yunya said with a snort, now the whole school doesn't know that Sikong Wuye is right. The desire to count extra, otherwise he could win so many points. Sikong Wuye not only beat up Long Yuan Xiang severely, but also defrauded him of 750,000 points. Long Yuan Xiang should hate Sikong Wuye the most. Diane he continued. Actually, the person who hates Wuye the most is in front of Diane he. That is Nan Yunya. Long Yuan Xiang was beaten up by Wuye, and Nan Yunya was crushed by Wuye on the basketball court, which resulted in a complete embarrassment. Ryuun Shikai was cheated of 750,000 points by Wuye, and Neunya was cheated of 3.58 million points by Wuye. Thinking of the humiliation brought by Wuye, Nan Yunya's face darkened, and he said gloomily, I will choose Long Yuan Xiang, and contact him after school in the afternoon, and I will tell him how to deal with Sikong Wuye. Understood. I must let Sikong Wuye drop out of school. Don't worry, Boss Nan Yun, as long as your plan is successful, Sikong Wuye will definitely be expelled from school. Nan Yunya has decided to cooperate with the bad boy Long Yuan Xiang of the first year Class C, and the conspiracy against Wuye follows. At this time, Wuye had already returned to the classroom of Class D. Since the lunch break was about to end, almost all the students in Class D had returned to the classroom. In the past, students in Class D would not return to the classroom early, and many students were late because they missed the end of the lunch break. At this time, the students in Class D have all returned to the classroom. It seems that they already know that they cannot be late. As soon as Kushida Kikyo saw Wuye stepping into the classroom, her eyes lit up and she quickly walked over. Kayaki Matsushita pushed Megumi Karuizawa, who was talking with them, and pointed to Wuye and Kikyo. Kushida, Megumi, your rival in love is on the move. Megumi Karuizawa turned her head to look, and her cheeks suddenly bulged slightly. I'll go first, see you later. Go, you can't let Kushida snatch Sikong away. Sen Ningning said jokingly. How is it possible? Wuye has already admitted that I am his girlfriend, and he even spent money on our country. Although the students in Class D obey Wuye, they also have their own small circle, and the circle of girls headed by Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi is the most complicated. In addition, both Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi gave everyone a feeling that they both liked Wuye, so the girls of the two factions repulsed and conflicted with each other, as if they were fighting against their leader. Wuye, because the midterm exam that Mr. Chabashita said is coming soon, if you fail the exam, you will be expelled from school, so I talked with Hirata-san just now, and I think we should hold a study session. Kushida showed a cheerful and enthusiastic smile. Kikyo said to Wuye, it's a good thing, what do you need me for? Wuye said with a smile. Learning can not only avoid being forced to drop out of school by the school, but also increase class points and condense the atmosphere of the class. Hey, as expected of Wuye, I already guessed that we need your help. Kushida Kikyo's smile became sweeter, and at this moment Megumi Karuizawa, who had a slightly puffy face, came to Wuye's side, and naturally and quickly hugged Wuye's arm, her soft and firm heart pressed tightly against 08 his arm. Kushida Kikyo's smile froze slightly, although the smile remained unchanged, it was less sincere. Wuye, class is about to start, let's go back to our seats. Megumi Karuizawa said coquettishly to Wuye. Don't worry, there are still a few minutes before class starts, Kikyo is discussing business with me right now, please don't make trouble. Karuizawa Megumi let out a goo whimper, but Wuye scratched her palm in private, and her sour mood immediately dissipated, revealing a shy and sweet smile. After easily surrendering his jealous little girlfriend, Wuye asked Kushida Kikyo, Kikyo, what do you need me for? Well, Hirata-san and I have already found several students with good grades in the quiz, and prepared some exam questions, so now we need you, Wuye, to invite everyone to actively come to the study meeting and study hard together. Kushida Kikyo replied. It's simple. Wuye nodded briskly, and he asked, have you announced the news of the study session to everyone? Not yet, we'll wait for Wuye to come back and announce. Kikyo. Kushida smiled and replied with folded hands. After all, Kushida Kikyo wants to stand on the podium with Wuye and share the news with everyone. Wuye looked at the situation in Class D, and found that the students had returned to the classroom, and it was a good time to explain, so he said to Kikyo. Kushida, go and call Kami Hirata, we will start explaining now. Understood. Kushida Kikyo mischievously blinked at Wuye, then turned to look for Hirata Yasuk. Wuye looked sideways at Karuizawa Megumi, who was holding her arm. Hui, you heard that a study session is going to be held, right? You have to be responsible for bringing all the girls in your small circle to study. Can you do it? It's absolutely possible. Megumi Karuizawa replied to Wuye very seriously, and then she added, and I definitely attract more people to study than Kyoku. What's the matter with your unreasonable comparison? Wuye said dumbfounded. There's no comparison, I just want you to know, Wuye, that I'm much more reliable than Kushida. Megumi Karuizawa said awkwardly. I always thought you were more reliable than Kikyo. Hey. Wuye looked at Karuizawa Megumi's sweet smile, and couldn't help shaking his head. She was really a silly girl. By the way, Hui, Kayaki Matsushita in your small circle, she studies very well, let her work harder. Kinkayu, is her study very good? It seems to be very average. Karuizawa Megumi said doubtfully. Because they are both beautiful girls who like to dress up, Megumi Karuizawa and Kayaki Matsushita have more common topics. Her relationship with Kayaki Matsushita is better than that of other girls. But Megumi Karuizawa doesn't remember Kayaki Matsushita studying well. Teacher Chabashita told me just now that Matsushita Kayaki's grades in the entrance exam were almost perfect, and she didn't show her full strength in the quiz. She chose to hide her strength in order to integrate into you friends who are poor in study. Is there such a thing? Megumi Karuizawa looked at Kayaki Matsushita strangely. So Hui, I entrust you with a task, to persuade Matsushita Kinkayu to let her display her strength without any scruples, and don't hide it. I will try my best to convince Kinkayu. In a blink of an eye, Wuye left the job of persuading Kayaki Matsushita to Kei Karuizawa, his little girlfriend. Now Wuye feels that after becoming the leader of Class D, he is not acting as a babysitter for them, but arranges Megumi Karuizawa, Kikyo Kushida, Yoko Hirata to be his babysitting. Karuizawa Megumi let go of Wuye's arm reluctantly, and swiftly, she found Matsushita Kayaki, pulled her with a blank expression aside, and started whispering. Perhaps because Megumi Karuizawa mentioned that Wuye had discovered her hidden strength, Kayaki Matsushita frequently looked at Wuye who was already standing on the podium. Everyone take a look here, we have something to mention to you, Wuye said on the podium. Following Wuye's speech, the students in Class D stopped talking and what they were doing, and cast curious glances at Wuye. Hirata, Kikyo, you guys came up with the study session, so it's up to you to explain it. Wuye said to Hirata Yasuke and Kushida Kikyo. Leave it to me. Yasuke Hirata and Kikyo Kushida shared their idea of holding a study session. Later, Hirata Yasuke added, from 5 o'clock today until the end of the midterm exam, we will study in this classroom for 2 hours. I hope that everyone can take the initiative to participate in the study meeting, in order to achieve good grades for themselves, and to earn class points for the class. That's all I have to say. Also, no matter who it is, we welcome it. After saying this, Hirata Yasuke stared at the poor students waiting in the left corner. Suda-ken noticed Yasuke Hirata's gaze, he smacked his tongue in annoyance, then turned his head with a look of resistance, Ike Kanji, and the poor students also looked troublesome. Wuye raised his eyebrows. Sudo, what do you mean by this move? Of course I refused. I have to go to the basketball club to participate in club activities after school, but I don't have time to stay and study. And Sikong, you told me that you only care about my classroom discipline. Study. Sudeng Takero loudly said. I forgot about this. Well, I don't care about your studies, but if you are late, leave early, or violate discipline, I will go directly to the basketball club and won't give you a second chance. Did you hear me? Wuye said. I heard it. Suda-ken replied through gritted teeth. In his heart, Wuye had already sentenced Suda-ken to death. This orangutan was not only bad at studying, but also resisted studying. He would definitely be expelled from the school after the midterm exam. As for Chi Kwanzi and the others, Wuye glanced at them and then looked away. He had no intention of wasting his saliva with Chi Kwanzi and the others. After Wuye looked away from Chi Kwanzi and the three of them, they breathed a sigh of relief, as if they were grateful that they were not ordered by Wuye to study. After all, they are not Suda Takero, and they don't have the courage to refute with Wuye. But Chi Kwanzi and the others didn't know at all, and Wuye didn't care about their thoughts at all. Because in Wuye's eyes, Chi Kwanji, Yamauchi Haruki, and Somura Hideo, these three are worthless poor students. Suda-ken still has such a specialty as sports, and the three poor students are too mediocre in every aspect, so Wuye doesn't plan to persuade them to study. If they hate studying, they hate studying. The best thing is to fail the midterm exam like Sudo Takero, and then be forced to drop out of school by the school. Anyway, the class points of Class D are now 0, which is the best time for Wuye to clean up the moths in the class. The short announcement of the study session ended, and the afternoon class began. In a blink of an eye, it was time to leave school in the afternoon. Since the study session led by Kikyo Kushida and Yasuke Hirata started after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the students in Class D did not stay. They either went to participate in club activities, or went shopping with friends to relax. Megumi Karuizawa with a honey-like smile pulls Wuye. She wants to invite him to drink milk tea in the coffee shop, watch a movie in the cinema, and choose accessories in the mall. Wuye, who already regarded Megumi Karuizawa as his girlfriend, did not refuse her invitation, and left Class D classroom with her. Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi are just like normal lovers, dating outside. Originally, it was Karuizawa Megumi's unilateral love for Wuye, but now after receiving Wuye's response, Karuizawa Megumi's love became more and more intense. In the dark movie theater, Megumi Karuizawa leaned her head on Wuye's shoulder. Her mind was not on the playing movie at all, but on Wuye. Relying on Wuye in the dark space, Megumi Karuizawa felt unprecedented peace of mind and warmth. Wuye has a scent similar to vanilla, which is light and fragrant. This made Megumi Karuizawa, who was breathing 730 Wuye's breath, feel itchy in her heart. She wanted to get in touch with Wuye more intimately, but because of the girl's shyness, she didn't dare to pursue him further. When Karuizawa Megumi was struggling with his thoughts, the movie ended, and Wuye poked Karuizawa Megumi's tender face leaning on his shoulder. "Hui, it's time for us to meet in the classroom. What are you doing back in the classroom?" Megumi Karuizawa, who was still thinking about how to take advantage of her boyfriend, asked subconsciously. "It's almost 5 o'clock, it's time to go back to study." Megumi Karuizawa's face suddenly revealed a look of distress. "The date is good, what about studying? It's too unpleasant? Your grades are terrible, you have to study hard, do you want to be expelled from school?" Wuye said angrily. "Certainly. No more." Karuizawa Megumi replied without hesitation. She just experienced sweet love from Wuye, how could she want to be expelled by the school? "Then let's go." Wuye took Karuizawa Megumi's soft palm and led her away from the cinema. As Wuye left the cinema, Megumi Karuizawa pursed her lips slightly. She was a little unhappy. This was their first date, and they were forced to interrupt it because of studying. "Don't be unhappy, there will be plenty of time in the future. If you don't study hard, then the time we get along with is estimated to end after the midterm exam because of your dropout." "That's right, then Wuye, you have to teach me to study hard." Hui, who cheered up, hugged Wuye's arm, leaning almost half of her delicate body against him. "I will." Wuye replied with a smile. Although Karuizawa Megumi and Sakura Airi are both Wuye's girlfriends, the feeling she gives Wuye is completely different from Sakura Airi's. Sakura Airi is soft and sweet cotton candy, while Karuizawa Megumi is sweet and greasy royal honey. It's two different flavors. However, whether it's the sweet cotton candy or the sweet royal honey, Wuye likes it very much. Accompanied by Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi, she returned to the Class D classroom. There were quite a lot of students in the classroom, almost all of them were full. However, Sakura Airi is not in the classroom, and she has always lowered her sense of existence because of her shy personality, so Sakura Airi is completely inconspicuous in Class D, and she has no friends. Sakura Airi, who has no friends, doesn't plan to stay, so she didn't come to the classroom to study. Only the 3 seats in the left corner are empty, and they are the seats of Sudeng Takuro, Ike Kanji, and Yamauchi Haruki. They really don't plan to come to study. What surprised Wuye was that fat otaku boy, Hideo Satsumura, who was also in the classroom. It seemed that Hideo Satsumura was not the same as Kanji Ike and the others. Quit school. Wuye looked around the situation of Class D, and nodded with satisfaction. Now the students in Class D are divided into several small circles to study together, and the learning atmosphere is not bad. According to this situation, the students of Class D should be able to get a good result in the midterm exam, right? Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi sat back in their seats, and Karuizawa Megumi lightly moved her desk and docked it with Wuye's desk. Afterwards, Megumi Karuizawa happily looked at her handsome boyfriend while studying hard, and experienced the 2 feelings of heaven and hell at the same time. Since Wuye had already finished all the textbooks for this school year in the last month, he didn't study, but took out a mystery novel called By Yasin Part 1 to read. The school has a huge library, which stores all kinds of learning materials, as well as famous books from all over the world. The mystery novel By Yes Journey that Wuye is reading now, and Berlin Spy by Horikita Suzune are all borrowed from this library. While Karuizawa Megumi was studying hard, when Wuye was reading a famous novel, a note was thrown from Wuye's right side. Karuizawa Megumi, who didn't concentrate on studying, noticed this situation, her smart eyes widened slightly, and then she looked at the person who passed the note to Wuye in disbelief. It's Horikita Suzune passing a note to Wuye. Karuizawa Megumi is not very familiar with Horikita Suzune, because Horikita Suzune is too cold. She rarely initiates conversations with anyone, but she can only talk to her boyfriend Wuye. However, because Horikita Suzune has always been very indifferent and did not cling to Wuye like Kushida Kikyo, Karuizawa Megumi did not control Horikita Suzune as a love rival. But now, Horikita Suzune actually sent a note to Wuye in front of her. Regarding Horikita Suzune passing the note, Wuye was also quite surprised, because Horikita Suzune didn't seem like the type of person who would take the initiative to pass the note. Wuye glanced sideways at Horikita Suzune. Her expression was still cold and focused on her studies, as if the person who passed the note to Wuye just now was not Horikita Suzune at all. Wuye looked at the note from Horikita Suzune. Although the students in Class D are actively participating in the study meeting, Tsudo, Ike Kanji, and Yamauchi Haruki who need to attend the study meeting the most are not here. Sikong, what do you think about this? After reading the content of the note, Wuye found Megumi Karuizawa who was sitting opposite was looking at him with sour eyes. Wuye smiled, and handed Horikita Suzune's note to her. After discovering that the content of the note was related to study, Megumi Karuizawa's sour jealousy faded a lot. She felt ashamed for a moment, and felt that she had made too much of a fuss. Although Horikita Suzune is pretty, but she is too cold, and her figure is worse than her, definitely not the type that Wuye would like. Feeling a little ashamed, Megumi Karuizawa obediently returned the note to Wuye. Wuye looked at Megumi Karuizawa with a smile on his face. Aren't you jealous? How can I be jealous? Karuizawa Megumi replied with some embarrassment. Wuye smiled, then wrote the text on the note and gave it to Horikita Suzuki. I'm not surprised that they didn't come to study. What surprised me was that you, Horikita, cared about those 3 people, and even sent me a note for them. Wuye's response was full of teasing, but Horikita Suzune's face remained unchanged, and she wrote a line in a swish. Because if this goes on like this, they are very likely to fail the midterm exam. Their poor midterm exam results should affect the class points obtained by Class D, right? They dragged their feet. Horikita Suzune's response made Wuye smile. Because there was a sense of arrogance in Horikita Suzune's response. It's like clearly caring about others, but you have to find an excuse to say that you care about them just incidentally. Horikita, you don't want to be dragged down by them, so what can you do? I declare in advance that I can only restrain them from observing discipline, but not from studying. Furthermore, students who are forced to study, how can they learn it? Seeing Wuye's 2 responses, Horikita Suzune nodded silently. Indeed. If you are forced to learn this kind of thing, then the learning efficiency will be extremely low, and it will even have the opposite effect, leading to poor academic performance and aversion to learning. Horikita Suzune wrote down her thoughts, and then threw the note to Kaya. My method is to teach them in private, so I plan to ask you to find the friends of Pseudo and the others, and ask their friends to ask them to go to a quiet library, and then I will teach them in person. Horikita Suzune's note made Wuye raise an eyebrow. Is that what she thinks, too? Anyway, Wuye doesn't want to be Ikanji's nanny, since Horikita Suzune wants to be, let her be. However, this conflicted with Wuye's plan to clean up the moth. After all, Wuye planned to clear out those 4 poor students who would drag Chi Kwanzi out when the class points were 0. Then give them a chance, and I don't think they will study hard. Wuye murmured in a low voice, not intending to stop Horikita Suzune. He wrote on the note. I can ask Kikyo to ask them out. Kushida Kikyo is the little angel of Class D. If she came forward, Ike Kanji and the others would definitely be invited to the library by Kushida Kikyo. Oh, now Wuye thinks that the helper Kushida Kikyo is really easy to use. However, Horikita Suzune strongly objected. No, this matter must not be left to Kushida Kikyo. Why? Because she will definitely get involved. I hate her. No, it should be she hates me, and she who hates me has been pestering me for no reason. Wuye glanced at Kushida Kikyo who was sitting with everyone studying in front of him. Although he was not sure if Kushida Kikyo hated Horikita Suzune, Wuye knew that Kushida Kikyo had a strange attachment to Horikita Suzune. If you don't let Kikyo get involved, then Horikita, who are you going to ask those 3 guys to date? I definitely can't do it. They will only be afraid of me. Let Ayanakaji go on a date. I often see Ayanakaji mixed with the 3 of them, so I guess their relationship should be very good. Is it Ayanakaji Kiyotaka? Wuye nodded silently. He happened to be planning to get in touch with Kiyotaka Ayanakaji, especially after knowing that his father was Atsuko Ayanakaji. Judging from the fact that Ayanakaji at Tsutomi ordered Chabashira Sae to handle the withdrawal procedures for Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, there should be some conflict between the father and son. Otherwise, when Ayanakaji at Tsutomi contacted Chabashira Sae, he would not drop out of school directly, but would ask Chabashira Sae to call Ayanakaji Kiyotaka over and ask him to communicate with him. Wuye didn't want to know about the conflict between Ayanakaji and his son. He was just a little curious why Ayanakaji Kiyotaka in the White Room was studying in this school. Wuye looked at the people who were studying in the classroom, and unexpectedly found that Shintaka Ayanakaji was not here, and it was impossible to talk to him. Horikita, Ayanakaji is not in the classroom. I will go to Kikyo later to ask for his contact information, and then I will ask Ayanakaji to ask Ikeseiji and the others. Then please. Just like that, the note passing between Wuye and Horikita Suzune came to an end. At this moment, Long Yuan Xiang who was wandering in the school was found by Dianhe from Class A of the 2nd year. You said you have a good way to get Sikong Wuye to drop out of school. Long Yuan Xiang looked suspiciously at the man standing opposite. Long Yuan Xiang is not a bad gangster who only wants revenge. He is actually quite sensitive and suspicious, and he will not easily believe what others say. That's right. Dianhe replied calmly. Really? Then what kind of enmity do you have with that guy Sikong Wuye? You actually want to let him drop out of school? Long Yuan Xiang asked bluntly. This has nothing to do with you, and I have nothing to say. In short, I will offer you a method that can definitely make Sikong Wuye drop out of school, whether you accept it or not. Dianhe's words made Long Yuanxiang's expression darken immediately. He could already tell that the guy in front of him wanted him to use the knife to kill Sikong Wuye. The feeling of being used made Long Yuanxiang extremely upset. With a sneer, he took out his mobile phone and took a photo of Dianhe directly. The sound of clicking pictures made Dianhe show a surprised expression, and he said angrily, Long Yuanxiang, what are you doing? I hate superiority, self-righteousness, and bastards who want to use me, and unfortunately, UBD took all 3 of these. The rebellious Long Yuanxiang sneered and said, you plan to use me to deal with Sikong Wuye, then you must have a grudge against him. I will throw your photo directly to Sikong Wuye, let him know that you are planning to deal with him. Dianhe's heart sank, although he was sure that Sikong Wuye didn't know who he was, but he was Nan Yunya's right-hand man, and he was quite famous in this school. So if Sikong Wuye got his photo, he only needs to ask a few senior students, then Sikong Wuye will be sure that he is Nan Yunya's right-hand man, and he will know Nan Yunya's plan to deal with him. Dianhe took a deep look at Long Yuanxiang, who had a gloomy smile, and he admitted that he had underestimated the little BD in front of him. I didn't expect that Long Xiang was not a little BD character that could be used casually. Long Yuan, telling Sikong Wuye of my existence will not do you any good, and our goal is the same, and we all have enmity with Sikong Wuye. Stop talking nice words, you guys are just planning to use me to deal with Sikong Wuye. What are you talking about here? Have the same goal. Long Yuan Xiang said disdainfully and contemptuously. I don't deny it, but I'm serious about taking on Sikong Wuye. Then tell me the grievances between you and Sikong Wuye. If you have anything to hide, I will go to Sikong to open the night. Long Yuan Xiang said threateningly. Diane he knew that Long Yuan Xiang, who hated Sikong Wuye, would not go to find Sikong Wuye. This bad gangster just didn't like being used, so he just wanted to take advantage of him. Okay, but let me make a call first, because I can't call the shots. Tisk, you're still an errand runner. Long Yuan Xiang said in disgust. Diane he called Nan Yunyu to convey the situation, while Long Yuan Xiang waited impatiently. Long Yuan Xiang knew that the guy in front of him and the man behind him planned to use him to deal with Sikong Wuye, which made Long Yuan Xiang very upset. But it's not happy. Long Yuan Xiang has never thought of a way to take revenge on Sikong Wuye, so no matter how unhappy he is, he has to listen to how these guys plan to take revenge on Sikong Wuye. After all, Diane he swears that this method can even make Sikong Wuye drop out of school. After listening to the turn of the Temple River, after speaking, Nan Yunya, holding the mobile phone, said thoughtfully, is that so? It seems that this unscrupulous gangster is not a fool who can be used at will. Di Haozhao. Yes, Boss Nagamo, what should we do now? Bring Long Yuan Xiang here, or tell him our identities. Nan Yunya said. Long Yuan Xiang is not a gangster who can be used casually, but a guy who is a bit smart, and he has a deep hatred with Sikong Wuye. Nan Yunya felt that Long Yuan Xiang, a first-year student, had the right to meet him in person. Although Nan Yunya didn't want others to know that she was going to deal with Sikong Wuye, but Long Yuan Xiang obviously didn't plan to cooperate unless he saw him behind the scenes, so let's meet. Having obtained permission, Diane he ended the call with Nan Yunya, and he looked at Long Yuan Xiang. Let's go, our boss agrees to see you. What are you going to do? Call me your boss. Long Yuan Xiang said rebelliously. Don't be self-righteous. Diane he said coldly, our boss is the vice president of this school, how could he come to see you in person? Who said Nan Yunya wouldn't come to meet people in person? Didn't he just come to meet Sikong Wuye in person a month ago, and then transferred more than 3 million points to him? It turns out that the guy hiding behind is the vice president of the student union. That guy's name is Nan Yunya. Long Yuan Xiang showed a mocking smile. It's because Sikong Wuye, the idiot who sprained his foot on the basketball court. Because of being severely taught by Wuye, Long Yuan Xiang once investigated things related to Wuye, and he also inquired about the big bet between Wuye and Nan Yunya on the basketball court. Shut up. Diane he glared at Long Yuan Xiang. If you don't leave, you will lose the best way to take revenge on Sikong Wuye forever. Ha, lead the way. Long Yuan Xiang said with a sneer. Now Long Yuan Xiang has learned from Diane he that the person behind the scenes is Nan Yunya, so he feels that what Diane he said about letting Sikong Wuye drop out of school should not just talk about it casually. Led by Diane he, Long Yuan Xiang came to an empty club activity classroom, where Nan Yunya was sitting and waiting for him. Even though Long Yuan Xiang knew that the blonde man in front of him was a senior in the 2nd grade and the vice president of the student union, he didn't have the slightest timidity, and sat down on the seat opposite Nan Yunya. Tell me, what is the solution? Long Yuanxiang's arrogant tone made Nan Yunya very unhappy, but this guy was the most suitable weapon to deal with Sikong Wuye, so he endured it. Let me introduce myself first. I am Nan Yunya, 2nd year A. I know you. Long Yuan Xiang interrupted unceremoniously. Your name is Nan Yunya, the guy who was blocked by Sikong Wuye on the basketball court. B.D. Ryuan, didn't I ask you to respect boss Nan Yun a little bit? Diane he said angrily. It's so noisy, who cares about you? Long Yuan Xiang replied rebelliously. It was because Diane he was talking endlessly on the road to make him respect Nan Yunya that Long Wuk Xiang was rude to Nan Yunya. The favorite thing for bad thugs to do is to do the opposite of others. Nan Yunya, with veins on his forehead, suppressed his anger, and said with a sneer, Long Yuan, you are not bad. I heard that you were severely taught by Sikong Wuye in class C. Suddenly, the whole body is covered in cuts and bruises. A hole. After mocking each other, Long Xiang and Nan Yunya stared coldly. Obviously Wuye was the enemy they were going to deal with, but the two of them quarreled first. After the fact that he was crushed by Wuye was mentioned by the other party, the wounds on Long Yuanxiang's body that had recovered were aching, and Nan Yunya's ankle also felt phantom pain. Huh. Nan Yunya took a deep breath, suppressed his anger towards Long Yuan Xiang, and said darkly, now I have a good way to make Sikong Wuye drop out of school. Do you want it or not? Listen. Since you have such a good method, why don't you do it yourself? Long Yuan Xiang asked back. Because you are the best. Humph, let's hear it then. Nan Yunya said, this school attaches great importance to student fights and 873 bullying. Once found, the perpetrator will be suspended from school, and after 3 violations, he will be forced to leave school. Long Yuan Xiang frowned, and if he wanted to teach others a lesson in the future, he had to be more careful. My method is that you take your little brother and invite Sikong Wuye to a place without surveillance cameras, then provoke him and fight him. What kind of solution are you doing? Long Yuanxiang looked at Nan Yunya in disgust. Don't worry, listen to me. Nan Yunya waved his hand, and he continued, later, Long Yuan, you come to the student union to uphold justice, insisting that Sikong Wuye beat you unilaterally. Because there is no surveillance camera, it is impossible to determine who initiated the fight between you and Sikong Wuye, so the student union will probably ask both parties to suspend both parties. Remember, you must be injured, and it must be a serious injury, because only in this way, Sikong Wuye will be suspended for 2 weeks. Just suspend school. Long Yuanxiang frowned. That's not the point. Nan Yunya showed a sinister smile. The point is that if you suspend school for 2 weeks, you will miss the next midterm exam. As long as you miss the midterm exam, your grade will be 0. In this way, Sikong Wuye you will be expelled from school. Long Yuanxiang narrowed his eyes. He fully understood that suspension of school is not important. The most insidious move is to prevent Sikong Wuye from taking the midterm exam. Nan Yunya assured Long Yuanxiang, who was thinking, and Long Yuan, you don't need to worry about being punished, and you will not be able to take the midterm exam, because as long as you don't leave scars on Sikong Wuye's body, it will be fine. Because Sikong Wuye is not injured, or the injury is relatively minor, the student will suspend you for about 2 or 3 days, and you can still take the midterm exam. The method Nan Yunya said is indeed a good and insidious method. Although it is just the simplest frame, it is indeed the most practical method when the midterm exam is approaching. Moreover, Long Yuanxiang felt that the success rate of this plan was very high, because didn't Ishizaki Daiichi say that the demon Sikong Wuye hated bad gangsters extremely, so he only needs to be provoked by bad gangsters, and he shouldn't be able to resist beating them, right? Although Long Yuanxiang didn't want to admit it, he was persuaded by Nan Yunya's method. I didn't expect that you are a good-looking guy, but the method you came up with is so dirty. Long Yuanxiang's words made Nan Yunya slap her face fiercely, and this unscrupulous gangster uttered a sentence of contempt for his personality in a complimenting tone. Ha, this is how this school survives. If you want to spend 3 years here and keep graduating from Class A, you have to be more insidious and cautious than anyone else. Nan Yunya looked at Long Yuanxiang coldly. So Long Yuan, do you agree with this method and drive Sikong Wuye out of this school together? I bought. The conspiracy alliance against Wuye was successfully established. Afterwards, Nan Yunya and Long Yuanxiang continued to perfect the plan, and they must make this plan go ahead without flaws. After half an hour, the conspiracy plan against Wuye has been completely completed. Nan Yunya watched Long Yuanxiang leave with a grinning expression on his face. Boss Nan Yun, now Long Yuanxiang knows that you are the mastermind behind the scenes. Are you not worried? You must know that this plan may not make Sikong Wuye drop out of school. Diane he couldn't help asking Nan Yunya. I know that even if this plan is successfully achieved, Sikong Wuye may not be expelled from school. Nan Yunya said with a gloomy face. Because Sikong Wuye has met Chairman Sakayanagi, and the relationship seems to be very good. So even if Wuye is suspended from school, Chairman Sakayanagi may lend a helping hand to shorten Wuye's suspension time, or allow him to take the midterm exam even if he is suspended from school. If this plan fails to expel Sikong Wuye from school, then Sikong Wuye will most likely learn through Long Yuanxiang that he, Nanvaya, is the mastermind of this plan. In this way, Nan Yunya and Sikong Wuye can be said to be deadly enemies. Who told you to be photographed by Long Yuanxiang? Nan Yunya said impatiently to Diane he, otherwise, how could I let him come to see me? Diane he looked ashamed, because he was Nan Yunya's right-hand man, and Nan Yunya who was in a bad mood couldn't be too much scolding. He said, although Long Yuan is a bad gangster, he is a bit smart, so whether Sikong Wuye is expelled or not, Long Yuan will not expose me. Because Sikong Wuye has never been expelled from school, Long Yuan has always needed the help of me, the black hand behind the scenes. It's true. Diane he felt relieved. As long as Long Yuanxiang always wants to deal with Sikong Wuye, then he will need Nan Yunya's help and reminders in various aspects. So Nan Yunya concluded that Long Yuanxiang would not be able to expose him. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and the study meeting led by Kikyo Kushida and Yasuo Kirita ended, but there were not so many students in the classroom at this time, and they all left the classroom one after another, going to the student cafeteria for dinner. Before Kushida Kikyo left, Wuye found her. Wuye, you are, Ike, Koji's classmate. I do have one, I'll give it to you now. Ota Kikyo readily handed over the contact information she had exchanged from Ayanakaji Kiyotaka to Wuye. It was a great help, Kikyo. Hey, then Wuye, should you treat me to a meal? Kushida Kikyo blinked mischievously. She took a step closer to Wuye, and her plump, upright huge heart almost touched Wuye's body. No problem, Kikyo, you've helped me a lot all the time, so it's only right to treat you to a meal. Wuye said with a smile. Among the entire class D, Kushida Kikyo is really the one who can help Wuye the most. This friend expert can easily ask other people for the information Wuye needs. Kankyo, you just need to set a time. Then tonight, treat me to dinner. Kushida Kikyo said with a smile. Tonight, it's okay, but I have to tell Hui that I made an appointment with her to go to the student cafeteria for dinner. Is it okay for the 3 of us to eat together? Wuye said delicately. Okay, then I'll go to the student cafeteria and wait for you. Wuye, you guys have to hurry up. Wuye looked at the back of Kushida Kikyo happily walking away. He said helplessly, can't he continue to pretend to be a little angel at this time? After the little angels know that other people have an appointment, they will be considerate and postpone the appointment time. So, Kikyo, can't you keep your little angel character and postpone the dinner treat you made with Wuye until noon tomorrow? But at noon tomorrow, Karuizawa Megumi will still take Wuye to the student restaurant for dinner. Wuye returned to the classroom of Class D, and Karuizawa Megumi, who had already arranged the seats, came over stupid and flowery. She naturally took Wuye's arm. Wuye, what do you plan to eat tonight? I invite you. Cough. Wait, let me tell you something, because I asked Kikyo to help solve a problem just now, so I plan to treat her to dinner. Huh. Megumi Karuizawa's smile paused slightly, and she asked sourly with slightly puffed up cheeks, Wuye, you clearly know that I want to have dinner with you. Wait a minute, you want to treat her to supper, or does she want you to treat her to supper? Although both are treats for dinner, there is an essential difference. One is to take the initiative to treat guests. One is a passive treat, which means being invited to have dinner together. This. Wuye, you really were asked by Kushida to treat her to dinner. Karuizawa Hui nudged her glittering lips with lip gloss. Although Wuye didn't say that it was Kushida Kikyo who asked him to treat her to dinner, she guessed everything. Out? That woman is really hateful, always trying to get in. Jiaja helped me a lot, and I really have to treat her to a meal. Thank her. If you don't want to have dinner with Kikyo, I'll go by myself. Let's go together. How could Karuizawa Megumi let Wuye have dinner alone with Kushida Kikyo? That woman is her rival in love. This evening, Wuye had a stomachache after eating this dinner. Because Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi sandwiched Wuye from left to right, the two of them even gave him a dish with a smile on their face, saying that this dish tastes great, let him try it too. Sitting in the student cafeteria, Wuye looked at his bowls and chopsticks piled up with dishes, and now he regretted having dinner outside. If I had dinner with Sakura Airi and Chabashita Sae at the single-family apartment, I didn't know how relaxed it was. It's a pity, because Wuye planned to accompany Megumi Karuizawa. Therefore, I have already told Sakura Airi and Chabashita Sae that they don't need to prepare his portion of dinner. After eating a delicious but slightly stomachache dinner, the three of Wuye started to return to the student dormitory. Although Wuye no longer lives in the student dormitory, the two girls Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi have to be sent back, and at this time, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka should also be studying. In the student dormitory, Wuye intends to talk to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. By the way, Wuye, what is the date of your dormitory? I don't think I have met you in the student dormitory except for those days when the school started. Kushida Kikyo turned to Wuye. Deng Sheng asked. That's because Wuye no longer lives in the student dormitory. In fact, I didn't live in the student dormitory, but moved to a single-family apartment near the school. Wuye said. X2. Both Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi looked at Wuye in surprise. They didn't know about it? Is it possible to move to another place to live? Yes, didn't Chabashita-sensei say that points are omnipotent in this school? As long as you have enough points, you can do anything. I thought the student dormitory was too small, so I moved to a single-family apartment. Wuye explained casually. Then now can I go to Wuye where you live to see? Megumi Karuizawa glared at Kikyo Kushida. She should have said what she said just now. Megumi Karuizawa is Wuye's girlfriend. I want to go and have a look too. It's too late now, let's talk about it later. Wuye said perfunctorily. How could he let Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi go to the single-family apartment? The shy Sakura Airi is in the apartment. And at this time Chabashita Sae was probably also in his apartment. At this moment, Wuye unexpectedly saw the figure of Chingtaka Ayanakaji, who was returning to the student dormitory building alone, looking quite lonely. Hui, Kikyo, I have something to do with Ayanakaji, so I won't send you up. See you tomorrow. All right. Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi watched as Wuye walked quickly towards Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. After Wuye left, Megumi Karuizawa stared warily at the smiling Kushida Kikyo. Kushida-san, I warn you, Wuye is my boyfriend, so please keep a distance from Wuye. Megumi Karuizawa was not recognized as a girlfriend by Wuye before, but now it is different. Wuye personally admits that she is his girlfriend, so Megumi Karuizawa has a position to declare sovereignty to other girls and keep them away from Wuye. Karuizawa-san, don't worry. Kikyo Kushida, who kept smiling, but didn't smile too much, clasped his hands together. Wuye and I are just good friends. It's a tea-flavored answer. Besides, Karuizawa and Wuye are boyfriend and girlfriend, but you can't stop Wuye from communicating with other girls. If you care too much about Wuye, he will tell you about S**X. Gu. Megumi Karuizawa, who seemed strong but weak in reality, sobbed. She felt that what she feared most now was not being known to have been bullied by others, but being hated by Wuye. Ayanakaji, let's talk. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka looked at Wuye suspiciously, and for some reason he felt a little uneasy in his heart and said, but I have to go back to the dormitory to wash clothes now, so let's talk about Sikong classmate later. A man named Atsuko Lingxialo is looking for you, Wuye said with a smile. Although Ayanakaji Kiyotaka was still expressionless, his pupils trembled slightly. It seems that Ayanakaji Atsuomi's name holds a lot of weight in Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's heart. I suddenly feel that washing clothes is not important, let's have a chat with Kong Kong. This way. Wuye pointed to the street next door to the student dormitory building, and Chingtaka Ayanakaji nodded, and followed him to that side. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka has been walking with Wuye, as if he is not at all anxious to know why Wuye would say his father's name. By the way, Ayanakaji, you are friends with Sudo, Ikekanji, and Yamauchi Haruki, right? Wuye said. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka glanced at Wuye's back. Why did this person suddenly mention those irrelevant people? It's not really a friend relationship, it's just being pulled up by them to play games a few times, and have dinner together in the student cafeteria a few times. Isn't this something that only friends do? Wuye sat down on the bench next to him, and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka did not sit down with him, but looked at him calmly from the side. Horikita in our class, you should know, right? I know, a girl who studies very hard, but is very cold. She was a little worried that Suda Takura and the three of them would fail the midterm exam and be expelled from the school, so she decided to teach them in person. So, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka was puzzled, completely unable to understand what Wuye was talking about. So I'm going to ask you to ask the three of them to go to the library, and then accept Horikita's teaching. Now Kiyotaka Ayanakaji understands what Wuye wants to do. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said with some resistance, why don't you go there, Sikong classmate? If you come forward, they will definitely be obedient. Maybe so, but they are obedient because they are afraid of me. Wuye said with a smile. If they are ordered by me to study, then their weariness will be even stronger, so I can only ask you as their friend to persuade them to accept Horikita's teaching. Wuye said with a smile. Although Wuye's words sound very reasonable, Chingtaka Ayanakaji's intuition told him that the man in front of him simply finds it troublesome, so he gave him such troublesome work. You do me this favor, and I will tell you everything about Atsuko Ayanakaji, how this deal is. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka took a deep look at Wuye who proposed the deal. He nodded lightly. I accept this deal. If you don't agree, you can't do it. Chingtaka Ayanakaji really wants to know why that father is looking for him and what he wants to do. After all, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka escaped from the White Room and attended this school without telling Ayanakaji Atsuomi. So Ayanakaji Kiyotaka was manipulated by Wuye like this. Great, I will give you Horikita's contact information now, and you can contact her in the future. Wuye took out his mobile phone with a smile. Good. Afterwards, the expressionless Ayanakaji Kiyotaka got Horikita Suzuki's contact information from Wuye. Student Sikong, let's exchange contact information. We may contact again in the future. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said. Okay. Wuye readily exchanged contact information with Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. I will try my best to persuade Sudo and the others to accept Horikita-san's teaching. So Sikong-san, please tell me about my father now. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said. Of course, will you just stand and listen? Well, I'll just stand and listen. It's up to you. Wuye who was sitting on the bench shrugged and said, I went to see Teacher Chabashita at noon today, and it happened that your father Atsuko Ayanakaji called Teacher Chabashita. Ling Xiaolukin Glong's eyes narrowed slightly. That person actually called the head teacher of his class. It seems that he has already confirmed that he is in this school. But judging from the fact that he failed to directly enter this school to take me away, what Uncle Matsuo said is not wrong. Even Ayanakaji cannot touch these 10 schools. Matsuo was the deacon responsible for taking care of and managing Kiyotaka Ayanakaji when the White Room was out of service. For some unknown reason, Deacon Matsuo secretly assisted Ayanakaji to escape from the closed White Room, and helped him come to this school. What about after that? Ayanakaji Kiyotaka asked. Afterwards, he asked. No, it should be an order. He ordered Teacher Chagan to handle the withdrawal procedures for you. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's heart sank. Is he going back to the White Room again? He still hasn't understood the true meaning of equality and explored what the real strength is. Wuye observed the slight change in Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's expression, and he said, Don't worry, Mr. Chabashiro rejected your father's order, but you still have the possibility of dropping out of school. After all, your father is Atsuko Ayanakaji. He can use his own ability and contacts to force the school to arrange for you to withdraw from school. Call. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka exhaled softly, and he sat down on the bench where Wuye was sitting. That means I'll be expelled soon, isn't that right? Yes. Wuye nodded, and he looked at Ayanakaji Kiyotaka with pity. I'm going back to the White Room again. How do you feel now? You know there are so many feelings. Xiaoluqinglong sighed lightly. He didn't seem surprised that Wuye knew about the White Room. White Room. When Wuye said that Atsuko Ayanakaji had the ability to make him drop out of school, Kiyotaka Ayanakaji realized that the person Sikong was sacked by was not an ordinary person. Ordinary people would only regard Atsuko Ayanakaji as his ordinary father Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. He didn't know that Atsuko Ayanakaji had enough connections and abilities to make him drop out of school. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka looked at Wuye who was sitting next to him, and he said, According to my understanding of my father, he is vigorous and decisive, so maybe I will drop out of school tomorrow, and I may not be able to do what you asked me to do. Don't give up so early. Wuye smiled, and he said, Ayanakaji, if I had a way to let you stay in this school, would you choose to stay? Huh. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka looked at Wuye in surprise. Of course I will stay, but do you have the ability, or do you not know my father's situation well? I don't know much about it. All I know is that your father, Atsuomi Ayanakaji, is a congressman who can shake the country's policies. No, you know too much. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka complained expressionlessly. Even if he knew that his father was a member of parliament, he dared to tell him what he said just now. So is it possible that Sikong Wuye really has a way to make him stay? I can only say try. Wuye reminded, so don't have too much hope, Ayanakaji. After all, I'm not sure if someone is willing to help, and I'm not sure if I can help. 0. Seeking flowers. Please, classmate Sikong, I want to stay, and I don't want to go back to the White Room, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said solemnly. Then I'll give it a try. Wuye showed a refreshing smile to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, but if you succeed in staying in this school, then in the next 3 years of high school, you have to help me with all your strength. DEFA class. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka fell silent. He nodded, I accept this deal. Wuye's smile widened even more. The reason why Wuye wanted to help Ayanakaji Kiyotaka was not out of sympathy and pity. Instead, he took a fancy to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's ability. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka who came out of the White Room, his abilities needless to say, no matter what aspect Ayanakaji Kiyotaka is good at. And Wuye needs such a powerful helper to help him promote Class D to Class A. So Wuye helped Ayanakaji Kiyotaka stay in this school, not for him, but for himself. I'll make a phone call first to ask, if he agrees, then you may be able to stay in this school. Wuye stood up from the bench, walked aside to call an old man who likes the sea. Are you calling? That means that the person Sikong Wuye wants to contact is someone from this school. Ayanakaji Chingtaka murmured in a low voice. After all, this school has cut off contact with the outside world, and only the people in the school can make contact. 0. Well, maybe Sikong Wuye modified the mobile phone in the school so that his mobile phone can communicate with the outside world. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka continued to speculate. Sikong, he contacted me at this time. Sakayanagi, who returned to his house, looked at the caller ID displayed on his mobile phone in surprise. Sakayanagi, who got through the call, joked, Sikong, if you plan to ask me to play chess, I will refuse tonight. Who would ask you to play chess at night? I'm looking for you now for business. I want to ask you for help. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to help. Wuye's words made Banliyukin's face serious. Sikong, you have something to ask me, so it seems that this matter is very difficult. Well, it's quite tricky. Wuye said after glancing at Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, listen to me, old man, and tell you what you think after listening. Okay, tell me. Wuye told Sakayanagi, the chairman of the board, everything about Ayanakaji and his son. Teacher Ling Xiaola has already come here, it's really fast. Sakayanagi said with a sigh. Teacher. Wuye showed a startled expression, old man, are you a student of Guanchen Ling Xiaolo? Yes, Sikong you want to ask me, I have already made it clear, you can give the phone to Ayanakaji now, let me talk to him. Sakayanagi said gently. Wuye slightly raised his eyebrows. It seems that Sakayanagi decided to protect Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, otherwise he would not want to chat with Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. Old man, wait a moment. Wuye went to Chingtaka Ayanakaji who had been waiting silently, and handed him the phone. Take it, the chairman who can keep you in this school is going to talk to you. It turned out to be the chairman of this school. Sikong, you know such a powerful person. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said with some surprise. Well, it's just bad luck. Wuye said with a disgusted expression. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka took the mobile phone from Wuye and started talking with Sakayanagi. Although Wuye couldn't hear what they were talking about, judging from what Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said, I want to stay and continue my studies, Sakayanagi was confirming that Ayanakaji Kiyotaka Long's will. About 2 minutes later, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka returned Wuye's cell phone to him. How's the situation? Wuye asked after taking the phone. It seems that I can continue to stay in this school. The director said that I am a student of this school. Even if it is my father's orders and instructions, he will not obey. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka who answered Wuye was expressionless, but there was a relaxed tone in his words. Since the director of this school, Sakayanagi, decided to protect Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, he didn't need to worry that he would be expelled from school by his father, Ayanakaji Tsutomi. The matter has been settled, so Ayanakaji, please work hard together in the future, so that Class D can be promoted to Class A. Wuye smiled and stretched out his palm to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. Okay. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka held Wuye's palm. He hesitated and said, Student Sikong, I hate showing up, so I hope I can hide behind the scenes to help. Okay, but when you have to contribute, don't hide behind the scenes for me. Wuye said. Of course. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka nodded. In this way, Wuye got the help of Ayanakaji Kiyotaka on the condition of helping him to stay in this school and he willingly became Wuye's student who let Class D go to Class A. 3. Thanks to Sakayanagi Castle. If Wuye and Sakayanagi hadn't been friends for years, he really couldn't make Ayanakaji Kiyotaka willingly become his helper. Play chess with him in the future, let's put some water on it. Wuye whispered with a smile on his face. After leaving Suda Takara and the others to take care of all the troublesome things, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka was responsible, and Wuye returned to the east apartment. About 10 minutes later, a message came from Wuye's line suddenly. He took it out to have a look, and found that it was sent to him by Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. Sikong, Sudo and the others are not interested in studying, especially after hearing that Horikita is in charge of teaching, they are even less interested. Horikita is quite pretty, but her ice cube face is a bit scary. Wuye muttered. Ayanakaji, so how do you plan to persuade them? Well, I'm going to ask you if you have a good way to persuade them. 073 Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth, and he simply responded to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. You find your own way? It doesn't matter if you can't be persuaded. Anyway, I've already left this matter to you. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, who was staying in Ikekanji's dormitory room, watched Wuye's response, and he glanced at Ikekanji who was excitedly playing games. Sure enough, Sikong Wuye's idea of letting Chi and the others study hard is not very positive. It's not that Ayanakaji Kiyotaka has no way to persuade Chi Kwanji and the others to study, he just wants to find out Wuye's enthusiasm for this matter. Sikong Wuye, although he has decided to lead Class D to Class A, but he doesn't seem to need poor students who are holding back. The reason why he asked me to persuade Ike and the others to study probably has something to do with that Horikita classmate. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka thought silently, and then he clicked on one of the few contact methods on his mobile phone, and sent a message to a certain little angel in Class D. The persuasion method adopted by Ayanakaji Kiyotaka is the same as Wuye thought before, asking Kushida Kikyo to help. But Horikita Suzune won't let Kushida Kikyo join her study session. Wuye returned to the single-family apartment, and after entering the shoe-changing office of the apartment, she unexpectedly found that Sae Chabashita's high-heeled shoes were still there, and the glamorous beauty head teacher had not left yet. Wuye put on the indoor slippers and came to the living room where the voice came from. Chabashita Sae and Sakura Airi were sitting side by side on the sofa watching TV. Although Sakura Airi is shy of strangers, she often goes shopping with Chabashita Sae to buy ingredients and cook dinner together, so when she is alone with Chabashita Sae, Sakura Airi will not be shy of strangers. Wuye, you're back. Sakura Airi walked over to Wuye happily. She had already changed her school uniform and was wearing casual clothes. Her two snow-white crystal jade legs were exposed generously. It's really eye-catching. I'm back. Wuye pinched Sakura Airi's cheek with a smile, and then he looked at Chabashita Sae who was sitting on the sofa. At this moment, Chazu Sae was looking at Wuye with disgust, as if he was looking at a scumbag who was on two boats. This bad boy obviously has Sakura Airi, and he went to provoke Karuizawa Megumi, and went shopping with her. This bad boy is not a scumbag. Wuye ignored Chabashita Sae's disgusted look, and said with a smile, Teacher Chazura, why don't you go back so late? Chazura Sae curled her lips. She knew that this bad boy was driving her away. But Sae Chabashita is also planning to leave. If she stays in this apartment, Wuye and Sakura Airi don't know what will happen to the young couple. She doesn't want to hear what they make. I'm leaving, so don't send it away. Chabashita Sae stood up, and she left the apartment after passing by Wuye and Sakura Airi. After Chabashita Sae, the big light bulb, left, Sakura Airi joyfully threw herself into Wuye's arms, her pretty face with a slight blush showing a contented and innocent look. Wuye, how was your date with Karuizawa classmate this afternoon? It's too bad, it's still comfortable to date you in Airi. Wuye said solemnly. Don't lie to me, when I'm dating you, I'm always afraid of being seen, and I'm hiding. What's so comfortable about dating me? Sakura Airi said softly, breathing Wuye's breath. Sakura Airi is self-aware, and she doesn't think her date with Wuye will be comfortable. Okay, let's not talk about other people's affairs. Wuye bent down with a smile, and he hugged Sakura Airi who was wearing casual clothes. Sakura Airi seemed to realize that Wuye wanted to do something bad to her. The faint blush on her cheeks deepened, and her eyes naturally revealed a little bit of the charm of a mature woman. Should we go to the room or the bathroom now, or you can choose 10 places in Airi? Wuye said with a smile, looking at the shy Sakura Airi. Well, let's go to the bathroom, because Wuye, you haven't taken a shower yet. I will help you take a bath. Okay. Wuye, holding Sakura Airi in his arms, strode forward and walked towards the bathroom of the apartment. Even though Sakura Airi knew that Wuye was back on a date with Karuizawa Megumi, she didn't have any intention of being jealous, and she still served Wuye shyly and attachedly. Wuye is different from Sakura Airi. He feels that he has failed Sakura Airi's heart, so he is extra gentle to her tonight. It is bound to spoil Sakura Airi to heaven. Early in the morning, Wuye, who was in a good mood, left the warm bed with Sakura Airi, put on sportswear and went for a morning run. Horikita Suzune came to the playground very early today, and she was already warming up when Wuye came to the playground. Horikita Suzune is doing chest enlargement exercises. Although she is a little developed, she slightly propped up the sportswear she was wearing, revealing the shy curves of a girl. She asked Wuye beside her, Sikong, you have already asked me is Ayanakaji-san. I've already asked. The relationship between Ayanakaji and Sudo seems to be quite good. As soon as he heard that I asked him to invite Sudo and the others to study, he readily accepted. Wuye replied with a smile. Certainly not. If Wuye hadn't used Ayanakaji Atsuomi as a bait, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka would not have taken the troublesome job of persuading Sudo and the others to study. Since Ayanakaji will be responsible for telling you about the progress, I gave him your contact information. Horikita, why are you staring at me again? Horikita Suzune glared at Wuye with her charming fox eyes. She said dissatisfiedly, it's too disrespectful to tell others my contact information without my consent. Ah, you are really angry. Sikong, since you guessed that I would be angry, then you gave my contact information to others without authorization. Because Ayanakaji directly contacted you, I wouldn't be your mouthpiece. Wuye said with a smile. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune with unkind eyes, and changed the subject. Anyway, Ayanakaji has already gone to persuade Sudo and the others. Horikita, you are ready to teach them exercises. I'm already ready. I've warmed up and I'm going for a run. Horikita Suzune snorted arrogantly at Wuye and went for a run. Seeing her pretty face showing dissatisfaction, she was very concerned that Wuye handed over her contact information without authorization. Wuye smiled, and after warming up for a while, he also stepped onto the track and started his morning run for the day. Horikita Suzune seemed to be really angry. She left the playground today without saying hello to Wuye, and Wuye didn't pay too much attention to this arrogant snow fox, and returned to the detached apartment after the morning run. After having a sweet breakfast with Sakura Airi, who was a little sore in the waist, Wuye walked towards the classroom together with her. There is a bulletin board on the side of the entrance of the first grade teaching building, which is used by the school to post information to the students, such as club recruitment information, lost and found and so on. After arriving at the teaching building, the number of people began to increase. Sakura Airi quickened her pace, and Kaya stayed at the announcement. Because there are many students around the bulletin board, it seems that there is some important news posted on the bulletin board. Wuye, who stopped in his tracks, looked at the bulletin board, and he found that the quiz results of the 4 classes in the first grade were all posted here, and there was also an announcement from the student union. After seeing the announcement posted by the student union, Wuye's handsome face revealed a look of surprise. The student union's action is so fast. I just told Horikita's big brother yesterday that there will be an announcement today. The announcement of the student union mentioned that a certain student in the first grade bought points in the school through some illegal means, which seriously damaged the dignity and regulations of the school. To this end, the school decided to deduct all the points the student had. The group of people who sold the points to the student in private will deduct half of the points they own, and 100 class points will be deducted from their class, and they will write a 3,000-word self-criticism. If there is a repeat offense, he will be expelled from school. I also hope that all students will take warning and strictly abide by the school's regulations and treaties. After Wuye finished reading the announcement posted by the study meeting, he couldn't help but be amused. Although the student on the announcement didn't mention his name, Wuye knew that it was Liasuk of Jeyuan Temple. Now the points bought by Jeyuan Liasuk with real money have been deducted, and there is no point to spend freely, and I don't know what kind of expression he has now. At the same time, the students who sold the points to the 6 assistants of Jeyuan Temple were also punished. Half of their remaining points were deducted, and 100 points were deducted from the class, and they had to write a self-criticism. If you dare to sell points privately next time, you will be expelled from the school. In fact, the most important thing is to deduct class points. The class points set the students' personal points every month. Once the class points are deducted, the students in the entire class will be affected. The students in that class will definitely resent him when they find out that the guy in the class sells points privately and the class points are deducted. It is equivalent to offending the entire class. From now on, it is estimated that no student will dare to sell points in violation of the regulations. The students around the bulletin board are not very interested in the announcements from the student union. What they care about is the grades of the class quiz that are posted. Through the posted quiz results, students can clearly see the learning level of the 4 classes in the first grade. Wuye also paid a little attention. The quiz scores of the class are generally very high, almost all above 70 points, and the quiz scores of Class B are not bad. Only the quiz results of Class C and Class D are a bit pitiful. Almost all the students in Class C scored more than 50 points, while some students in Class D scored very high in the quiz, such as Wuye, Horikita Suzune, Kojinji Rokusuk, and Yukimura Terahiko. 5.8. However, there are also some students whose quiz scores are very poor, such as Sudang Takura, Ike Kanji, and Yamauchi Haruki. Class D's quiz results are simply polarized. The high is very high, and the low is very low. Wuye roughly read the quiz results of the 4 classes, then walked towards the teaching building, and he called Horikita School by the way. Sikong. Senior, the executive power of the student union really surprised me. I didn't expect to deal with those who violated the school rules in less than 10 days. Wuye said with a smile. It's just a coincidence, because the 6th assistant of Kojinji Temple was dealing with a certain student in private last night, and he got the stolen goods directly. Horikita replied in a calm tone. To be caught right away, that Jeyuanji Liasuk is really unlucky. Sikong, your guess is not wrong. There is indeed a teacher secretly assisting Kojinji Rokusuk, so he was able to trade points with the students. Horikita said. Then what about that teacher? Why didn't this teacher be suggested in the announcement of the student union? After all, the teacher is a member of the teaching staff of this school, so the school has concealed his existence, but the teacher has been dismissed by the school, and he has also been punished for violating the school rules. Being accused by the school, it is estimated that he will lose a lot of money. I see. Sikong, let me tell you something you must pay attention to. Horikita pushed his glasses, his eyes became deep and he said, yesterday, a friend in my class told me that Nagamo's good friends Tonkawa and Mizoaki went to a place during their lunch break. Go to the first grade teaching building. Why did Nan Yunya's dog leg come to the first grade teaching building? Wuye asked with raised eyebrows. I don't know, he didn't ask. Horikita continued. After school was over in the afternoon, Dianhe took a first-year student to Nanyun's club activity class. The first-year student, he is a male with very obvious purple-red hair. In Wuye's mind flashed the figure of that bad gangster Long Yuan Xiang. In his memory, among the first-year students, only Long Yuan Xiang had purple-red hair. Because my friend was worried about being discovered by Nanyun's people, He didn't continue to follow him. Sikong, I think Non-yoon should deal with you when he meets a first-year student. Be careful next time. Biggs, you warned. Wuye is the most suitable person to check and balance Nan-yunya, and Horikita can't let him have an accident. I will be careful, thank you senior for reminding me. Wuye replied with a smile. Well, that's it, I have something to do here. Okay. Wuye ended the call with Horikita Kikyo. He frowned slightly and murmured, Na-yunya, Ryu and Sho, these two guys got together. Both of them had conflicts with Wuye and were taught a lesson by him. So no matter whether it was Horikita Shui or Wuye, they felt that when the two got together, they would definitely discuss how to teach Wuye a lesson. Although Wuye already knew that Nan-yunya and Long Yuan Xiang were preparing to deal with him, he didn't worry too much. Let's see what they want to do. Anyway, Nan-yunya and Long Yuan Xiang's idea of wanting to entrap Wuye can never be hidden from him, who gave Wuye the incredible ability to read minds. Stepping into the classroom of Class D, Wuye subconsciously glanced at the seat of Liasuk Jyunji, and he saw Liasuk Jyunji's dark expression like the bottom of a pot. Hold back. You can't laugh out loud, just laugh in your heart. Ha 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 ha. Although Wuye has no enmity with Jyunji Liasuk, but this guy's character is 08's own way and doing whatever he wants, so in order for him to protect his class points, and in order for Class D to be promoted to Class A, Wuye needs to restrain Jyunji Liasuk. And the personal points that have been emptied are the restraint ropes tied around Kojinji Liasuk's neck. Because after cutting off the method of buying points privately, the only way for Gao Yuanji's 6 assistants to get points is class points, right? Today when Wuye stepped into the classroom, the first person to greet him was not Megumi Karuizawa, nor Kikyo Kushida, but Rokusuk Kojinji. Hey, Sikong boy, how was your day yesterday? Huh. Megumi Karuizawa, who was happily walking towards Wuye, stopped. She looked puzzled at Kojinji Rokusuk who greeted Wuye enthusiastically. Why is this guy with a strange personality who likes to speak English more eager to say hello to Wuye than she is? Wuye glanced at Gao Yuanji Liasuk who was showing a hearty smile. His heart settled down. This guy took the initiative to find him, not because he found out that he was the informer, and he wanted to settle accounts with him. Probably for points. After all, the school has already deducted all the points of Jyunji Liasuk. Gao Yuanji Liasuk also didn't think that Wuye was responsible for the desperate situation that he had no points to squander. Because the two of them do not interfere with the river water. Gao Yuanji Liasuk only felt that this school cared too much about school rules and treaties, so he kept a close eye on him who bought points privately and violated school rules. Jyunji, why are you looking for me? Wuye asked directly. That's right, Sikong boy, I bluntly said, lend me 1 million points. Gao Yuanji Liasuk said straightforwardly. Jyun Temple, you are really welcome, I will lend you 1 million points. Don't you think that 1 million points is not enough? Wuye said dumbfounded. For other mediocre people, 1 million points is indeed a lot, which is an astronomical figure, but Sikong boy, your current points should have exceeded 10 million, and 1 million points is a small number for you. Jyun Temple, you don't care how many points I have, why should I lend you the points, and what is the benefit of lending you the points? After graduation, I will specially invite you to join my Jyun Temple Chable and give you 10 positions with an annual salary of thousands of square meters. The 6 assistants of Jyun Temple readily stated their return conditions. You all know that I belong to that family, why do you still think that this kind of condition can impress me? Wuye said angrily. Because Sikong boy, didn't you deny that you were from the Sikong family before? That was before, and now is now. Wuye smiled at Jyunji Liasuk. Let's discuss a feasible plan. I have the intention of bringing Class D to Class A, so please come and help me, Jyunji, and I will give you points for overthrowing the army. No, I hate being used. Gao Yuanji Liasuk rejected Wuye's proposal without hesitation. It's not about taking advantage, it's about win-win cooperation. You need points, and I need class points. We all have a common goal. No matter what you say, Sikong boy, I won't agree. I don't want to waste my beautiful youth on these mediocre people. Forget it then. Wuye rolled his eyes and walked past Kojinji Liasuk. Megumi Karuizawa, who was standing not far in front of Wuye, immediately greeted her, and she naturally took Wuye's arm and asked, Wuye, what does Gao Yuanji want you for? He seems to have no points to spend, and he plans to ask me to borrow 1 million points. 1 million points? He is so arrogant, why should he borrow so many points from you? That's right, so I rejected him and proposed a win-win cooperation proposal, but Jyun Temple still refused. Wuye said helplessly. Jyunji Liasuk should be the only student in Class D who was not dealt with by Wuye. If Wuye can completely handle the 6 assistants of Jyun Temple, then Class D can be said to be an iron bucket. It's a pity that even if Gao Yuanji's 6th assistant has no points, he still doesn't plan to cooperate with Wuye to win class points together. In fact, it seems that capable, courageous, and wise students like Wuye and Jyunji Liasuk are destined to have a way to get points from other places. Just like just now, Jyunji Liasuk directly promised to let Wuye join the Jyunji Chable after graduation, and then directly borrowed his points. Borrowing points between students does not violate the school's regulations. Therefore, it is also feasible for the 6th assistant of Jyun Temple to let other students borrow his points by promising a position. Wuye thinks that the students in the 3rd grade are the most likely to accept the promises of Gaoyuanji Liasuk, especially the students in Class B, Class C, and Class D. Since they did not graduate from Class A, they could not enjoy the preferential treatment and privileges of this school, so they had to find jobs and schools by themselves. If the 6th assistant of Jyuan Temple promised them a position at this time, the students of Class B and Class D in the 3rd grade would definitely be tempted by many people. In the end, even if the trading of points is cut off, the source of points from Liasuk of Jyuan Temple cannot be cut off. Wuye, who walked to the seat with Megumi Karuizawa, thought helplessly. Hey, guys who are guaranteed, backed, and relied on are hard to deal with. As soon as Wuye sat down in his seat, Horikita Suzune threw the note on his desk. Is this arrogant snow fox addicted to passing notes? Dumbfounded, Wuye spread out the note thrown by Horikita Suzune. Ayakoji told me just now, he said that he has already made an appointment with Pseudo and the 3 of them, and he will go to the library to receive my teaching after 5 o'clock this afternoon. So Sikong, you can go to the library with me. Why should I go? Because you are sitting aside, they will keep quiet even if you don't speak. Besides, the library is quieter than the classroom, and it has a more learning atmosphere. Sikong, why don't you read and study in a better place? Not so good, I prefer to study in the classroom. You gave my contact information to someone else without authorization yesterday. Horikita, you have failed in your studies, and you have learned to threaten others. Okay, I will go to the library with you this afternoon. That's fine, don't bring the liaison party in the future threatened me. Seeing Wuye's helpless and mocking response, Horikita Suzune raised her lips slightly, but her smile quickly disappeared. The whole person quickly returned to the arrogant and cold appearance. As the class bell rang, class started. Due to the notification of the class points and Wuye's absolute domination over Class D, Pseudo Takuro and his poor students dare not violate discipline in class. Therefore, the classroom discipline of Class D today is still as beautiful as yesterday. The tone of the teachers in charge of the class is much more relaxed. After all, they don't like students making small movements during class, and the mood of the teacher will also be affected. It was soon after school in the afternoon, and Megumi Karuizawa, who had a sweet smile on her pretty face, took Wuye to go on a date again. Horikita Suzune silently watched the figures of Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi leaving the classroom of Class D. After packing up her textbooks, she took her student bag and started walking towards the library. There were only 20 minutes left until the 5 o'clock appointment. Wuye drank the last sip of milk tea, and he looked sideways at Megumi Karuizawa, who was lazily leaning on his shoulder. Hui, it's 5 o'clock, it's time to study. Karuizawa Megumi made a voice of reluctance and resistance, twisting her head. She rubbed against Wuye's arm with her honey-colored hair. Karuizawa Hui, who was acting coquettishly to Wuye, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and she raised her head and said happily, Wuye, let's not go to the classroom to study. Okay, you study so well, just teach me here alone. This is a coffee shop, if you study here, you will be alone with Wuye. Under the sweet atmosphere of dating Wuye, Megumi Karuizawa feels that studying is not a bitter thing anymore. Yes, but I made an appointment with Horikita to go to the library at 5 o'clock, or should we go to the library to study now? Wuye said. That's fine. Megumi Karuizawa nodded. Although the library is not as comfortable as the coffee shop, at least it is less crowded than the classroom. But Wuye, why did Horikita invite you to the library? Because she cares about others, she wants to teach Pseudo and the others so that they will not be expelled from school during the midterm exam. Wuye simply expressed Horikita Suzune's idea of teaching Pseudo Takuro and them to study. Karuizawa Megumi's face showed surprise. 703 She didn't expect Horikita Suzune to look so unreasonable, but caring about other people. Surprisingly warm. Anyway, she can't warm up to unfamiliar people, especially to unfamiliar boys. After that, Wuye paid the bill, and Karuizawa Megumi held his arm and walked towards the school library together. Maybe the midterm exam will be held in 3 weeks, so even if it is almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the students who are studying in the library, there are still many unexpected students, and even the air is filled with a strong and tense learning atmosphere. Under such an atmosphere, the students staying in the library were subconsciously talking in low voices. What Horikita Suzune said is not wrong. The library is indeed better than the Class D classroom, and it is more suitable for studying and reading. Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi saw the figure of Horikita Suzune at the empty table on one side. She was sitting on the seat with her waist straight, with a dignified posture, which made people feel uncomfortable at first glance. Dare to strike up a conversation and share a table. Wuye pointed to Horikita Suzune, and then whispered to Karuizawa Megumi, Megumi, go sit down with Horikita, I'll pick a famous novel. Okay. Karuizawa Megumi let go of Wuye's arm, and with her schoolbag on her shoulders, she stretched her slender legs under the skirt and walked towards Horikita Suzune. Because she felt that Horikita Suzune was a girl with a cold face and a warm heart, Megumi Karuizawa greeted her proactively and said, Horikita-san, good afternoon. Karuizawa-san, why are you here? Horikita Suzune subconsciously said in surprise, and then she realized that she asked a stupid question. Students in Class D all know that Megumi Karuizawa is Wuye's girlfriend, and she often sticks to Wuye's side, so Megumi Karuizawa obviously followed Wuye to the library. I came here with Wuye. Really? Karuizawa Megumi looked at Horikita Suzune, who was expressionless, but inexplicably colder. She blinked her smart eyes. I didn't expect you, Horikita-san, to be a warm-hearted person. I am willing to teach those poor students to learn. 17. Nothing to do with you. You? Megumi Karuizawa, who was coldly responded by Horikita Suzune, puffed her cheeks slightly, and left angrily with her school bag on her shoulders. She doesn't want to sit at the same table with this cold and unreasonable guy? Horikita Suzune glanced at Megumi Karuizawa, who was leaving angrily. She let out a soft snort. It's best to go away, save the time. This woman clings to Wuye, disturbing her teacher Pseudo Takara. At this time, Wuye has come to the mystery novel area of the library, and the bookshelves here are all famous mystery novels in the world. Since it doesn't cost points to borrow books from the library, many students are keen to borrow books from the library. So you read the first volume of a certain book, only to find that the second volume of the book has been borrowed by someone else. There is a sense of aggrieved feeling that the author has stopped updating halfway through the book. Well, Wuye, who was looking at mystery books on the shelf, heard a slightly troubled female voice, and he looked in the direction of the voice. Wuye saw a silver-haired girl. Her feet in gray stockings tiptoed slightly, and her arm holding a book was stretched hard, as if she wanted to put the 10 books on a shelf higher than herself. Because the silver-haired girl was not tall enough, no matter how hard she stood on tiptoe, she couldn't put the book back. Wuye accidentally discovered that she wanted to return the book on the shelf, which was the second volume of Bai Yasing by Kigo Higashino that he was looking for, so Wuye walked towards the silver-haired girl. Shianahiri stood on tiptoe hard, trying to put back the finished mystery novel by Yasing, but if she couldn't reach it, no matter how much she stood on tiptoe, it didn't make sense. I can only find a stool. Thinking like this, Shiana Hakezo slacked off, and the book she was trying to hold slipped from her hand and fell straight towards her head. Shocked, Hiri Shiana subconsciously closed her eyes and shrank her head. She knew that the falling books would definitely hit her on the head. Just when Shianahiri was so frightened that she closed her eyes, she suddenly felt her arm being pulled, and she fell into a warm embrace. The falling books made a clacking sound on the ground, and Shianahiri heard a boy's voice in his ears. Are you okay? The boy's voice was very calm and deep, full of masculine charm, and the slightly caring tone revealed a little tenderness, as if with the magic power of calming people's hearts. Shianahiri felt warmth and stability in his heart. The slender eyelashes trembled slightly. Hiri Shiana opened her closed eyes, and she saw the boy's face with her head raised slightly. The handsome face is so handsome, and the black and white eyes are shining like stars. He is a boy who can easily fascinate girls. Ah, it's you? Shianahiri let out a small, soft exclamation, and she recognized the boy who pulled her into his arms to protect him. Isn't this boy Sikong Wuye who taught Long Yuan a lesson? Looking at Hiri Shiana in her arms, Wuye also showed a surprised expression. It's you? Wuye is also very impressed with Shianahiri from Class C in the first year, because when he beat Ryuan Shou violently, all the students in Class C were afraid of him, except for this silver-haired girl with a temperament like cotton candy. She didn't look at him with that fearful look. This silver-haired girl, like a silver light in a black sea, made Wuye notice her. Wuye released Shianahiri, who was pulled into his arms, and then he bent down and picked up the second episode of Bai Yasing that fell on the ground. Hi Sikong, I'm Yuka Shiana from Class C of the first year. Well, hello, I'm Sikong Wuye from Class D of the first year. After introducing themselves to each other, Shianahiri bent her waist slightly, and she thanked in a sweet and soft voice like cotton candy. Thank you very much for your help just now, otherwise I should have been caught by the book just now. Hit it on the head. You are welcome. Wuye responded to Shiana's thanks. He took out the first episode of Bai Yes Journey from his student bag, and easily put it back on the higher bookshelf. Staring at Wuye quietly, Shianahiri discovered that the mystery novel he returned was Bai Yasing Superior, and her eyes immediately shone with light. Student Sikong, you are returning the first episode of Bai Yasing. Have you finished watching it? Yeah. Wuye nodded, and he said to Shianahiri, who suddenly became emotional for some reason, so I came to the library to look for the next volume, and it happened that you were returning the next volume, which is quite a coincidence. That's right. Shianahiri took a step closer to Wuye. She exudes a beautiful girlish atmosphere, and began to talk about her bad attitude in the first episode of Bai Yasing. The smiling Wuye also responded to Hiri Shiana, and discussed with her the various plots of the first episode of Bai Yes Journey, expressing her own views and opinions. The appearance of Wuye and Hiri Shiana having a happy conversation is not at all like a stranger who has met 2 or 3 times. Instead, it is like a good friend who has known each other for a long time. Student Sikong, let's exchange contact information. Shianahiri with a calm and joyful face took out his school mobile phone. After you finish watching the next episode of Bai Yasing, let's talk about it to each other. What do you think about the next episode? Yes, but aren't you afraid of Long Yuan Xiang? Wuye asked. Student Ryuan. Shianahiri tilted his head slightly, revealing a little puzzled and cute look. Why are you afraid? Because I have a deep conflict with Long Yuan Xiang, and he is the leader of Class C. If Long Yuan Xiang finds out that you talk to me, he will blame you, right? Wuye explained. It doesn't matter. Shianahiri shook her head. She explained, even if Ryuan-san is the leader of Class C, he can't stop me from making friends. Really? Wuye blinked, and the shining beauty disappeared. Wuye ended his mind-reading ability, and he found that this girl named Shiina Hiri really wanted to make friends with him, not a spy or conspiracy specially sent by Long Yuanxiang. After learning that Long Yuanxiang and Nan Yunya got together, Wuye felt that the two people's conspiracy against him would soon follow. Now Wuye met Shiina Hiri from Class C in the library, and he subconsciously classified Shiina Hiri as a conspiracy sent by Ryu and Sho. However, after testing his mind-reading ability, Wuye found that he was thinking too much. His encounter with Hiri Shiina and the second episode of Bai Yasin were all just coincidences. Just now, through mind-reading ability, Wuye probably knew why Shiina Hiri wanted to exchange contact information with him. Because none of the students in Class C likes mystery novels, Hiri Shiina didn't even have anyone to chat with. I really hope to make friends with similar interests. By talking with Wuye, who returned the first episode of Bai Yasin, Hiri Shiina confirmed that Wuye is her friend with similar interests. That's why Hiri Shiina took the initiative to exchange contact information with Wuye. Wuye looked at Hiri Shiina in front of her. This soft and cute silver-haired girl was looking at him with eyes full of hope, and she really wanted to exchange contact information with him, and we would exchange the plot of the mystery novel together in the future. Since Shiina, you are not worried that Ryu and Sho will be angry, then I don't care either. Let's exchange contact information. Yeah. Shiina's eyes turned into a joyful smile, and she finally found a friend with similar interests. Shiina Hiri in Class C, on the surface she likes to be alone, but in fact she is just not good at communicating with people, and she can't talk to others, so Wuye is really the best she handed over in this school first friend. Wuye exchanged contact information with Shiina Hiri, a soft silver-haired girl. Since she found the mystery novel she wanted to read, Wuye said goodbye to Shiina Hiri and went back to meet Karuizawa Megumi and Horikita Suzune. Sikong, after you finished watching the second episode of Baya, you must tell me. I want to discuss the plot of the next episode with you. Well, I will. Shiina Hiri with soft eyes looked at Wuye's leaving back, and she planned to wait until Wuye finished reading Baya's journey, and recommend the mystery novels she liked to read to him. Then after Wuye finished reading the mystery novel she recommended, discuss the plot of that mystery novel with him. Thinking that I will be able to discuss the plot of the book with my friend Wuye in the future, Shiina Ri and the whole person will become much softer. Wuye, holding the second volume of Bai Yasin, returned to the side where Horikita Suzune was sitting, and because she couldn't see Karuizawa Megumi, Wuye asked in surprise, did Horikita Megumi come over just now? Looking for you. Have. What about her? I don't know, she left after saying a few words to me. Horikita Suzune replied coldly. Wuye glanced at Suzune Horikita with a stern face. He didn't even need to ask. He knew after a little guesswork that the two had a conflict after saying a few words, and then Megumi Karuizawa got angry. It is estimated that Karuizawa Megumi is looking for Wuye in the library now. Wuye took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Karuizawa Megumi's line, asking her where she is now. While Wuye was waiting for Megumi Karuizawa to respond, Kiyotaka Ayanakaji stepped into the library gate with Takara Sudo, Kanji Ike, and Haruki Yamauchi, followed by Class D the little angel Kushida Kikyo. Since Kiyotaka Ayanakaji had sent a text message to Horikita Suzune just now, saying that they were coming to the library soon, Horikita Suzune has been paying attention to the entrance of the library. Now Horikita Suzune not only saw Ayanakaji Kiyotaka and his party, she also saw Kushida Kikyo. Sikong? Why did Kushida-san come with them? Horikita Suzune raised her eyebrows and said dissatisfiedly to Wuye who was beside her, didn't I tell you not to let her get involved? Why are you telling me these things? I'm not responsible for persuading Sudo and the others to come and study. You should ask Ayanakaji. Wuye said with an innocent expression. You asked Ayanakaji to go to Kushida-san for help, right? Horikita Suzune said with sharpened fox eyes. How could I do such a thing that troubles you? Wuye said angrily. Wuye's words seemed to be very lethal. Horikita Suzune's raised slender eyebrows relaxed, and the staring fox eyes were not so sharp, but a little softer. Sorry. Sikong, I seem to have misunderstood you just now. Wuye glanced at Horikita Suzune, who turned his head awkwardly and apologized, and said with a smile, if you apologize, you have to look into other people's eyes, otherwise there is no sincerity at all. Horikita Suzune turned her head immediately, she stared at the pair of fox eyes that had sharpened again, and stared fiercely at Wuye's eyes. Sorry. That's fine. Okay, Horikita, if you look at me like this again, my eyes will probably be hurt by your eyes. Humph. Horikita Suzune snorted arrogantly, she squinted her eyes and looked at Ayanakaji Kiyotaka and his group walking towards them. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka felt puzzled in his heart, because Horikita Suzune looked at him with terrifying eyes. Kushida Kikyo trotted over, and when she came to Wuye, she showed a cheerful and enthusiastic smile. Wuye, you are here too, what a coincidence. It's quite a coincidence, Kikyo, how did you come here? Kushida Kikyo, who leaned slightly sideways, looked at Horikita Suzune who had a cold face, because, for Ayanakaji-san, Horikita-san is going to teach Suda-san and others, Wang Li's. But Ayanakaji-san couldn't convince Suda-san and the others, so he asked me to help call them. It's been summoned now, so you don't need to come with me. Horikita Suzune's tone was full of rejection of Kushida Kikyo. Of course we will come together. Kushida Kikyo replied confidently, I persuaded everyone with the reason of I will also participate in teaching. That's right, if it wasn't for Kikyo-chan, we wouldn't have come here. Ike Kanji quickly echoed. He had some thoughts about Kushida Kikyo. That's why she readily agreed to accept Horikita Suzuki's teaching. Horikita Suzune ignored Ike Kanji's words. She said coldly to the smiling Kushida Kikyo, Kushida-san, your quiz scores are pretty good, you don't need to accept the teachings. If you stay here, will only be troublesome and a waste of time. Hey, what's this? Kushida Kikyo scratched his cheek embarrassingly. Actually, it should be a coincidence, because there are many multiple-choice questions in the small test paper. Most of my points are guesswork. So in order to pass the midterm exam, I also want to be taught by Horikita-san. 17 Horikita Suzune fell silent completely. She looked at Wuye who was watching the play. Her charming fox eyes seemed to tell Wuye, hurry up and get rid of this pestering and hating her. Take away Kushida Kikyo. Wuye pretended not to understand the meaning of Horikita Suzune's eyes, and continued to communicate with Karuizawa Megumi while holding the mobile phone. Horikita Suzune cast a veiled glance at Wuye who was sitting on the sidelines, and she finally sighed in her heart. I understand, Kushida-san, if you want to join, then join. Hey, thank you Horikita-san. Afterwards, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka and his group all sat down at this long table. It seemed that because Wuye was here, none of the three of them, Ike Kanji, Pseudo Takuro, and Yamauchi Haruki, dared to make a fuss. Now Ike Kanji is a little bit regretful. If he had known that the demon Sikong Wuye was here, he would not have come even if Kushida Kikyo invited him. In this way, the study session mentioned by Horikita Suzune started in a slightly dull atmosphere. Afterwards, Megumi Karuizawa came back here, and she sat down next to Wuye. The sweet smile shown by the girl with honey-colored hair, as well as the situation of clinging to Wuye, made Chi Kwanzi and the others feel incomparably moved. Jealous. They not only have to study these incomprehensible exercises in anguish, but also watch Sikong Wuye and his girlfriend throwing dog food? It's just killing and killing people? Because it was taught by her beloved boyfriend, Megumi Karuizawa was able to cheer up no matter how annoying the study was. Ike Kanji and the others are different. They are stupid and disobedient in class, so they can't do almost all the exercises carefully prepared by Horikita Suzune. In desperation, Horikita Suzune had no choice but to start explaining the method and application of problem-solving methods, but she was not good at teaching at all as she liked to be alone. In addition, Ike Kanji and the other three didn't understand anything. Horikita Suzune's the irritability and impatience rose up. After another 2 minutes, the grumpy Sudokan threw his ballpoint pen on the long table. No, I give up. I can't understand this math problem at all. Me too. Me too. After Sudokan gave up, Ike Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki also gave up one after another. Horikita Suzune's face darkened, and at this time Kushida Kikyo appeared on the stage. Kushida Kikyo put his hands together and persuaded in a sweet voice, everyone, try a little harder. As long as you can understand the method of solving the problem, the rest is to use it, and the exercises prepared by Horikita should be able to be assigned in the exam. Will it come in handy? Hey, if Kikyo-chan said so, I can try harder. But if Kikyo-chan can teach me, maybe I can work harder. 067 Ike Kanji complained. Horikita Suzune gritted her silver teeth secretly. She didn't dislike you for being stupid, but you actually started to dislike her teaching? What do you think of this? Horikita-san. Kushida Kikyo looked at the dark-faced Horikita Suzune. If Kushida-san is willing, then you can teach Ike-san. Horikita Suzune replied coldly. Yeah. Kushida Kikyo began to happily teach Ike Kanji. But even with Kushida Kikyo replaced, Sudokan and the others still can't understand. Now Kushida Kikyo looked at the dazed and stupid trio. Her heart twitched. She had already experienced the feeling of Horikita Suzune's rising anger just now. But to maintain the character design of the little angel, Kushida Kikyo had to keep smiling. Wuye looked sideways at Kushida Kikyo whose mouth was twitching secretly. He couldn't help smiling. The little angel seems to be working hard now. Wuye, don't look at other places. How to solve this difficult problem? Karuizawa Megumi said coquettishly to Wuye. Is this question? You review the question first, and then. A few more minutes passed, and the stupid Kushida Kikyo couldn't stand the trio anymore and couldn't even maintain a smile. Now Horikita Suzune has completely seen how bad Sudokan and the others are. Horikita Suzune couldn't stand it and said, you are too ignorant and incompetent. You can't even solve this level of exercises. Obviously you only need to be a little more serious in class to know how to solve them. It's so noisy. It has nothing to do with you. The grumpy Sudokan stood up dissatisfied, and stared at Horikita Suzune. Horikita Suzune, exuding a cold aura, didn't mean to be afraid of Pseudo Takuro at all. She said, this really has nothing to do with me, but you can't even do this level of exercises. I can only feel sympathy for you. Sympathy for what? Naturally I sympathize with you for failing the midterm exam and being expelled from the school. Horikita Suzune said mercilessly. What are you nasty woman talking about? An angry Pseudo Takuro stretched out his palm, trying to grab the school uniform. I fought, collar of this nasty arrogant woman. But Pseudo Takuro's outstretched arm was firmly pressed down by a hand in the middle of the way, and it was pressed firmly on the long table. Sikong Wuye, what are you doing? Pseudo Takuro stared at Wuye who was holding his palm. I should be the one who asked you this sentence. What do you want to do to Horikita? Wuye said lightly. When Horikita Suzune was arguing with Sudokan, Wuye had already walked towards them, because he knew that the arrogant Horikita Suzune would definitely anger the grumpy Sudokan, and he would definitely treat Horikita Bei Lingyan started. So when Pseudo Takuro was about to teach Horikita Suzune a lesson, Wuye stopped him in time. Horikita Suzune stared blankly at Wuye, who was standing in front of her. She pursed her thin lips. It was the first time she was protected by others, as she was always alone. I'm going to teach her a lesson. Teach a girl who kindly teaches you to study and doesn't want you to fail the midterm exam. Wuye raised her eyebrows and asked, are you ashamed? Is she kind? She despises us stupid from beginning to end. Sudeng Takuro said loudly. That's it. Ike Kwanji said in agreement, and Haruki Yamauchi also nodded in agreement. Wuye and Kushida Kikyo twitched the corners of their mouths. Isn't that true? You three are indeed fools. Let go, I'm leaving. Pseudo Takuro glared at Wuye, who was pressing his palm. Wuye withdrew his palm. Pseudo-kan quickly rubbed his palm. This BD put so much strength. He was about to bruise. After rubbing his palms, Takuro Pseudo threw all the textbooks and stationery he had taken out into the student bag. It's a pity that I asked the basketball club for leave to come here. It's a waste of time. I've always thought it was weird. Horikita Suzune, who doesn't even have half a friend like you, wants to teach us. No matter how you look at it, it's not right. You guy is just teaching to fool us. Her good intentions were distorted and misunderstood. Horikita Suzune's face turned cold immediately. She wanted to refute back with sharp words, but the figure of Wuye in front of her made her give up this idea. Forget it, don't bother Sikong. Hey, Ike, Yamauchi, are you two still planning to stay and accept this woman's ridicule? Pseudo-kan, who had already packed his things, said to Ike Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki. Ike Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki first glanced at Wuye cautiously, and after realizing that he had no intention of speaking, they also quickly took back the textbooks and stationery. Ayanakaji, you go too. Me, okay. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, who planned to go with the flow, also packed the textbooks he took out. Kushida Kikyo hurriedly said, is this really okay, everyone? If you fail the midterm exam, you will be expelled from school. Don't worry about Kikyo sauce, I'll stay up all night to make up for it. Chi Kwanzi replied confidently. Wuye rolled his eyes. Put your hope of passing the exam on staying up all night to make up for it. You really have a big heart. Stop talking. Chi Kwanzi complained in dissatisfaction, and then he was afraid of being retaliated by Wuye, so he walked away with his unpacked textbooks. Pseudo Takuro, Ike Kanji, Yamauchi Haruki, and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka all left, leaving only Wuye, Karuizawa Megumi, Kushida Kikyo, and the silent Horikita Suzune. The study session initiated by Horikita Suzune collapsed like this. Horikita-san, your attitude just now was too bad. No one would want to study with you. Kushida Kikyo said to Horikita Suzune seriously. Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. And you are not qualified to speak of others, because when you taught Chi Kwanzi and them just now, you couldn't even keep your smile. I was indeed wrong. Horikita Suzune said introspectively. These people not only have poor textbook foundation, but they don't even have the humility to learn. And it's all about dropping out of school. They still don't care. I was indeed wrong. I have deeply understood how ineffective and superfluous it is to teach them to learn. So Horikita, are you planning to give up on them? Wuye asked with a smile. It's not that I want to give up on them, it's that they don't care at all. I won't give up on Pseudo-san and the others. I will try my best to persuade them to study. Kikyo Kushida said seriously. Her whole body is now exuding radiance like a little angel. Horikita Suzune looked at Kushida Kikyo coldly. Kushida-san, are you really from the bottom of your heart? I don't think you really want to help them. What? I don't understand what Horikita-san means. Why do you say such hurtful words so carelessly? I would be sad too. Kushida Kikyo said a little aggrieved. Karuizawa Megumi clenched the ballpoint pen in her hand. You can be sad if you are sad. Why did you lean on my boyfriend? Suddenly, Megumi Karuizawa quickly took back her textbooks and stationery. She grabbed Wuye's palm with her school bag. Wuye, let's go too. This place doesn't seem to be suitable for studying. Let's go back to the classroom to study. Yeah. Wuye nodded, and he bid farewell to Kushida Kikyo and Horikita Suzune. After both Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi left, the atmosphere between Kushida Kikyo and Horikita Suzune became even more deserted. Horikita Suzune took a look at Kushida Kikyo, who was looking down with her head down, as if she was very sad. Because of the failure of the study session, she was in a bad mood, so she no longer had the intention of hiding with Kushida Kikyo. Kushida-san, you really hate me, don't you? How come? If I hate Horikita-san, why would I always want to be friends with you? This is what puzzles me the most. Horikita Suzune said without hesitation. I don't know why you hate me. I don't know why you hate me, but you still want to approach me. But I'm telling you now, don't approach me in the future. After clearly expressing her thoughts, Horikita Suzune packed her things and left the library. Kushida Kikyo, who was left alone, changed her face and became gloomy, completely opposite to her cheerful and enthusiastic expression. Suppressing the irritability in his heart, Kushida Kikyo also packed his things and left the library. In fact, every time Kushida Kikyo is rejected by Horikita Suzune, the anger in her heart will increase by 1 point, and the gradually accumulated anger will make Kushida Kikyo explode. Find a place where there are no surveillance cameras to vent some. Kushida Kikyo, who left the library, thought silently. This student has surveillance cameras everywhere, so Kushida Kikyo can't even find a place to vent her anger and dissatisfaction. Kushida Kikyo can no longer think of a way to vent her negative emotions. She feels that one day she will explode. Going with Megumi Karuizawa in Wuye. When Class D walked to the classroom, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. Wuye took out the mobile phone with his free hand, and then he unexpectedly discovered that it was Horikita Suzune calling him. Hi, let me answer the phone first. 11. Megumi Karuizawa let go of Wuye's arm meekly and considerately, and she walked aside with 2 school bags on her shoulders, waiting for Wuye to finish answering the phone. Hi, Horikita. It's me. Horikita Suzune's voice was still cold, but with a little depression added. It seems that the failure of the study meeting had some influence on Horikita Suzune. Sikong, are you going to the classroom to study now? Yeah, what's the matter? Wuye replied. Don't go to the classroom, anyway, you will get full marks in the exam casually. Horikita Suzune's answer made Wuye dumbfounded. What did she mean by that? Did she praise him for his good study? You know the coffee shop near the library, right? Come here, I have something I want to talk to you about. What are you talking about? Could it be something related to Pseudo and the others? You guessed it, come here quickly, I don't like to wait. I haven't agreed to go there yet. Wuye said angrily, and what else is there to talk about them? Haven't you given up on them yet? I have given up on them, but what I want to discuss with you is not their study, but other things. Well, for your big brother's sake. Wuye said helplessly. Horikita Suzune, who was in contact with Wuye with her mobile phone, frowned slightly. She asked him to go to the coffee shop. What does it have to do with her big brother? Horikita Suzune just wanted to continue asking Wuye, but Wuye had already hung up the call, so she had no choice but to give up the idea of asking and wait for Wuye to come over to ask him. Hui, someone asked me to talk about something. You go to the classroom first, I will go there later. Wuye said to Karuizawa Hui. Megumi Karuizawa suddenly showed a reluctant expression. She opened her lips slightly, and wanted to know who was looking for Wuye to talk about things. But what Kushida Kikyo said last night flashed through Karuizawa Megumi's mind. Even if it's a relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend, if you ask too much and care too much, you will be hated by Wuye. Then Wuye, come to me quickly, without you by my side, I can learn everything. Karuizawa Megumi said a sentence full of attachment. Okay. Wuye pinched Megumi Karuizawa's tender cheeks affectionately, left her with a shy expression, and walked back. Wuye came to the coffee shop near the library. Since Horikita Suzune was full of presents, he saw Horikita Suzune sitting alone in the seat as soon as he thought of it. Wuye sat down on the seat opposite Horikita Suzune, and he said casually, Horikita, what are you going to say to me? There is no rush about this, you tell me first, what did you mean just now for my big brother's sake? Horikita Suzune asked seriously. This. Wuye didn't want to hide anything, he explained, isn't your big brother the president of the student union? He helped me with some things before, so I came here for your sake. Sister's invitation. Horikita Suzune's face immediately showed an unhappy expression. She didn't want to hear that Wuye came to the appointment for this reason. At this time, the waiter in the coffee shop brought 2 drinks, and she said with a smile on her face, a cup of Americano and a cup of honey latte. My coffee. Horikita Suzune said coldly. Okay. The waiter placed the bitter dark black coffee in front of Horikita Suzune, and the remaining cup of honey latte exuding sweetness was placed in front of Wuye. What did you order for me? Wuye said with some surprise. Yes, you like sweet drinks very much, so I think you should like this kind of drinks. Horikita Suzune said. How do you know I like sweet drinks? Wuye asked. Because the ability to read minds consumes mental power, Wuye gradually developed the habit of eating sweets to replenish sugar, but no one should know that he likes it except for his childhood sweetheart Sakura Airi and Chabashita Sae, who is in charge of his 3 meals a day. Do you want something sweet? I often find that you have a lollipop in your pocket. Horikita Suzune pointed to Wuye's school uniform pocket with her pale fingers, and the handle of the lollipop protruded from the pocket. Good observation skills. Wuye said with a smile. Horikita Suzune snorted arrogantly. For some reason, her bad mood has improved a lot now. Wuye took a sip of the honey latte. The light sweetness of honey and the smooth milk complement each other, forming a sweet and smooth taste. While Wuye was tasting the honey latte, Horikita Suzune also took a sip of the Americano. The Americano without sugar and milk was particularly bitter, but she still remained expressionless after taking a sip. He is a ruthless person. At least Wuye couldn't drink the extremely bitter Americano with a blank face. The 2 drinking drinks kept quiet, and a warm and peaceful atmosphere spread between them. Horikita Suzune, who was always alone, had never experienced this feeling, and she was a little obsessed with it. But when she thought of Wuye having a girlfriend, Horikita Suzune suppressed the strange obsession in her heart. She licked her thin lips, and took the black coffee left on her lips into her mouth. Sikong, you have always held a nonchalant attitude towards Sudoken and the others. I wonder if you have decided to give up on them a long time ago. Wuye, holding a honey latte, asked, is that the question you want to ask me? Yes. Horikita Suzune nodded. You told everyone in Class D that you were going to promote Class D to Class A, but you turned a blind eye to the fact that Sudotakura and the others refused to study, so I guess you have given up on them. Well, in fact, I have already answered your question. Wuye said with a smile. What do you mean? Horikita Suzune was slightly taken aback. Didn't I ask you when I was in the library just now, are you planning to give up on them, and what was your answer? Wuye asked back. It's not that I want to give up on them, it's that they don't care at all. Horikita Suzune repeated what she said not long ago. That's right. Wuye nodded, and he showed a mocking smile. They don't care at all, so why should I put my energy and time on them? I'm not the sympathetic Madonna, nor their mother and nanny. Why should I try my best to take care of them who are always messing up? If Pseudo Takuro and the others have positive thoughts, I will naturally not give up on them. This is true, otherwise, when Pseudo-ken asked Wuye to teach him basketball, he wouldn't let him be a good student and give him a chance to become better. Unfortunately, Takuro Pseudo completely refused. Since you don't know how to cherish the opportunity given to you, and you don't know how to grasp it, then you will fend for yourself. Horikita Suzune was silent for a while, and she said, then Sikong, didn't you stop me from preparing for their study sessions? You don't know what kind of character you are. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune with a smile. You are stubborn and brain-dead. You are a character who will not give up easily when you make a decision, so why should I waste it? Salivation to persuade you. Horikita Suzune glared at Wuye, who said he was stupid. You really understand me. Well, I think people are pretty good at it. Wuye shrugged. Wuye has been able to read minds since he was a child. Children's curiosity is always very strong, so he often uses mind-reading skills to read other people's minds. Wuye has seen a lot of people with different appearances and the same appearance, and over time he has developed a pair of eyes that can see through other people's disguises. Although they are both little angels, Ichinose Hoonami is the same on the outside, and Kushida Kikyo is not the same on the outside, and these are all recognized by Wuye through his experience and eyes. After that, Horikita, do you still want to continue teaching Pseudo Takuro and the others? Wuye asked. Horikita Suzune hesitated for a while, and then she said seriously to Wuye, I still don't want to give up. After all, Wuye, if Pseudo and the others fail the midterm exam, then we don't know if their withdrawal will affect our class points. If there is a dropout in the class points may be deducted, and if they are deducted as negative points, then it will be more difficult for our Class D to be promoted to Class A. Wuye smiled and looked at Horikita Suzune who was explaining seriously. This tsundere snow fox was making excuses to help others again. Horikita Suzune seemed annoyed by Wuye's smile. She said angrily, Sikong, what are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with my guess? There is nothing wrong with it, but I am still very cautious. But I want to ask, Horikita, are you really thinking of helping them because you are worried that the class points will be deducted into negative numbers? Wuye asked with a smile. Of course. Horikita Suzune replied without hesitation. Then I'll find a senior to answer your concerns. Wuye took out his mobile phone and called a certain ice face, and at the same time chose the hands-free function, so that Horikita Suzune could also hear the conversation between him and the ice face. Horikita Suzune looked at Wuye suspiciously, and soon her face changed, becoming guilty and timid, because Horikita Suzune heard the voice of her big brother Horikita Kikyo from Wuye's mobile phone. Sikong, why are you contacting me again? Oh, I want to ask you about some important matters. Wuye replied to Horikita Kikyo with a smile while admiring Horikita Suzune's timid expression. It's rare to see the arrogant snow fox showing a guilty conscience. Wuye was used to seeing Horikita Suzune's cold expression, and now seeing her timid expression was a bit flirtatious. Horikita Suzune seemed to have sensed Wuye's wicked intentions. She tried her best to stare at those charming fox eyes, and warned him not to talk nonsense to her big brother. What is it? Horikita asked bluntly. Although I don't know if you know one thing, senior, in fact, the class points of our first year Class D have been deducted to 0. About this, I already know, and Sikong, I am very surprised. You seem to have reminded the students in Class D to observe discipline at the beginning of enrollment, but the class points of Class D will still be deducted to 0. Horikita said calmly. 0, seeking flowers. Ahaha, after all, we are the worst Class D in history. Wuye replied with a smile. Hearing Wuye's tone, Horikita felt relieved. His favorite first-year student, Sikong Wuye, did not give up on himself or blame others because his class points in Class D were deducted to 0. Then Sikong, what do you want to ask from me? If the matter is within the rules allowed to be disclosed, I will tell you everything. Horikita asked calmly. That is, the class points of Class D are already 0 points. No matter whether it is late, early leave, or violation of discipline, the class points will not be deducted as negative points. Is that so? According to the school's class point regulations, this is indeed the case. Then if a student fails the midterm exam or the final exam and is expelled from the school, will the class points with 0 points be deducted as negative points? Horikita Suzune, who kept quiet, held her breath and listened attentively to his big brother's answer. No. Horikita pushed his glasses. Although the student's withdrawal from the school will result in the deduction of 300 class points, but if the class points are 0, they will not be deducted to 0 anyway. So that's it, I understand. Wuye gave Horikita Suzune a look and asked if she heard clearly. Horikita Suzune nodded her head lightly, indicating that she heard it. 0. However, Sikong, if it is possible to prevent students from dropping out, then try not to let them drop out, because the students who drop out may have skills that can be useful in future exams. Horikita reminded. I know, like the kind of people who are good at sports. That's right. Horikita nodded, very satisfied that Wuye could say the answer he wanted to hear in an instant. All right senior, I have nothing to confirm. Wait a moment. Horikita Shue stopped Wuye. He hesitated for a while before asking in a low voice, let me just replace my parents and ask my useless sister. She is in D. How is the class doing? Horikita Goku's question made Horikita Suzune look surprised and surprised. She never expected that the cold big brother would ask Wuye for her news. Horikita Suzune was surprised, but Wuye was speechless. He said angrily, "Senior, you are Horikita's big brother. If you want to know her situation, you can ask her directly. Do you have to ask me? Sikong, you called me, and I just asked about her situation by the way." Tisk. Wuye clicked his tongue. The Horikita brothers and sisters are both tsundere? Horikita Shui obviously couldn't bear to care about his younger sister Horikita Suzune, that's why she asked Wuye here. Wuye glanced at Horikita Suzune, who was staring at the charming fox. She had already written a line in the notebook. The content was, "Don't tell big brother about my situation." Wuye gave Horikita Suzune a look of "you don't worry," and then said with a smile, "Senior, your sister, she is very good, she got very high grades in the quiz, but she is the president of the student council, so she should know how many points your sister got in the quiz." "No, I don't know, and haven't noticed." 17. Horikita Suzune's expression froze slightly. She froze like an eggplant beaten by frost. Wuye couldn't help laughing out loud. Scoff. Wuye's light smile made Horikita Suzune grit her silver teeth secretly. If he wasn't talking to her big brother, she would have stabbed him with a compass. Horikita also heard Wuye's laughter. He seemed to think that if he asked about his sister's information, he would be laughed at by this guy, so Horikita didn't continue to ask. After finishing the call, Horikita Suzune stared at the smiling Wuye in fear. "Sikong Wuye. Oh, this is a coffee shop, don't shout so loudly, it will disturb others." "You? What are you? I didn't speak ill of you to your brother," Wuye said with a smile on his face. This is indeed true. Annoyed and depressed, Horikita Suzune drank the rest of the Americano in one gulp. Wuye took back her phone. "Horikita, now you know that class points will not be deducted if students drop out. It's a negative score. 5. So you plan to give up Chi Kwanzi and them. I guess you still don't intend to give up, and you will say, Big brother said just now, as far as possible for other students to drop out, because they will come in handy one day." Horikita Suzune, whose lines were robbed, looked at Wuye angrily. "Isn't that so? Just now I said I was worried that the class points would be deducted into negative points, but now the excuse is that they might be useful." Wuye rolled his eyes. "Horikita, you can't admit that you can't bear to see them expelled. Worry." Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune's awkward expression, and he shook his head. This awkward dead tsundere. Even if Horikita Suzune is arrogant, she is still cold and arrogant. That's why Horikita Suzune gave Sudoken and the others a feeling that she was mocking them, not trying to help them. Even a boy can't stand her? "Horikita, what are you thinking? Just tell others openly, otherwise with your attitude and personality, others will always misunderstand your original intention," Wuye said. Horikita Suzune glanced at Wuye. She didn't answer, but judging from the way she nodded her head gently, Horikita Suzune should have listened. But, Horikita Suzune listened to it, but whether she can do it is another matter. Because, if Aojiao can be frank, then Aojiao is not Aojiao? So you still don't plan to give up teaching them? Wuye asked. "Yes, so Sikong, please help me." 11. Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. He wanted Chi Luchi to make Horikita Suzune more frank, but don't be frank and ask him for help. "Actually, I've already helped. I'm sitting in the library today, but Suda Takeru and the others still left. What I need now is for you to help me find Kushida-san, and then ask her to gather Sudo and the others tomorrow," Horikita Suzune said seriously. Horikita Suzune had a showdown with Kushida Kikyo in the library just now, so she has no idea of asking her for help. Perhaps even if Horikita Suzune hadn't had a showdown with Kushida Kikyo in the library, she wouldn't have asked Kushida Kikyo for help in person. "I can still help with this job," Wuye replied straightforwardly. Instead of teaching Sudoken those troubles, but to ask Kushida Kikyo to ask for help, then Wuye is still willing to help. Anyway, it's not Wuye who persuaded Suda Takeru and the others to come to study. Then Wuye sent a message to Kushida Kikyo's line, but unexpectedly, the message was still displayed as unread for a few minutes, which means that Kushida Kikyo didn't realize that Wuye was sending her a message and didn't read the line message. This situation surprised Wuye, because as long as he sent a line message to Kushida Kikyo before, she would read it quickly and give a cheerful and enthusiastic response. "Is it because you don't have your mobile phone?" Wuye, who was guessing, chose to make a call, but Kushida Kikyo's phone responded that it had been turned off. Kikyo turned off the phone. "I wonder if the phone is out of battery," Wuye said to Horikita Suzune. "Really, I watched her return to the first-year teaching building. Maybe she is going back to the classroom to study," Horikita Suzune said. Horikita Suzune came to the coffee shop after leaving the library, and through the glass of the coffee shop, she saw the expressionless Kushida Kikyo walking towards the first-grade teaching building. So Horikita Suzune felt that Kushida Kikyo had returned to the classroom to study. "Then I'll go back to the classroom and have a look." Wuye stood up. Anyway, he was going back to the classroom to study with Megumi Karuizawa, so it was a drop-in. "Go slowly. You don't plan to go back to the classroom with me?" Wuye raised his eyebrows and looked at Horikita Suzune, who was still sitting. "I won't go back. I have to think of a more suitable way to teach those three who have no learning foundation." "Then think about it slowly." Wuye bid farewell to Horikita Suzune. She thought about it for about 20 minutes in the coffee shop, and then decided to leave here when she was about to pay the bill. She was told by the waiter that her handsome companion had already paid the points. Why did you settle the bill for me? I don't know why. Horikita Suzune muttered, and she left the cafe with slightly complicated emotions. Wuye, who was walking towards the first-grade teaching building, saw Kushida Kikyo through the glass on the second floor of the teaching building. The second floor is Class C's classroom. What is Kikyo doing wandering around there? Looking for friends? Wuye, who was talking to himself in amazement, found that Kushida Kikyo had turned around in Class C on the second floor, and then walked towards the stairs. After a while, Wuye saw Kushida Kikyo in the corridor of Class B in the main building. Because Kushida Kikyo's behavior was a little weird, Wuye was watching her from outside the teaching building. Kushida Kikyo walked around the classroom corridor of Class B on the third floor, then walked to Class A on the fourth floor, and then the fifth and sixth floors. She's not looking for friends, Kikyo. The fifth and sixth floors of the first-year teaching building are vacant classrooms, which are used to pile up sundries, stools, and tables, etc. If Kushida Kikyo was planning to chat with friends, she would definitely not walk around on the fifth and sixth floors. Wuye didn't know what Kushida Kikyo was doing. So curious, he entered the first-grade teaching building and walked up the stairs. Wuye, who had reached the seventh floor, could already hear the slight sound of footsteps coming from above. If it was Kushida Kikyo, it was not wrong. The seventh floor of the first-grade teaching building is the roof, where teachers will unlock the lock during lunch breaks, allowing students to have lunch on the roof. But after school, the teacher will lock the door leading to the roof. What is Kikyo doing on the roof at this time? Wuye poked his head out, and he saw the figure of Kushida Kikyo, who was now facing away from Wuye, facing the door leading to the roof. With Kushida Kikyo facing the door, Wuye couldn't help feeling a little weird in his heart. Ah, so annoying? Horikita Suzune is annoying. Wuye heard Kushida Kikyo's cursing voice deliberately lowered, and the voice of these words was not her usual warm and cheerful voice, but with strong resentment and dissatisfaction. Wuye slightly raised his eyebrows. Is this the true face of Kushida Kikyo that has been hiding under the mask of enthusiasm? Horikita Suzune, you think you are beautiful and you put on airs there. How can an arrogant woman like you teach people how to read? Quickly kill me. Kushida Kikyo, who lowered her voice, cursed Horikita Suzune like a curse, and Wuye couldn't help showing a subtle expression. Although Horikita Suzune always said that Kushida Kikyo hates her very much, but Wuye didn't expect Kushida Kikyo to hate her so much. Wuye took out his mobile phone and set it to silent mode, so as to avoid the horrible scene of the mobile phone suddenly rang, and then he was discovered by Kikyo Kushida. When Wuye was following Horikita Suzune and her big brother Horikita Chabashita Sae's cell phone rang, causing him to be discovered by the two Horikita brothers and sisters. Kushida Kikyo was venting her negative emotions by cursing, but because of being too angry and dissatisfied, Kushida Kikyo kicked the door leading to the roof fiercely. With a bang, a dull and existential sound resounded through the entire staircase. Kushida Kikyo didn't expect that her foot would make such a loud noise. Her face showed a little panic. She subconsciously turned around, wanting to check if anyone noticed the abnormal noise here. Then Kushida Kikyo saw Wuye's head protruding from behind. Wuye didn't expect that Kushida Kikyo would suddenly turn around at this moment. After Kushida Kikyo saw the head, she was flustered first, and then she became even more flustered when she recognized that the head was Wuye. No, Wuye, what are you doing here? Hearing Kushida Kikyo's extremely complicated voice, Wuye walked up and said helplessly, if I said I was lost and came here by chance, Kikyo, you wouldn't believe it. Kushida Kikyo was silent for a while, her eyes were fixed on Wuye. You heard it just now. Would you believe me, Kikyo, if I said I didn't hear anything? How could I possibly believe? Why is it you? Why is it you? Kushida Kikyo muttered to herself. Her face was cloudy and uncertain. She took a step, a little shaky towards Wuye. Come over. Wuye feels that Kushida Kikyo has a blackened feeling now. It's also quite normal. After all, Kushida Kikyo's true face, which has been hidden all along, was seen by acquaintances in the class, and it was she who was seen by the person she least expected to see. Faced with Kushida Kikyo approaching step by step, Wuye did not retreat, because this matter must be settled here, otherwise there will be a huge rift between him and Kushida Kikyo. This is not acceptable. Kushida Kikyo is Wuye's most useful helper, tool man, right now, and she has to rely on her to solve many things in Class D. So Wuye had to hold on to Kushida Kikyo no matter what. The wobbly Kushida Kikyo walked in front of Wuye, and because she kept her head down, Wuye couldn't see her expression clearly. Wuye, don't move around. Muttering, Kushida Kikyo grabbed Wuye's wrist forcefully, and then lifted it up, and Kushida Kikyo gently opened Wuye's fingers with her fingers, keeping his palm open. Wuye didn't struggle either, and let Kushida Kikyo play with his palm, but at this time Wuye's black and white eyes showed a beautiful color. Because Kushida Kikyo kept her head down, she didn't see the strange light in Wuye's eyes, which was enough to see through people's hearts. After spreading all of Wuye's palms, Kushida Kikyo gritted his silver teeth and pressed Wuye's palms hard on his own. Plop plop plop. Someone's healthy and intense heartbeat echoed at the stairs on the 7th floor. This violent heartbeat was not Wuye who held Kushida Kikyo's heart, but Kushida Kikyo himself. Kushida Kikyo took a deep breath, resisting her shyness, nervousness, fear, anxiety, and other emotions, and then said in a low voice, In this way, Wuye's fingerprints are stuck on my school uniform. If you tell Wuye what happened just now, I will tell the school that you, indecent to you, Wuye said with a half smile, with beautiful eyes. Ah, yes, that's right, it's just insulting me. I seem to be able to threaten Wuye to become my boyfriend, no way. Although it seems to work, but it doesn't work. In order for anyone to like me, I have to stay single, otherwise I can't keep those boys fantasizing about me, and if those troublesome girls know that Wuye is my boyfriend, they will definitely be jealous of me and cut off their relationship with me. Kikyo Kushida knows better than anyone else that she must not be Wuye's girlfriend, because since Karuizawa Megumi became Wuye's girlfriend, Kushida Kikyo has heard many girls' jealousy and abuse towards Karuizawa Megumi. In order to maintain the relationship between boys and girls, Kushida Kikyo would never have a boyfriend anyway, let alone threaten Wuye to make him her boyfriend. Wuye, whose eyes exuded gorgeous colors, looked strangely at Kushida Kikyo, who lowered her head and pressed her palm firmly on her plump heart. If Kushida Kikyo knew that everything she was thinking just now had been read by Wuye, she didn't know if she would be further blackened. Wuye is a person who hates being threatened by others, but the threat of Kushida Kikyo, he doesn't seem to like it. Only pity. Because in order to be welcomed by everyone, I wear a warm and cheerful mask, take the initiative to talk to people, exchange contact information, and even invite each other to coffee shops and student restaurants. Keeping a smiling face and talking and getting along with unfamiliar people is a kind of torture to the spirit and soul. Kushida Kikyo is really lucky to be able to hold on. Wuye wanted to withdraw his palm, but Kushida Kikyo pressed his palm so hard that Wuye couldn't withdraw his hand. Jiangsu, you already have fingerprints, you should let me go. No, the fingerprints are not clear enough. This should be my last contact with Wuye, he will definitely hate me in the future. Wuye, who maintained his mind-reading ability, shook his head helplessly. He bent down slightly and hugged Kushida Kikyo into his arms. Kushida Kikyo with a gloomy face was stunned for a moment. The aura that belonged to Wuye surrounded her in all aspects. Kushida Kikyo's cheeks were dyed blush, and her delicate body couldn't help but twitch. Softened up. You, what are you doing? Kushida Kikyo said loudly, feeling ashamed, but she didn't want to leave Wuye's embrace at all because of her embarrassment. He was held in Wuye's arms all the time without struggling. Didn't you say that the fingerprints are not clear enough, Kikyo? Now that I'm holding you, wouldn't it be good to leave more fingerprints on your school uniform? Wuye replied with a smile. You said, what you said, makes sense. Kikyo Kushida seemed to be persuaded by Wuye's excuse. She buried her head in Wuye's arms, breathing his breath. This is something Kushida Kikyo has always wanted to do, but can never do. After reading Kushida Kikyo's heart through mind-reading ability, Wuye has a better understanding of this little angel wearing a mask. He even understood her idea of wanting to be his girlfriend. So Wuye hugged Kushida Kikyo into his arms. Kushida Kikyo breathed Wuye's breath. Her body was heating up continuously. There was a hot feeling on her cheeks, and a girl's throbbing in her heart. As a result, Kushida Kikyo, who had become limp, didn't have the strength to continue looking at Wuye's palm, and he easily pulled it back. But Wuye, who withdrew his palm, did something that surprised Kushida Kikyo. His hands embraced her softened body in his arms. Obviously Kushida Kikyo and Wuye were still interrogating and pressing just now, but it quietly turned into an intimate embrace between the couple. Isn't it tiring to maintain a relationship with others with a smile all the time? Wuye said, stroking Kushida Kikyo's back. It's pretty tiring. Kushida Kikyo, who was breathing Wuye's breath, hesitated, and she whispered, Wuye, you don't seem to be surprised by my performance just now. Kushida Kikyo felt that instead of being surprised and disgusted by Wuye, she felt that Wuye was more gentle to her after seeing her hidden side. Because I have discovered that Kikyo has another side to you, Wuye said with a light smile. But just now is the first time I've vented my emotions. How did you find out before? Well, that's when you were in the student dormitory and wanted to contact me with Fang 08. Isn't that the first time I communicated with you? Kushida Kikyo's face revealed a look of distress. She thought Wuye hadn't discovered her hidden true face. I didn't expect him to notice it as soon as he communicated with her. Kushida Kikyo didn't think that Wuye was bragging or lying, because the boy who held her in his arms was called an invincible devil by everyone in this school. He is so good, it is normal to be able to see through her hidden side, right? Also, when Kushida Kikyo sometimes meets Wuye's black and white eyes, he always has a weird feeling of being seen through and seen by him. Since Wuye, you already know that my enthusiastic and cheerful side is a fake, why do you still maintain a friendly relationship with me? Kushida Kikyo asked anxiously. Then Kikyo, why do you think that if I know your true face, I won't maintain a friendly relationship with you? Wuye asked back. Isn't this a matter of course? Who would like someone like me who can curse people behind their backs? Then I'm wondering, which of you girls won't secretly scold others behind their backs, even if it's AI? Cough, even Hui, she will scold you in front of me. Wuye said, coughing lightly and changing his words. He almost said Sakura Airi's name. Kushida Kikyo's face turned cold. What did that Karuizawa woman scold me in front of you? Hui, she called you a clingy goblin, knowing that I have a girlfriend, yet you are shamelessly sticking to her to snatch her boyfriend. Hey, Kikyo, don't pinch me, it's not what I said. Wuye, dumbfounded, grabbed the palm of Kushida Kikyo's angrily pinching his soft waist. Kushida Kikyo's palm felt a strange warmth from Wuye's palm. She muttered, since you know you have a girlfriend, Wuye, why are you still hugging me? That's because I need you, Kikyo. Huh. Kushida Kikyo's heart skipped a beat at Wuye's words. She raised her head to look at Wuye. The smile on his handsome face made her heart beat. Need me? Wuye, what do you mean? I want to lead everyone in Class D to be promoted to Class A, and Kikyo, your ability is indispensable, so I need you. That's it. Kushida Kikyo seemed to be splashed with a bucket of cold water, and his whole body was completely cooled from the outside to the inside. She thought Wuye needed her as his girlfriend. But it's okay. Anyway, she can't have a boyfriend. But I'm so angry. Hey, don't pinch me. Wuye grabbed Kushida Kikyo's other hand so that both of her hands were caught by him. In order to deepen the relationship with Kushida Kikyo, Wuye held her hands and said, Kikyo, if you can, tell me how you cultivated your warm and cheerful side. I haven't cultivated it. I have always had a warm and cheerful personality. It's just that my personality has changed because of some things that happened in junior high school. Kushida Kikyo replied sullenly. I want to hear, if you don't mind, can you talk about it? Kushida Kikyo pursed her lips, her blushing face showed a little hesitation. She didn't know whether to tell Wuye what happened in her middle school. Although Wuye can accept that she has another side, she may not be able to accept what she did in middle school. Kushida Kikyo, who was in junior high school, single-handedly caused a huge chaos in the entire class, causing the students in the class to suspend school and transfer to another school. Don't be embarrassing, just tell me what you think you can say, and I'm your best listener, and I can relieve your negative emotions. Wuye said softly, playing with Kushida Kikyo's soft palm. That's right. Wuye, you are very powerful. No matter how you bet against other people or what items you bet against, you can win. You must have the ability not to lose to anyone. Well, sort of. Wuye nodded. Then Wuye, you should be able to understand. Kushida Kikyo became more energetic, and her tone became agitated. Get the best grades in the exam, get the first place in the catch game, get everyone's attention, and have everyone cast such amazing, handsome, and cute eyes on you. When you feel that others don't have it, but only you have it, don't you think that moment is the best? This is the way I want and aspire to live. Because only in this way can I really feel the meaning of my existence. That's why Kushida Kikyo likes to go up to the podium with Wuye and feel the eyes of the students in Class D. Listening to what Kushida Kikyo said, Wuye nodded. It's a good meaning, Kikyo. This is the so-called need for respect. Respecting needs is actually the recognition and respect of others for oneself, and then one will feel satisfied and happy about it, and enhance one's self-confidence. Simply put, humans are creatures that crave praise. No one would hate being praised and praised sincerely by others. Most of the children who have not stepped into society will continue to work hard to be praised. Wuye guided softly, Jiangsu, and then, I found out that I have a very high desire to win the first place. I want to be praised by everyone, and I can't extricate myself from thinking about it. Kushida Kikyo's words were full of strong emotions, as strong as a volcanic eruption, and then she looked at Wuye with a bitter smile, but I'm not as powerful as you, Wuye. So no matter how hard I study and exercise, I can't get the first place. I don't get everyone's praise at all. The second and third are not enough to satisfy me, so I thought, I will do something that others cannot imitate, so that I will always be number one. Later, I discovered that I could treat people more tenderly than anyone else, and be closer to others than anyone else. Thanks to this, I became a popular person. Both boys and girls like me. I feel the happiness of being depended on and trusted. Both elementary and middle schools are very happy. Hearing this, Wuye also knows how Kushida Kikyo is warm and cheerful, but doing so will make you feel great pressure and pain. Wuye said. Kushida Kikyo took a deep breath of the breath emanating from Wuye's body, and she whispered, as expected of Wuye, I already guessed it. In fact, it's not a guess, Wuye just heard Kushida Kikyo cursing Horikita Suzune with her own ears, so she definitely suffered pressure and negative emotions from others before. It was very painful. In order to maintain the image of a gentle little angel, it was very painful. The stress and irritability almost made me feel like vomiting. But I can't let others see me in this situation. I can only endure and endure it stubbornly. Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. Jianzhou, if you endure like this, your heart will break. Yeah, so after I felt overwhelmed, I chose to vent my stress, and that was blogging. I chose to remain anonymous, and I wrote down the pressure of not being able to tell anyone, and then published it, so as to vent the pressure accumulated in my heart. Because I have a way of hustle and bustle, I am much more comfortable. At the same time, there are many netizens on the blog who give me encouragement. I am quite happy. Kushida Kikyo's complexion gradually became gloomy, because it slightly affected her appearance. Wuye rubbed her cheeks with his own hands. Don't make trouble. Kushida Kikyo glared at Wuye in embarrassment. She just told Wuye to stop making trouble. She didn't mean to tell him to stop. Wuye, who understood the hidden meaning of Kushida Kikyo, smiled and rubbed her smooth and fair cheeks. But, 100 secrets, my blog was discovered by my classmates. Although I have anonymity, the content is what they have experienced, so they instantly recognized that the blog was me. Why would they recognize you? Wuye asked. Because they only said these things to me. They thought they had a good relationship with me, so they dumped all the rubbish topics on me. A large part of my pressure is caused by their rubbish topics. Kikyo Kushida's eyes revealed the color of boredom and disgust. Wuye had no choice but to continue rubbing her cheeks after your blog was discovered. The next day, the blog content I sent out spread in the class, and all the classmates were blaming me. They have received so much help from me all the time, but they turn their faces and deny people all of a sudden. It's really disgusting. Kushida Kikyo, who became emotional, continued, those guys hated me and began to bully and abuse me, and I stopped keeping secrets for them, and I told all the rubbish topics that the whole class dumped on me. After I exposed all the rubbish topics they dumped on me, all the bullying and abuse that was originally directed at me turned to the object of my resentment. The boys started beating each other, the girls were tearing each other's hair and pushing, the classroom was in chaos. Ha 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 ha. At that time, I was so happy to see the chaotic classroom. Wuye twitched the corner of her mouth. Kushida Kikyo would naturally be happy, because she completely let go of her inner pressure and negative emotions, and also caused those who brought her negative emotions to fall into chaos and melee. This is your experience in junior high school. Wuye nodded, but Kushida Kikyo, who was immersed in the story and memories, was taken aback suddenly, and she actually said the last thing she couldn't say. The dark history has been told. Kushida Kikyo watched Wuye secretly, to see if he hated her for it. But Kushida Kikyo didn't see a trace of disgust from Wuye's face. He seemed, don't hate her. Wuye, don't you think that I, who threw the whole class into chaos, is a devil? Just because you deserve to be called a devil. Wuye rolled his eyes at Kushida Kikyo, who was wary. Have you challenged the clubs of the whole school like me? The devil I'm talking about is not your devil. I understand what you mean, but actually I'm not considered to be a demon, but at most a hypocritical little woman. Kushida Kikyo showed an unhappy expression on her face. She hated the word hypocrisy very much, but she couldn't refute it, because she was a hypocritical woman. 0. If she is not hypocritical herself, how can she establish friendly relations with annoying people and troublesome people? Kikyo, you will lead Class D with me as always, so you will no longer be alone. I will be your partner. You are a devil, and I am a devil. Wuye said to Kikyo Kushida in his arms with a smile. Kushida Kikyo raised her head, and with a warm and cheerful smile, she replied, yes. And are they both demons? This relationship seems to be pretty good. Kushida Kikyo raised her hands, and she hugged Wuye's neck. Wuye, I can help you, but I need you to pay me. Wuye hugged Kushida Kikyo's slender waist slightly, lowered his head and looked down at her. Then what reward do you need? Just tell me, if I can. I will think about it. The certain emotion revealed in Wuye's black and white eyes made Kushida Kikyo feel joy and joy. He really has thoughts about her. I want you to be my boyfriend. Will you be your boyfriend? Of course, I will gladly accept it. But Kikyo, you should know that I already have a girlfriend. Wuye said with a smile. That's right, Wuye not only has a girlfriend, but 2 girlfriends. Actually, it's also because Wuye has 2 girlfriends, that's why he is so close to Kushida Kikyo. Wuye already has 2 girlfriends, 3 girlfriends is also acceptable. After all, there is a saying, if there is 2, there are 3. Of course I know that Karuizawa Megumi is your girlfriend, but I still want you to be my boyfriend, but it's the kind of secret. We have a private relationship without telling everyone. Kushida Kikyo, who said these words, exuded indescribable excitement from her orange-red eyes, and she now felt a strong sense of joy in her heart. If you communicate with Wuye in private, not only can you continue to maintain the position that both boys and girls trust her, but you can also have Wuye as a boyfriend. What makes Kushida Kikyo most happy and excited is that she is taking revenge on that arrogant and annoying Megumi Karuizawa. For Kushida Kikyo, who pretends to be a little angel, knowing the uneasiness, bitterness, shame, and secrets hidden in others' hearts can make her feel joy beyond imagination. This is her somewhat twisted way of life. And becoming Wuye's girlfriend, and being the boyfriend of Megumi Karuizawa, will make Kushida Kikyo feel this kind of joy. And it's a double joy, because Kushida Kikyo had other thoughts about Wuye, and even wanted to threaten him and make him her boyfriend. Thinking of Karuizawa Megumi's arrogant attitude towards her before, and ordering her to keep a distance from Wuye, Kushida Kikyo is very excited now. Wuye looked at Kushida Kikyo whose cheeks were blushing with joy, and he stroked her smooth and hot cheeks with his palm. Is it okay to have a private relationship? That's right. It's not harmful to you. After all, Wuye, you don't need to kick that woman Karuizawa Megumi. Something feels wrong. Are you going to agree or not? Kushida Kikyo stood on tiptoe and stared at Wuye. Her so strong and tough attitude made Wuye dumbfounded. It was the first time for Wuye to encounter such a strange situation. How can there be a girl who forces others to be an underground secret girlfriend? But since Kushida Kikyo is going all out, Wuye won't be afraid. After all, every boy likes to have a harem, and he is no exception. Under Kushida Kikyo's staring orange-red eyes, Wuye lowered his head gently, biting her flower-like lips. Wuye was using his behavior to replace his answer. Dell. On the 7th floor of the first-grade teaching building, a strange and slight sound suddenly sounded. This kind of thing is like a little milk cat sucking something. After about 10 minutes, Wuye looked down at Kushida Kikyo, whose eyes were blurred and his lips were slightly pursed, and he said with a satisfied smile, "So Kikyo, please teach me more in the future." Although Kushida Kikyo was still intoxicated by the joy Wuye brought her and did not recover, she had vaguely heard Wuye's words. Pursing his tingling hot lips, Kushida Kikyo showed a particularly sweet smile to Wuye. "Please teach me more in the future, my boyfriend." The kiss just now was Kushida Kikyo's first kiss, and it also established her relationship with Wuye. Now that Kushida Kikyo is Wuye's private girlfriend, the two of them will have a secret relationship without telling everyone. Wuye was quite relieved that Kushida Kikyo was not worried that she would cause confusion after becoming his girlfriend. Because in order to maintain her status in the hearts of boys and girls, Kushida Kikyo will not let others know about her relationship with Wuye. Therefore, both Wuye and Kushida Kikyo felt that it was the most suitable situation for them to interact in private. Wuye admired the charming appearance of Kushida Kikyo's blurred eyes. He bent down slightly and hugged Kushida Kikyo horizontally. Kushida Kikyo was taken aback by Wuye, the sudden princess, and she said in a panic, "Wuye, what do you want to do? Now you are my girlfriend Kikyo, of course I want to help you relieve the negative emotions in your heart." Wuye smiled and sat down on the stairs on the 7th floor with Kushida Kikyo in his arms, letting her sit between your own legs. The fact that it was almost in Wuye's arms made Kikyo Kushida so excited that it almost broke. Wuye didn't want to continue to bully Kushida Kikyo. He started chatting, "Kikyo, you just walked around the floor to check if there is anyone on the floor, so you can vent your negative emotions." "Yes." Kikyo Kushida, who responded to Wuye, took a deep breath to calm down the shyness and joy aroused by Wuye. "Then you can talk to me now, I can act as a listener to your troubles." Kushida Kikyo pursed her lips. There was still Wuye's warmth on it. She didn't really want to speak ill of others in front of Wuye, because she knew better than anyone else, listening to such things rubbish topics will only bring negativity to others. "My troubles have all been vented just now, and they are gone." Kushida Kikyo lied. "Yeah, right." Since Kushida Kikyo doesn't intend to vent her emotions, then Wuye will tell her some witty words between men and women. The intimate conversation with her boyfriend Wuye gave Kushida Kikyo a feeling of joy and joy, which can also neutralize the negative emotions in her heart. This can be regarded as a way to relieve emotions. Just like that, Kushida Kikyo sat between Wuye's legs, leaned on him, and spoke for nearly an hour. Since Kushida Kikyo is very talkative and outgoing, the two of them have no shortage of topics to talk to. They didn't end their conversation until Kushida Kikyo's abdomen made a slight grunt. "Hungry?" Wuye asked with a smile. "Well, it seems to be." Kushida Kikyo touched her flat abdomen, and when she was talking intimately with Wuye, she didn't feel hungry at all, but now Kushida Kikyo found that she was very hungry. And now Kushida Kikyo realizes that the surrounding light has dimmed. It must be already night now, right? Then let's go out to dinner. Okay. Kushida Kikyo readily accepted. She stood up from between Wuye's legs, and left his embrace. After leaving the embrace surrounded by Wuye's breath, Kushida Kikyo felt a sense of reluctance. She wanted to stay in Wuye's embrace. That's why that woman Karuizawa Megumi always hugs Wuye. At this time, Kushida Kikyo had this thought flashing through her mind. She had always wondered why Karuizawa Megumi, who was holding Wuye's arm, always had a silly smile. It turns out that leaning on Wuye's body is really so comfortable, and it's addictive. After Kushida Kikyo left Wuye's arms, he took out his mobile phone to check the time, and found that it was already 7:30 in the evening, and two people sent him many messages through the line. Since Wuye had already muted his phone, the line that received the message didn't make any sound. Wuye clicked on the line and saw that it was Megumi Karuizawa and Airi Sakura who were contacting him. Message from Sakura Airi. "Wuye, are you planning to have dinner with Karuizawa-san tonight? Then Mr. Chabashita and I will not buy your share of ingredients." It was just a message sent by Sakura Airi, and she found that the message was always in the status of unread, so after thinking about it, she still bought an ingredient for Kaya. Because Sakura Airi is not sure if Wuye will have dinner with Megumi Karuizawa outside. If he comes back and there is no dinner at home, then it will not work. News from Megumi Karuizawa. "Wuye, you're so slow, it's been an hour, why haven't you come back yet?" The message was sent around 6 o'clock in the evening. All the study sessions in the classroom are disbanded now, what are you doing, Wuye?" The message was sent after 7 o'clock, that is, the time when the Class D students' study meeting ended. Kushida Kikyo stood aside, arranging her slightly messy school uniform. Not only was she taken away by Wuye for her first kiss just now, but her delicate body was also touched by him, so the school uniform she was wearing was also a bit messy. Kushida Kikyo, who had finished arranging the skirt of her school uniform, looked at Wuye, and she found that Wuye was tapping on his mobile phone. "Are you sending Megumi Karuizawa a message?" Wuye glanced at Kushida Kikyo, who had a slightly sour tone, and said with a smile, "Yeah, Kikyo, are you jealous?" "Of course, I'm your girlfriend." "Hey, too. Sikong Wuye, when I'm by your side, you have only me as your girlfriend." Kushida Kikyo said forcefully. Now she is jealous with her boyfriend like an ordinary girl. Smiling, Wuye put the phone back into his pocket, and moved towards Kushida Kikyo's head. Seeing Wuye's approaching handsome face, Kushida Kikyo's tough expression suddenly became shy. "What do you want?" "I want to kiss my girlfriend." Wait a minute, Wuye kissed Kushida Kikyo fiercely on the lips, and after a few minutes, the smiling Wuye pulled Kushida Kikyo down the stairs, who was a bit flabbergasted. Kushida Kikyo behaved similarly to Sakura Airi. After she left the first-grade teaching building, she no longer stuck with Wuye, but kept a short distance with him. "Because I have already left the empty first-grade teaching building, there are students coming and going outside. Kushida Kikyo can't let others see her and Wuye's intimate clinging." Sakura Airi kept a distance from Wuye outside because she was afraid of strangers, while Kushida Kikyo was afraid that others would find out about her relationship with Wuye. Because of Kushida Kikyo's departure, Wuye's hands were free, so he continued to hold the phone, responding to Karuizawa Megumi and Sakura Airi's line messages. Kushida Kikyo glanced sideways at Wuye, who was pointing at the phone. She sighed faintly. She could somewhat understand why that woman Karuizawa K was staring at Wuye and ordered her to keep a distance from Wuye. Because Kushida Kikyo is the same as Karuizawa Megumi, she doesn't want Wuye to look away from her body at all, and she doesn't want other flirtatious sluts to hook up with Wuye's good Zhao boyfriend. Airi, I was busy just now. I was busy with something, so I muted my phone, and I couldn't see your message. Really, Wuye, I still have your dinner at home. Will you come back to eat it? Sakura Airi's response was as quick as ever. Shouldn't go back to eat, because I'm going to the student restaurant for dinner with others now. Is that so? Well then, I won't heat up dinner anymore. I'll have fun eating outside. Seeing Sakura Airi's response full of concern and love, Wuye's heart warmed up slightly, and then he felt a little guilty, because besides Megumi Karuizawa, Wuye had more. Kushida Kikyo, this girlfriend. Airi, when I get home, I have something to tell you. Huh? Then I'll wait for Wuye to come back at home. Good. Wuye ended the line chat with Sakura Airi. He checked Karuizawa Megumi's line, and found that the messages he sent in the past were still in the status of unread, it seems. Karuizawa Megumi didn't notice the line message from the phone. At this time, Megumi Karuizawa is in the student dormitory. Her cheeks are slightly puffed up, she is taking a bath, and the crystal clear water drops flow down from her body, showing the youthfulness of a girl. Beautiful. It's a pity that Karuizawa Megumi has a small scar on her abdomen below her left chest, which destroys her girly beauty. After taking a shower, Karuizawa Megumi put on her pajamas, she returned to the room exuding refreshing water vapor, and immediately checked her mobile phone on the desk. After discovering the line message sent by Wuye, Karuizawa Megumi's eyes lit up immediately. She didn't even wipe off her beloved hair, and hurriedly clicked on Lin. Hui, sorry, I forgot to attend the appointment. No need to apologize, Wuye. After all, you are doing business, right? But you don't respond to me. I'm very angry. Megumi Karuizawa with a sweet smile on his face sent this message to Wuye. Because I muted my phone, I couldn't find that you were contacting me. Well, then I forgive you. Let's study together tomorrow. Good. Fortunately, Karuizawa Megumi was quite understanding and forgave Wuye for not coming to Class D to study with her. Wuye rubbed his hair. He felt the distress of his girlfriend now. Well, it was the distress of the scumbag. Kushida Kikyo, who was walking with Wuye, asked Wuye about her mobile phone. Sikong, why did you send me a message before? Before? Oh, I have something to look for you. What's the matter? To be precise, Horikita Suzune asked me to ask you for help. After hearing the words Horikita Suzune, Kushida Kikyo's smile immediately subsided, showing a very obvious look of disgust and resistance. Anyway, Wuye already knew about his dark history, and Kushida Kikyo would not continue to maintain the persona of a cute little angel in front of him. Why did that woman Horikita Suzune seek me? It's still for the study meeting of Tsuruteikaru and the three of them. She still intends to teach them to study, so I want you to continue to gather them together. Wuye said casually. Ha. Kikyo Kushida sneered. Just because of her arrogant temper, she drove everyone away, and she still has the face to ask me to call those bastards together. BD. Wuye showed a subtle expression. This is Kushida Kikyo's evaluation of the idiot master group. That's right. In Kushida Kikyo's eyes, Tsuruteikaru, Ike Kanji, and Yamauchi Haruki are all jerks. Tsuruteikaru is a savage and violent BD, and Haruki Yamauchi and Ike Kanji are lustful and timid bastards. If Kushida Kikyo hadn't been in order to maintain a warm, cheerful, and helpful character, she wouldn't have exchanged contact information with the idiot trio. Since you don't want Kikyo, then I'll help you reject Horikita. Wuye said. No, I will help. Kushida Kikyo showed a sweet smile. After all, I am Kushida Kikyo who is eager to help others. 590. What's on your mind? I want to continue to see how Horikita Suzune will get rid of those three bastards in anger, and I want to see her quarrel with the three of them again. Wuye shook his head helplessly. Kushida Kikyo is really a bit perverted towards Horikita Suzune. By the way, Kikyo, do you hate Horikita because she refuses to make friends with you? Wuye asked. Kushida Kikyo hesitated for a moment, not really wanting to tell Wuye the reason, but she thought, she had already told him the black history of her middle school when she was on the stairs, so there was nothing to hide. Although Horikita Suzune repeatedly rejected me, it made me hate her, but the fundamental reason is not here, but because she was in the same school as me when she was in junior high school, although they were in different classes. Kikyo Kushida whispered said. Wuye understood, and he said, you think Horikita knows your dark history, so you hate her. That's right. I tried my best to establish a good relationship with her, but I was worried that Horikita Suzune would tell the dark history of the Middle Ages of our country. Wuye looked at Kushida Kikyo, who looked slightly gloomy and uneasy, and he patted her light chestnut shawl hair. Don't worry, I asked Horikita before, and she said she didn't know you at all. I don't think so, she just didn't think of me. After all, the incident in junior high school was a big mess, and the whole school knew about me who caused chaos in the whole class. Kikyo Kushida replied, she firmly believed in Horikita Suzune knows her black history. Actually, Kikyo, your black history is nothing, but mine is scary. Would you like to listen to it? Wuye said with a smile. Wuye, do you have a dark history too? Kushida Kikyo asked in surprise. Of course, let me tell you about my dark history, so that you can get along with me more at ease. After all, we all know each other's dark history. Is it okay? Kushida Kikyo said a little emotionally. If she knew Wuye's black history, she would be more at ease, because now she was unilaterally taken by Wuye, the black history of the country. Didn't Kushida Kikyo intend to threaten Wuye with the fingerprints of the school uniform? $1G at carat. She thought so before. But now she has become Wuye's girlfriend in private. On the stairs, Wuye touched her almost all over her body. Fingerprints on school uniforms are no threat at all. Now Kushida Kikyo feels that she can threaten Wuye because she is his girlfriend. Because Wuye definitely doesn't want Megumi Karuizawa to know that she has become his girlfriend, right? Wuye looked sideways at Kushida Kikyo, who was showing emotion, but was too embarrassed to speak directly. He smiled. So Kikyo, do you want to hear about my past experiences? I want to. Kushida Kikyo clasped his hands together, showing a sweet smile. I want to know more about Wuye. After all, I'm Wuye's girlfriend. I almost killed someone 2 or 3 years ago. Kushida Kikyo's eyes widened. She didn't expect Wuye's experience to be so explosive. Compared with Wuye's terrible experience, it seems that her dark history of causing the entire class to collapse seems to be nothing. Wuye looked at the startled Kushida Kikyo, raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you scared?" "I'm not afraid. Because I think there must be something hidden in it." Kikyo Kushida leaned over, and she hugged Wuye's arm just like Megumi Karuizawa, and tightly put her arm into the plump and mature heart. "Wuye, keep talking." "Yeah." Wuye nodded. "Actually, there's nothing hidden about it. It's just that the school I used to attend broke into a few bad guys, and they scared my childhood sweethearts, so I almost killed them. Afterwards, because of this incident, the whole school feared me, as if I would explode in the next moment and kill them all," Wuye said in a casual tone. "In the end, I was ostracized by the whole school. It's a coincidence that some people called me a devil in that school, and it's the same in this school." After that, Wuye was isolated because of being feared by everyone. But Wuye didn't feel anything. Instead he thought he was alone and happy with his subjects. "Wuye, your childhood sweetheart is also afraid of you?" Kushida Kikyo asked hastily. Wuye showed a gentle smile, and he replied without hesitation, "No, absolutely not. If Sakura Airi would be afraid of Wuye, then she would not come to this school with Wuye because she is timid. Just run away and leave Wuye far away." Kushida Kikyo was not satisfied with Wuye's answer, because she felt that her childhood sweetheart held a lot of weight in Wuye's heart, so her rival in love was not only Karuizawa Megumi, but also that unknown childhood sweetheart. Kushida Kikyo didn't continue to ask about Wuye's childhood sweetheart. If she continued to ask, she might know that childhood sweetheart was in this school. Right in Class D. Wuye and Kikyo Kushida walked together, just like ordinary good friends, went to the student cafeteria for dinner, and returned to the student dormitory 10 weeks later. Kushida Kikyo stood at the door of the student dormitory. If there were no students coming in and out, she would have wanted to be kissed hard by Wuye before going upstairs. "By the way, Wuye, that woman Karuizawa Megumi hasn't been to your apartment, right? Let's date in your apartment from now on." Kushida Kikyo happily proposed. "Aide. This proposal is great. What a fart. The real girlfriend Sakura Airi is in the apartment? Not good." Wuye shook his head, and he said seriously, "It's too far away, it's a waste of time to go back and forth. If you want to have a secret date with me, Kikyo, just stay in my student dormitory. My dormitory room is always empty, and it's very close to where you live. But there is a risk of being discovered by everyone. Just be careful," Wuye said with a smile. "Well, okay." Kushida Kikyo thought for a while, and agreed to Wuye's proposal, and the place for their private date in the future will be in Wuye's student dormitory. Kushida Kikyo felt a strange sense of excitement at the thought of having an intimate date with Wuye in the student dormitory without telling everyone or Megumi Karuizawa. It's like having an affair with a married man. Exciting? "Go back, it's time for me to go home and rest," Wuye said in Kushida Kikyo. "Well, see Wuye tomorrow." "Great, see you tomorrow." Wuye bid farewell to Kushida Kikyo, turned and left the student dormitory, but Kushida Kikyo stayed where she was, watching Wuye leave. After completely losing sight of Wuye, Kushida Kikyo turned around and stepped into the student dormitory, stroking her lips with her pale fingers. Recalling the warmth and attraction Wuye gave her here, Kushida Kikyo's delicate body couldn't help softening. "Wuye." At this moment, Kushida Kikyo's cell phone rang. She thought it was Wuye who sent her a message. She happily took out the cell phone to look at it, and then her expression immediately turned into disgust. It wasn't Wuye who sent messages to Kushida Kikyo, but someone else. As a little angel, Kushida Kikyo, people send her messages every day. It's fine to chat like a friend, but Kushida Kikyo is not acceptable. But the most unbearable thing is that some boys with excessive self-awareness beat around the bush and say that they don't have a girlfriend, that she fits his aesthetics and so on. Kushida Kikyo feels sick because of the guys with excess self-consciousness, so she uses it proficiently. At this stage, she just wants to study hard, and has no plans to find a boyfriend, so she can deal with them perfunctorily. Wuye returned to the single-family apartment, and there was no Chabashita Sae's high-heeled shoes in the shoe-changing place. She should have left the single-family apartment and returned to her teacher's dormitory. Sakura Airi was not in the living room. Wuye, who had put on her indoor slippers, turned around and found that Sakura Airi was in her room, judging from the textbooks spread out on the desk. Sakura Airi is studying. Sakura Airi, who was sitting on the stool, saw Wuye's figure, and her pretty face immediately showed a joyful expression. Wuye, you are back. Yeah. Wuye walked towards Sakura Airi, under her delighted eyes, kissed her smooth and fair cheek. Airi, you are learning. Yeah, my grades are not very good. In order to get good grades in all subjects, I have to study hard. Sakura Airi said shyly. Let me teach you to learn. After Wuye moved the stool, Sakura Airi asked, Wuye, you are on the line and tell me something. What is it? When you finish studying, I will. Let me tell you again. Wuye said delicately. Sakura Airi tilted her head slightly. She guessed, is it something bad? Worrying about affecting my study mood. How should I put this? It's a good thing for me, but it's not a good thing for you. Aili, it really affects my mood. But Wuye, if you don't tell me now, I won't even be interested in studying. In that case, I will tell you now. Wuye took Sakura Airi's soft palm, and placed it in the palm of her hand. Her slender and pale fingers felt very comfortable to the touch. Sakura Airi was a little shy and a little happy by Wuye's gesture of playing with her palms, although she didn't quite understand why Wuye liked her hands and feet so much. But the parts of her body that Wuye likes, Sakura Airi is very satisfied. Something happened this afternoon. Wuye told what happened this afternoon while playing with Sakura Airi's hand. Wuye was talking, and Sakura Airi was listening quietly. In the end, Wuye spoke out about Kushida Kikyo becoming her girlfriend. Wuye looked at Sakura Airi's expression. Her pretty face only showed a little surprise, and there was no jealousy or dissatisfaction. Wuye, you told me that Kushida-san has another side. I didn't quite believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. Airi, what you care about is not here, but the fact that she has become my girlfriend. Sakura Airi glanced at Wuye, whose eyes were a bit erratic. She pursed her lips and smiled, and withdrew her jade hand from his. Afterwards, Sakura Airi, who had a pretty face with a faintly charming blush, took the initiative to sit on Wuye's lap, leaning on his arms. Wuye, are you feeling sorry for me? Aren't I sorry for you? I'm still messing around with you even though I have you. Breathing Wuye's breath, Sakura Airi said softly, but didn't I encourage you? Whether it was Karuizawa-san or Kushida-san, it was I who encouraged you to accept their wishes. Hearing what Sakura Airi said, Wuye suddenly felt that TM made sense. Although what Sakura Airi said seems to be Wuye is not wrong. But Wuye knew that he had really failed Sakura Airi's heart, so he had to make up for her, and let out the anger aroused by Kushida Kikyo by the way. Wuye picked up Sakura Airi who was sitting on her lap. Wuye, have you thought about it again? Sakura Airi asked shyly said. Well, now I want to change my love for you. Go to the bathroom, I serve you to take a bath. No, it's right here, I will teach you and love you at the same time. No. Sakura Airi said that she didn't want to, while shyly cooperating with Wuye, letting him do whatever he wanted. In this way, Wuye and Sakura Airi spent a sweet night in the cozy room. As for learning, Sakura Airi can be said to have learned a lot of new knowledge, but the knowledge from the textbook is not learned at all. Today is the 3rd day of May. Wuye, who had breakfast in the morning, came to the classroom of Class D as usual. Karuizawa Megumi still came to him immediately, and Kushida Kikyo did the same. Everything is as normal as yesterday. No one knows that Kushida Kikyo has become Wuye's girlfriend. She gave him her first kiss, and Wuye has touched her whole body. Kushida Kikyo found that after becoming Wuye's girlfriend, she became more emboldened and confident in secretly competing with Karuizawa Megumi for Wuye. Judging from the fact that Wuye liked rubbing her heart last night, Kikyo Kushida felt that a little girl like Megumi Karuizawa was not a threat at all. Wuye sat in her seat. Karuizawa Megumi moved her seat and sat next to Wuye, and Kushida Kikyo with a warm and cheerful smile put her hands on Wuye's desk to talk to him. At this time, Horikita Suzune, who was carrying her school bag, stepped into the Class D classroom in awe-inspiring manner. Her fox eyes first glanced at Kushida Kikyo, and then gave Wuye a subtle wink. Horikita Suzune seemed to be asking Wuye to ask Kushida Kikyo to summon Shudoken and the others again. Wuye saw Horikita Suzune's wink. He nodded lightly, and then said directly to Kushida Kikyo, Kikyo, Horikita, she has something to ask you. It's with Shudoken and the others. You? Horikita Suzune stared at Wuye with her charming fox eyes. Kushida Kikyo's face showed surprise. Didn't Wuye already told her last night? Wuye blinked at Kushida Kikyo, and Kushida Kikyo was slightly taken aback, and then she seemed to understand what Wuye meant. Her boyfriend is helping him get back in the game? I want Horikita Suzune to personally ask her for help? Otherwise, how could Wuye mention the matter of helping Sudang Takara and the others again? Thinking of this, Kushida Kikyo felt a sweet taste in his heart. Kikyo Kushida guessed right. Wuye was indeed helping her find her place again. Because Kushida Kikyo is already Wuye's girlfriend, he has to favor her no matter what, let her feel the love of her boyfriend. Wuye felt that Kushida Kikyo would be happy because Horikita Suzune personally asked her for help, so Wuye directly said that Horikita Suzune wanted Kushida Kikyo to help summon Tsuneo-ken and the others. The smiling Kushida Kikyo looked at Horikita Suzune, who was staring at Wuye. Horikita-san, what do you need to ask me? This. Horikita Suzune's voice froze, and the smiling Wuye said while holding her chin, Horikita, I remember you told me that you would be more frank, right? So just say what you want to say to Kikyo. Come on, don't be shy. Who would be shy? I am confused and dissatisfied. Gritting her teeth secretly, Horikita Suzune glared at Wuye again. She took a deep breath and said seriously to Kushida Kikyo, in order to prevent Suda-san and the others from failing the exam, Kushida-san, can I ask you to help me again? Will there be a study session? Well, Kushida Kikyo tilted her head and asked with a sweet smile, is Horikita-san entrusting me for Suda-san's sake? No, it's for myself, and Sikong. Horikita Suzune suddenly pointed to Wuye, and Wuye had a blank expression on his face. Karuizawa Megumi and Kushida Kikyo were both puzzled and puzzled. What does this have to do with her boyfriend? Horikita, please explain. Wuye said dumbfounded. It's very simple, I agree with Sikong. We both want to be promoted to Class A, so we may need the power of Sudo and the others in the future. Horikita Suzune replied without hesitation. Wuye rolled his eyes. Suda-ken is okay, at least he is good at sports, but Ike Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki, forget it. These two guys are pure waste. A waste that is useless for both studies and sports. I understand, it's okay if I continue to help gather everyone, because we are all in the same class, right Wuye? Kikyo Kushida, next to Wuye, said with a smile. Yes. Hey, after all, don't be next to my boyfriend. Megumi Karuizawa glared at Kushida Kikyo with slightly puffed cheeks. Under Karuizawa Megumi's angry gaze, Kushida Kikyo, who was smiling brightly, rubbed Wuye's arm fiercely with her plump heart as if on purpose, before leaving him. Damn it, BBS, the BBS are so big? Kushida Kikyo looked at Horikita Suzune, who had a cold expression on her face, and she asked curiously, Horikita-san, aren't you giving up on Suda-san and the others? Are you going to be promoted to Class A from Class D? Didn't I already tell you clearly? Yes, to be honest, I always feel that there is no way to catch up. After all, the class points of our class are 0 now, and I am not sure if I will get class points next time. Kushida Kikyo gave Horikita a smile. The ringtone poured cold water on it. However, Horikita Suzune was not affected at all. She still said coldly, although there is a big gap between us and Class A in terms of class points, I am very confident, because... Horikita Suzune stared closely at Wuye with her charming fox eyes, because Sikong is leading everyone. That's right. Megumi Karuizawa happily agreed. That's right. Kushida Kikyo also nodded her head in agreement. Only Wuye is helpless. Why are these three girls more confident than him? He himself has no confidence to bring Class D to Class A. Now the entire Class D students, except Gao Yuanji Liasuk, the other students are headed by Wuye and obey his arrangements and orders. But the upper limit of Class D is there. Sikong Wuye, Horikita Suzune, Hirata Yasuk, Yukimura Terahiko, Kojinjiro Kusuk, who have excellent grades, are all assigned to Class D because of flaws or problems in their personality or experience. As for the other students, most of them were assigned to Class D because of their poor academic performance. This means that it is difficult for them with mediocre learning to become outstanding talents. But, although their studies are mediocre, it is difficult for them to become outstanding talents, but under Wuye's leadership, they will all grow, and their academic performance and other aspects may show rapid improvement. After all, until the last moment, no one can determine who is a useless waste material. Since you all trust me so much and think that I can bring everyone into Class A, then you should help me with all your strength. Without your help, I will not be able to keep busy. Wuye said seriously. Wuye, just order me, no matter what, I will help you solve it. Karuizawa Hui was the first to express his opinion. Me too, I will help you wholeheartedly, whether it's class matters or friends' affairs. Kushida Kikyo, who was smiling like a flower, said words of support with a certain meaning. Me too. Horikita Suzune, who didn't know how to express her position, just said 4 dry words. In fact, Horikita Suzune, who has a cold and arrogant personality, has always been alone. She has never cooperated or struggled with others, so she doesn't know how to respond to Wuye's words just now. In a very harmonious and beautiful atmosphere, the class bell rang. Kushida Kikyo bid farewell to Wuye and others, and returned to her seat. Class begins. The discipline of Class D is still in a gratifyingly good state. Even though poor students like Takara Sudo, Kanji Ike, and Haruki Yamauchi couldn't understand the knowledge and content of the teacher, they all kept paying attention to the class. Who made Sikong Wuye, the devil, glance at them from time to time. They dare not doze off and play with their mobile phones at all. It seems that as long as they doze off, this demon will kill them without hesitation. However, Chi Kwanzi and the others thought too much. Wuye didn't pay attention to their thoughts. The reason why he looked over to Chi Kwanzi and the others was because Sakura Airi was sitting there. 0, seeking flowers. Wuye was looking at Sakura Airi, who would look at poor students like them. But Chi Kwanzi and his poor students really didn't have a sense of urgency. They knew that they would drop out of school if they failed the midterm exam, but they didn't worry or care at all. In a blink of an eye, when it was time for school to end in the afternoon, Kushida Kikyo walked towards Wuye, and she said with a warm and cheerful smile, let's go to the library first, and then I will try my best to call Sudo and the others over. As for why not directly invite Chi Kwanji and the others to study in the classroom? That's because if you invite them to study in class, they will definitely be rejected by them, so you have to trick them to a place like the library where there are few people. Why do Wuye and I have to go to the library? Karuizawa suddenly showed a disgusted expression. She wanted to date Wuye and didn't want to go to the library to study? Karuizawa-san doesn't have to go, but Wuye will definitely go. If Wuye isn't there, Sudo-san and the others might start arguing as soon as they see Horikita-san. Maintaining a smile, Kushida Kikyo from Kushida explained. Well-founded and convincing. At least Karuizawa Megumi and Horikita Suzune believed it, and both Wuye and Kushida Kikyo knew it was an excuse. She just didn't want Wuye to go on a date with Karuizawa Megumi. But Horikita-san, have you thought about how to persuade them to learn? Also, if the teaching method is still the same as yesterday, they still won't be able to learn it. Kushida Kikyo asked Horikita Suzune. I know, so I have already figured out a learning method suitable for them according to their situation. Horikita Suzune said confidently. Let's go then, let's go to the library. Wuye said. Wuye, Karuizawa Megumi, Kushida Kikyo, and Horikita Suzune left Class D's classroom together and walked towards the library. Kushida Kikyo, who was walking behind, glanced at Karuizawa Megumi, who was holding Wuye's arm tightly, and now she wanted to kick the woman away with a gyo, and then embrace Wuye's arm. Kushida Kikyo now regrets being Wuye's place. She has a girlfriend, because she can't reveal her relationship, she can only watch Megumi Karuizawa take advantage of her boyfriend. But Wuye is also Megumi Karuizawa's boyfriend. After arriving at the entrance of the library, Megumi Karuizawa volunteered to go to a nearby coffee shop to pack a drink for Wuye. Wuye, what do you want to drink? I'll buy it for you? Megumi Karuizawa asked lively. Honey latte. Wuye said casually, had a drink yesterday afternoon, and he thought it was pretty good. The word honey latte made Horikita Suzune subconsciously glance at Wuye, and the corners of her thin lips turned up slightly. His girlfriend doesn't even know what he likes to drink, and she called Wuye's favorite drink right the first time. Horikita Suzune was a little happy. Well, what is she happy about? It's really strange. Kushida, Horikita, what do you two want? Karuizawa Megumi asked Kushida Kikyo and Horikita Suzune. Although Karuizawa Megumi didn't want to bring them drinks, but the four of them were together, so it wasn't suitable for him and Wuye to bring them. For me, just be like Wuye. Kikyo Kushida said with a sweet smile with her hands clasped together. I don't need it. Horikita Suzune replied coldly. Megumi Karuizawa snorted softly, then left Wuye and walked towards a nearby coffee shop, while the three of Wuye entered the library. The seat was still there yesterday. Wuye sat down on the bench, Kushida Kikyo sat down beside him, close to him, and Horikita Suzune sat down on the opposite bench. 0. Horikita Suzune, who put down her student bag, looked at Kushida Kikyo who was sitting next to Wuye with some doubts. Did she think she was getting too close? But thinking of Kushida Kikyo being so attached to Wuye before, Horikita Suzune didn't think too much about it. Wuye touched Kushida Kikyo's smooth thigh under the table, and then whispered, Be careful Kikyo, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend. We are obviously boyfriend and girlfriend. Kushida Kikyo retorted Wuye in a low voice, but she also gently put a short distance away from Wuye, and then started to use the line to connect. Kanji and the two of them. Not long after Karuizawa Megumi came back with a drink, Ike Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki were coaxed into the library by Kushida Kikyo. When the two of them saw the figures of Wuye and Horikita Suzune, the whole people are bad. Sorry, I called you two out. Kushida Kikyo said to Ike Kanji, who put her hands together and showed an apologetic expression, because Horikita-san asked me very sincerely, she has something to say to you. Shhhhhhhh, what's the matter? Did something? Chi Kwanzi tremblingly said this with a panicked expression. Wuye and the others were surprised to look at him. Isn't this guy's reaction a little too big? Taking a sip of the honey latte, Wuye raised his eyebrows. When you two heard that Horikita was looking for you, you two had such a frightened expression. Could it be that you did something bad about Horikita behind your back? If they didn't do bad things, they wouldn't be so afraid of Horikita Suzune. Horikita Suzune's fox eyes also sharpened. No, absolutely not. Ike Kanji argued loudly, we are just surprised why Horikita is looking for us again. Yeah. At this moment, Wuye's mobile phone rang with a line sound. He took it out to have a look, and then glanced at the Kushida Kikyo with both hands under the long table. Because this line message was sent to Wuye by Kikyo Kushida. Wuye clicked on the line and saw that Kushida Kikyo had sent him some chat screenshots. After clicking on the screenshots, Wuye knew why Ike Kanji and the others were so afraid of Horikita Suzune. Now that school has started for a month, the small circle of 580 among the students has basically been established, so they have established their own chat rooms through line. The content of these screenshots is what Chi Kwanzi and the others said in the chat room. I am so peed off, that woman Horikita Suzune is too much, Ike Kanji. That's right, so arrogant, you deserve to be alone. Haruki Yamauchi. If it wasn't for the demon Sikong Wuye, Sukui would have beaten Horikita Suzuki. She worry about governance. Tisk, that's right, if that BD Sikong Wuye didn't stop me, I would really beat up that stinky woman, Suda Takara. Ahahaha, if you really beat up Horikita-san, it would be a big problem. This is still too much. We are all classmates in the same class, so we have to get along well. Kushida Campanulaceae. Kikyo-chan is kind, but Horikita Suzune is so irritating. Who wants to get along well with her? Ike Kanji. I always feel that if I don't show her some color, I really can't swallow this breath. Just bully her and get her out of it. For example, hide her indoor shoes. Haruna Yamauchi. Are you a child? But maybe I really want to see her flustered, pseudo Takuro. The content of the rest of the screenshots are all about complaining about Horikita Suzune, wanting to get revenge on her, and even these guys want to get revenge on him by the way. Seeing these chats, Wuye squinted his eyes slightly. Sure enough, it would be better for a trash who only complains to drop out of school. Staying will only be an eyesore. Because it is chatting through the internet, it becomes unscrupulous, and you can vent your dissatisfaction and anger towards someone to your heart's content. However, judging from the fact that Ichinose and Yamauchi Haruki were almost so frightened that their legs softened, they were at most a mouthful king, and they didn't have the guts to bully Horikita Suzune at all. Thanks Kikyo, for helping again. Kushida Kikyo lowered her head to watch Wuye's response, the corners of her lips turned up, and the joy of being praised filled her heart. Moreover, Kushida Kikyo felt that this sense of joy was stronger than those before, and she gained more satisfaction from it. Kushida Kikyo never thought that she would be so happy just by receiving a compliment from Wuye. Kushida Kikyo was immersed in the joy of being praised by Wuye. She didn't even notice that Ichinose and Yamauchi Haruki were giving her winks in a hurry. Both of them were worried that Horikita Suzune already knew the contents of the chat room, so they strongly threatened Kushida Kikyo and let Kushida Kikyo coax them out. But it is not. However, Kushida Kikyo sent Wuye a screenshot of the chat without authorization. At this time, pseudo Takuro also came to the library. After seeing Wuye and Horikita Suzune, his expression was also very bad. He probably had the same idea as Ichinose and the others. I feel that the content of the chat room was discovered by the demon Sikong Wuye and the stinky woman Horikita Suzune, so now I start to question them. Takuro pseudo regretted it. He knew that he would be discovered by Sikong Wuye, so he should not have mentioned the idea of revenge against Sikong Wuye in the chat room. So dang Takuro and the others felt that Wuye and the others already knew the content of the chat room, so they were very guilty. At the same time, because of their guilty conscience, they became much more peaceful. Afterwards, Pseudo Ken and the others learned from Horikita Suzune why she asked Kushida Kikyo to find them. It's not because of the chat room, but Horikita Suzune wants to continue teaching them to learn. After learning about this situation, the three of Pseudo Ken and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and then they began to complain and object. In short, they just didn't want to continue to accept Horikita Suzune's teachings. Wuye was too lazy to listen to the self-abandonment of these three wastes. He held Karuizawa Megumi's soft palm. Let's go Huey, it's too noisy here, let's go to study elsewhere. Megumi Karuizawa happily left the seat with Wuye. Kushida Kikyo looked at the two of them leaving with some resentment. She praised her for helping just now, and now she, down. Too much? After more than half an hour, Wuye scratched Karuizawa Megumi who was leaning on his shoulder to read the topic, and the tickling feeling from her waist made her giggle happily. Wuye, what are you doing? It's so itchy. Megumi Karuizawa said coquettishly to Wuye with a sweet smile on her face. Because I want to go to the bathroom. Okay. Karuizawa Megumi stopped relying on Wuye and asked him to go to the toilet. Wuye who was going to the toilet passed by Horikita Suzune and the others. To Wuye's surprise, the three of them sat on the bench obediently study. Horikita really convinced them. Wuye said unexpectedly. And tens of minutes have passed since Wuye and Megumi Karuizawa left, right? Takuro Suto and the others are still there, and they haven't left the library. What a surprise. Wuye glanced at Horikita Suzune and they continued to go to the toilet. When he came back, he heard a very dissatisfied boy's voice. Hey, guys sitting in the corner, please be quiet, it's so noisy. This is a library. Sorry, I'm a little too excited because I'm so happy to get the question right. Wuye recognized that the voice belonged to Chi Kwanzi, because his voice was always silly and stupid, and it was easy to recognize. Nonsense, do you need to be so happy to answer the question correctly? Hey, you are not the students of Class D, are you? Since the person's last sentence was sarcastically, the grumpy pseudo immediately retorted angrily, what do you want to say, even if we are Class D, so what? No, I don't have any opinions. I'm Yuya Ren, who was in Class C in the first year. Please give me some advice. At that time, Ren Yuya, he was the only guy in Class C who dared to sing against Ryu and Xiang openly and above board. Although Ren Yuya told Sudeng Takura that he had no objections, his expression was full of arrogance and sarcasm, and it was obvious that he looked down on them, the students of Class D. It's just what should I say, I really think it's great that this school can be divided into classes according to their ability. Ren Yu also said mockingly, if I have to study with the lowest level guys like you, I will suffer. No, what did you say? Like a firecracker, how could Suda Takura, who exploded at one point, stand up to this guy's ridicule? He immediately stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and planned to beat Shiren Hiroya. At that time, Ren Yuya was a guy who dared to refute even bad gangsters like Ryu and Sho. How could he be threatened by Suda Takura's appearance to such an extent? Ren Yu also continued to mock at the time. Is there any need to be angry? I'm just telling the truth. Who doesn't know that Class D is a bunch of defective products? Seeing Suda Takura's ferocious expression about to beat him up, Ren Yu also quickly reminded, don't do it, if you commit violent acts in school, you should be deducted class points. Oh, but it seems that your Class D doesn't have class points to deduct? In other words, you might be expelled from school if you do it. Pseudo Takura was taken aback by Yuya's words at the time. The president of the basketball club, Oda Ishikai, told him this morning that he would soon become a full member of the basketball club, so Pseudo Takuro would continue to stay. Study, don't want to be expelled for failing the midterm exam 0. Facing Yuya Ren's ridicule at that time, Horikita Suzune raised her eyebrows, she gritted her silver teeth secretly, and then stood up, intending to let this guy taste her poisonous tongue. But what happened next left everyone stunned. Because Yuya Ren was very arrogant, Wuye kicked the groin behind the knees of his legs, and he knelt directly on the floor of the library with his knees bent. At that time, Yuya had a sense of sight that he was kneeling and admitting his mistake to Horikita Suzune and the others. BD, who is sneaking up on me from behind. The frightened and angry Shi Renyu also resisted the pain caused by kneeling, and stood up and looked behind him angrily. It's you, Sikong Wuye. After seeing Wuye's figure, Renyu's angry expression changed to panic and fear. The students in Class C are very impressed with Sikong Wuye. This is a werewolf who can pick up the bad guy Long Yuan Xiang and smash him up. It's a werewolf that even Long Yuan Xiang dare not continue to provoke. You said just now that our Class D is all defective products, so do you have the courage to bet against me, this defective product? You can choose the content of the bet, but the loser can just drop out of school. Kaya smiled and said with a refreshing smile. On gambling? Now who in this school has the guts to bet against the demon Sikong Wuye? This guy seems to know everything and is good at everything, so no matter what the betting project is, they can't win. At that time, Renyuyo was still able to retort unrulyly to Shang Long Yuanshou and Sudeng Ken, but after the person who confronted him was Sikong Wuye, his face turned blue and white, the arrogance and domineering just now are completely gone. Why don't you talk? Give me an answer, you little guy from Class C, could it be that you are afraid of the defective products from Class D? Wuye raised his eyebrows and said with a sneer. Humph, I don't want to bet against you, it's really inexplicable, and Sikong Wuye, no matter how arrogant you are just like this orangutan, you are a defective product assigned to Class D by the school. Renyu also pointed to Pseudo Takuro with an angry expression on his face. Class D is the lowest existence in this school. Your words really make people laugh. Wuye smiled, why do you? Would you have such an idea? Isn't this obvious? Who doesn't know Class D? You shut up and listen to me. Wuye interrupted Renyu's words, and he spoke. Who doesn't know that there is a student in Class D, who held the leader of Class C, Long Yuan Xiang, on the ground, and all the students in Class C at 1.9 dare not say a word. Who doesn't know that there is a student in Class D who has challenged the entire school's clubs and won so much that no one dares to continue betting against him? So don't you think that the students in Class D are defective products? If the students in Class D are defective products, the person who loses to the students in Class D is a waste that is not even as good as defective products. Wuye, who said this sentence, looked around at the students in the entire library. They all came together to watch the excitement because of the quarrel between Renyuya and Sudeng Takuro. Facing Wuye's gaze, the surrounding students subconsciously avoided his gaze and dared not look at him at all. Wuye even saw the figure of Ichinose Hoonami among the onlookers in the library. This girl with golden pink hair seemed to be aware of Wuye's gaze, and he showed a smile, and warmly waved his palm to greet Wuye. Wuye looked back from Ichinose Hoonami, and he looked at Renyuya, who was so aggrieved that he couldn't speak. The order of the 4 classes of ABCD is based on the class. Rank points are sorted. And our Class D will catch up with your Class C soon, and your Class C will soon be reduced to Class D. At that time, I hope you will always insist that Class D is the bottom flaw. Defective idea. Humph. Let's wait and see. Shi Renyu also snorted coldly, then squeezed away the onlookers and left in a desperate manner. After Renyuya left, the surrounding students also dispersed one after another. Horikita Suzune walked towards Wuye, wanting to thank him for his help. But Kushida Kikyo rushed to the front of Wuye before Horikita Suzune. Kushida Kikyo hugged Wuye's arm with a sweet and excited smile on her face, and she said joyfully, Wuye, you were so majestic just now, you scared that person away with just a few words. Well, it's just that he doesn't know how to refute me. Wuye shrugged, and his statement is not tenable at all. If you look at the class points, Class D is indeed at the bottom. However, judging from the results of the quiz, there are many students in Class D who scored above 80 in the quiz, while the scores in the quiz in Class C were particularly bad. Almost all of them were in the 50s or 60s. The quiz scores of the students in Class C are too mediocre, and there are not many outstanding results. For the students in Class D, the scores are very high and the scores are very low, which is a polarized situation. If you look at sports, no one can beat Wuye, right? Kushida Kikyo winked at Wuye mischievously. Yes. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune. You guys continue to study, I won't bother you anymore. Yeah. Horikita Suzune nodded slightly. Kushida Kikyo glanced at the docile Horikita Suzune. How could this arrogant and indifferent woman be so obedient? Could she not like Wuye? Wuye looked at Sudoken and the others, their eyes flickered and they looked around, without the slightest thought of thanking him for helping him out of the siege. Wuye didn't bother to remind them to study hard, bid farewell to Kushida Kikyo and Horikita Suzune, and returned to the place where Megumi Karuizawa was. But on the way, Wuye was stopped by a beautiful girl with extremely eye-catching and beautiful golden pink hair. Wuye looked at Ichinose Hoonami who blocked him. He said with a smile, Ichinose, where is your little follower? White wave. She has something to do, so she is not with me. Ichinose Hoonami replied with a look of entanglement and embarrassment in her eyes. Huh. Wuye looked at 08 Ichinose Hoonami with a suspicious expression. What happened? Please tell me. If I can help, I will help you. Wuye's words made Ichinose Hoonami's face show a happy smile, and the feeling of being cared by Wuye made her very comfortable. Wuye has a pretty good relationship with Ichinose Hoonami, a little angel who looks the same on the inside and the outside. In addition, Wuye will join the student union in the future, and he also plans to draw Ichinose Hoonami into the student union and become his helper. So if Ichinose Hoonami is in trouble, Wuye will help. However, the premise is that Wuye can help, otherwise there is no other way. Well, I do have something to ask Sikong. I have something to ask you, is that okay? Rightward Erosies Hoonami asked lively. Sure. Then Sikong, come with me, let's sit down and talk. Good. Ichinose Hoonami seemed to be really in a hurry. She hurriedly took Wuye's arm and walked. After reaching an empty seat with fewer students, Ichinose Hoonami let go of Wuye's arm. Her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. He seemed to realize that his actions just now were a bit rude. Sorry, Sikong, Don't be sorry, just tell me if you have anything to say. Wuye sat down on the empty seat, and Ichinose Hoonami sat down on the seat next to him. Student Sikong, I want to ask you. Ichinose Hoonami took a deep breath. Her plump heart bound by the school uniform stood up slightly, and the buttons of the school uniform felt like they were about to be torn off. Have you ever been confessed by a girl? Huh. Wuye showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect Ichinose Hoonami to ask him such a question. Wuye scratched his cheek and replied, how should I say this? It's quite a lot. That's true. After all, Sikong, you are very good and handsome. Naturally, many girls will like you. Hoonami Ichinose said with a smile. Afterwards, Ichinose Hoonami suppressed the inexplicable sense of loss in her heart, and she said softly, Student Sikong, someone actually asked me to go to the back of the gymnasium at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Then planned to confess to me. So that's how it is. Wuye nodded. He can totally understand. After all, Ichinose Hoonami is so beautiful, has a good figure, and has a little angel personality, so she will be very popular. Student Sikong, look, this is the confession letter she left in my shoe cabinet. Ichinose Hoonami took out a letter from his school uniform pocket. This letter is pink, and there are cute heart-shaped stickers on it. You can tell it is a confession letter, a love letter, or something like that. Since Hoonami Ichinose handed her the love letter, Wuye took it and opened it to read the contents of the letter. I have cared about you since I entered school. I recently noticed my own mind. After school at 4 o'clock today, my daughter-in-law will meet you behind the gymnasium. Please come here by all means. The handwriting in this letter is slender and beautiful, quite beautiful, but Wuye murmured subtly, why do I feel that this letter is written by a girl? If it is a confession letter, it is also understandable to use girls' pink stationery. But the text on this confession letter is too slender and beautiful, and it doesn't look like a civil servant that a boy would write. Ichinose Hoonami looked at Wuye in admiration, as expected of classmate Sikong. I can tell at a glance that this letter is written by a girl. Ah. Wuye looked at Ichinose Hoonami in astonishment, and said with the corner of his mouth twitching, Ichinose, you mean that this letter was written to you by a girl? So it's a girl who wants to confess to you? Ichinose Hoonami's pretty face showed distress, and Wuye showed a subtle expression. Although Lily is infinitely good, but I can't give birth. However, Ichinose, how did you confirm that this letter was written to you by a girl? Wuye asked. It doesn't matter if you tell Sikong, anyway, you will keep the secret for me. Ichinose Hoonami's trust made Wuye shake his head helplessly. This little angel seems to trust people easily, but it will be a disadvantage. Actually, I figured it out based on the handwriting on this letter. The handwriting on it can be seen as Beibo's. Beibo Kingsun? That little rabbit follower of yours. Wuye said subconsciously. That's right, it's Sikong, the kid you often scare with bad intentions. Ichinose Hoonami gave Wuye a blank look, as if complaining that he always bullied Yubo as soon as they met. I didn't expect that. Wuye showed a surprised expression. Shy Rabbit Chihiro, that girl with a younger sister, shouldn't be very courageous. She dared to ignore gender and comments, and directly confessed to Ichinose Hoonami. Wuye admitted that he underestimated Shy Rabbit Chihiro. But this confession letter is not necessarily written by Beibo, is it? Maybe she is writing it for other boys. Although there is a possibility, it's not very important, because I don't intend to accept anyone's confession. I just want to be promoted to work with everyone. Tenose Ho said softly. Ichinose Hoonami looked at Wuye. I don't want to fall in love, so no matter who confesses to me, I will refuse, but I don't want to hurt the other party. Sikong, you have a lot of experience of being confessed by girls. Can you tell me a way to answer the other party without hurting the other party? Let me think about it. Wuye rubbed his chin. Although Wuye already has 3 girlfriends, he has never rejected the girl's confession. Sakura Airi, Karuizawa Megumi, and Kushida Kikyo, they have all become Wuye's daughter-in-law friends. Ichinose, I can't answer you, because the girls I rejected all cried and ran away, and then I never had any contact with me, and I didn't even have to be friends. Wuye was talking nonsense seriously. That's it. Ichinose Hoonami's face revealed a look of disappointment. She secretly touched Wuye's handsome face, and said a little embarrassedly, then Sikong, can I ask you something? Say it. Actually, I was just looking in the library for a way to refuse the other party's confession and continue to be friends with the other party. One of the books mentioned that the reason for rejecting the other party is that there is already a person in a relationship. The least harm to the confessor. Wuye looked at Ichinose Hoonami's embarrassed expression, and said subtly, Ichinose, what do you mean, let me pretend to be your boyfriend? Ichinose Hoonami nodded her head, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, she didn't know if it was because of shyness or embarrassment for bothering Wuye. I can understand Ichinose that you don't want to make the confessor sad, but this is only a temporary solution, not the root cause. If the truth is discovered, the confessor will be even more sad. Wuye reminded. It doesn't matter. I've already thought about it. After a while, I will say that we broke up, that Sikong classmate dumped me, so that the confessor won't find out the truth. Hano Ichinose Bo replied. Judging from Ichinose Hoonami's quick answer, she is really thinking about this way of refusing to pretend to be a boyfriend. But, am I an idiot? How could I dump a perfect girlfriend like you? Wuye complained. Student Sikong, what are you talking about? Ichinose Hoonami's cheeks blushed even more, and she changed the topic back, feeling shy and joyful. Anyway, Sikong, will you help me? I still think it's a temporary solution, not the root cause. If the confessor knows that I dumped you, and he/she confesses to you again, what excuse are you going to use to reject him/her next time? This. Ichinose Hoonami showed hesitation on his face. She was always thinking about how to refuse to make the other party not sad, and she never thought that the other party would continue to ask her in the future. White. If Sikong could pretend to be my boyfriend all the time, wouldn't it be great? No, 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 no. How can you bother Sikong like this? Ichinose Hoonami shook his head, discarding the strange thoughts that had arisen in him. Wuye looked at Ichinose Hoonami's distressed expression, and he said seriously, Ichinose, cover UPS and lies will be exposed one day, so no matter what you can say clearly, you have to be frank, speak clearly. Otherwise it will only make the problem worse and more troublesome. Ichinose Hoonami's eyes froze slightly. Wuye's words reminded her of her dark past. Ichinose Hoonami is excellent no matter what, a student like her should be assigned to Class A. However, Ichinose Hoonami was assigned to Class B by the school. The reason is that Ichinose Hoonami once committed theft. Hoonami Ichinose committed the theft in order to give her younger sister a birthday present instead of her sick mother. Afterwards, Ichinose Hoonami lied to her sister, saying that it was a birthday present prepared by her mother for her sister, and hoped that she would keep the birthday present. But how could my younger sister bear it? Instead of hiding her birthday present, she even took it to the hospital where her mother lived. Thank mother. Since the sick mother did not prepare a birthday present for her younger sister, the mother realized that the gift Ichinose Hoonami gave to her younger sister was of unknown origin. After some questioning, Ichinose Hoonami told the truth, and then her mother took her to confess her guilt. Although she was forgiven by the shopkeeper, Ichinose Hoonami had already left a strong shadow in her heart. She locked herself in the house until she was admitted to the Tokyo Metropolitan High School. Ichinose Hoonami felt that all these things were her own fault. For the sake of her mother and sister, she chose to steal, cover up, and lie, which eventually led to those chaotic things that happened later. Wuye looked at Ichinose Hoonami in amazement, his eyes lost focus, and he looked like he had lost his soul. Ichinose? Ichinose. Ichinose Hoonami, who fell into memory and trance, was awakened by Wuye's voice, and she saw Wuye's handsome face in a daze. Are you okay? Seeing the concerned look on Wuye's face, Ichinose Hoonami felt warm in her heart. She lowered her eyes and shook her head gently. I'm fine, thank you, Sikong classmate. 17. No need thank me. Thank you for reminding me, that's right. I can no longer use excuses to lie, I must directly reject this person's confession. Ichinose Hoonami's expression was firm, and his shining eyes seemed to be obtained like a newborn. It looks very beautiful. Aren't you worried about hurting the confessor? Wuye asked with a smile. Ichinose Hoonami solemnly nodded her head. Sometimes frankly telling others what is in my heart can cause many unnecessary disasters to happen. Ichinose Hoonami was admonishing herself. If she had told her younger sister about the plight of her family and mother at that time, then she would not have chosen to steal. If there hadn't been a steal, then all the bad things would have never happened. So for this confession, Ichinose Hoonami no longer intends to let Wuye pretend to be her boyfriend. She wants to truly express her inner thoughts. Sikong, can you go to the gym with me? I'm a little uneasy. If you're here, I'll be more courageous. Wuye glanced at Ichinose Hoonami. She directly omitted the word classmate when addressing him, and became closer and less polite. Ichinose, you are worried that after you refuse to confess to that person, you are worried that he/she will become angry and beat you up, so you want me to go with you. Wuye said jokingly. I have no such worries. Since Ichinose asked me, I'll go with you. Wuye said with a smile. Excuse me, Sikong. Ichinose Hoonami said shyly. No trouble. In fact, Wuye was quite curious about who was going to confess to Ichinose Hoonami. Also, if Wuye helps Ichinose Hoonami now, she will join the student union in the future, and she will definitely cooperate with him more. It was more than 20 minutes before the 4 o'clock appointment in the confession letter, but both Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami had already left the library and headed towards the back of the gymnasium. Before leaving, Wuye sent a message to Karuizawa Megumi in the library, telling her that she had something to do and needed to go out, and she would be back soon. And Wuye asked Karuizawa Megumi what he wanted to drink, and he would bring it to her when he came back. Wuye, I'll drink whatever you drink, and remember to come back, don't leave me in the classroom like yesterday. Karuizawa Megumi's response made Wuye smile, and he could even see Karuizawa Megumi's slightly pursed crystal lips. I will be back soon this time, probably in half an hour. Half an hour is too long. I will try my best to come back. Alright. Wuye was chatting with Karuizawa Megumi on the mobile phone, and Ichinose Hoonami walking beside him was a little unnatural. Ichinose Hoonami also felt very strange. Obviously she did not walk with boys, why did she feel unnatural when walking with Wuye? A little want to be close to him, a little want to chat with him. Sikong, thank you for coming to Class B to remind us. Without your reminder, the class points of our class should not be as many as 870. Wuye glanced sideways at Ichinose Hoonami, and he said with a smile, thank you for what? I took a hush money from your Class B of up to 740,000 points. Speaking of which, Sikong, you are really bad. Ichinose Hoonami thumped Wuye's shoulder. However, Ichinose Hoonami's fist was not strong, and Wuye didn't feel any pain at all. The two of them just talked and laughed like this, and occasionally fought with each other, and came to the back of the gymnasium. Wuye looked at the empty place, and he pointed to the lush giant tree not far away. Ichinose, let me go and hide behind the tree first, so as not to be seen by the person who confessed to you, and then something happened. Misunderstand. Well, Sikong, you have to be careful to hide it. If you are found out, I don't know how to explain it to the confessor. Ichinose Hoonami's smile paused slightly. She and Wuye looked at the figure silently walking out from behind the tree in surprise. It's the white wave Chihiro with the younger sister's head. The person who mustered up the courage to confess to Ichinose Hoonami is really the girl Shirawa Chihiro. She is not a ghostwriter for a boy. She wrote that confession letter for herself. After Shirawa Chihiro mustered up the courage to confess to Ichinose Hoonami, she left Class B classroom after class and hid behind the tree in the gymnasium. While hiding, looking forward to, waiting for the arrival of Ichinose Hoonami, Chihiro Shiranami waited for Ichinose Hoonami, but she also heard the voice of Ichinose Hoonami and Wuye talking to each other. What is the situation of their intimate conversation? After hearing Wuye's plan to hide behind the tree, Beibo King-sun, who was also hiding here, came over. Now Chihiro Shirami looked at Ichinose Hoonami and Wuye with teary eyes, as if she was about to cry in the next second. It's over, it's seen. X2. At this time, both Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami had such thoughts in their minds. They didn't expect that the confessor would come here ahead of time, and they hid it on purpose. The tearful Shirawa Chihiro looked at Ichinose Hoonami with a stiff expression, and she said pitifully, Hanami-chan, why is this evil? Wuye, who raised her eyebrows, let out a soft and immediately startled Beibo Chihiro, who wanted to call him a devil, but this time she was quite brave, and she was not scared away directly. Hanami-chan, why did you bring Sikong Wuye here? Could it be that he is your boyfriend? Kaigzun Beibo asked Ichinose Hoonami tearfully. Ichinose Hoonami came here to accept the confession, but she brought a boy here, and that boy is most likely her boyfriend, right? If it wasn't her boyfriend, why did Ichinose Hoonami bring her here? No. Ichinose Hoonami waved her hands in a panic. She explained, Sikong is not my boyfriend. Then why did he come here with Fanbo-chan? The tearful Shirakawa Chihiro continued to ask. This. Ichinose Hoonami hesitated. She actually didn't know why she wanted to bring Wuye over and let him be a witness. But what can Wuye witness? To witness that she will refuse to confess and have no intention of becoming someone else's girlfriend. And Ichinose Hoonami's hesitation made Beibo Chihiro even more convinced that Wuye is Ichinose Hoonami's boyfriend, and she cried out with a wow. Beibo King-sun cried very sadly. As a third party, no, Wuye, who is an outsider, twitched the corner of his mouth. He is not going now, nor is he staying. The weeping Chihiro Shiranami grabbed Ichinose Hoonami's palm and pulled her away from Wuye's side. Fanbo sauce, woo, let me tell you, Sikong Wuye is a scumbag. Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. He wanted to refute, but when he thought of the three daughters Sakura Airi, Karuizawa Megumi, and Kushida Kikyo, he had no confidence at all to refute. Beibo King-sun is right, Wuye is really a scumbag. Chihiro, what are you talking about? You can't slander others. Ichinose Hoonami said hastily. Woo, I didn't slander him. He took a girl to class not long ago. That girl hugged his arm directly, and she looked so intimate, and she knew her at a glance. She's Sikong Wuye's girlfriend. Beibo King-sun whimpered. Wuye recalled, it should be at that time, when he went to bed against Sakayanagi Yuzo. At that time, Wuye and Megumi Karuizawa walked into class A together, and Chihiro Shirami happened to come out of the classroom of Class B. She saw the two of them, and then she was shocked and rushed back to the classroom of Class B. Really, Sikong? Ichinose Hoonami cast a questioning look at Wuye. Hey, Ichinose, did you make a mistake? Wuye said dumbfounded, now it's not about finding out if I have a girlfriend, but letting this idiot know that I'm not your boyfriend. That's right. Ichinose Hoonami showed a suddenly realized expression. By the way, isn't this beautiful girl with golden pink hair a bit natural? But Chihiro Shiraha, who has collapsed both emotionally and rationally, has already determined that Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami are boyfriend and girlfriend, so she can't listen to anything now. Fanbo-chan, don't continue to be Sikong Wuye's girlfriend. He is a bad guy. If you marry him in the future, he will definitely let you go out to work to support him, and you will be a waste material at home. Wuye rolled his eyes. Bad guy Wuye is admitting that he feels like a bad guy. But how can it be possible to let the wife go out to work and be a waste material at home? Shirabe Chihiro. Ichinose Hoonami yelled loudly, and her suddenly stern voice stunned both Wuye and Shirabe Chihiro. Fanbo sauce. Seeing the tearful and pitiful Chihiro Shiranami, Ichinose Hoonami sighed and said seriously, Sikong and I really don't have a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Sikong will not let his wife go out to work in the future, and he will be a waste material at home. Ichinose, you don't have to explain this to this idiot at all. Wuye complained. It must be explained clearly. I can't let Sunjiao tarnish Sikong's reputation without grounds. Ichinose Hoonami said to Wuye seriously. Ichinose Hoonami's maintenance Wuye is quite satisfied, as expected of a little angel. Wuye said, this idiot seems to have calmed down. I'll leave here first, you two have a good talk. Well, sorry to trouble you, Sikong. No trouble. Since the person who is going to confess to Ichinose Hoonami is Shirabe Chihiro, Wuye doesn't need to worry that the confessor will beat up Ichinose Hoonami in anger because of being rejected. Wuye left the back of the gymnasium, and he didn't return to the library, but sat down on a bench not far away, because Wuye was a little curious about the next situation. About 5 or 6 minutes had passed. Chihiro Shirakawa ran out with small steps. Judging from her tearful and disappointed expression, Ichinose Hoonami had a very good intention to reject her. Shirabe Chihiro, whose confession was rejected, saw Wuye sitting on a bench not far away. Timidly, she wanted to leave in another direction, but when she thought of Ichinose Hoonami, Shirame Chihiro gritted her teeth and ran towards Wuye. And Ichinose Hoonami, who came out from the back of the gymnasium, happened to see Chihiro Shiranami trotting towards Wuye. Sikong Wuye. Why? Wuye glanced at Babo Chihiro with red eyes. This idiot is more and more like a bunny, not only timid, but now his eyes are red. Treat Fanbo sauce well, if you let her down, I will definitely not let you go. What are you talking about? Didn't Ichinose and I tell you clearly that I am not in a boyfriend-boyfriend relationship with her? Don't run away. Wuye looked at Chihiro Shirabe who ran away, dumbfounded. This idiot has already firmly believed that Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami are boyfriend and girlfriend. After Chihiro Shirabe ran away, Hoonami Ichinose also came to Wuye's side. She quickly asked, Sikong, what did Chihiro tell you just now? She still seems to regard me as your boyfriend and warns me not to let you down, otherwise she won't let me go. Wuye suddenly laughed. I'm still wondering how she plans to not let me go. You're really evil. Ichinose Hoonami gave Wuye a blank look, and she sat down on the bench where Wuye was sitting, relieved. Wuye looked sideways at Monozhao, Ichinose Hoonami with a somewhat melancholy expression. The afternoon sun fell on her body, dyeing her with a layer of beautiful sunset brilliance. Ichinose, do you have a clear intention to tell that idiot that you don't want to have a relationship? Yes, but Chihiro-chan has completely misunderstood her. She thinks it's a lie that I don't want to have a relationship, and also thinks. Ichinose Hoonami glanced at Wuye, and she whispered, Sikong, you are mine. Boyfriend. Tisk, a single-minded idiot. Wuye clicked his tongue slightly. But there is a good situation. Ichinose Hoonami showed a look of relief on his face. After Chihiro-chan was rejected by me, she said that she will still treat me as usual from tomorrow. Sikong, do you think we can still get along like we used to? Well, maybe it's okay. After all, boys and girls confess to each other, and after being rejected, there will be a situation where they will never get along with each other. If a girl confesses to a girl, being rejected shouldn't be so bad. 17. Is there any basis? No, Wuye said with a smile. That's really an irresponsible answer. Ichinose Hoonami complained a little, then she closed her eyes, feeling the sense of tranquility sitting with Wuye. I always feel so comfortable. I'm leaving, it's time to go back to the library. Let's go, don't sit for a while longer. Ichinose Hoonami said subconsciously after opening his eyes. No, there are still people in the library waiting for me to go back. Wuye, who had his back to Ichinose Hoonami, waved his hands freely. Ichinose Hoonami, who was sitting on the bench, kept watching Wuye's leaving back, until he couldn't see Wuye's figure. Ichinose Hoonami stood up and left this side. Since there were many first-year Class C students studying in the library this afternoon, the conflict between Ren Yuya and Wuye at that time was transferred to Long Yuanxiang's mobile phone by those students in Class C. BD. Ryuan Sho slammed his fist on the wall. His face was very gloomy and terrifying. Ishizaki was speechless, and Yamada Albert was still expressionless. At that time, Ren Yu also went to provoke the students of Class D, but was ruthlessly retorted by Sikong Wuye. Long Yuanxiang didn't care at all, because at that time, Yuya Ren had been contradicting Ryuan Sho, and he wished that Yuya Ren at that time would be taught a wolfish lesson by Wuye. What makes Long Yuanxiang feel angry is that he was pulled out by Wuye to whip the corpse. Sikong Wuye, when you mocked Ren Yu, you mocked him too. Why did you drag out what happened a month ago? Sikong Wuye, soon you won't be able to continue to be arrogant in this school. Long Yuanxiang said bitterly. The conspiracy he and Nan Yunya had discussed would start 10 days before the midterm exam, because they must ensure that Wuye's suspension time covers the midterm exam time. There is still about a week before that day, so Ryuan Sho will continue to endure Wuye for another week. Long Yuanxiang swallowed the anger in his stomach, and now he wants to let Ren Yuyi, who was ridiculed by Wuye, join this plan. Because Long Yuanxiang wanted to use Wuye's hand to let him severely teach Ren Yuyi a lesson. Anyway, in order to frame Wuye, there is always someone who needs to be sent up to be beaten up by Wuye, so why can't it be Renyuya who Ryuan Shou hates? Forget it, that guy is unreliable. Long Yuan Xiang gave up the idea of letting Renyuya join the conspiracy, because that guy didn't deal with him. If he knew the conspiracy plan against Wuye, he would turn against him and betray Long Yuanxiang's words, so the plan to make Wuye suspend school there is no way to continue. Therefore, the person who is destined to be beaten is still someone of Long Yuanxiang's trustworthiness. For example, Ishizaki Dadi. Time passed quietly, and as the midterm exam approached, the atmosphere in this school became tense. However, Wuye was not affected by this tense atmosphere, and he still lives in this school comfortably. Morning jog with Horikita Suzune. At noon, I met Megumi Karuizawa and Kikyo Kushida at 697. After school in the afternoon, he was either going on a date with Megumi Karuizawa to study, or he was dragged by Kushida Kikyo to the student dormitory for a secret date. Sometimes Wuye would meet Shiina Hiri, who is as light as cotton candy, in the library, and talked with her about the plot of the mystery novel. Shiina Hiri even happily recommended some of Wuye's favorite novels, as if she was communicating with close book friends. After the night, Wuye hugged the fragrant and soft Sakura Airi, pampered her and went to sleep sweetly. Life is quite regular, and the time is well allocated. Wuye's 3 girlfriends are very satisfied and comfortable. During the period, Ichinose Hoonami also sent a line to Wuye. She said that Chihiro Shirakawa treated her as usual, and she didn't stop getting along with her because she rejected Chihiro Shiraba's confession. So Ichinose Hoonami, who was relieved, got along with Shiraba Chihiro as usual. However, the conversations between these 2 girls often included Wuye's famous officials. Chihiro Shiranami secretly smeared Wuye, while Hoonami Ichinose seriously refuted and explained. It is because Ichinose Hoonami is too biased towards Wuye. Shiraba Chihiro has always believed that Ichinose Hoonami is Wuye's girlfriend. She was coaxed by that devil villain to the point where she couldn't tell the truth. As for the 3 of Sudokan, they seemed to be stimulated by Yuya-ren's ridicule at that time, and they all studied very quietly and actively. They would go to the library after school every afternoon to receive the teachings of Horikita Suzune. Although Pseudo Takero and the others are willing to learn, Horikita Suzune often sighs to Wuye, saying that their learning foundation is too poor, so the progress of learning is not smooth. However, Horikita Suzune is confident that they can score more than 40 points in all subjects. Fortunately, the passing score is the average score of the subjects divided by 2, instead of being fixed at 60 points, otherwise the 3 of them will definitely fail the subjects and be expelled from the school. Horikita Suzune sighed to Wuye. Well, it's really lucky. Wuye replied with a nod. At this time, it is already time for school to finish in the afternoon, and because today is Friday, and tomorrow is a weekend, Horikita Suzune gave Sudokan and the others, a day off, and let them go to the library tomorrow study. When Chi Kwanzi and the others heard that they had to study on weekends, their faces turned pale, and their weariness almost overwhelmed them. The 3 of them even secretly planned to find an excuse to postpone their studies in the library. Anyway, they have already studied so hard for a week, and they can definitely pass it. Horikita Suzune didn't notice these thoughts of Ikanji and the others. If they knew what they thought, Horikita Suzune must have been despised by them. These guys wanted to escape after less than 10 days of formal study. If the passing mark is 50% of the average score, then Sikong, should we control the score so that the passing mark can be lowered by 10 or so? Horikita Suzune said. Hey. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune helplessly. How much do you have to take care of them? You don't hesitate to control your own score. I didn't take care of them. I just wanted to control the score in order to promote the class to Class A. Horikita Suzune retorted unhappily. Not frank again. You. Horikita Suzune stared at Wuye with charming fox eyes. Wuye said with a smile, Horikita, do you have no confidence in your own teaching, or do you have no confidence in Ikanji and the others, thinking that they can't pass the passing line? You need to help control the score. I have no confidence in them. Horikita Suzune said without hesitation. Since this is the case, it's better to give up as soon as possible, so as to avoid even more disappointment in the future. Sikong, what do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Wuye said casually, they don't have the intention to study actively at all. If they didn't fail the midterm exam and they would be expelled, they wouldn't bother to study. This kind of poor student who has no self-consciousness will one day be expelled from the school because of failing. Horikita Suzune was silent. She actually had the same idea. If you teach Pseudo Takero and them to study this time and let them avoid failing, then they will immediately fall into the same predicament if they don't take the initiative to study next time. In this way, the same behavior has to be repeated. So just teaching Chi Kwanzi and them to learn is basically treating the symptoms but not the root cause, and cannot completely save them. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune, who fell into silence, and said with a light smile, don't think too much, maybe they will lose their minds later, and maybe they will become fond of studying. Humph, how could they become fond of studying? I'm leaving? The arrogant and dishonest Snow Fox snorted, and then left the classroom crisply. After Horikita Suzune left the classroom, Wuye also left the classroom. Today he left alone. Kushida Kikyo was dragged by her friends to sing. And Karuizawa Megumi also had to accompany her friends in the small circle of girls. After all, she stuck to Wuye's side almost every day, and spent much less time with the girls in the small circle. Sakura Airi also returned to the single-family apartment. Today is Friday, and she wants to prepare a sumptuous dinner with Chabashita Sae. Wuye Mingming had 3 girlfriends, but he walked alone. When he came to the shoe-changing place, he looked at the inside of his shoe cabinet strangely. Another confession letter. Wuye raised his eyebrows and took out the pink envelope, which was suspected to be a confession letter. He opened it and found that it was actually a meeting letter written by Hiyori Shiina. The content on the letter paper is to express. Hiyori Shiina hasn't exchanged the plot of the mystery novel with Wuye for several days, so he wants to take advantage of Friday after school to ask Wuye to sit down and talk with Wuye at a place where 10 people are less than 10 o'clock. And this place is on the right side of the second grade teaching building. Because it is close to the school wall, most students will not go there. It is indeed a good place to chat in private. B. This letter is definitely not from Shiina. She wouldn't write me a letter to ask me to chat. Wuye, who looked at the letter, whispered to himself. Although Shiina Hiri likes to communicate with Wuye about the plots of novels, he also likes to recommend some famous novels that he likes to read to Wuye. But Hiyori Shiina never took the initiative to send messages to Wuye or ask him to meet. The second is that Wuye has seen the handwriting of Shiina Hiri. Although the words on this piece of paper are quite similar to Shiina Hiri's handwriting, if you observe carefully, you will find that the written words are a bit unnatural. You can tell this at a glance. The confession letter was imitated by Shiina Hiri's handwriting. The last point, and the most dubious one, that is the novel Shiina Raihi recently recommended to Wuye is not a mystery novel. It is the famous novel Stendhal's Red and Black, which is a literary work that pioneered psychology and has nothing to do with mystery novels. And what this letter mentions is the plot of the exchange mystery novel, rather than discussing the content of Red and Black. Obviously, the person who wrote this letter was not Shiina Hiri at all. This letter should be made by Long Yuan Xiang. Wuye whispered to himself with a half-smile expression. Shiina Hiri is a student of Class C, and she and Wuye met in the library and talked without hiding it, so the students of Class C studying in the library probably discovered Shiina Yuhi's friend relationship with Wuye. So Ryuan Sho took advantage of Hiyori Shiina's name and asked Wuye to go to the right side of the second grade teaching building. His and Nan Yunya's plot against me is finally about to start, and I'm already getting impatient. Wuye crumpled up the appointment letter in his hand and threw it into the trash can placed in the shoe-changing place. After putting on his shoes, Wuye took out his mobile phone, and he called Hiyori Shiina directly. However, the inability to make a call made Wuye sure that the 10 appointment letters were not from Shiina Yukazu. At this moment, Hiyori Shiina was looking at Mio Ibuki in confusion, and she said in a soft and sweet tone, "Student Ibuki, why did you take my mobile phone and turn it off?" Ibuki Mio, who was holding Shiina Hitomi and the mobile phone, said impatiently, "I don't know, that guy Ryuan asked me to do this. Anyway, Shiina, just sit here quietly. That guy Ryuan said he would notify me in half an hour, and then I'll return the phone to you and let you leave." Shiina Haiwa looked at Mio Ibuki suspiciously, then at the 2 girls blocking the door, then she reluctantly took out a famous novel from her student bag and read it. Long Yuan Xiang knew the relationship between Shiina Hiri and Wuye, so he did use Shiina Hiri's name to invite Wuye to the deserted area behind the second grade teaching building. Where there are surveillance cameras, he will implement the conspiracy plan he and Nan Yunya conceived. So in order to prevent Wuye from directly contacting Shiina Hiri, or directly finding Shiina Hiri, Ryuan Sho asked Ibuki Mio to take Shiina Hiri out of Class C classroom and into a room in the vacant activity classroom. Afterwards, Ibuki Mio took away Shiina Hiri's cell phone according to Ryuan Sho's order, and turned off her cell phone, and the remaining 2 girls blocked the door of this activity classroom. Let Hiyori Shiina leave. In this way, as long as Wuye is tricked to the second grade teaching building, the plan of Long Yuan Xiang and Neunya will be half successful. Sitting quietly in the empty activity room, Shiina Hiri was restless. She had no intention of reading the famous novel in her hand at all. She always felt that Ryuan Sho let Ibuki Mio and the others read. She is planning something. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, Hiyori Shiina's face changed slightly, and she realized that Ryuan Sho might be planning to do something bad to Wuye. Regarding this conjecture, Hiyori Shiina is not without evidence. First, all the students in Class C in the first year knew that Long Yuan Xiang was severely taught by Wuye. Before that, Long Yuan Xiang asked every student in Class C for 20,000 points, just to pay off the debt owed to Wuye. So Long Yuan Xiang has conflicts and hatred towards Wuye. Secondly, Shiina and her in this school, except for Wuye, don't have any friends. So Ryuan Sho let Ibuki Mio and the others snatch her mobile phone, and still guarding her like this. No matter how you think, it must have something to do with Wuye, because Hiyori Shiina is only related to Wuye. Thinking of this, Shiina Hiri couldn't sit still. She was as light as cotton candy and showed anxiety for the first time. She stood up and wanted to take the phone back from Mio Ibuki. 0. But Ibuki Mio is a girl who practices martial arts, and Shiina Hiri is not very good at physical strength, and she has no strength. How can she get the phone back from Ibuki Mio's hands? Ibuki Mio pushed Shiina Hiri, who wanted to get back the phone. Then she glared at Shiina Hiri, who was staggering back, and said fiercely, "Sit down for me. Give me back the phone, or Ibuki-san, please tell me the reason why Ryuan-san treats me like this." "I told you I don't know," Ibuki Mio replied impatiently. Ibuki Mio really didn't know, because Long Yuanxiang didn't want too many people to know his conspiracy plan against Wuye. After all, the more people know, the easier it is for the plan to fail. In addition, Ibuki Mio and the others only had to be responsible for watching Shiina Hikaru for a period of time, and did not participate in the plan for Wuye, so how could Ryu and Shou tell Ibuki Mio and the others about the plan? At this time, Wuye, who had left the first grade teaching building, did not immediately go to the second grade teaching building. He first called a certain Ice Cube face and asked him about his situation. After confirming certain circumstances, Wuye ended the call. Sikong actually asked me about the aisle on the right side of the second grade teaching building, and asked about Nagamo's movements. Did he find out that Nami was going to attack him? Horikita, who was thinking about it, glanced at Nagamo's seat. At this time, the position of Nan Yunya's vice president was vacant, and he was not in the student union. Originally, the members of the student union would come to the student union to deal with affairs after school in the afternoon if they had nothing urgent to do. But today, Nan Yunya asked Horikita to ask for leave. The reason is that the second grade has to be busy with organizing activities, so he won't come to the student union. Originally, Horikita was not surprised by this, because Masa Nagamo often held various activities in order to win over the second-year students. But today, through Wuye's contact, Horikita thinks that Nagamoya is going to do something to Wuye. Horikita Gakko looked at Secretary Tachibana Akane who was handling the affairs, and he said, Tachibana, what is the scale of the event that Nanyun is holding this time? The scale is very large, bigger than usual activities. Nagamo asked all the second graders to go to the playground to participate. Akane Tachibana immediately replied, is that so? Nan Yunya organized a larger event this time, and forced all the second grade students to participate, so that there were no students left in the second grade teaching building. In this way, the second grade students will reduce the chance of seeing Wuye and Long Yuanxiang fighting. Judging from this situation, Nan Yunya's idea of wanting Wuye to drop out of school is really firm. Can Sikong solve Nan Yun's calculation smoothly? It should be possible, otherwise he would have asked me for help during the call just now. Horikita thought silently. At the same time, Horikita Gaku also recalled his tone when he spoke to Wuye just now. Wuye's tone was as usual, steady and casual, without the slightest sense of urgency or uneasiness of being tricked. It was a calm and unhurried situation. After realizing that Nagamoya was planning to do something to Wuye, Horikita sent a message to Wuye's line with her mobile phone. Speak up if you need help. Thank you senior for your kindness, but I don't need it. Seeing Wuye's response, Horikita nodded slightly. Since Wuye was confident, he would not interfere. Horikita was a little bit looking forward to it. He wanted to know what the outcome of this confrontation between Masa Nagamo and Wuye would be. After Wuye responded to Horikita Gaku's line, he thought about it, and then called Sakura Airi. Wuye. Hearing Sakura Airi's sweet and soft voice, Wuye's whole person became cheerful, and he said with a smile, Airi, where are you now? Maybe I need you. Sakura Airi stopped in her tracks. She blinked her bright eyes under the mirror. I'm going to buy ingredients with Chibashira-sensei. Teacher Chezu is already by your side. That's great. You can give her your phone, and I'll say a few words to her. Okay. Sakura Airi handed her mobile phone to Sae Chabashita who was wearing casual clothes, and she said obediently, Teacher Chabashita, Wuye is looking for you. Sae Chabashita frowned slightly. What did this bad boy want her for? And why didn't the bad boy call her cell phone directly when he was looking for her? What happened to Sikong? Teacher Chabashita, let me tell you something, it's very important. Listening to Wuye's narration, Sae Chabashira's sloppy expression gradually became serious, and she said slowly, Sikong, you can trust me to take care of this matter. I will never let you down. Well, I really trust Xiaoziuoji. After all, you almost led the class to be promoted to Class A. How could you not handle such a small matter well? Wuye said with a smile. Chabashira Sae curled her seductive lips. This bad boy has already been plotted by others, and he is still teasing her leisurely here. His heart is really big. Sikong, you wait, I'll go over right away. Okay, Wuye said with a smile. Chabashira Sae returned the mobile phone to Sakura Airi who had been looking at her, and she said, Sakura, Sikong asked you to lend me your digital camera. That's right, Airi. Please lend the digital camera to Mrs. Chabashira first. I need her to use the digital camera to help with some troublesome things. Wuye's voice came from the phone. Okay. Sakura Airi took out the expensive digital camera Wuye gave her from the student bag without hesitation. Chabashira Sae took this digital camera and bid farewell to Sakura Airi. Sakura Airi looked at the back of Chabashira Sae leaving swiftly and resolutely. She asked the phone with some concern. Wuye, is there something happened to you, so you need the help of Tazatoshi? Yeah, but it's not a big deal, it can be solved easily. Wuye answered Sakura Airi casually. Wuye, you said the same thing before, and you were almost taken away by the police. Sakura Airi whispered sadly. Afterwards, you promised me that you would never hide anything from me. Well, let me tell you, do you still remember Long Yuanxiang from Class C? That guy is finally planning to do something to me, and he is asking me to go to a place without surveillance cameras. So I need Chabashira-sensei's help to film their actions against me. It's that simple. Wuye explained briefly. A few days after enrolling, Wuye had already visited the entire school, recording all the surveillance cameras set up in this school in his heart. Wuye did this to help Sakura Airi. Because Sakura Airi is very shy and likes to take pictures, Wuye deliberately found a place in the school that was not covered by surveillance cameras, and then took Sakura Airi to take pictures. The address left by Long Yuanxiang in the letter was the right aisle of the second grade teaching building, and Wuye happened to know that there were no surveillance cameras there. Long Yuanxiang deliberately invited Wuye to a place without surveillance cameras, just because he wanted to do something to him. So Wuye decided to do whatever he could, and asked Sae Chabashita to come and help her, and let her use a digital camera to take pictures of Ryuan Shou's actions against Wuye at the height of the second grade teaching building. Sakura Airi blinked, then Wuye, you contacted me first, so you plan to ask me to help take pictures of their actions. I have this idea, but Airi, you said that Chabashira-sensei is by your side, so I will entrust this task to her. Why don't you, Wuye, let me take charge? Do you think I'm useless? Sakura Airi asked in a low voice. What are you thinking about? Wuye said with a dumbfounded smile, you are my girlfriend, if possible, how can I let you take risks? Wuye's words made the corners of Sakura Airi's lips twitch sweetly. In fact, Sakura Airi also felt that she was quite useless, with a shy and timid character. Apart from helping Wuye with laundry and serving him at night, she had no other way to help Wuye. Even Sakura Airi is not good at studying, so she has to ask Wuye to help teach. But what Wuye needs is not Sakura Airi who can help with everything. What he needs is Sakura Airi who is as gentle as water and makes him feel warm and happy. Sakura Airi has a big heart and encourages Wuye to find other girlfriends. He also likes it very much. Airi, just get ready for dinner tonight, and wait for me and Chabashira-sensei to return triumphantly. Wuye said with a smile. 6. Well, Wuye, you must be careful. Don't worry, when did you say that I was at a disadvantage, Airi? It's true. With a smile on his handsome face, Wuye ended the call with Sakura Airi, and he waited leisurely for Chabashira-sensei to arrive. 0. Seeking flowers. Actually, when Wuye contacted Sakura Airi, he really didn't intend to ask her to help shoot the video, but just wanted to borrow a digital camera from Sakura Airi. The work of shooting video is quite important, so Wuye is not at ease to hand it over to Sakura Airi, because his childhood sweetheart is very timid and shy. There are several candidates in Wuye's heart. Megumi Karuizawa, Kikyo Kushida, Suzune Horikita, Sae Chabashita. Karuizawa Megumi is also not very good. Although she looks strong, she is actually a weak character. Kushida Kikyo, the little angel, is more reliable than Sakura Airi and Karuizawa Megumi, and she is not someone who can ask for help. Horikita Suzune's ability is excellent, and she can definitely complete the task of shooting videos, but she will definitely break the casserole and ask the end. Wuye doesn't want to be pestered by that arrogant snow fox. The last one is Chabashira-sensei. This beautiful homeroom teacher is Wuye's most trustworthy, and also the most suitable person to take charge of the video. First of all, Chazu-sensei regards Wuye as a treasure, and Wuye is an indispensable talent in the promotion from Class D to Class A, so Chabashira-sensei will definitely assist Wuye wholeheartedly. Secondly, Sae Chabashita has outstanding abilities. During the 3 years she studied in this school, she almost led her class to be promoted to Class A, so Sae Chabashita's ability is beyond doubt. About 10 minutes later, Chazu-sensei, who was in a hurry, had already arrived at the place where he made an appointment with Wuye. 0. Chabashira-sensei who rushed over was not wearing the OL ladies suit in class, but casual clothes. Sae Chabashira's upper body is wearing a sky blue embroidered short-sleeved t-shirt, and the mature, plump yet upright heart props up the t-shirt, forming an exaggerated arc. The short-sleeved t-shirt reveals the snow-white skin of Sae Chabashira's hands, and the lower body is black slacks. The simple colored slacks outline her slender and straight legs, making her look pure and refined. Because Sae Chabashita intended to cover people's eyes, she also specially put on a hat and glasses, but Wuye, who was familiar with Sae Chabashita, recognized her at a glance. Chazu-sensei, who came here, also saw Wuye's figure, and she walked towards Wuye directly. Sikong, are you in a hurry? Chabashira-sensei who was beside Ye said in a low voice. I'm not in a hurry. Those people who are plotting against me should be anxious about why I haven't gone to the appointment. Wuye replied with a smile. Then Wuye looked at Chazu-sensei, and he said with a joke, little sensei, after you changed into a lady's suit, you look much younger, just like a female high school student. Poor mouth. Chazu-sensei gave Wuye a blank look. Her pretty face showed a faint smile. It was obvious that Wuye's words made her very happy. As long as she is a woman, she likes to be praised for being young and beautiful. I went to the second grade teaching building to check the situation and find a suitable location for shooting videos. Chazu-sensei said to Wuye seriously. Well, please, Mr. Chabashita, this is the key to my counterattack against the opponent's plot. Wuye said. Don't worry, although my secret photography skills are not that of Shui, I will definitely not let you down. Is Sae Chabashita saying that Tomo Hashinomiya is better at taking sneak shots? Afterwards, Sae Chabashita began to walk towards the second grade teaching building, while Wuye continued to stay where he was, waiting for news from Sae Chabashita. 5 minutes later, Sae Chabashita sent a message to Wuye's line. Find a suitable location for shooting video, you can shoot the whole aisle. Sikong, you can start to make appointments. I see. Wuye took back the phone, and with a refreshing smile, he put on the colored contact lenses that concealed the beautiful color, and then Wuye started to walk towards the place mentioned in the letter. Due to the activities organized by Nan Yunya, there are almost no students near the second grade teaching building. Wuye walked slowly to the right aisle of the teaching building, and then, afterwards, he sat down on a bench beside him, as if waiting for Shiina Hiyori to come. Ishizaki Daichi, who was hiding, retracted his spying head, lowered his voice and excitedly said to the phone, "Boss Ryuan? That guy Sikong Wuye is finally here." Long Yuan Xiang heard Ishizaki Daichi's message through his mobile phone, and he who was still in the classroom of Class C smiled, but his ferocious smile was a little scary. Long Yuan Xiang, like Nan Yunya, did not personally come forward to carry out the conspiracy plan against Wuye, because Long Yuan Xiang didn't want to be beaten by Wuye at all. So Ryuan Sho arranged for Ishizaki Daichi, Komi Yayego, and Yamawaki Bai to fight with Wuye. The three of them are Long Yuan Xiang's trustworthy younger brothers, and at the same time they are all unscrupulous gangsters, and they are also dissatisfied with Sikong Wuye who is showing off the limelight. Ryuan Sho didn't send Yamada Albert, because this strong half-breed was quite capable of fighting. Now Ryuan Sho wanted Ishizaki Daichi and the others to be beaten, instead of finding someone to fight Wuye. Smiling, Long Yuan Xiang gave his order to the phone, "Ishizaki, Sikong Wuye has already been hooked, so you should act according to the plan and teach Sikong Wuye a lesson." Yes. Ishizaki Daichi's expression now is one of fear and anticipation. He is afraid of the demon Wuye, and he is excited because Long Yuan Xiang told him that as long as they fight Sikong Wuye here, Sikong Wuye will definitely be expelled from school. Although Ryuan Sho didn't explain the reason to Ishizaki Daichi and the three of them in detail, but Ryuan Sho's confident tone made them believe it involuntarily. Although Ishizaki Daichi is afraid of Wuye and has always regarded him as the demon in the rumors, but he thinks that as long as he has a fight with this terrible demon, he can drop him out of school, so this is a good deal. Ishizaki Daichi didn't want Gao 700 to be in the same grade as this demon for 3 years. "Come on, let's go out and teach Sikong Wuye a lesson," Daichi Ishizaki said to Komi Yayego and Yamawaki Obi. Good. The two who were both bad gangsters and who were also unhappy with Wuye came out with Ishizaki Dadi, and they walked towards Wuye who was sitting on the bench. Sae Chabashita, who was looking down from a window of the second grade teaching building, narrowed her eyes slightly. She aimed the digital camera in her hand at the three of Ishizaki Daichi who were walking towards Wuye, and start the video recording function of the digital camera. There are 3 people on the other side. Bad boy, don't get hurt. Chazu Sae thought silently in his heart. Daichi Ishizaki bent down and picked up a small stone on the side of the road, and he slammed it viciously at Wuye who was sitting on the stool, but due to inner fear, Daichi Ishizaki stuffed the small stone to Obi Yamawaki. Smash him. Okay, brother Ishizaki. Yamawaki Bai didn't think too much, and threw the small stone in his hand at Wuye. Wuye, who was looking at other directions, seemed to be very lucky. He just turned his head slightly at this moment, and the small stone thrown at Wuye flew past his ears immediately. With a slightly cold face, Wuye turned his head and looked at the 3 of Ishizaki Daichi who were walking towards him. The expressions of the 3 of them revealed malicious intentions, as if they were looking at a poor creature who was about to be beaten. "What do you want to do?" Wuye asked coldly. "What do we want to do? Ha 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 ha, of course we want to beat you, you arrogant BD. Shen Shanbai said with a big laugh. "Sikong Wuye, didn't you say in the library before that your Class D will catch up with our Class C and make us the bottom of Class C? Now you kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise we will teach you a lesson." Komi Yayuo said loudly. "That's right. Kneeling and apologizing is what happens when you offend our Class C," Daichi Ishizaki echoed. Facing the clamor of these 3 bad guys, Wuye looked at them silently. The deep black pupils gave the 3 of them an unbelievable strange feeling of being seen, and seen through. Long Yuan Xiang just ordered them to teach me a lesson? And if I fight with me here, I will be expelled from school? Really or not? Wuye thought in surprise in his heart. Since Ryuan Sho didn't tell Ishizaki Dadi and others all the conspiracy plans, Wuye can only know this information from Ishizaki Dadi through the mind-reading retrospective of his mind-reading ability. Wuye couldn't figure out why Long Yuan Xiang felt that as long as he fought with him in a place without surveillance cameras, he would be expelled from school. Should there be some backhand? Just when Wuye was thinking this way, the 3 of Ishizaki Daichi came up to beat him aggressively, with the fear of being seen through by Wuye. Sitting on the sensitive side of Wuye on the bench, Vidire Yamawake's leg kicked in the air, Komi Yayogo shouted and swung his fist. Wuye stood up from the bench, avoiding it easily and casually. Up. Ishizaki Daichi yelled and swung a straight punch. Wuye raised his palm to block it, grabbed his palm and pulled. Immediately, Ishizaki Daichi lost his center of gravity, took 2 staggering steps, and nearly fell to the ground. After that, the 3 of Ishizaki Daichi continued to besiege Wuye. The 3 of Ishizaki Daichi and the others are simple bad gangsters. Their attack methods are disorderly and chaotic, and they don't even have much brute force, so even if Wuye was under siege, he was not beaten. Instead, Ishizaki Daichi and the 3 tired and out of breath. Phew. Sikong Wuye is as slippery as a loach, you can't hit him at all. Panting, Ishizaki Daichi looked at Wuye with a calm expression fiercely. Use this. Komi Yayego broke off a branch of a nearby tree, and in 2 or 3 strokes made the branch into a stick shape that is convenient for beating people. Yamawaki even took out a knuckle-shaped knuckle from his student bag. Blunt weapon. Ishizaki Daiichi also took out the short stick that he had already prepared. Wuye watched these three guys take out their weapons indifferently. He thought for a while, and felt that those scenes just now put him in a legitimate defensive position, so he can fight back next. And Wuye doesn't like being chased and beaten. BD, let me see you still hiding like this. Yamawaki, who was grinning grinningly, waved his fist with the knuckles on, and swung his fist vigorously at Wuye, who had a cold face. With the help of excellent dynamic eyesight and flexible body, Wuye's body is slightly sideways, avoiding Yamawaki's knuckle fist. Wuye's right hand is clenched into a fist, and the arm muscles tense instantly. Faced with Yamawaki's belly, he fell asleep hard. An exaggerated fist slammed into Yamawaki Bai's abdomen, making a loud bang. Yamawaki's eyes widened immediately. He bent down in pain like a prawn, his whole face flushed red from the severe pain in his abdomen. Wuye pushed away the painful Yamawaki, and met Komi Yayuo, who was waving a stick-like branch. Komi Yayuo swung the stick-shaped branch towards Wuye. Wuye didn't dodge or dodge, he made a lunge with narrowed eyes, then raised his foot suddenly, directly kicking the stick-shaped skill in Zaiokishi's hand. Immediately after Komi Yayuo's astonished gaze, Wuye's right arm drove the raised right leg, slammed down vertically, and quickly chopped down. This move is called Xiachu in Taekwondo. Wuye's right leg smashed down on Komi Yayuo's shoulder, the huge force made his shoulder press down, and both feet bent and knelt down. Ishizaki Dachi saw that both Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayogo had been dealt with by Wuye. He suppressed his fear and jealousy while roaring, and charged forward holding the short stick tightly. Ridiculous. Wuye snorted coldly, and he withdrew his right foot from Komi Yayuo's shoulder and rushed towards Ishizaki Daiichi. His right foot suddenly lifted, and a beautiful and neat side kick kicked the screaming Ishizaki Daiichi into the air. Ishizaki Dachi was almost kicked by Wuye for more than 2 meters. He fell on the ground and rolled 3 times, and then screamed while hugging the abdomen kicked by Wuye's side leg. Chazu Sae, above the second grade teaching building, saw Wuye's 1-on-3 situation. Wuye's no frills, but rather straightforward counterattack strongly stimulated Chazu Sae's visual nerves. If she was not in charge of the video recording, she would definitely not be able to help but say so handsome out loud. Wuye, who had dealt with the 3 of Ishizaki Daiichi, didn't even wear a messy school uniform. He looked at the 3 who were howling, and his handsome face showed contempt. A bunch of trash. I really don't know how you have the guts to come here and trouble me. If you are not convinced, stand up for me and let me beat you up again. Wuye's words made Ishizaki Daiji and the 3 of them lie down more thoroughly. Although they are bad gangsters, they are not blind. Wuye can easily avoid their siege, and beat them to the ground in just a few or 2 strokes. People are simply not something the 3 of them can handle. Wuye looked at the 3 people lying on the ground and screaming with contempt, then turned and left. After Wuye left, Ishizaki Daiichi sat up tremblingly while rubbing his painful abdomen. Very scary. This demon is really scary? In 2 or 3 hits, the 3 of us were beaten to the ground. But it's all worth it? Ishizaki Daiichi, who was enduring the abdominal pain, took out his mobile phone and dialed Ryuan Xiang. Boss Long Yuan, we failed. We didn't teach Sikong Wuye a lesson. Instead, we got beaten up by him instead. Really? Long Yuanxiang's expression didn't change at all, because he had already guessed that the 3 of Ishizaki Daiichi couldn't beat that BD Sikong Wuye at all. How are your injuries? Ishizaki Daiichi was very moved by Long Yuanxiang's words. The boss is concerned about their injuries. That's great. We're fine. I got kicked in the stomach, Komiya got kicked in the shoulder, and Yamawaki got punched in the stomach. If you apply some medicinal wine, you'll be fine. Daiichi Ishizaki replied. Long Yuan Xiang immediately frowned. This is impossible. Judging from Ishizaki Daiichi's narration, they were not beaten by Wuye at all, so the injuries were not serious. Nagamo Masa clearly told Ryuan Sho that Ishizaki Daiichi and the others must be seriously injured, at least blood must be seen, otherwise Sikong Wuye would not be able to suspend school for 2 weeks. You wait for me where you are, and I will go to your place right away. Long Yuan Xiang said in a deep voice. Okay boss. Albert, let's go. Long Yuan Xiang called Yamada Albert. Okay, boss. The burly mixed race followed Long Yuan Xiang out of Class C classroom and walked towards the second grade teaching building. Since Wuye didn't hit hard, didn't teach Ishizaki Daiichi and the others severely and let them bleed, then Ryuan Sho let Ishizaki Daiichi and the others bleed. If Ishizaki Daiichi and the others are not seriously injured, the conspiracy plan against Wuye is meaningless at all. Sae Chabashita finished recording with the digital camera. She checked the recording, then nodded her head in satisfaction, and left the second grade teaching building. Sae Chabashita, who was holding a digital camera, contacted Wuye through her mobile phone, and after the call was connected, she asked bluntly, Sikong, is the matter over? It's over, Mr. Chabashita. How is the video you're in charge of? I personally feel very satisfied, but I don't know how you feel. Where is Sikong now? Let me show you the recorded picture. Sae Chabashita asked. Good. Wuye and Chabashita Sae agreed to meet at a nearby coffee shop. Sae Chabashita, who stepped into the coffee shop, saw Wuye sitting in the corner, and she walked towards him with her slender and straight legs. Wuye smiled at Sae Chabashita. Come on, I've already ordered a cappuccino for you. You can order whatever dessert you 4.0 want. Why are you so kind to me? Said Sae Chabashita, who raised her delicate eyebrows. Of course I have to treat you well, after all, Xiao Zhuoji has helped a lot, Wuye said with a smile. Sae Chabashita glanced at the bad boy. She sat down on the seat opposite Wuye, her round buttocks slightly pressed down on the soft sofa seat, and then Sae Chabashita counted. The camera was handed to Wuye. See for yourself. 11. Good. Sae Chabashita was looking at the menu, and Wuye was checking the content recorded by the digital camera. As expected of Chazu Sae, she is really reliable. The pictures recorded by Sae Chabashita are very clear. No matter who sees these video contents, they will be convinced that Ishizaki Daichi and the other three first provoked Wuye and then attacked him. Hit. Finally Wuye was forced to fight back after they brought out all kinds of weapons. Wuye saw the video, and he smiled at Sae Chabashita who was sitting opposite. It's great. Really, it's good if you think you can get by. Sikong, what do you plan to do next? Chazu Sae, who was sitting with her jade legs crossed, asked Wuye. To be honest, I don't know how to act next, because Long Yuanxiang's action against me this time, I still can't see what he wants to do. Wuye replied truthfully. Road. Through the mind-reading retrospective of the mind-reading ability, Wuye knew from Ishizaki Daichi that Ryuan Sho wanted him to drop out of school. But, in a place where there are no surveillance cameras, if Ishizaki Daichi and the others fight Wuye, Wuye will drop out of school? Regarding this point, Wuye is somewhat confused. At this time, Ryuan Sho and Yamada Albert had already felt the right aisle of the second-grade teaching building. Here, the three of Ishizaki Daichi who had been reprimanded by Wuye were all sitting on the bench. Boss Dragon Garden, X3. When the three of Ishizaki Daichi and the others saw Ryuan Sho's figure, they immediately greeted each other. The expressions of the three of them were more or less guilty, because they were ordered by Long Yuanxiang to teach Wuye a lesson, but they were taught a lesson by Wuye. And Long Yuanxiang was frowning, obviously dissatisfied with their performance. Long Yuanxiang was not satisfied. However, Long Yuanxiang is not dissatisfied that they failed to teach Wuye a lesson. It was because Ryuan Sho discovered that Ishizaki Daichi and the others had no injuries at all. It is completely impossible to suspend Wuye from school. I'll tell you the last step of my plan to let Sikong Wuye drop out of school now, and you all listen to me. Long Yuanxiang said in a deep voice. Good. After listening to Long Yuanxiang's final plan, Ishizaki Daichi and the three of them were both pleasantly surprised and terrified. Surprise because Sikong Wuye will really be expelled. Fear because they're going to get hurt, the kind of hurt that looks pretty scary. I have told you the last part of my plan, and now tell me your decision. Yamawaki gritted his teeth. Can I give up? Because I don't want to get hurt. Me too. Komi Yayego said with a guilty conscience. Ishizaki Daichi also wanted to agree, but he saw Ryuan Sho's gloomy expression. I'll give the three of you two choices now. Long Yuanxiang said with a grin. Honestly stand and get beaten. Second, I pressed and beat you. Choose. Is there any difference between these two options? You don't need to be so resistant in 08, as long as we successfully drive Sikong Wuye out of this school, then I will reward you with equivalent points, and you also hate the arrogant Sikong Wuye. Long Yuanxiang said coldly. Although Long Yuanxiang is a bad gangster, he seems to know some ways to control his subordinates, so that he will not let his subordinates get hurt in vain. The three of Ishizaki Daichi couldn't refuse, so they could only grit their teeth and were forced to accept a violent beating from Ryuan Sho and Yamada Albert. After about 10 minutes, the three of Ishizaki Daichi, who had a bruised nose and a lot of blood on their bodies, staggered out of the right aisle of the second-grade teaching building. Among them, Bibi Yamawaki was even punched out of his nose, looking very scary. Yamawaki by he felt aggrieved and angry, because Sikong Wuye, whom they hate the most, didn't beat them up like this, but Long Yuanxiang, whom they were loyal to, made them suffer such serious injuries? But even if he is dissatisfied and angry with Ryuan Sho, what can he do? Yamawaki Bai does not have the ability to bring down Ryuan Sho, so he can only swallow his anger. Long Yuanxiang asked the three of Ishizaki Daichi to go to the school's health room. On the one hand, he asked the health teacher for treatment, and on the other hand, he asked the health teacher to help issue an injury certificate. Prove how serious their injuries are. As for Long Yuanxiang, he was going to contact Nan Yunya and tell him that all the plans had been successfully completed. Very good, very good. Long Yuan, you did a good job. Nan Yunya, who was wearing sportswear, praised Long Yuanxiang through her mobile phone. As long as you get the injury certificate issued by the healthcare teacher, then you can let the victim took the certificate to the student union. Let the student union help you uphold justice. And Long Yuan, remember, you must tell the victims you arranged to insist that it was Sikong Wuye who attacked them first, and beat them seriously. Nan Yunya urged. Of course I know that we have finished all the things we have to do, and it's your turn to contribute to the student union. Long Yuanxiang said bluntly. Of course, after all, our goals are the same. Nan Yunya replied straightforwardly. After finishing the call with Long Yuanxiang, Nan Yunya felt relieved, because Sikong Wuye who cheated him and made him lose face was finally about to be expelled from school. It's a pity, Sikong Wuye knows the director of this school, and it is very likely that he will ask the director to let him take the midterm exam when he is suspended. Nan Yunya whispered regretfully. Nan Yunya felt that if Wuye and Chairman Sakayanagi did not know each other, then he would definitely be expelled from the school because he did not take the midterm exam. Since Chabashita Sae had done Wuye a great favor, He was not in a hurry to drive Chabashira Sae away, and asked her to buy ingredients for dinner with Sakura Airi. Wuye and Chazu Sae drank a few drinks in this cafe, and also ate a lot of snacks, chatting casually, a little bit like a man and a woman are dating and chatting. Although Sae Chabashira is Wuye's head teacher and teacher, Wuye never treats Sae Chabashira as a head teacher, so the two of them talk freely without restraint. Suddenly, Sae Chabashira's cell phone rang, and after swallowing the cake in her mouth, she took out her cell phone and found that Jai's Huan Hashinomiya had called her. Zhui. Chazu Sae raised his eyebrows lightly, showing a little surprise. How could this guy contact her at this time? If he wants to drink, shouldn't he contact her at night? In Chabashira Sae's heart, Hashinomiya's Hui took the initiative to contact her, and there was nothing else to do except drink and chat. Sikong, I'll take a call. Please. Wuye replied casually. After receiving the call from Tomo Hashinomiya, a loud voice instantly reached Chabashira Sae's ears. Little Sae, your student committed a crime? It's terrible, your student. Sae Chabashira frowned. On the one hand, he was disturbed by Tomo Hashinomiya's voice, and on the other hand, there was a lot of information in Tomo Hashinomiya's words. Speak clearly, Chia. Saji Chabashira responded to Chia Hashinomiya with his usual indifferent voice. Just now I was planning to pack up my things and leave school, but 3 students from Class C of the first year staggered into the healthcare room. Each of them had bruised noses and swollen eyes, and their heads, arms, and abdomen were all bruised to varying degrees. Congestion, even bleeding. 3 first-year Class C students. Chazu Sae's pretty face showed a little surprise, and Wuye also looked at her. Wuye was attracted by the 3 first-year Class C students mentioned by Sae Chabashira, and he said softly, Mr. Chabashira, ask Mr. Hashinomiya the names of those 3 students. I always feel that they are provocative for no reason. My 3 guys. Chazu Sae nodded her head lightly. In fact, she also had the same conjecture as Wuye just now. Zhuiyu. Sae Chabashira began to ask Hashinomiya for detailed information. Through Tomo Hashinomiya's answers, Sae Chabashira and Wuye learned a lot of information. Those 3 first-year Class C students with bruised noses and swollen faces were really Ishizaki Daichi and the others. At the same time, after Ishizaki Daichi and the others accepted the dressing and application of medicine from the healthcare teachers Hui Hashinomiya, they also asked her to write down the injury certificate. This was originally the responsibility of the healthcare teacher, so Hashinomiya's Hui did not refuse. After writing down the relevant injuries, she asked curiously, and found that Ishizaki Daichi and the others were all injured by Sikong Wuye, a first-year Class D student. Upon hearing this, Tomo Hashinomiya immediately became energetic. She felt that Chabashira Sae should be in a hurry, because Hashinomiya's Hui knows that Sae Chabashira attaches great importance to Wuye, and intends to use this student to achieve the obsession of better than the upper, so that Class D can be promoted to Class A. So after the 3 of Ishizaki Daiji and the others left the health room with the injury certificate, Hashinomiya's Hishin immediately called Chabashira Sae. Do you think Hashinomiya is specially reminding Mr. Chabashira? Wrong, she just wanted Chabashira Sae to panic. She's Hui Hashinomiya is the best friend of Chabashira Sae who loves and kills each other. Xiaoziuoji, Sikong Wuye in your class beat up all 3 students in Class C, and he beat them so badly. I heard from them that they plan to go to the student union for help. I hope the student union can help trigger Tong Kong Wuye. Xiaozizi, do you think your students will be punished? Hashinomiya's voice is very sweet, although it sounds like she is concerned about Chabashira Sae and Wuye, but in fact Chabashira Sae understands very well, this stinky girl is just mocking her. Sae Chabashira took a deep breath. If Chia Hashinomiya was right in front of her eyes, she would definitely slap Chia Hashinomiya on the forehead. If Sikong really did such a thing and caused the 3 students to be seriously injured, then he will naturally be punished. Well, Zhui, I won't tell you. I will contact Sikong and ask him for details. Chazu said coldly with his left limb. Hey, little Zo. Chabashira Sae had no intention of arguing with Hashinomiya Tomo's black-hearted best friend, so she hung up the call directly. Sae Chabashira, who put away his mobile phone, looked at Wuye. It seems that they are planning to frame you. Wuye and Chazu Sae knew very clearly that he didn't beat the 3 of Ishizaki Daichi until their noses were bruised and their faces were bruised, but they who went as Hui Hashinomiya for treatment were so miserable and seriously injured. No need to guess, Ishizaki Daichi and the 3 of them planned to frame Wuye. Planting and framing me, I'm quite surprised. Maybe this is the main reason why they specially invited me to a place without surveillance cameras. Wuye showed a half-smile expression. Because there is no surveillance camera in the right aisle of the 2nd grade, what happens to the students there will not be captured by the surveillance camera. This provides a powerful venue for Ishizaki Daichi and the others to frame Wuye. However, Wuye realized something was wrong early on, and asked Chabashira Sae to hold a digital camera in advance to record the events of Wuye and Ishizaki Daichi, all of which were recorded. Through the video of the digital camera, it can be clearly known that Wuye was acting in self-defense, and Wuye did not cause such serious injuries to the 3 of Ishizaki Daichi. Contacting the student union and punishing me is their last move, Wuye said. That's right. Chabashira Sae nodded. Teacher Chazu, 743, if I really beat them up so badly, how will the student union punish me? Wuye asked curiously. Chabashira Sae thought for a while, and she replied, if the evidence is convincing, then you, Sikong, should be severely punished. It is estimated that you will be suspended for 3 weeks, and the 100th class in your class will be deducted at the same time. A school-wide review must be conducted. Will you not be expelled from school? Wuye continued to ask. He just read the news from Ishizaki Daiichi that he would be expelled from school. So it's just a suspension? It's not enough to suspend school, but if you commit another crime, you will be forced to withdraw from school. Sae Chabashita replied. Stop school for 3 weeks, huh? Wuye frowned, and he asked Chabashira Sae. Chabashira-sensei, what happens if a student misses a midterm exam because of suspension? Sae Chabashira was slightly taken aback for a moment, and then her expression changed. This glamorous and beautiful head teacher has the ability to almost bring the class to class A, so she is not stupid. From Wuye's words, they guessed Long Yuanxiang's real purpose. Sikong, if you are suspended from school, you will have a 0 score for the exam because you missed the midterm exam. If you fail the 0 score, you will be forced to drop out of school by the school. Looking at Wuye's, Chabashira Sae said slowly. Wuye, who looked at Sae Chabashira, showed a smile that was not a smile. This is the real purpose of Ryuan Shou and the others, using the school's regulations to get me expelled from the school. Cruel. That's right. Sae Chabashira nodded his head. There are still 10 days before the midterm exam. If he suspends school for 3 weeks, he will definitely miss the time for the midterm exam. Tisk Chabashira Sae, who smacked his tongue lightly, said, the leader of Class C, Ryuan Shou, didn't expect him to come up with such a ruthless and terrifying method. It's quite scary. Wuye said casually, he didn't think so. Wuye felt that Long Yuanxiang alone would not have come up with such a solution. Because Long Yuanxiang probably hasn't fully understood the school rules of this school, and doesn't know how to use the school rules to solve his enemies. So Wuye thinks that this ruthless method should be thought up by Nan Yunya. Nan Yunya calculated his hatred, Wuye wrote it down, and will find an opportunity to repay him well in the future. But no matter how ruthless the method is, it won't do anything to you. Sae Chabashira looked at the digital camera placed aside, and said with a smile on her pretty face, because we have absolutely proof that Sikong you are innocent. Wuye nodded. In order to prevent being cheated, it is really wise to ask Chabashira Sae to help with the video recording. If there is no digital camera video, Wuye and Chazu Sae really have to think hard about how to deal with Long Yuanxiang's framing. At this moment, Chazu Sae's cell phone rang again. She took it out to have a look, and said to Wuye solemnly, it's the school's general phone. It's probably from the student union. Ishizaki Daiji and the others have already gone to the student union, so they contacted Sikong Wuye's head teacher and told the beautiful teacher about the situation. Wuye said with a smile. After all, when such a serious fight happened, the student union would naturally have to notify both parties. Chazu Sae glanced at the bad boy who called himself a beautiful teacher. She was already used to being teased by Wuye, and she couldn't get annoyed anymore. I'm answering the phone, Sikong, keep quiet. Okay. Sae Chabashira got through the contact from the school, and she said with a cold and calm expression, I am Sae Chabashira. Yes, I am the head teacher of Sikong Wuye, a first-year Class D student. Fighting? Beating the 3 students in Class C of the first year until their noses and faces were bruised and their bodies were bruised. I see. See you. Sae Chabashira hung up the phone, and she slightly raised her pointed chin towards Wuye. That's right. The 3 students from Class C of the first year sued you in the student union. Just now the president of the student council, Horikita Kikyo, asked me to contact you, and then take you to the student council. Go now. Wuye frowned slightly. His handsome face showed a look of displeasure. Teacher Chazu, can you postpone it? Yes, but Sikong, you postponed the trial of going to the student union. Do you have any urgent matters to deal with? Sae Chazura asked. I always feel that if I go to the student union, I will miss the dinner prepared by Airi. Wuye shook his mobile phone. I chatted with Airi just now and told her that the matter has been resolved, so I will go back to the apartment soon. So I think going to the student union will make Airi worry, and I want to postpone the trial of the student union until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Wuye's reason made Chazu Sae's pretty face darken, and this bad boy actually wanted to postpone the trial time of the student union because of this reason. Chazu Sae thought Wuye was doing something important. As a result, he was fed a mouthful of sweet dog food by this bad boy. But Sae Chabashira is quite envious of Sakura Airi. Wuye, a bad boy, cares about her so much. Feeling a little envious, Chabashira Sae folded her hands on her chest. Her action made the people under the short-sleeved t-shirt more impressive and attractive. Chabashira Sae crossed his arms and said to Wuye with disdain, if it's just for this reason, I won't help you postpone the trial of the student union. Actually, it's not just about going back to have dinner with Airi. The digital camera also needs to be dealt with, Wuye explained. Digital cameras do have to deal with that. Because in the digital camera, in addition to the video recorded by Sae Chabashira, there are also photos of Wuye and Airi Sakura. Sakura Airi often takes this digital camera to take photos of her and Wuye, and some photos were taken by Sakura Airi under Wuye's enthusiastic instructions. So those photos are very cool, but also very exciting. Wuye cannot let other people see this photo, so he has to transfer the video files in the digital camera to other memory cards first, and take this memory card alone to the student union to testify. In addition to these two reasons, Wuye has another reason, which is how to fight back. Now that Wuye has ironclad evidence enough to prove his innocence, he doesn't intend to just use it to prove his innocence, but also plans to think of a good way to fight back against Ryuunsho and Ishizaki Daiichi. It takes time to find a way, so Wuye doesn't plan to go to the student union now. Little Sae, please help me, Wuye said to Chazu Sae with a smile. Slightly smacking her tongue, Chabashita Sae touched the little goosebumps that Wuye's words had caused. She stood up. Go and pay the bill, I'll call the student union and negotiate with them. Okay. Sae Chabashita, who was holding a mobile phone, left the coffee shop with her slender and straight legs. She began to call the student union back, and Wuye took a digital camera to pay the bill. The total bill is 3,250 points, which is not bad. It is not very expensive, just the points for a good meal in the student restaurant. Wuye left the cafe after paying the bill, and Sae Chabashita put the phone back in his pocket. Have you finished chatting with the student council? Yeah. Sae Chabashita nodded her head, and she said, I told the student union that I just called you, a bad boy, to confirm the specific situation. 21. Sikong Wuye did have a conflict with the 3 students of Class C, but the conflict was provoked by the 3 students of Class C, and he was just acting in self-defense. And Sikong Wuye also said that the 3 of them were definitely not injured that badly. Afterwards, I postponed the trial of the student union with the excuse of Sikong Wuye is going to find evidence to prove his innocence, and the student union agreed to our postponement and gave us time to find evidence. However, the time can only be postponed to the afternoon 2 days later. Chabashita Sae reminded. It's enough, Xiaoziuoji, let's go home and have dinner together now, Wuye said with a smile. Good. Chazu Sae, who subconsciously responded to Wuye, was slightly taken aback. Going home for dinner together? Why is their conversation like a couple living together, or a married couple? Chazu Sae suppressed her strange thoughts. She stepped forward with her slender and straight legs, followed Wuye, and returned to the single-family apartment with him. At this time, Horikita Kikyo in the student union office fell into deep thought. Due to Chabashita Sae's claim, the trial time was postponed, so the 3 Ishizaki Daiichi who came to sue had already left the student union. Sikong postponed the trial to find evidence and then prove his innocence. Is he trying to find shock witnesses? No, Wuye just wanted to go home and didn't want to miss the time to have dinner with Sakura Airi. As for the evidence to prove his innocence, Wuye already had it. The reason for the postponement put forward by Chabashita Sae made the 3 of Ishizaki Daiichi feel uneasy. If Sikong Wuye really found witnesses, wouldn't they have been beaten up by Ryuunsho and Yamada Albert in vain? Daiichi Ishizaki, with gauze and bandages on his face, contacted Long Yuanxiang on his mobile phone. Boss Long Yuan, Sikong Wuye is panicking, but we are also panicking. He is probably looking for witnesses at the 2nd grade school building. Don't worry, Sikong Wuye won't find witnesses, Long Yuanxiang said with a grim smile, full of confidence. In the name of activities, Nan Yunya has forced the 2nd grade students to go to the playground. The entire 2nd grade teaching building is empty. How could Sikong Wuye find witnesses? However, it was because the entire 2nd grade teaching building was empty that Sae Chabashita could easily enter it and recorded everything with a digital camera. Wuye and Chazu Sae returned to the single-family apartment, and Sakura Airi, who had already bought the ingredients, greeted them happily. After that, Wuye and Sakura Airi sat on the sofa in the living room, and Sakura Airi, who was relying on Wuye, asked if things were going well, while Chabashita Sae was thrown into the kitchen by Wuye, so she started preparing dinner. What are you going home to eat together? You obviously want me to come back and prepare dinner, you damned bad boy, said Chabashita Sae, who was handling the ingredients, gritted his teeth. She was fooled. Sakura Airi already knew everything about the situation from Wuye's narration, and the smooth situation completely dissipated her inner uneasiness. Afterwards, Sakura Airi stepped into the kitchen with slightly tingling lips, and she looked suspiciously at Chazu Sae with a charming flush on her face. What's wrong with this teacher? I always feel that there is a sour breath, mixed with a lot of resentment. Is it bullied by her boyfriend? But Sakura Airi has been with Sae Chabashita for so long, and she has never heard of Sage Chabashita having a boyfriend. After kissing Sakura Airi hard, Wuye returned to his room with the digital camera. He connected the desktop computer, bought with 150,000 points, through the data cable of the digital camera, and recorded Chabashita Sae. The video file is exported. Since Wuye didn't have a memory card ready to store, he directly transferred this video file to his mobile phone in school. One copy is kept on the desktop computer, and one copy is kept on the campus mobile phone, so that there is no need to worry about the loss of video files. After finishing this matter, Wuye left the room with the digital camera and walked towards the kitchen where the noise came from. In the kitchen, Sakura Airi and Chabashita Sae, both of them wear aprons, which outline their beautiful figures, and at the same time exude a warm family atmosphere. Wuye looked at the 2 girls who were busy in the kitchen, and with a smile, he took out his digital camera and started to record Sakura Airi and Chabashita Sae. A little want to record the warm scene in front of me, Sae Chabashita, who was processing fresh shrimp shells, glanced at Wuye who was holding a digital camera at the door of the kitchen. She said angrily, "Don't point the digital camera at us, come in to help if you have time." Sakura bought too many ingredients up. "Ah, but Airi won't let me into the kitchen. She said the kitchen is a girl's battlefield." Wuye said with a smile. "Yeah." Sakura Airi nodded her head cutely. Chabashiro Sae twitched the corners of her mouth. She didn't think the kitchen was a girl's battlefield. She just wanted Sikong, a bad boy, to come in and help with work. Wuye, who was holding a digital camera, was recording for a while, when his cell phone rang suddenly. He took out his cell phone to check, and unexpectedly found that Shiina was contacting him. At this time, Long Yuan Xiang has confirmed that their conspiracy plan against Sikong Wuye has successfully succeeded, so Long Wuxiang no longer needs to let Ibuki Jun and the others continue to guard Shiina. After receiving Ryuan Shou's order, Ibuki Mio returned the phone to Shiina, and left with the two girls guarding the door. Shiina, who had been anxious for a long time, quickly turned on her switched-off cell phone, and she found a missed call. When she found out that it was Wuye's missed call, Shiina became even more flustered. Sure enough, my guess shouldn't be wrong. Long Yuan and the others are definitely using my name to do bad things to Sikong. Otherwise, how could Wuye call her? Since the two of them exchanged contact information and lines, they have never been in touch. Every time they met in the library. At this time, Shiina's heart was full of guilt and uneasiness. She thought that she had harmed Wuye. Shiina was worried that something might happen to Wuye's only friend, so she quickly called Wuye. Shiina. Listening to Wuye's steady voice with a hint of surprise, Shiina felt in her heart. His impatience and restlessness suddenly calmed down. Sikong. Did you encounter any bad things? Some bad things happened to me today. Shiina's voice was still soft. Are you alright? Clear and sweet, but now it was filled with guilt and guilt. Wuye raised his eyebrows and asked while holding the phone, Shiina, show Ryuan. What's wrong with you? Student Ryuan didn't do anything to me. He just asked Ibuki to take me to the empty classroom, then took my mobile phone away, turned it off, and people guard me and don't let me leave, but now I'm free. Shiina replied softly. Listening to Shiina's answer, Wuye showed a little thankful expression. Ryuan Shou didn't get angry at Shiina because of him, and she didn't get hurt either. Wuye still has a good impression of Shiina and this flirty beautiful girl. After all, she is the only book friend who has a common topic, so Wuye doesn't want her to be hurt. 0. Then, Shiina asked cautiously, Sikong, what about you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Wuye replied with a smile. That's great. Shiina was completely at ease, and she asked softly with soft eyes, can you tell me about the bad things you encountered today? Nothing bad happened to me today, Shiina, stop thinking about it. Lie. Shiina murmured. Tell me, Sikong. Wuye heard Shiina's begging voice. He sighed helplessly. You will be even more sad if you know, Shiina. It doesn't matter, I just want to know. Shiina said stubbornly. I want to know what kind of persecution you have suffered because of me. Since Shiina insisted on knowing, Wuye didn't hide it either. He used Ryuan Shou to lure him to the second-grade teaching building in her name, and let Ishizaki Daichi and the others ambush him. He said everything about him. In fact, Wuye didn't tell Shiina everything. He concealed Ishizaki Daichi's follow-up to the student union to sue him. Because Wuye doesn't want Shiina to worry about his affairs. I'm sorry. Shiina who knew everything whispered, if I didn't often exchange novels with you, they wouldn't use me to lie to you. Oh, Shiina, what are you ashamed of? Didn't I tell you just now? When I saw that letter, I immediately saw through it. I took the initiative to go to the appointment. Wuye said helplessly. Also, Shiina, let me emphasize that the 3 guys in your class didn't even touch the hem of my clothes, and they were beaten up by me. Wuye's words made Shiina smile, and she said softly with soft eyes, Sikong, you are really amazing. Right, I'm not injured, and this matter has nothing to do with Shiina, so you don't need to be absolutely sorry to me. Shiina responded softly. In today's incident, Shiina is the same victim as Wuye. Because she met Wuye, Ryuan Shou took advantage of her name, and Shiina was also taken away by Mio Ibuki and imprisoned. So Wuye not only did not blame Shiina but also comforted her not to blame herself or be ashamed. Shiina bit her lip lightly, and she whispered, Sikong, let's not contact each other in the future. Otherwise Ryuan will use my name to lie to you next time. Shiina, are you scared? Well, I'm afraid that you will be hurt because of me, because of Long Yuan's character. He will not stop there, and next time he will use my name to deceive you. Shiina, you are very gentle. Wuye said with a smile. No way. Shiina's tone softened, a faint blush rose on her fair cheeks, and the girl felt shy because of the other party's compliment. I understand what you said, but you once said that I was your only friend in this school, right? If you break the relationship with me, then you will have no friends, and no one will communicate with you about the plot of the novel in the future. Oh, well, I know, but Sikong, I'm used to it, so it doesn't matter. Well, since Shiina insists, I won't persuade you anymore, but if you encounter trouble in the future, you can call me at 393, after all, we are still friends. 11. Then I'm hanging up. Hiyori Shiina looked at the phone call that had ended, her expression gradually became numb, and when she thought that she would never be able to sit with Wuye and happily talk about novels in the future, her heart seemed to be missing a piece, empty, very uncomfortable. In fact, Wuye felt that he and Shiina Hiyori would not need to worry about Ryuunsho soon, because Wuye had already planned his own counterattack and let Ryuunsho drop out of this school. As long as Ryuunsho's annoying gangster drops out of school, Shiina Hiyori can feel at ease communicating and dating with Wuye. After finishing the call with Shiina Hiyori, Wuye, who was holding the phone, closed his eyes and began to think. Wuye has strong evidence in his hands that can prove his innocence, so he is invincible. But Wuye is not satisfied, he plans to fight back. A powerful counterattack that kicks the annoying bad BD Ryuunsho out of this school? There is no doubt that those three guys were ordered by Long Yuan Xiang, so they came to attack me. The injuries on their bodies should be caused by Long Yuan Xiang, right? Then if I want to kill Long Yuan Xiang completely, I have to convince one of them to testify against Long Yuan Xiang. In this way, the person who will be suspended from school will not be me, but Long Yuan. Later, Long Yuan Xiang would also be unable to participate in the midterm exam due to suspension of school, and was forced to drop out of school. Although I have a video of them attacking me in my hand, it is not enough to scare them. I cannot 100% persuade them to help testify against Long Yuan Xiang. I have to find another way. Wuye muttered to himself. That video is enough to prove Wuye's innocence, and prove that the injuries to Ishizaki Daiichi and the others were not caused by Wuye, but by Long Yuan Xiang. But this video is only able to prove Wuye's innocence, and it cannot make the three of Ishizaki Daiichi get a terrible punishment. Without dire punishment, they would not have gone out of fear to help Wuye identify Long Yuan Xiang. Ryuunsho will not be suspended from school for violently beating the three of Ishizaki Daiichi. The way to get the enemy to help is inseparable from coercion and temptation, so maybe I can. Wuye, who closed his eyes, kept perfecting his plan against Long Yuan Xiang in his mind. The first thing Wuye has to do now is to investigate the relationship between Ishizaki Daiichi and Ryuunsho, find a guy who has the worst relationship with Ryuunsho, and try to persuade him. After having an idea in his mind, Wuye sent a message to that reliable little angel Kushida Kikyo via his mobile phone. Jiangsu, I have something to ask you. What is it, Wuye? I need you to use your relationship with the students in Class C to inquire about the information of the four people. Yes. Kushida Kikyo's response made Wuye smile, as expected of a reliable little angel. Now Wuye feels more and more that Kushida Kikyo can be his helper. It is really convenient and comfortable. Information is the most troublesome thing, but Xiaoyi can easily handle Kushida Kikyo. But Wuye, are you in a hurry? I'm a little busy tonight. I am not in a hurry, just figure out their information before noon tomorrow. The hearing of the student union was postponed to Sunday afternoon by Chabashira Sae, and tomorrow is Saturday, so Wuye is not in a hurry to find out the relationship between Ryuunsho and Ishizaki Daiichi. Okay, let's go to your student dormitory later and talk about it in detail. There was a subtle expression on Wuye's handsome face. What Kikyo Kushida said just now, I'm a little busy tonight, meant that she wanted to ride him again tonight. Wuye, I bought a very beautiful underwear just now. Sure enough, Kushida Kikyo missed him. Kushida Kikyo has been Wuye's girlfriend for a week, and the two of them often go to Wuye's student dormitory for dates. Wuye and Kushida Kikyo are alone in the dormitory, and they are high school students with sound mind and body. In addition, Wuye is not a eunuch, so between him and Kikyo Kushida, everything that should have happened has happened, and things that shouldn't have happened have also happened. Now Wuye can make it clear that Kushida Kikyo's heart is a bit smaller than Sakura Airi's, but the softness is a bit higher. Obviously Karuizawa Megumi became Wuye's girlfriend one step earlier than Kushida Kikyo, but Kushida Kikyo had a more intimate and in-depth communication with Wuye one step faster. In terms of the relationship between men and women, Kushida Kikyo is much more proactive than Karuizawa Megumi, and she is very courageous and determined. She dared to go on a date with Wuye in the student dormitory within a few days of becoming Wuye's girlfriend. Isn't it like a sheep entering the tiger's mouth? Wuye, are you coming to the student dormitory tonight? Go, Kikyo. When do you plan to go to the student dormitory? Wuye with a smile responded to Kushida Kikyo. After 11 o'clock in the evening, there are fewer students in the student dormitory at that time, so I will go to your student dormitory. Can. Wuye, I think I'll see you soon. Now I'm accompanying Satsuki Shinohara, Kaino Onodera. They can't leave, and they're so annoying. They sing so badly that I dare to propose to sing Carloke really unconscious. Kushida Kikyo, who was being coquettish with Wuye, started complaining to him about the girls in Class D, and Wuye smiled. It's really hard work to maintain the character of a cute little angel. It's hard work, Wuye. I won't tell you anymore. They asked me to sing. Well, Kikyo, you should be busy. Ever since Kushida Kikyo and Wuye became boyfriend and girlfriend, she would unconsciously complain to him about the troubles around her. Wuye didn't feel impatient either, because this was a sign that Kushida Kikyo was getting closer to him. So every time Wuye would hold Kushida Kikyo, smile, and be her listener, and then pamper her well, let her vent out her inner boredom and pressure through intense exercise. Don't look at your phone, Sikong. It's time for dinner. Chazulji, passing by the living room, said to Wuye, coming. The dinner tonight was extraordinarily sumptuous. Wuye, Sakura Airi, and Chabashira Sae were very satisfied. Chabashira Sae rested in the living room of the apartment for half an hour before bidding farewell to Wuye and Sakura Airi. Smiling, Wuye hugged Sakura Airi with flushed cheeks and walked to the bathroom. Wuye, I haven't washed the dishes yet. What kind of dishes are you washing? Let's do it tomorrow. Let's take a shower now. Since I'm going to meet Kushida Kikyo in the student dormitory after 11 o'clock tonight, Wuye plans to pet Sakura Airi and let her sleep sweetly before leaving the apartment. After 10:30 in the evening, Wuye gently covered Sakura Airi with a quilt, covering her fair skin with a charming blush, and then he left the room lightly. Because of the exhaustion of the body and the satisfaction of the mind, Sakura Airi is sleeping soundly now. She has not noticed that Wuye has left the room at all. It doesn't matter if Sakura Airi knows, because when she was in the bathroom just now, Wuye had already told her that she would go to the student dormitory tonight. Wuye came to the first-year student dormitory building at 10:53. At this time, there were no students staying outside the dormitory building, and it seemed particularly deserted. Through the elevator, Wuye came to the 4th floor. He opened the door of his dormitory room with his student ID card. There was no Kushida Kikyo's shoes in the shoe-changing place in the room. It seems that she didn't get here earlier than Wuye. Since this student dormitory was already a secret place where Wuye and Kushida Kikyo dated, Wuye gave Kushida Kikyo a spare key to the dormitory room. 5 minutes after Wuye entered the student dormitory, he heard the figure of the room door being opened. Since the student dormitory is not big, Wuye could see Kushida Kikyo quickly opened the room door and rushed in as soon as he turned around. Every time Kushida Kikyo sneaks into Wuye's student dormitory, she will feel extremely exciting, because she may be seen by other students at any time. Wuye. Kushida Kikyo, who was carrying a shopping bag, kicked off her shoes, and she, dressed in white silk, rushed towards her like a baby swallow returning to its nest. Smiling, Wuye opened his hands slightly, and hugged Kushida Kikyo firmly. The soft and comfortable impact was accurately conveyed to Wuye's body. Kushida Kikyo buried her head in Wuye's arms, took a deep breath, and rubbed against Wuye with a satisfied face. I'm finally back. I'm really exhausted from being with those troublesome guys. Then let me give you a massage. Wuye smiled. Said. Okay. Wuye hugged Kushida Kikyo horizontally, put her delicate body on the bed, and began to rub Kushida Kikyo's hands and feet with both hands, feeling the itchy Kushida Kikyo rolling. After a while, he pulled on the quilt and wrapped himself up. Stop massaging, it's very itchy. Kushida Kikyo said with a little throbbing and charming eyes. Come here, let's chat for a while. Sitting by the bed, Wuye patted his thigh. Kushida Kikyo crawled out of the quilt like a well-behaved little wife. Familiar. Lien got into Wuye's arms and sat on his lap. Wuye, who embraced Kushida Kikyo's slender waist, said with a smile, what worries do you want to tell me today? 11. No. Kikyo Kushida, who was leaning on Wuye, asked curiously, which 4 people in Class C does Wuye plan to ask me to investigate? Ryuan Sho, Ishizaki Daiichi, Komi Yayego, Yamawaki Bai, these are the 4 people. Wuye said. Originally, Wuye didn't even know the names of the 3 thugs who came to find fault, but after Chabashira Sae contacted the student union, the student council president Horikita Kikyo will tell Wuye about it. A punk's name told her. Afterwards, when Wuye and Sae Chabashira returned to the single-family apartment, Sae Chabashira told Wuye their names. Then let me help you find out about the relationship between the 4 of them. Kushida Kikyo took out her school mobile phone from her pocket, and she clicked on it from among a large number of line friends. A name called Manabe Shiho. Shiho Manabe, she is my best friend in Class C. She has a big mouth and can't hide her words at all, so if I want to know about Class C, I just need to ask her a little bit. Trick her, and she'll tell it all. So Wuye, what you want to know, I'll figure it out for you right away. Kushida Kikyo raised his head proudly. His pretty face was full of credit. Wuye smiled and kissed the shining lips of Kushida Kikyo. After getting the desired reward, Kushida Kikyo started chatting with Manabe Shiho contentedly, and began to talk to her. Since Wuye was hugging Kushida Kikyo, he could clearly see how Kushida Kikyo was chatting with Manabe Shiho. Kushida Kikyo didn't cut straight to the point and asked Wuye what information she needed. She first sent out, Shiho-chan, I heard that there is a scary boy in your class. He is a delinquent. What is his name? Ryuan. Manabe Shiho immediately responded to Kushida Kikyo, and at the same time thoughtfully gave Kushida Kikyo the name Ryuan Sho. Afterwards, Kushida Kikyo began to collect information centered on Ryuan Sho, and asked Ryuan Sho who had the worst relationship with Class C. What? Wuye watched with her own eyes that Kushida Kikyo easily gained the relationship network between Ryuan Sho and the entire Class C students while chatting with Manabe Shiho. Should Wuye say Kushida Kikyo is great, or that Manabe Shiho is too gossip, even the whole class knows about Ryuan Sho's relationship. Among the 3 people, Ishizaki Daiichi, Komi Yayego, and Yamawaki Bai, Ishizaki Daiichi has the best relationship with Ryuan Sho, and Yamawaki Bai has the worst relationship. Yamawaki once fought with Ryuan Sho when Ryuan Sho tried to rule Class C with violence but was beaten up by Ryuan Sho. Manabe Shiho also said that Obi Yamawaki often cursed Ryuan Sho in private. So it seems that the relationship between Yamawaki Bai and Ryuan Sho is the worst. Wuye, the task you entrusted to me has been completed. Kushida Kikyo blinked, showing Wuye a mischievous and complacent look. Wuye said with a smile, how do you want me to reward you, Kikyo? Well, I want it, but Wuye, please take a look at my new clothes first. Okay. The sweet and fiery night passed like this. Since Kushida Kikyo didn't have the energy to return to her student dormitory, she slept in Wuye's student dormitory room last night. Too tired and satisfied, Kushida Kikyo didn't wake up until noon. She sat up from the bed in a daze, the thin quilt covering her delicate body slipped slightly, revealing her delicate and attractive collarbone. Where, Wuye, has he already left? Kushida Kikyo murmured and suddenly saw a breakfast on the table with a piece of paper under it. Huh? Confused, Kushida Kikyo was directly wrapped in a thin quilt, and with her bare feet, she came to the table with a slightly sore waist. The paper was left by Wuye, and it said that Wuye bought breakfast for Kushida Kikyo, and she could eat it if she woke up. With a smile on her lips, Kushida Kikyo put the message paper aside, and then she touched the edge of the breakfast box. The breakfast was cold as several hours had passed. But Kushida Kikyo's heart was hot. She hummed a pleasant tune, put on some deformed underwear and clothes, and went to the small bathroom of the student dormitory to wash up. At this time, Wuye had already had lunch with Sakura Airi and Chabashita Sae at the apartment. After lunch, taking advantage of Sakura Airi's time to clean up the dishes, Wuye said to Chabashita Sae, who was drinking barley tea, "Teacher Chabashita, can you ask the student council to conduct the trial in advance?" Yes, but Sikong, are you ready? Sae Chabashita asked. Well, it's ready. Wuye nodded. Then I will contact the student union and tell them that you have found evidence to prove your innocence and plan to start the trial early. As long as the student union and the plaintiff, the three of Ishizaki Daiichi, agree, the trial will start early. No, Chabashira-sensei, don't say that I have found evidence to prove my innocence, you say that I plan to negotiate terms with Ishizaki Daiichi and the three of them. Wuye said. Huh? What do you want to do, you bad boy? Chazu Sae looked at Wuye strangely. He clearly had a video in his hand to prove his innocence. Why was it negotiating terms? You say I'm a bad boy, of course I want to do bad things. No, I'm cleaning up pests, Long Yuan Xiang, for the school. Wuye said with a smile. Tisk, what are your thoughts, tell me. Chazu Sae asked quickly, this matter is related to whether Wuye will be suspended or expelled from school. She can't let this ring boy mess around. Chazu Sae is Wuye's most trustworthy person, so it doesn't matter if Wuye tells her his thoughts and plans. After listening to Wuye's thoughts, Sae Chabashita silently moved her round buttocks to distance herself from this bad boy. Xiaoziu Oji, what do you mean by this move? Wuye said dumbfounded. I'm keeping a distance from the guys who are full of bad things. Sae Chabashita raised her delicate eyebrows. If your plan is successful, Sho Ryuan of Class C will indeed be suspended from school. Then he was expelled for missing the midterm exam. It is still not 100% sure. After all, accidents happen in everything, and it cannot be concluded that things will not happen until the last moment. Indeed. Sae Chabashita, who nodded his head lightly, took out his mobile phone and began to contact the school. The person in charge of the school began to convey Sae Chabashita's request for an early trial to the student union. The student council president, Horikita Suzune, and the vice president, Nagamo Masahiro, both agreed to conduct a trial on the incident between Ishizaki Daiichi, the first-year Class C, and the first-year Class D, Sikong Wuye, during the weekend. Afterwards, the student union contacted the plaintiff, Daiichi Ishizaki, and the others agreed, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the plaintiff and the defendant, as well as the head teachers of both parties, would go to the student union. Review the incident. It's a sure win. Sikong Wuye wants to negotiate terms with us, so he must not have found any witnesses. Daiichi Ishizaki, who was wrapped in gauze and bandages, said excitedly. Ryuan Sho kicked Ishizaki Dottie, and he said coldly, Ishizaki, shut up, you want everyone to hear you, don't you? I'm sorry, boss Ryuan, I was so happy that I couldn't help shouting. Daiichi Ishizaki apologized quickly. Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego are very happy, because Ryuan Sho promised them before that if the plan goes well, let Wuye suspend and drop out of school, then they will get 100,000 points. Also, when they heard that Sikong Wuye wanted to negotiate terms with them, they couldn't help being ecstatic. Sikong Wuye, who the whole school can't win, wants them to bow their heads and negotiate terms now. What an honor. Looking at the ecstatic expressions of the three of Ishizaki Daiichi, Long Yuan Xiang reminded him worriedly, you guys, don't make me happy too early, and no matter what reconciliation conditions Sikong Wuye proposes, you don't agree to him. Don't worry, boss Long Yuan, we won't agree to any of Sikong Wuye's conditions. Ishizaki said carelessly. At this time, a moment of hesitation flashed in Yamawake's mind. As far as he knew, Sikong Wuye had won millions of points from seniors. If Sikong Wuye bribed him with millions of points, Yamawaki will reject Sikong Wuye, and then taunt him loudly, you want to bribe me with points? This is an insult to me? But on the other hand, Yamawaki felt that Sikong Wuye had given too much, so he asked him to say the above very harsh words. But Yamawaki is not stupid. He knows that even if he betrays Ryuan Sho, Ishizaki Daiichi and Komi Yayogo will insist on Sikong Wuye, and Sikong Wuye will still be suspended for hurting them both. Afterwards, Sikong Wuye dropped out of school, and he who betrayed Long Yuan Xiang still has a good life? So the idea of accepting Sikong Wuye's huge points and then betraying Ryuan Sho just passed through Yamawake's mind. Obi Yamawaki would not be so stupid as to betray Ryuan Sho for Sikong Wuye, who was sure to be expelled. Looking at the three of Ishizaki Daiichi who started to go to the student union, Long Yuanxiang frowned deeply. He felt something was wrong. If Sikong Wuye really intends to negotiate terms with Ishizaki and the others, why should the student union come forward and ask them to withdraw their complaints? Shouldn't they talk in private? This is the abnormality that Long Yuanxiang noticed. Since he couldn't figure out this abnormality no matter what, an ominous premonition gradually rose in Long Yuanxiang's heart, and he suppressed the feeling in his heart severely. I can only wait for Ishizaki and the others to perform. I hope they will not let go. Long Yuanxiang said in a low voice. For Ishizaki Daiichi, Ryuunsho is very confident, but for Komiya Yego and Yamawaki Bai, Ryuunsho doesn't have much trust, because he knows that they are not the same as Ishizaki Daiichi. They are not loyal follow him. The reason why they were sent to participate in the plan against Wuye was entirely because Long Yuanxiang didn't have better people. He didn't have anyone more trustworthy. 0. Ask for flowers. Before that, Ryuunsho should let the most trusted Ishizaki Daiichi go to trouble Wuye alone? Long Yuanxiang also thought so, but Nan Yunya said that if she is alone, the incident cannot be made serious, and 2 or 3 people must be seriously injured. So in desperation, Ryuunsho chose Komiya Yego and Yamawaki. The conference trial of the incident was agreed by the 3 parties, so the trial started ahead of schedule, and now Wuye and Sae Chabashita left the single-family apartment together and headed towards the student union. And Sakura Airi stayed in the apartment. Originally, Sakura Airi also planned to go with her, but she was persuaded by Wuye with excuses such as outsiders can't participate in the trial, so it's better to stay at home. I have a video in my hand, there will be no problem. Sakura Airi reluctantly agreed, but she insisted that she must send her a message immediately after the trial of the incident was over, so that she could feel completely at ease, and Wuye naturally agreed. Wuye and Chazo Sae came to the building of the student union, and they saw a pretty figure unexpectedly. Zhihui Hashinomiya saw Wuye and Sae Chabashita, and immediately showed a cheerful and sweet smile on her pretty face. Zhihui Hashinomiya waved her slender arms and said warmly, "Little Sae, little Sikong." 0. Chabashita Sae's pretty face darkened immediately, and she said angrily, "Why are you here, Zhihui?" "Of course I'll be here. You should know that I happen to be the healthcare teacher who wrote the injury certificates to the 3 students in Class C, so I have already been paged by the student union." Sae Chabashita frowned slightly. If he confirmed the injury certificate, this guy didn't need to show up at all. The student council just called to confirm. But Chia Hashinomiya came here on purpose. So this guy definitely has the idea of watching a good show? Hashinomiya's Hui with sparkling eyes showed a sweet smile to Wuye. "Little Sikong, you won't be angry with the teacher if I testify for the students of Class C like this. This is my job as a teacher, how can I be angry?" Wuye replied with a smile. As expected of little Sikong, Zhihui Hashinomiya seemed very happy. She embraced. Touching Wuye's arm, the soft and plump chest was pressed against his arm. "Wow, as expected of Kushida Kikyo's large size, it's really big." Chabashita Sae with a cold and pretty face stretched out his hand, and firmly held Hashinomiya's hand holding Wuye's arm. "Chia, don't harass the students. It hurts, Xiaoxi. You are too much." Sae Chabashita pulled Hashinomiya's Hui away fiercely, and then she glared at Wuye. "Sikong is gone, it's time for us to enter the student union." Wuye, who was stared at by Chazo Sae, showed an innocent expression. He didn't do anything. Why did he stare at him? Wuye, Sae Chabashita, and the pouting Hashinomiya all entered the student union's office. It was the first time for Wuye to come to the student union's office, and there were long tables arranged side by side in a rectangular circle. Now, there are many people in the student union office: the student council president Horikita Kikyo, the vice president Nan Yunya, the secretary Tachibana Akane, and the secretary Diane He. Ishizaki Daiichi from Class C and the others have already come to the student union, and Suzuma Sakagami, the head teacher of Class C, is also here. Wuye looked at the 3 guys in Ishizaki Daiichi. Their faces were all covered with gauze, and it seemed that their injuries were indeed very serious. Especially Ishizaki Daiichi, he even wore a fracture sling, and he looked as if his arm had been broken. Sikong Wuye is finally here. That guy Long Yuanxiang specifically warned that no matter what reconciliation conditions this guy Sikong Wuye proposes, don't agree to it. As long as the student union gives Sikong Wuye a 3-week suspension, he will definitely be expelled from the school for missing the midterm exam. In this way, I can get a reward of 100,000 points from Ryuunsho. Wearing colored contact lenses, Wuye looked at one of the 3 Ishizaki Daiichi. He pointed at it with his finger, and asked, "What's your name?" "Long." Yamawaki, who was pointed at by Wuye, was startled, and he said in a stern voice, "Sikong Wuye, what do you want to do? This is the student union, and the teacher is here. How dare you do anything to me in this kind of place? Did I say I was going to beat you up? I just simply asked for your name. You don't need to be afraid of this, right?" Wuye said disgustedly. Neunmasa, who was sitting next to Horikita Kikyo, clicked her tongue inwardly, wondering why Ryuunsho's subordinates were like this, and she panicked after being asked by Sikong Wuye. But it's okay, and it can well reflect the fear after being beaten up by Sikong Wuye. "Student Sikong, this is a student in our C class, Omi Yamawaki. What is he doing?" The class teacher Suzuma Sakagami said. "It's nothing. I just want to know the names of the people who falsely accuse me." Wuye replied casually, he is Yamawaki Bai, the guy with the worst relationship with Ryu and Sho. We are not false accusations. It's you who beat us up like this. Ishizaki Daichi and the others began to refute loudly, and Horikita Kikyo, who pushed his glasses, said in a deep voice, everyone be quiet, this is the student union that prohibits making loud noises. As expected of the majestic student council president, just one sentence shocked the three of Ishizaki Daichi. Horikita looked at Wuye and the others. He said in a businesslike tone, the two of the first year class D, please sit down. Come down, the trial meeting will start immediately. Okay, senior. Call me the student council president. I see, I am rewarded. Wuye and Sae Chabashita sat on the seats opposite to Ishizaki Daichi's 273. Tomo Hashinomiya, the homeroom teacher and healthcare teacher of Class B, also sat next to Wuye and the others. With bright eyes, he looked at everyone in the student union office with great interest. Since everyone is here, the trial meeting of the incident will begin now. The secretary Juksai stood up, and she said to the crowd, then, regarding the violent incident that happened yesterday afternoon, we will start questioning now. This meeting will be recorded by my secretary Fuguo. Afterwards, the secretary, Ju Chien, explained the cause of the incident to everyone present in simple and clear language. According to the above, the three members of Class C applied to the student union for a trial, hoping that the student union will come forward to sanction and punish the perpetrators. The secretary Ju Chien looked at Wuye, and she asked seriously, Student Sikong, you were identified as the perpetrator by the three victims in Class C, can you admit it? Of course I don't admit it, I didn't cause their injuries. Wuye replied. But Student Sikong, didn't you convey to your homeroom teacher Chazu teacher yesterday that you did have conflicts with the students of Class C? Vice President Nan Yunya said. Horikita glanced at Nagamo Masa, who spoke without authorization. He wanted to stop him who had conflicts with Wuye from asking, but when he thought of the message Wuye just sent, Horikita continued to remain silent. Yes. Wuye nodded, and he corrected, I admit that there was a conflict with the three of them, but I don't admit that I caused their injuries, and they provoked the conflict. Student Sikong, we already know your claim, but there are no surveillance cameras and no students saw the place where the two sides clashed. Have you found any witnesses to prove your position? Nan Yunya asked. There was a sharp problem. I didn't find this. Wuye replied, and the three of Ishizaki Daichi suddenly relaxed their hearts, and more or less expressions of relief and joy appeared on their faces. Class C class teacher Suzume Sakegami narrowed his eyes, and he said without hesitation, if Sikong didn't find the so-called witnesses, then the injuries on the three students in my class were caused by you. Susuma Sakegami is dissatisfied with Wuye, because this student cheated Ryuan Sho from Class C at the beginning of the semester, and made him compensate for the broken desks and glass in the classroom. So Susuma Sakegami is happy to throw stones at Sikong Wuye and convict him? I have an objection. Chibashiro Sae said coldly with his arms folded. From the demands of the students in Class C, we can know that Sikong in my class is one person, and they are three people. I'm curious, how did Sikong in my class beat the three of them up like this? Suma Sakegami showed hesitation, which was indeed very wrong. How did one person beat three people so miserably? Isn't this normal? Ishizaki Daichi immediately yelled, who doesn't know that Sikong Wuye is a monster? He has won all the clubs in the school, boxing club, judo club, free fighting club, he is easy one. It's because Wuye is so good at fighting that the three of us were beaten like this by him alone. Class C's rebuttal is very reasonable. Nan Yunya nodded approvingly, and he looked at Wuye. I don't know, Sikong, what explanation do you have? I admit that I have the ability to beat the three of them like this, but I have a question I want to ask the three of them. Wuye showed a half-smile expression to Ishizaki Daichi, who was sitting opposite, and their hearts began to swell difficult and developed. Long Yuan Xiang, who obviously beat them up, didn't bring them such a sense of horror. Why do they feel uneasy because of the smile of this guy in front of them? Is this the so-called guilty conscience? Do the three of you know that I'm amazing? Wuye asked with a half-smile. Sky, that's right. Then, since you all know that I'm powerful, why didn't you choose to run away when you were beaten by me? If you want to run away, I can't stop the three of you alone, right? Of course it's because you're threatening us. Daichi Ishizaki replied without hesitation. At that time, Sikong Wuye, you caught Yamawaki and told us that if we dared to escape, we would severely punish Yamawaki. Komi Yayego and I were worried that Yamawaki would be killed by you, so we were forced to stay. After that, we were beaten like this by you alone. That's right. In the end we thought about it and felt that you must not be allowed to bully everyone like this wantonly, so we mustered up the courage to come to the student union and let the student union punish you. That's it. The three of Ishizaki Daichi sang together and shared their situation and thoughts. Love and righteousness, clear organization, well-founded, really convincing. However, through mind-reading ability, Wuye discovered that this was the rhetoric taught to them by Long Yuan Xiang. It seems that Long Yuan Xiang is ready to fool the words of the student union and teachers. Judging from the lack of surveillance cameras and the statements of the three of Ishizaki Daichi, Wuye is in an absolutely disadvantageous predicament, but this predicament will be broken instantly as long as he shows the video. But Wuye doesn't plan to take out the recorded video yet. Because now is not the right time? The words you said are just your own one-sided words. You have no evidence at all to prove that I caused the injuries on your bodies, so my claim is still that you are framing me. Wuye said. Framed? Sikong Wuye, what you said is really ridiculous. If you say we framed you, then tell us, who caused our injuries. Xiaogong Yuo was furious and tore off the mask that was pasted on his face. Gauze, revealing the broken skin of the wound. Still bleeding, looks really scary. Who knows, it wasn't me anyway. Wuye shrugged. So you have evidence to prove that I hurt you like this? If there is no evidence, then you are slandering me. You are still messing around. Student Council President, Vice President, Secretary. You all have to help us uphold justice. Punish this dem Sikong Wuye severely. Ishizaki Daichi and the others turned to Horikita for help. What should I do, President? Neither side has clear evidence to prove their claims and statements. Nan Yunya said to Horikita Kikyo with a distressed expression. Then stop here, it's just a waste of time to continue. Horikita said coldly. I know from your claims and conversations that either the plaintiff, Ishizaki Daichi and the others, lied and slandered, or the defendant, Sikong Wuye, refused to plead guilty. 11. That's why the student union can thoroughly review this matter. Since the president has made such a judgment, let's adopt a compromise plan according to the usual practice and punish both parties. Nan Yunya said in a businesslike tone. Both sides insist on their own claims, so no matter how long the trial of this matter lasts, no agreement can be reached, so a compromise solution can only be adopted. The severity of the punishment depends on the injury of the opponent, so, student Sikong, you have to suspend school for 2 weeks, and the 3 in Class C are writing self-criticism. The compromise plan Nagomoya said made Chabashira Sae frowned delicately, and she glanced at Nagomoya without a trace. Suspending school for 2 weeks will also miss the midterm exam. Is the vice president of the student union targeting Sikong? Is he in the same group as Long Yuan Xiang? Vice president, it is not fashionable to adopt a compromise plan now. Horikita, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He pushed his glasses and stood up, looking at Wuye. He asked sharply, Sikong Wuye from Class D of the first year, can you affirm that what you said today is not false? The injuries of the students in Class C were not caused by you. Of course I can assert that. Wuye replied with a smile. Very good. Horikita looked at Ishizaki Daichi and the others, then the 3 of you in Class C. I ask you, can you affirm that what you said today is not false? The injuries on your bodies were caused by Sikong Wuye. Of course. Daichi Ishizaki replied forcefully, and Komiya Hajime and Yamawaki Obi also said yes again and again. Then, we will review the matter again at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Before that, if no one presents evidence to the student union that the other party clearly lied, or admits their mistakes to the student union, then we will make a judgment based on the existing evidence and make a compromise plan. Horikita's words made Nan Yunya smile secretly. She was stable, and relieved. Afterwards, Horikita Kikyo's tone became severe. Both of you can guarantee that what you said is true. So in other words, one of Class D or Class C is lying. This kind of lying behavior involving the school is very serious. Once the situation is found out, we must consider whether to give the lying party a punishment of expulsion. Ishizaki Daichi and the 3 of them suddenly had a heart attack. The one who lied would be expelled from school. No. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Sikong Wuye has not found any witnesses from yesterday to now, proving that the injuries on our bodies were not caused by him. So just wait until 4 p.m. tomorrow. Sikong Wuye will be suspended for 2 weeks. Expect. Above. The trial meeting is over, and the 2 parties are leaving in an orderly manner. Secretary Ju Chien said to everyone. Wuye stood up first, and he showed a smile that was not a smile to the 3 of Ishizaki Daichi who were sitting opposite, and then reincarnated and left the student union office. Obviously Wuye's 0.4 smile is quite handsome, but it made the 3 of Ishizaki Daichi feel cold inside, as if they were being targeted by a demon. Sae Chabashita followed Wuye out of the office, and she caught up with him with slender legs, and then asked in a low voice, Sikong, when are you going to take the initiative to fight back? Tomorrow. Wuye said casually, taking out his mobile phone to report Sakura Airi's safety. Sae Chabashita wanted to ask for more details, but at this time Tomo Hashinomiya had already chased after her, so Sae Chabashita had no choice but to keep her mouth shut and stopped talking to Wuye. Little Sae, little Sikong. Mr. Chabashita, stop Mr. Hashinomiya, I'm dead. Ah, alright. Hashinomiya's Hui, who was trotting over, looked at Wuye's hurriedly leaving figure in doubt, and asked Chabashita Sae curiously, how did little Sikong walk so fast? Because I'm worried about being entangled with you. Chazura Sae said without hesitation. No, it must be that little Sikong is in a hurry to find witnesses. Speaking of which, he is really calm. The situation at the student union just now is not good for him, but little Sikong. But he did not lose his stability, insisting that the injuries of the students in class Cent were not caused by him, because their injuries were not caused by Sikong. Hey, does Xiao Zuoji trust Xiao Sikong so much? He will go to the club to challenge the seniors at the beginning of school, which means that he has the kind of bold and reckless personality. Is it normal for boys to bring people up like this? Chazu Sae is silent. Sikong Wuye is indeed a bold guy, otherwise how could she become his nanny inexplicably? Now Chabashira Sae finds out that she is used to preparing 3 meals a day for Wuye and Sakura Airi? Has she been tamed by that bad boy? Hashinomiya's Hui looked at Sae Chabashita whose complexion was gradually getting worse, and she showed a happy smile. If this best friend is in a bad mood, her mood will get better. Don't think too much, little Sae. Let's go to the bar? Don't worry about the students' troubles. You please. Okay, Hoshinomiyachi replied cheerfully. Ryuan Sho and Ishizaki Daichi are on the phone. Sikong Wuye didn't mention the idea of reconciliation? What is he trying to do? Long Yuan Xiang frowned while holding a mobile phone. Although the trial of the student union seems to be going well, Long Yuan Xiang always feels that something is wrong. Boss Ryuan, don't think too much. Sikong Wuye has nothing to do now. Our plan will definitely come true. Buki Dadi said carelessly. Ishizaki, the second trial will start before 4 p.m. tomorrow. Please tell Komiya and Yamawaki to pay attention, and don't be threatened and lured by Sikong Wuye during this period. Long Yuan Xiang said. Don't worry, everyone is eager for Sikong Wuye to be expelled from school. How could he be persuaded by him? Ryuan Sho vaguely heard echoes of yes and don't worry from Ishizaki Daichi. Hearing Komiya Yego and Yamawake's response, Ryuan Sho also felt relieved. Horikita Kikyo, who had already left the student union office, looked at himself chatting with Wuye's line. Before Wuye and Chabashita Sae stepped into the student union, Wuye sent several messages to Horikita Kikyo. Wuye said he had found evidence to prove his innocence, but hoped that he would keep silent during the trial, postpone the trial and say a severe punishment. Sikong, I have done what you said, so let me see how you plan to act. Horikita muttered to himself. Wuye, who was walking on the street, called someone, and then a flat voice came from his cell phone. Sikong. Ayanakaji 08, are you free tonight? Wuye asked with a smile. Yes, what's the matter? Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, who was lying in the student dormitory, asked. I need your help, come and help me tonight. Yes, but can I ask in advance, what is the specific matter? Being my assistant, help me press the field, it's that simple. So that's the case, Tong Kong, you said it as if you didn't say it. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything terrible, there's no danger at all. Wuye said with a smile. Okay then, you can contact me later. After making an appointment with Kiyotaka Ayanakaji, Wuye called the Dr. Kushida Kikyo. Kushida Kikyo's sweet and cheerful voice was slightly hoarse, probably because she had been a female knight all night last night. Are you up yet? Wuye asked with a smile. Kushida Kikyo, lying on Wuye's bed, swayed her snow-white slender legs, and she replied with a smile, I've already woken up, and the breakfast you brought me is delicious. Thank you. You're welcome, Kikyo. Can you think of a way to call out Yamawaki from class C? I plan to talk to him tonight. This Ming tilted his head. Sadada Kikyo began to think. As for the reward, I'll give it to you when you come to the student dormitory tonight. I don't need this. My waist is still weak. Kushida Kikyo said subconsciously as she was thinking about a solution, and she complained with a sweet smile on her lips. Wuye, you have too much energy. You didn't have any energy last night. Stopped. Where do you want to go? The reward I'm talking about is to buy clothes for you, and then take them to the student dormitory for you. Wuye said with a joke. Wuye has bought clothes for both Sakura Airi and Karuizawa Megumi, but she has not bought clothes for Kushida Kikyo, so it is time for Wuye to buy clothes for her. Kushida Kikyo had a sweet chat with Wuye, and then the little angel girlfriend assured Wuye that she would find a way to make an appointment with Yamawaki tonight. Kidkyo, when you ask him out, you must avoid other people, especially Ryuan Sho, Ishizaki Daichi, Komiya Yogo, and don't let them know. Wuye reminded Kushida Kikyo specifically. Well, avoid letting everyone know, it's a bit difficult, but I will work hard. Wuye, you can rest assured and leave this matter to me. Well, I'm very relieved to leave the matter to you. Hey. Kushida Kikyo showed a sweet smile. Wuye's words revealed the trust that made her very happy, and she must help him make an appointment with Yamawaki by. Wuye ended the call with Kushida Kikyo, and when he was returning to the single-family apartment, he unexpectedly received a call from a little angel. And this little angel is the real little angel, Ichinose Hoonami. Sikong, are you okay? As soon as Wuye answered Ichinose Hoonami's call, she hurriedly said these words. What can I do, Ichinose? Wuye looked puzzled. I just returned to the student dormitory from Banyan Shopping Center, and I happened to meet Hoshinomiya-sensei and Chabashita-sensei on the way. Hoshinashige-sensei said you are in trouble. Ichinose Hoonami explained. Well, I'm actually not in trouble. It's not troublesome. Sikong, you are going to be suspended from school. Ichinose Hoonami's voice became high, and Wuye, who was interrupted by her, couldn't help showing a subtle expression. Does this beautiful girl with golden pink hair pay too much attention to him? Ichinose Hoonami realized that her voice was too loud just now. She quickly apologized and said, Sorry Sikong, I was a little louder just now. Where are you now? I'll look for you. What are you looking for me for? Look for witnesses with you. Aren't you looking for witnesses who can prove your innocence? The little angel's answer without hesitation made Wuye smile. In fact, I have already found it, so I accept your wish from Ichinose. Real. Of course it's true, this matter is related to whether I will be suspended from school, whether I will still lie or not. That's right. Then I hang up. Ichinose Hoonami looked at the phone with a reassuring expression, and the panic in her heart disappeared. Ichinose Hoonami didn't know why. After she heard about Wuye from Hoshinomiya Tomo, she panicked. Afterwards, Ichinose Hoonami hurriedly bid farewell to the two teachers, and she immediately called Wuye to confirm the situation and offered to help. Why is she so worried about Wuye? Because Sikong is my friend, of course I will be worried if something happens to my friend. Ichinose Hoonami murmured. Through this excuse, Ichinose Hoonami justified the fact that he was too concerned about Wuye, and convinced himself that his whole heart was influenced by Wuye. At 8:10 in the evening, Yamawaki Bai left the first-year student dormitory with gauze on his face, and he set off for Dia Cafe emotionally. Yamawaki feels that his spring has arrived, because a girl named Manabishiho told him in class this afternoon that there was a very cute girl with big breasts looking for him. She suspected that she was interested in him and wanted to make friends, so I made an appointment with him at 8:30 tonight. Go to Dia Cafe and see below. Yamawaki quickly asked who it was, but Manabishiho didn't tell him, saying that the girl was shy, so he would know if he went to meet him at Dia Cafe. That girl would be easy to recognize with a flower. So now Yamawaki feels that his spring is coming. But Yamawaki Bai was a little uneasy, because he had a wound on his face, and he didn't know if it would scare others. It's all the Demryuan show's fault. If it wasn't for him, how could my face be hurt? Complaining, Yamawaki finally rushed to Dia Cafe. He opened the door and walked in. Since this cafe is not very famous, there are not many customers in it at night. At the same time, because the interior lighting of this cafe is a little dim, Yamawaki has to check one by one to see who is holding a flower in his hand. Soon, Yamawaki saw someone wandering around with a flower in the corner of the coffee shop. Unfortunately, because the person was leaning against the sofa, Yamawaki could only see the person's hand and the flower, but could not see it. Know what a girl you like looks like? Well, you can't even tell if it's male or female. Found it? Ayanakaji Kiyotaka looked at Yamawaki, who walked towards Wuye with a surprised expression on his face. He stood up slowly, and followed behind Yamawaki. Hello, you are. Damn it, Sikong Wuye, how could it be you? The smiling Yamawaki Bai was stunned for a moment, because the person wandering around the flowers was not a girl at all. It's that BD Sikong Wuye. Yo, here comes brother. Wuye greeted Yamawaki with a smile, and then he threw away the artificial flower in his hand. Sit down, I have something to see you. Get lost. Yamawaki shouted out of embarrassment. Even if he was an idiot, he knew that no girls would like him at all. It was Sikong Wuye who tricked him here. Furious, Yamawaki wanted to leave directly, but Wuye said slowly, Ayanakaji, stop him for me. Understood. Responding to Wuye faintly, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka blocked the way of Yamawaki Obi. Go away. With an angry expression on his face, Omi Yamawaki stretched out his palm, trying to push Ayanakaji Kiyotaka away, who blocked his way. But Ayanakaji Kiyotaka dodged Yamawaki Bai's palm with a slight sideways movement. He even grabbed his arm, approached him with one step, twisted his hand backwards, and directly twisted Yamawaki Bai's arm to his back. The situation where the arm was buckled made Yamawaki Bai let out a cry of pain. The smiling Wuye looked at Ayanakaji Kiyotaka in surprise, as expected of a character in the White Room. He subdued this guy Yamawaki neatly. BD, let me go. Ba. Yamawaki yelled angrily, spitting out the fake flower that Wuye had thrown into his mouth. Don't make noise, don't harass other guests. I don't intend to do anything to you, I just want you to watch a video. Wuye, holding a mobile phone, played the video recorded by Chazo Sae. Yamawaki just glanced at the past, and then he couldn't move his eyes away, and Yamawaki's expression also changed from anger to fear. 050. Because the content of this video is the scene of him besieging Wuye with Ishizaki Daichi and Komi Yayuo. Wuye was very satisfied with the change in Yamawaki's expression. He said to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, it's alright, Ayanakaji, let him go. Yeah. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka let go of Yamawaki's arm, and the freed Yamawaki had no intention of leaving. He looked at the smiling Wuye in horror and apprehension. Sikong Wuye, did you realize that we will ambush you there? So, you should arrange someone to record the video upstairs in advance. That's right. Wuye, who took back his phone, nodded casually. Yamawaki Bai's heart was full of despair, and he was stupefied and asked inexplicably, then why didn't you just show it in the student union today? If you take out this video, it will be enough to prove that the injuries on our bodies were not caused by you, right? It's very simple. Wuye picked up the drink and took a sip. He said with a smile under the staring gaze of Yamawaki, I want you all to drop out of school. What? Yamawaki looked at Wuye in disbelief. Was what this man just drank was venom? If what he drank was not venom, why is he saying this so viciously now? Sikong Wuye, what do you mean? Don't you understand? Your brain is so bad. Wuye's words made Omi Yamawaki furious, but his handle was all in Wuye's mobile phone, so he could only swallow his anger aggrievedly. Looking at Yamawaki, who was blushing, Wuye showed a refreshing smile. Do you want me to explain it to you mercifully? Want? Oh, to put it simply, although the three of you took the initiative to attack me, I was unscathed, so your attack on me will not cause you to be expelled from the school. But today, the three of you lied during the trial meeting of the student council. Now you can recall what the student council president said at the end. Subconsciously, Yamawaki recalled what the student council president, Horikita Kikyo, said at the end. Both of you dare to guarantee that what you said is true, so in other words, one of Class D or Class C is lying. This kind of lying behavior involving the school is very serious. Once the situation is found out, we must consider whether to give the lying party a punishment of expulsion from school. Yamawaki Bai had already recalled the words of student council president Horikita Kikyo. His pupils trembled violently, and his whole body seemed to have fallen into a frozen cave. Cold. So cold? #018. Feeling cold and fearful, Yamawaki took 2 steps back, trembling all over his body. He looked at Sikong Wuye, who was sitting with terrified eyes. The smiling man in front of him is not a person at all, but a devil whose heart is completely black. Sikong Wuye, you keep this video just to let us who offended you drop out of school. You are so ruthless. Yamawaki desperately said. Ayanokaji Chingtaka nodded. He also felt that Wuye was so cruel. Although Ayanokaji Kiyotaka did not know the ins and outs of the incident, but he had a high IQ, and he had deduced the general plot from the dialogue between Wuye and Yamawaki. What's ruthless? Don't you plan to drop me out of school? Are you qualified to say that I'm ruthless? Wuye said with a disgusted expression on his face. You want me to drop out? I just let you drop out. The price we have to pay, aren't they all the same? Yamawaki could not refute. The 3 crimes of fooling the student union, deliberately concealing the facts, and slandering good students who are self-defense are not small, so the 3 of you will either be suspended from school or expelled directly. With his hands crossed, Wuye looked at the pale-faced Yamawaki, and he said with a smile, now I will give you a way out. What do you mean? Are you going to let me go? Yamawaki said in surprise. Yeah, because what I want to deal with is not you guys, but Long Yuan Xiang. Wuye showed a half-smile look. If I'm not wrong, it's Long Yuan Xiang who instructed you behind the scenes. That's right. Yamawaki replied without hesitation. Yamawaki did not have a good relationship with Ryu Unsho, and his injuries were all caused by Ryu Unsho, so he already held a grudge against him. In addition, now that Yamawaki is in the hands of Wuye to be expelled by the school, how will he choose? How else can he choose? Naturally, in order to allow myself to continue in this school, I chose to betray Long Yuan Xiang. Very good. Satisfied with Yamawaki's decisive answer, Wuye said to Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, Ayanokaji, you use your mobile phone to record. Understood. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka replied crisply. Wuye looked at Yamawaki, and he said with a smile, under Ayanokaji's video, Yamawaki, tell me all about Ryu Unsho's plan against me. I really want to say it. Yamawaki said with a guilty conscience. You can choose not to tell, but the price is that you drop out of school instead of Long Yuan Xiang. I said. Yamawaki, who was driven to a dead end by Wuye, yelled in despair. I said it's okay. Afterwards, under Ayanokaji Kiyotaka's video, Yamawaki said everything he knew in a hopeless low tone. These include. Long Yuan Xiang used Shiina Hiyori's name to lure Wuye to the 2nd grade teaching building where there is no surveillance camera. Provoke Sikong Wuye and have him clash with the 3 of them. Long Yuan Xiang then beat them, causing serious injuries, and sent them to the student union to slander Sikong Wuye. He attempted to suspend Sikong Wuye from school, so he missed the midterm exam and was expelled by the school. This is the whole plan of Ryu Unsho. Yamawaki looked at Wuye in fear, and Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, who was in charge of the video, clicked his tongue slightly. That guy named Long Yuan Xiang is so ruthless, but Sikong Wuye seems to be on a higher level than him. He predicted their plan to entrap him in advance and made a video. Otherwise, Sikong Wuye will really miss the midterm exam due to suspension of school, and thus be sued by the school. Wuye nodded to Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, and he ended the video in a satisfied manner. Afterwards, Ayanokaji Kiyotaka sent this video file to Wuye through the line. It's not enough for a witness who realizes his mistake and chooses to turn to the light. You call Komi Yayu here too. Wuye said. Okay. Yamawaki asked proactively, Master Sikong, do you want to call Ishizaki Daiichi? Don't call me my lord, it's disgusting. Wuye gave Yamawaki a disgusted look. After this guy Yamawaki completely despaired of Wuye. He had clearly realized that Sikong Wuye was a demon that could not be provoked, so he had a tendency to be Wuye's dog. Ishizaki Daiichi doesn't need to call, that guy is an idiot, it's hard to convince him, so if you tell him the current situation, he will definitely pass it on to Long Yuan Xiang. Wuye said. But even if Ryu Unsho knew about your next plan, he wouldn't have the slightest chance to resist, said Yamasuke respectfully. Are you teaching me how to do things? Wuye raised his eyebrows. No, not at all. I'm going to contact Komiya right now and he'll come over and turn to the light. The relationship between Yamawaki Obi and Komiya Yego is very good. He both has Komiya Yego's contact information, so after a phone call, Komiya Yego came to Dia Cafe. Yamawaki, why do you want to buy me dessert all of a sudden? Komiya Yego, who came to Dia Cafe, greeted Yamawaki who was sitting stiffly, and then he glanced at the person sitting opposite Yamawaki. Damn it, Sikong Wuye, you're here too. Komiya Yego's horrified reaction now is the same as that of Yamawaki just now. Looking at Wuye, who was drinking slowly, Komiya Yego looked at Obi Yamawaki in surprise. What's the matter with you, Yamawaki? You plan to betray us? You were bought by Sikong Wuye with points. If Sikong classmate plans to buy me, that would be great, but unfortunately not. Yamawaki showed an extremely bitter expression. Sikong classmate has a video of our previous conflict in the 2nd grade. What? With the narration of the senior Yamawaki Obi, Komiya Yego quickly realized their desperate situation, so his face also turned pale. Wuye looked at Komiya Yego, who looked at him with terrified eyes, and he said, so what is your choice, drop out of school directly with Ryu Unsho and Ishizaki Daiichi, or just like Yamawaki, abandoning the dark and turning to the bright? Of course I choose to be a good person. Komiya Yuo said without hesitation. He said to Wuye sincerely and seriously, Student Sikong, I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. That's right. It's because Ryuun Sho is threatening us that we will do such a bad thing for you. Yamawaki adjacent quickly echoed. So it's all Long Yuanxiang's fault. Wuye said with a smile. Yeah. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka remained silent, and the three of them who were smiling at each other revealed an aura of hypocrisy. Wuye stood up, and he looked at Obi Yamawaki and Yoko Komiya subconsciously, who stood up subconsciously. I hope you will go to the student union tomorrow and say the same, otherwise you too will follow Ryuun Sho and Ishizaki Daiichi drop out of school together. Do not worry. We have now turned our backs on the dark and turned to the bright, and we will never do such bad things to slander good students again. Komiya Yuo hastily promised. Then I'll wait and see. Wuye said to the coffee shop staff. Check out, waiter. Let me check out. I come. Yamawaki Obi and Komiya Yego rushed to pay for Wuye, but how could Wuye let these two guys pay? Did he have no points? Besides, what Wuye hates the most is the bad guys. How could he let the bad guys pay for him? So, in the end, Wuye paid the points himself, and left Dia Cafe with Kiyotaka Ayanakaji. After Wuye left, Yamawaki and Komiya Yuo sat on the sofa in the coffee shop directly. After the fear and despair, they saw the hope of staying in this school, so now they both mentioned, I don't have any strength left. Yamawaki, are we really going to betray Ryuun? Komiya Yego said bitterly. You don't have to betray, at most you just drop out of school with them. Yamawaki Mimi imitated Wuye's previous tone. But, aren't you afraid of being beaten by Long Yuanxiang? If we testify against him, he will definitely beat us to death. Komiya Yuo said worriedly. Yamawaki sneered. Don't worry, Ryuun Sho no longer has the chance to beat us up. As long as we testify against him, Ryuun Sho will definitely be suspended from school and expelled from school. That's right, I forgot about this situation. Komiya Yuo said in surprise. Sho Ryuun would get suspended for beating them both up, and then he'd quit for missing midterms? So Yamawaki Bai and Komiya Yego have nothing to fear at all. I didn't expect that we would take revenge for the beatings that Ryuun Sho beat us up before because of Sikong Wuye. Yamawaki Bai sighed. Yeah. Sikong Wuye is so scary, no wonder the seniors all call him a devil, he is really a terrifying devil. Komiya Yuo said through gritted teeth. The expression is both fearful and angry. That's right. Sikong Wuye obviously has a video that can prove his innocence, but he didn't directly show it. He waited until the student union increased the punishment for liars before he took out the video to threaten us. When Obi Yamawaki mentioned Wuye, he was afraid for a while. Fortunately, the devil was not interested in them, otherwise they would probably give Ryuun Sho a glance and be expelled from school by him. Yamawaki, I have decided, if I see Sikong Wuye in the future, I will avoid him. Are you that afraid of him? Aren't you afraid of Yamawaki? Komiya Yego asked back. I'm afraid too, but I'm not as afraid of him as you are. Tonight, there are two more unscrupulous gangsters who will run away in a hurry when they see Wuye. Wuye, who left the Dia Cafe, was in a good mood, with a faint smile on his handsome face. The matter is finally settled. The troublesome bastards who talk about the bed will be kicked out of Tiantian school. In Long Yuanxiang's words, Wuye has already been dealt with, so the rest is that guy Nan Yunya. Nan Yunya and Long Yuanxiang plot against Wuye together, so Wuye does not intend to let Nan Yunya go. It's a pity that Wuye didn't have much intersection with Nan Yunya, and he didn't have many opportunities to solve Nan Yunya. But the opportunity will come soon, because Wuye will join the student union after the midterm exam, and then Wuye and Nan Yunya will be completely on the same page. Chingtaka Ayanokaji, who followed Wuye, said, Sikong, will ordinary high school students fight to the death like you and Ryuun Sho? How is it possible? You don't even know such common sense. Wuye said dumbfounded. Well, it's not like you don't know my background. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said, nodding. By the way, Ayanakaji, you came to this school to study, to recover the lost emotions, or what? Wuye asked. I don't have much idea about getting back my emotions. I just want to find out what real strength is and what true equality is through getting along with the outside world, so I'm working hard to be an ordinary high school student. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka replied. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka looked at Wuye. Sikong, what's that? You are more cunning, smart than anyone else. Do you know what true strength and true equality are? You kid just wanted to call me cunning, didn't you? Wuye glanced at Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, who lacked emotion and expression. No, it was just your illusion. Tisk, the question of true strength is too general. I don't know you at all. True equality, I don't think this exists at all. What do you mean? Ayanakaji Kiyotaka asked. Wuye looked sideways at Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. The so-called equality is a concept on the spiritual level and value system. If this concept is placed on objectively existing things, then the meaning of equality will change and become inequality. So the true equality you want to know, Ayanakaji, only exists in the spirit, not in reality. Is that so? Ayanakaji Kiyotaka pondered, and Wuye didn't make a sound to disturb his thinking. Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka kept quiet all the time, and separated at an intersection. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka returned to the first-year dormitory building, while Wuye returned to the single-family apartment. Because Kushida Kikyo couldn't bear it, she didn't plan to come to Wuye tonight, so Wuye could go back to the apartment directly to accompany Sakura Airi. As for the gift for Kushida Kikyo, she has already got it from Wuye's student dormitory, which is a pink dress that fits the character of Kushida Kikyo's little angel. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. The student union began to contact the head teacher Sae Chabashita of Class D, Sikong Wuye, a student of Class D, and the classmate of Class C. Director Suzume Sakagami, Class C students Ishizaki Daichi, Komi Yayego, and Yamawaki Obi. Let all these people come to the student union office for the second case trial. When going to the student union office, Ishizaki Daichi couldn't help but said to Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego, "Is it my illusion? Why do I always feel that Yamawaki and Komiya are a little excited?" Komi Yayue was startled, and Omi Yamawaki, who had learned courage from Wuye, explained without changing his face, "Of course it's because we will soon let that demon Sikong Wuye drop out of school. That's why we're so happy." "Don't tell me you're not happy, brother Ishizaki." "Of course I'm happy too," Daichi Ishizaki replied immediately. Seeing the smiling face of Ishizaki Daichi, Komi Yayego, and Yamawaki Obi glanced at each other, feeling a little guilty in their hearts, but when they thought that Ryuzuno and Ishizaki Daichi would be expelled from the school soon, their hearts would not go away empty. In fact, the two of them were cheated by Wuye. In fact, even if Ishizaki Daiji and the three of them lied during the trial of the student union meeting, chose to conceal the truth, and chose to slander good students, they would not be punished for expulsion. It was Wuye who deliberately asked Horikita to say that the consequences of concealment were very serious, which gave them the idea that if they are found lying, they will be suspended by the school and expelled from school. Under the influence of such terrible thoughts, Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego immediately chose to surrender to Wuye and betray Ryuunsho at the same time. This morning, Wuye sent the confession written by Omi Yamawaki and Yogo Komiya last night to the student council president, Horikita Kikyo. Daichi Ishizaki, who came to the student union building, cried out in surprise because he saw Ryuunsho. "Hey, boss Longyuan, why are you here?" "I don't know either. The student union just called me and asked me to come over to the student union." Longyuan Xiang replied with a frown. Suddenly being paged by the student union gave Longyuan Xiang a huge sense of foreboding. He wanted to call Nan Yunya and ask him why the student union contacted him. But Nagomoya didn't know either. He said it was the decision of the student council president, Horikita Kikyo. Not being able to figure out the paging situation made Longyuan Xiang's ominous premonition even stronger. Komi Yayego and Yamawaki Bai looked at each other silently. They both knew why Ryuunsho was called by the student council. Because the two of them wrote down Longyuan Xiang's conspiracy plan against Sikong Wuye in their respective confessions. And they also stated in detail that they would provoke Sikong Wuye, and the student union accused Sikong of 833 nights, all of which were directed by Longyuan Xiang, and their injuries were all caused by Longyuan Xiang. Some guilty Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego followed Ryuunsho and Ishizaki Daichi into the student union office, and there were already many people sitting in the office. Student Sikong Wuye, Class D head teacher Sae Chabashita, healthcare teacher Hoshinomi Yatomo, Class C head teacher Suzume Sakagami, student council president Horikita Kikyo, vice president Nagamo Masa, secretary. Compared with yesterday's, Nan Yunya's dog-legged secretary Diane He was missing. "Hey, Longyuan, long time no see." Wuye greeted Longyuan Xiang with a smile. Sikong Wuye, I'm afraid this is our last meeting," Longyuan Xiang said with a sneer. "Well, it's possible," Wuye responded with a smile. "After all, after this, Longyuan Xiang will be suspended and expelled from the school. So this meeting may be the last time for Wuye and Longyuan Xiang." Horikita pushed her glasses. The secretary Tachibana immediately understood. She said, "Everyone is here, please sit down, the second case trial is about to begin." Ryuunsho and Ishizaki Daichi both sat down by the head teacher of Class C, Susumu Sakagami. To their surprise, Yamawaki and Komi Yayego both sat down on the side where Wuye was sitting. Location. Komi Yayego and Yamawaki's location choice made Nagamo Masa, Ryuunsho, Ishizaki Daichi, Sakagami Suma's eyes widen. The behavior of the two of them is obviously betrayal. Chabashita Sae, who folded her arms on her chest, showed a vague smile. She didn't need to guess and knew that the bad boy was responsible for this situation. Zhui Hoshinomiya, who still came to watch the show, had a surprised expression. She looked at Sae Chabashita who was smiling, and then at the night where the old god was there. So what happened? Such doubts emerged in the minds of Hoshinomiya's Hui and the others. With Ryuunsho's face extremely gloomy, Ishizaki Dachi hurriedly said to Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego who were sitting opposite. "Hey, Yamawaki, Komiya, why are you sitting there? There are still many vacant seats on our side." "No, we've already turned our backs on the dark side," Yamawaki said very stiffly, "so we should sit by Sikong's side." "That's right," Komi Yayu echoed. Longyuan Xiang's heart sank completely, and now he can be sure that these two dim bastards have betrayed him. Sitting on the vice president's seat, Nagomoya secretly clenched his fists. He scolded Longyuan Xiang in his heart. This guy is really unreliable, and the two subordinates who went to implement the plan have betrayed him. "Don't waste time, let's start the second trial, and we have to go home for dinner," Wuye said with a smile. "The second trial, let's begin." This time the secretary, Ju Qian, didn't even say the opening remarks. She said to everyone, "Before the trial starts, I have two documents here, which are written by Xiaogong Yewu, a student from Class C. Yamawaki sent it to the student union. Their documents provide strong evidence for this incident. Please have a look at them. The secretary Ju Chien distributed the 2 copied confessions to everyone present. Even Hiwi Hashinomiya, who was in charge of watching the show, got a copy. After reading these 2 confessions, Nan Yunya's heart was completely at ease, because what was written on them was only Long Yuanxiang's conspiracy plan against Sikong Wuye, and did not mention his existence. Ryuan Shou looked at the confession letters of Yamawaki and Komi Yayego, his whole face darkened, and then stared at Yamawaki and Komi Yayego who were sitting opposite him with fierce and ferocious eyes. You 2 bastards? Sure enough, you were bought by Sikong Wuye. Long Yuanxiang said coldly, gnashing his teeth. No, we were not bought by Sikong. Yamawaki said righteously. We have had enough of Long Yuanxiang's oppression and bullying, and we don't want to see a good student like Sikong being persecuted by his plan, so we will stand up and testify. Wuye glanced at Obi Yamawaki. This unscrupulous gangster is quite good at talking. He said that he is like a messenger of justice. Are you bastards worthy of us, NM? Daichi Ishizaki said angrily. Quiet? This is the student union, not a place for you to quarrel. Horikita said in a deep voice, and Class C class teacher Susuma Sakegami hurriedly appeased the angry Ryuan Shou and Ishizaki Daichi, telling them not to get excited. Hashinomi Yachie poked Chabashira Sae's arm, and she asked with curiosity in her eyes, Little Sae, how did little Sikong manage to make 2 students from Class C betray them? I don't know, Sikong didn't tell me. Chazu Sae replied indifferently, her heart was full of surprise and satisfaction. Chazu Sae didn't expect Wuye's counterattack to be so sharp. He broke the predicament in an instant and became invincible. Now the person who caused huge bodily harm to Yamawaki Bai and the others was no longer Sikong Wuye, but Long Yuanxiang. Secretary Tachibana Akane looked at Ryuan Shou with a dark face, and she said in a businesslike tone, Student Ryuan Shou, what do you think about the documents submitted by Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego? They are slandering me. Long Yuanxiang replied without hesitation, these 2 guys must have been bought by Sikong Wuye, so they are talking nonsense here. We're not talking nonsense. Yes, everything we wrote down is true. Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego immediately refuted. But you don't have any evidence to prove that the injuries on your bodies were caused by the boss Ryuan, did you? Daichi Ishizaki said loudly. He was not stupid, at least he understood how to use Wuye's previous rebuttal words to refute Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yahai, thus exonerating Long Yuanxiang. So it's in a stalemate again. Wuye looked at Nan Yunya with a smile on his face. Vice President Nan Yunya, regarding this situation, you seem to have said yesterday, China can adopt a compromise plan, right? Yes. Nan Yunya replied with a face twitching. So what's the compromise? Nan Yunya glanced at Ryuan Shou with a gloomy face, and he said bravely, Ryuan Shou, who is suspected of being the perpetrator, will be suspended from school for 2 weeks, and Yamawaki-san and Komi Yayego each write a review. As soon as they heard that their punishment was only to write a self-criticism, Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego immediately showed a happy expression. They don't need to suspend school, and they won't be expelled. And this guy Ryuan Shou will drop out of school for missing the midterm exam? Stop school for 2 weeks, that's enough. Wuye nodded in satisfaction. His words made Ryuan Shou look at Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego even more terrifying. Because Long Yuanxiang felt that Wuye had already passed through the 2 of them, knowing that after suspending school, he would miss the midterm exam and be expelled by the school. Nan Yunya sighed in her heart. Originally, his plan with Long Yuanxiang was to have Sikong Wuye suspended from school, but the punishment for passing on education was taken away by Long Yuanxiang. What is it? Then Long Yuanxiang, do you agree with this compromise plan? Secretary Ju Chien asked Long Yuanxiang with a gloomy face for confirmation. The head teacher of Class C, Susuma Sakegami, said quickly, this matter should be regarded as an internal problem of our Class C, so I hope that this matter can be handed over to our Class C. Solve. No, this is not an internal issue of Class C, but an issue related to the dignity and rules of the school. Students who dare to commit crimes in the school must be punished. The student council president, Horikita Kikyo, said coldly. Sakegami was at a loss for words. He sighed helplessly and said to Ryuan Xiang, in that case, then Ryuan, you should accept this punishment. Long Yuanxiang gritted his teeth secretly. If it's just a 2-week suspension, Long Yuanxiang is completely acceptable, but at this time, you will miss the midterm exam? It's a pity that Susuma Sakegami didn't realize this situation at all, otherwise he wouldn't have advocated that Ryuan Shou would receive a 2-week suspension from school. Ryuan Shou, full of impatience and anger, looked away from Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego, and looked at Wuye. At this time, Wuye was crossing his arms and looking at him with a smile. Although Wuye was smiling, there was no trace of a smile in his eyes, only chilling coldness and indifference. For Long Yuanxiang, a bad gangster who wants to drop out of school, Wuye has no intention of letting him go. Wuye's indifferent cold eyes made Long Yuanxiang's eyes feel a little stinging, and he finally looked at the vice president Nan Yunya. Ryuan Shou's only hope now is Nagamo Ya, plan partner. Nan Yunya noticed the look in Long Yuanxiang's eyes. His heart was full of complaints and dissatisfaction. This guy is really unreliable. He obviously had such a good plan, but he didn't completely plan. Dai Sikong Wuye. What annoys Nan Yunya the most is that he has to help Long Yuanxiang. Otherwise, Long Yuanxiang is very likely to kill him and tell him about his participation in this plan. President, Long Yuanxiang doesn't seem to want to accept a compromise, so do we have to postpone the trial and let him look for evidence to prove his innocence? Nan Yunya suggested to Baixiu. Vice President, you should know that this kind of meeting can only be postponed once, so postponing it again is not in line with the school's regulations. Horikita said in a businesslike tone. However, the current meeting trial is not a meeting between Sikong Wuye of Class D and the students of Class C, but a trial between Ryuan Sho, Yamawaki Obi, and Komi Yayego of Class C, so the delay is completely reasonable. Nan Yunya replied. F-17 Horikita frowned slightly. Vice President, what you said is not wrong. Nagamoya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had already helped Ryuan Sho win the time to prove himself, or directly persuade the two Yamawaki, and Ryuan Sho would not blame him for not helping. And even if it is resentment, it must be Neunya who resents Ryuan Sho. Such a brilliant plan will fail. It's just too stupid. That's right. Komi Yayue suddenly yelled, and he said suddenly, I have evidence to prove that the injury on my body was caused by Long Yuanxiang. 11. What evidence? Now everyone in the student union office looked at Komi Yayuo. He swallowed a sip of water feeling the great pressure, and then pointed at Long Yuanxiang. When I was praised by Long Yuanxiang, I wiped off the nosebleed from my nose, and the nosebleed accidentally splashed on Long Yuanxiang's pants, and he kicked me hard because of it. Yes, not wrong. Yamawaki quickly echoed, and he also remembered this situation. You mean, your blood remains on Ryuan Sho's pants? Horikita said slowly. That's right. Komi Yayuo said affirmatively. As a healthcare teacher, Hashinomi Yashui said with a smile, if this is the case, then you only need to test the blood on Long Yuanxiang's pants and this student's blood. As long as the two blood types match, then it is enough so it proves that Ryuan Sho-san is the perpetrator. Long Yuanxiang's heart sank. He only washed his trousers once every 3 days, so that pair of trousers stained with blood was still in his student dormitory? I can't hold on any longer. Long Yuanxiang closed his eyes and said decadently, I admit that I caused the injuries on their bodies. Wuye smiled slightly. Tazuzuoji raised the corners of his mouth. Nagamoya gritted her teeth secretly, and Horikita eased her slightly frowning brows. Yamawaki Bai and Komi Yayuo were ecstatic, Ishizaki Dadi was in despair, and Sakegami had a headache counting horses, helpless. Hashinomi Yashui was looking at Wuye with colorful eyes. Since Long Yuanxiang has admitted the bullying behavior he committed, then the relevant punishment will be sent down now. Secretary Zhu Qian said solemnly, according to the school's regulations, Long Yuanxiang used violence against others, causing them physical and mental injuries. Therefore, Long Yuanxiang will be punished as follows. 30-day suspension. Sincere apologies to the victims. Notify the whole school, and make a statement and review in the school forum. Deduct all personal points. Deduct 200 points from the class points of your class. The last punishment caused a headache for the head teacher of Class C, Susuma Sakegami. Their class points in Class C were originally 430, but after 200 points were deducted, only 230 remained. There is a chat forum for students to use freely in this school, but there are various convenient chat applications in the school mobile phones, so this chat forum has almost become a decoration. However, the school will still release some relevant announcements through this forum, so Long Yuanxiang's review will be posted in this chat forum. Student Long Yuanxiang, do you have any objections? Secretary Zhu Qian asked Long Yuanxiang for confirmation. No. Understood, then the hearing of the meeting is over. Wait a moment. Wuye raised his palm. In the next moment, everyone in the student union office looked at him, and Wuye unhurriedly took out his on-campus mobile phone. I have a video here. It was the provocation and gang fight by 3 students. Sikong Wuye, UBD, you actually crossed the bridge and kicked the board. Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego looked at Wuye in horror. They knew what the video Wuye was talking about. It's the video they saw in the coffee shop last night. The damned devil? After using them to deal with Long Yuanxiang, now I plan to use this video to deal with them? What a nasty BD? Wuye smiled at the two of them. The smile was very refreshing and deceitful. Any criminal act should be brought to justice, but don't worry, you should not suspend or drop out of school. I guess it's just a review. Huh? Is it just a review? Then they can still accept it, as long as it is not suspended or dropped out of school. But this Sikong Wuye's heart is really dark. They all helped him to testify against Long Yuanxiang, and he didn't plan to let them go? Under the aggrieved gazes of Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego, Wuye smiled and looked at the student council president Horikita and the secretary Tachibana Akane. To put it simply, I was bullied by gangs, so I asked the student council for help. Go sanction those 3 students. The student union has accepted it. Use G to play his video. Horikita replied calmly. Clear. Secretary Zhu Qian took Wuye's on-campus mobile phone from Wuye's hand, and played the video on the computer screen in the student union's office through the equipment of the student union. Watching the familiar video, Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayego suddenly showed bitter expressions. It really is this video. Ishizaki Daiichi stared blankly at the played video. The situation of their group beating Sikong Wuye was recorded so clearly and completely. Long Yuanxiang was silent. Now he finally understands why Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yaego secretly betrayed him. Sikong Wuye definitely showed them this video and threatened them to betray him. Nan Yunya looked at the smiling Wuye with apprehension. He was smarter than Ishizaki Daiichi, knowing that Wuye had already discovered their idea of entrapping him, so he specially asked someone to record such a video. Wuye, who seemed to have found out, turned his head sideways, and he showed Nan Yunya a half-smile expression. Sikong Wuye, why is he smiling at me like this? Does he know that I told Long Yuanxiang about this plan? He probably didn't find out. Nan Yunya's heart was slightly trembling, and he responded to Wuye with a smile with a relatively stiff expression. The video is very short. Horikita Kikyo looked at the three of Ishizaki Daiichi, and he said slowly, the three students in this video, are you? Yes. Right. Judging from the video, the three of you threw small stones at Sikong Wuye, who was sitting on the bench, and then used violence on him. Is that so? Horikita continued to ask. Although this is the case, didn't we get beaten up by him in the end, and Sikong Wuye didn't get hurt at all? What crime are we guilty of? Ishizaki Daiichi said stubbornly. Stupid and ignorant. Horikita said in a deep voice, although Sikong Wuye was not injured as a victim, it cannot change the fact that you are the perpetrators, so you will definitely be punished accordingly. What punishment will we receive? Yamawaki and the others looked at the majestic student council president in fear. Vice President, according to the school rules, what kind of punishment will you receive if you gang up and bully others? Damn, ask him what he does, don't you know very well? Nan Yunya gritted her teeth secretly, and he said slowly, it depends on the situation. Judging from the situation in the video just now, the victim Sikong Wuye was unharmed, and the owner of the perpetrator was taught a lesson. Then the three perpetrators should be given a 1-week suspension from school and a sincere apology to the victim. What about personal points and class points? Shouldn't these two be deducted? Wuye asked with a smile. Each person deducts half of his personal points, class points, each person deducts 50. Sakegami's vision of counting horses went dark. Now it's all right, each person will deduct 50 class points, so the three of them will get 150 points. Ryu and Sho deducted 200 class points, Ishizaki Daiichi and the other three deducted 150 class points, and now they only have 80 class points left for Class C. If it is deducted further, the class points of Class C will become 0. If Wuye knew Susuma Sakegami's bitter thoughts now, then he would be very kind and tell him that the class points of Class C will become 0 soon. Because Long Yuanxiang will miss the midterm exam due to suspension of school, after being expelled by the school, 300 points will be deducted from Long Yuanxiang's class. Fortunately, after the class points are deducted to 0, they will not be deducted into negative numbers, otherwise the class points of Class C will become negative 220. Defendants Ishizaki Daiichi, Yamawaki Obi, and Komi Yaego, do you have any objections to the trial and punishment this time? Secretary Tachibana Akane asked Ishizaki Daiichi and the others for confirmation. I have no objection. Me too. Me too. Originally Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yaego thought they should hate Wuye, but they unexpectedly did not have any hatred, and now they just want to get away from this demon Sikong Wuye. At the same time, both Yamawaki Bai and Komi Yaego are rejoicing. I am glad that I was only suspended for a week, and I will not miss the midterm exam like Long Yuanxiang. Although the lost points and class points made them very heartbroken, it is already worth cheering that they can continue to stay. Victim Sikong Wuye, do you have any objection to the trial? Secretary Ju Qian asked Wuye for confirmation. Wuye murmured. Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yaego looked at Wuye eagerly, their eyes full of pleading, hoping that he would stop making trouble and just let them go. 0. Seeking flowers. I would like to ask, as a victim, do I have compensation? Some people in the student union office twitched the corners of their mouths, and the secretary, Ju Qian, shook her head. No. Then I have no objection. Following Wuye's words, No, the trial of these two meetings is completely over. Afterwards, according to the punishment, Yamawaki Obi, Komi Yaego, and Ishizaki Daiichi respectfully apologized to Wuye. Ryu and Sho also apologized to Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yahago with a gloomy face. Well, congratulations. Afterwards, Wuye and his group left the student union office one after another. After leaving the office, Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yaego ran the fastest, as if there was a ghost chasing them behind. They ran away in a blink of an eye. Daiichi Ishizaki said angrily to the backs of the two of them, you two traitors can't escape. The boss Ryuan and I will block your door in the student dormitory. Compared with Ishizaki Daiichi's anger, Ryuan Sho, who needs to suspend school for 30 days, looks much calmer, but his face is very gloomy. Staring at the smiling Wuye, Long Yuanxiang said coldly, Sikong Wuye, I am not wronged. Do you know why you lost, Long Yuanxiang? Wuye said, it's not because of these two traitors. Ishizaki retorted subconsciously. Wuye glanced at him. Ishizaki shuddered instantly, subconsciously took 2 steps back, and hid. After the conspiracy plan against Wuye completely failed, Daiichi Ishizaki, who was already terrified of Wuye, became even more afraid of him. If Ryuan Sho wasn't by his side now, Daiji Ishizaki would probably be next to Yamawaki and the others same, escape far away. I will lose because you already know about my plot against you and recorded Ishizaki's attack on you. You threatened Yamawaki and the others through the video just now, Long Yuanxiang said. No, the reason why you lost is entirely because you are a bad BD who can only use violence. Wuye looked at Long Yuanxiang coldly. Things like violence can solve all troublesome things, but there will also be many hidden dangers. 17. Long Yuanxiang fell silent. He glanced at Ishizaki Daichi who was still standing beside him. That's why you looked for the two of them but not Ishizaki. Yes, it seems that you have fully understood why you lost. Violent oppression can make anyone who is unable to resist oppression bow their heads, but once they have the strength and confidence to resist, they will have no resist oppression without hesitation. 17. Then Long Yuanxiang, goodbye, I hope that you who leave this school can have a bright future. Wuye left here, Chazu Sae also left with him, but Hoshinomiya Yasuhui unexpectedly did not follow the two of them. She is now watching with interested eyes. Measure Ryuan Sho and Ishizaki Daichi. Ryuan Sho gloomily looked at Wuye who waved away. His eyes were different from Ishizaki Daichi's. Ryuan Sho was not completely defeated. This bad guy hadn't just surrendered. Up. Long Yuan, don't be discouraged. We still have a lot of chances to beat this Sikong Wuye in the future. Class C head teacher Suzuma Sakegami encouraged Long Yuanxiang. Suzuma Sakegami, who also had a bad experience as a gangster, cared and favored his students too much. Governance is laissez-faire. So even though Suzuma Sakegami knew about Ryuan Sho's plot against Wuye, he didn't feel disgusted with this student, but liked Ryuan Sho even more. There is no chance. Daichi Ishizaki said bitterly, Boss Ryuan will be suspended for 30 days, he will miss the next midterm exam, and then Boss Ryuan will be due to. He was expelled from the school for missing the midterm exam. Sakegami's eyes widened belatedly after counting the horses, as if, that's right. Long Yuanxiang looked at Suma Sakegami, and he asked calmly, Teacher, do you have a way for me to take the midterm exam when I'm suspended? This. Susuma Sakegami's face revealed a distressed look. Generally there is no way, but I will try my best to find a way. Oh, there is a way. Chia Hoshinomiya, who showed a sweet smile, raised her fingers. As long as Sakegami, you and Ryuan go to the chairman and the principal, then kneel down to apologize to them, and beg them with howls. As long as the chairman and principal soften their hearts, you can go to the student union and spend millions of points to get the student union to allow Long Yuan to take the midterm exam. Suma Sakegami's face twitched, and he knelt down to apologize. This woman really can't come up with any good solution? Hoshinomi Yasuhui can't let Long Yuanxiang drop out of school like this. She wants this bad student to stay. Because as long as Long Yuanxiang stays, he will always be against Wuye. This is a way for Hoshinomi Yasuhui to prevent Class D led by Sae Chabashita from being promoted to Class A, leaving Class D with opponents and enemies like Ryuan Sho. After listening to the unreliable method that Hoshinomi Yasuhui said, Long Yuanxiang was silent for a while. His eyes became a little scary. He looked at Suma Sakegami, and asked, Teacher, this method will work. Does it work? I don't know, although it's possible, but you don't have millions of points in Long Yuan now, Susuma Sakegami said helplessly. That's right, after all, everyone is not that evil little Sikong. He won tens of millions of points just by betting against others. It's simply unbelievable, said the star building with his mouth slightly open. Can you just forget about that demon now? Zhui Hoshinomiya looked at Ryuan Sho's gloomy face. A smile flashed in her eyes. She nodded her cheeks, and said in a cute and curious tone, Oh, I don't know if little Sikong will become the first student in the school to collect 20 million points. Huh. Suma Sakegami snorted, and then said helplessly after 963, although I don't want to admit it, but that student Sikong Wuye, maybe it's really possible to do it. This school has been established for 15 years, and hundreds of students have fought to the end in this school. The students were told by the class teacher that as long as they have 20 million points they can change to any class. When they are about to graduate, they can directly transfer to Class A, and then graduate from Class A. But this number is really too huge. Until now, no student has collected 20 million points in 3 years of high school. Little Sikong's personal points should not be 20 million, but his current points should be the one with the most points since the establishment of the school, right? Hoshinomi Yasuhui said. Probably, according to my incomplete statistics, that student Sikong Wuye has won more than 12 million points from other people, Suzuma Sakegami said. In the 15 years since the school was founded, there was only one student with around 12 million points and he became the talk of the day at that time. But, the 12 million points were not obtained by that student through normal and formal means. Because that student engaged in a massive scam in order to earn personal points, one by one, he tricked freshly enrolled first-year students with little knowledge into collecting points. Due to the fraudulent activities involved, the school immediately struck out, directly deducting all the students' points, and ordered him to be expelled from school. Wuye is different. He signed an equal bet with others through the school's contract, and then through his personal ability, he won the points in a dignified manner. Therefore, others can only be envious and jealous, and cannot give Wuye sanctions and punishments. The secretary, Ju Qian, was sorting out the minutes of the meeting in the student union office. She sighed to Horikita, President, Sikong Wuye is so powerful, those students in Class C are being manipulated by him. It was obviously a conspiracy against him, but he turned it around and used it to make those students in Class C suffer a lot. Well, Sikong is indeed the most outstanding person I have ever met. Horikita said approvingly. Ju Qian looked at Horikita in surprise. The student council president would praise Sikong Wuye so bluntly. It seems that he is really satisfied with him. Horikita didn't pay attention to Akane Takabana's surprised eyes. He looked at the vacant vice president's position, and Masa Nagamo had already left the office just now. It is estimated that he went to discuss the situation with Long Yuanxiang. No, Nan Yunya has no intention of discussing the situation with Long Yuanxiang at all. He just wants to avoid Long Yuanxiang now. But Long Yuanxiang didn't intend to let Nagamoya go. After Nan Yunya left the student union office, he deliberately avoided Long Yuanxiang and his party and left through the back door. But only 3 minutes later, the mobile phone in Nan Yunya's pocket rang. He took it out and looked, and immediately frowned. Because this is a call from Long Yuanxiang. Tisk. Nagamoya, who was tired of clicking her tongue, reluctantly connected Long Yuanxiang's call. The conversation between Long Yuanxiang and Nan Yunya was very simple, that is, he asked Nan Yunya to come up with a way for him to take the midterm exam even if he was suspended from school. How can there be such a way? Nan Yunya said helplessly with a headache. You must have it. If you don't have it, I will go to Sikong Wuye right now and tell him that you instructed me to do the framing plan I carried out. Long Yuanxiang's voice carried a strong threatening tone. Long Yuanxiang, you are threatening me. Nan Yunya said angrily with blue veins on her forehead. Sure enough, he was entangled by this bad BD. I really shouldn't be looking for such unreliable stuff to deal with Sikong Wuye. I'm not threatening you, I just need your help now. Long Yuanxiang said without hesitation. I interceded for you in the student union office just now. Who knows that your unreliable subordinates have evidence that you beat them up? Nan Yunya said annoyed. Then you didn't help me? So you still have to help me. Nan Yunya took a deep breath. This damn bad BD is really difficult to deal with. The most important thing is that he can't just leave him alone. Otherwise, Sikong Wuye will definitely know that he is plotting against him behind his back. Now Long Yuanxiang already has the idea of kneeling with others in order to be able to stay in this school, so he will naturally cling to Nan Yunya. This guy is the vice president of the student union, and the authority it should be pretty big. Naeun, aren't you the vice president of the student union? There is a way to let me take the exam during the midterm exam. Long Yuanxiang's words made Nan Yunya roll his eyes, and he said angrily, let's not talk about the vice president, even the student president. There is no way to prevent the suspended students from taking the exam. 2 days. What? Nan Yunya asked. 2 days, I'll give you 2 days, otherwise I'll go find Sikong Wuye. Now Nan Yunya wants to drop the phone in her hand. Chazu Sae, who followed Wuye walking on the street, looked at him sideways, and her 2 weird and hot eyes made Wuye feel a little creepy inside. Teacher Chabashita, why are you looking at me like this? Does this beautiful homeroom teacher want old cows to eat tender grass? I was thinking that if you, a bad boy, appeared in my class and were in the same class as me, would I be able to advance to class A in my class? Chazura Sae said with some melancholy. 10 years ago, I was still a kid of 5 or 6 years old. How could I be in high school? Wuye said dumbfounded. Ah, that's all. By the way, Sikong wants to eat something for free, I'll make it for you. Alas, Chabashita Sae's words are full of the gentle temperament of a wife, but it's a pity that she is still an old maid. You can do whatever you are good at, but let me ask Airi what she wants to eat tonight. Tisk, this bad boy stuffed her with dog food again. The weekend has passed, today is Monday, and it is time for school. The school and the student union acted quickly. Long Yuanxiang has been notified by the whole school, and the self-criticism he wrote has been uploaded to the school forum. At the same time, the bulletin boards of the 3 teaching buildings have posted the self-criticism written by Ryuan Sho and Ishizaki Daiichi. Not only that, but the confession letter that Yamawaki Bai and Komi Yayogo handed over to the student union was also posted by the student union. Well now, the whole school knew that Long Yuanxiang and the 4 of them used tricks to frame Sikong Wuye, but instead they were severely taught by Sikong Wuye. Now, Ryuan Sho has been suspended from school for 30 days, and Ishizaki Daiichi, Yamasuk Bai, and Xiaoying Yuo have been suspended for 1 week. The 1-year Class C was even deducted 350 class points because of this, leaving only 80 class points. All of them have been deducted to 10 digits. The news about Long Yuanxiang and the others spread quickly, and it spread throughout the school even before class time. Now the students in Class D look at Wuye's eyes and admire him even more. As expected of classmate Sikong, you are amazing. Thwarted the conspiracy of those bad gangsters in Class C. Although the students in Class D worship Wuye more, but the poor students like Chi Kwanzi are more afraid of Wuye. Even the seemingly invincible and rebellious Long Yuanxiang was punished so badly by him. They should not fight against this demon, shall we? Class A. Sakayanagi Yuzuki's eyes were shining brightly. She looked away from the school forum, looked at Maisumi Kamuro and said, Kamuro, we seem to have missed something very interesting. Oh. Kamuro Maisumi responded to Sakayanagi Yuzo in a neutral manner. She knew what interesting things Sakayanagi Yuzo said, but she didn't care about this BD loli. Maisumi Kamuro's indifferent response did not affect Arisu Sakayanagi. She said with a smile, the contest between Sikong Wuye and Ryuan Sho was a perfect victory for Sikong Wuye, and his sharp counterattack made the class points of Class C instantly it dropped to 80 points, which is really scary. I don't know how many class points he will make Class A lose if our Class A uses him as an opponent. Kamuro Mesumi looked at Arisu Sakayanagi, who said this in astonishment. Are you going to deal with Sikong? I have this idea, but Mr. Sikong seems to be very keen and can detect other people's plots against him, so I have to plan it carefully. Sakayanagi Yuzo told Kamuro Mesumi that he wanted to deal with Wuye, not worried at all about Mesumi Kamuro telling Wuye about this situation. In other words, Sakayanagi Yuzo wanted to ask Kamuro Mesumi to tell Wuye her thoughts, so that he could prepare in advance. Once again belongs to the showdown between geniuses. Class B. Ichinose Hoonami looked at the content and process on the school forum. She exhaled a sigh of relief, and lay limply on the desk, her plump but too soft heart pressed down on the desk. Sikong, what you are facing is so dangerous, why didn't you tell me yesterday? If you tell me, I don't seem to be able to help. He countered Long Yuan's plot so neatly. Shiraba Chihiro looked at Ichinose Hoonami lying on the desk quietly. The people she cared about were more and more concerned about that villain devil. What should she do to get Hoonami-chan out of the quagmire? Class C. Holding a mobile phone, Shiina Hiyori bit her lips lightly. Through the announcement posted on the school forum, she already knew clearly that Wuye had concealed from her before Ishizaki Daichi and the rest of them entrapped him. Why? Sikong is probably worried that I'm worried about him. He thinks that even if he let me know about those things, I can't help. 11 Shiina Haiwa whispered softly. Want to find him. Want to see him. But think about it or forget it. As a student of Class C, she should not cause trouble for him. The girl who is as light and sweet as cotton candy tastes the taste of depression for the first time. 2.6. Compared with Shiina Hiyori's quietness, the emotions of other students in Class C are much more complicated. With joy, despair, and fear, the emotions are complicated. I am happy because Long Yuanxiang and his younger brother who ruled them by violent means were severely punished by Wuye, so they will be happy when they see Long Wuxiang suffer a loss. Desperate because the class points were deducted to 80. If there is no change in class points, then next month they can only get 8,000 individual points from the school. The fear is because of Wuye. This demon once again proved to them that Class C couldn't beat him. As the saying goes, there are no tigers in the mountains, monkeys are called kings. After both Ryuan Sho and Ishizaki Daichi were suspended from school, Ren Yuya said loudly to the students in Class C that BD Ryuan Sho made our class deduct 35.0 points. Our Class C should not be led by such a guy. Are you right? Ah yes, maybe. Few of the students in Class C responded to Yuya-ren at that time, because they not only hated Ryuan Sho who was ruled by violence, but also didn't like Yuya-ren who was jumping up and down. Besides, they are not bad bastards, they are just students who want to experience high school life well. Why do they have to obey so-and-so's orders? Since Long Yuanxiang was suspended, Class C has no leader, so the class has become chaotic. At that time, Ren Yu also wanted to replace Long Yuanxiang as the leader of Class C, but he was not as ruthless and tough as Long Yuanxiang, so most of the students in the class ignored him. In addition, the students in Class C only thought that Long Yuanxiang was suspended from school, not that he would return to the classroom one day, so there was no need to make trouble with Yuya-ren at that time. The current Class C is a mess. The head teacher of Class C, Suzuma Sakegami, felt bitter. He saw the current situation of Class C. He felt that Class C could not live without Sho Ryuan, otherwise Class C would definitely fail in the various exams and struggles in the future. Defeated, and then dropped to Class D? After school on Monday afternoon, Nagamoya's activity classroom. Nan Yunya looked at Long Yuanxiang who was sitting on the opposite seat. He suppressed the dissatisfaction and boredom in his heart. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. I'm not in a hurry either. If I was in a hurry, instead of calling you to meet up, I'd go directly to your classroom in Class A of the 2nd grade to block you. Long Yuanxiang replied. The damn BD is bad? We can talk about your matter over the phone, why do we have to talk in person? Nan Yunya said with a headache. He also has risks in meeting Long Yuanxiang. If that guy Sikong Wuye finds out, will he think about it? Misunderstood that he has a good relationship with Long Yuanxiang? Their relationship is not good at all, it's just a relationship between using and being used. However, this relationship has changed. Now it is Long Yuanxiang who is using Nan Yunya, the vice president of the student union, to let him solve the trouble that he can take the midterm exam even if he suspends school. If Nagamo, you don't want to see me, then you should help me to solve my troubles quickly. You must know that the reason why I am suspended from school now is because I obeyed your plan against Sikong Wuye. Long Yuan Xianghao said bluntly. You go to the principal and the chairman and kneel and kowtow to apologize. What the hell, kneeling again? Nan Yunya looked at Long Yuanxiang whose face became gloomy, and his mood suddenly became more comfortable. In order to take revenge on this difficult and damned bad BD, Nan Yunya continued to say, the only way you can go to take the midterm exam while you're suspended is if you get the school's forgiveness in 2008. No, there should be another way. Long Yuanxiang retorted. What way? Let's talk about it. Nan Yunya asked. Long Yuanxiang said the solution he had been thinking about all night. Mr. Sakegami told me that in this school, points can buy everything. So how many points do I need to spend from the school to buy it from the school to participate in it? Permission for midterms. Although Long Yuanxiang has the consciousness to kneel down and apologize, but if you can kneel down, don't kneel down. This school has such a saying, but it has to be approved by the school. If the school doesn't agree, it's meaningless even if you spend more points. But the points you brought, Long Yuan. Nan Yunya asked in surprise, didn't the personal points of Long Yuan Xiang, a bad BD, have been deducted by the student union? During the trial at the student union meeting, because Ryuan Shou violently bullied Yamawaki Obi and Komi Yayogo, the number of people has been deducted by the student union. Not to mention spending points to buy a permit to take the midterm exam, he doesn't even have points to buy a bottle of drink, does he? Long Yuan Xiang didn't answer Nan Yunya's doubts, he just stared at him. Nan Yunya's heart suddenly thumped, and he twitched his face and said in disbelief, "You don't intend to ask me to pay this amount of points, do you?" "That's right, we are partners after all, shouldn't you help me get the first point?" Long Yuan Xiang replied confidently. "Avku? Who is a partner with an unreliable, difficult, shameless guy like you?" Nan Yunya's face was even more gloomy and ugly than Long Yuan Xiang's now. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger and dissatisfaction in his heart. "Long Yuan, I can help you with this amount of points, but you have to go to the principal and director to ask their forgiveness first. Otherwise, you will spend more points for permission to take the midterm exam." Nan Yunnan said through gritted teeth. "Good." Sure enough, he still couldn't escape kneeling and apologizing. "Also, I need you to do something for me." Nan Yunya's tone became rude, and Long Yuan Xiang didn't care. If he was pestered like this, he wouldn't treat that guys are polite. "Tell me, what is it?" "The midterm exam is coming soon, I have a way to get you the test papers for the midterm exam," Nan Yunya said. The student union still has the right to get the test papers for the midterm exam in advance. Long Yuan Xiang said in amazement. There is no need to pass the power of the student union, because the school's midterm exam papers are not changed much. "Let me tell you, Long Yuan, there are too many places where this school can cheat, including midterm exams and final exams," Nan Yunya said with a sneer. "So what do you want me to do?" Long Yuan Xiang asked. "I will give you a fake midterm exam paper, and then I want you to find a way to hand over this fake midterm exam paper to Sikong Wuye," Nan Yunya said crisply. "Give the fake test paper to Sikong Wuye, you want him to fail the midterm exam." Long Yuan Xiang shook his head and said, "But it's meaningless, Sikong Wuye's academic performance is very good, and his quiz scores are full marks. Even if they find a way to hand over the fake midterm exam papers to Wuye, so what, will it affect his final exam results? Of course not. Because Wuye's grades are very good. Even if the forged test paper does not match any of the questions in the midterm exam, Wuye is capable of answering the midterm exam questions by himself. I also know that Sikong Wuye's quiz score is perfect, but my real purpose is not to make him fail the exam, but to make the first-year Class D students resent him." Nan Yunya showed a sinister smile. Sikong Wuye is very good at studying, so he really doesn't need the midterm exam papers, but the trash students in Class D do. Because Sikong Wuye is the leader of Class D for 1 year, he will care about the midterm exam results of the students in Class D. So Long Yuan, you just need to use reasons like don't you want the students in Class D to get high marks in the exam. Sikong Wuye, he should buy the test paper. As soon as the students in Class D get the midterm exam papers from Sikong Wuye, they are not good at studying, they will desperately memorize the test paper questions. Finally, during the midterm exam, the students in Class D were shocked to find that the test papers given to them by Sikong Wuye were all fake, so they resented Sikong Wuye for this. Nan Yunya asserted. Long Yuan Xiang nodded silently, and said, "If this plan goes well, it will indeed strongly affect Sikong Wuye's prestige in Class D." That's right, although the plan of falsifying test papers can't make Sikong Wuye drop out of school, it can at least make the students in Class D of the first year feel dissatisfied and resentful towards him, Nan Yunya said confidently. But, Long Yuan Xiang frowned and said, "Will Sikong Wuye be so easy to be fooled? If someone tells him that this is a midterm exam paper, and the school has not changed the expired midterm exam paper, then if you are cautious, you should go to the senior students to confirm it, right? As long as it is confirmed, the fact that the test paper is fake and forged will be discovered by Sikong Wuye. I will use the power of the vice president of the student union tomorrow to restrain everyone in the second grade, so that they will not reveal the test papers," Nan Yunya said with erratic eyes. "Is that useful?" "It's useful, maybe." Long Yuan Xiang clicked his tongue. Now he feels that Nan Yunya's plan of fake test papers will never succeed. But it doesn't matter if Sikong Wuye sees it through. Anyway, the failure is just regret and helplessness, and the two of them will have nothing to lose. I accepted your plan, and I will find a way to let Sikong Wuye get the forged test paper, but Nan Yun, you have to give me a copy of the real midterm test paper, Long Yuan Xiang said. What do you want it for? Are you planning to get full marks in the exam? That's right, I still plan to use this test paper to buy people's hearts, Long Yuan Xiang said in a deep voice. Long Yuan Xiang knew that after he was suspended from school and 350 class points were deducted from Class C, the students in Class C were even more dissatisfied and resisted him. So Long Yuan Xiang got the real midterm exam papers, and then won the hearts of a wave of Class C students. Nan Yunya frowned. I can give you the real midterm exam paper, but can you guarantee that you won't be discovered by Sikong Wuye? Sikong Wuye must not let Sikong Wuye discover this real midterm exam paper, otherwise he will definitely become suspicious when he gets the forged paper. After all, the two midterm exam papers are completely different. Which one is the real midterm exam paper? I can guarantee it. Long Yuanxiang promised. He was not sure, but he had to get the real midterm exam papers? Well, afterwards, Nan Yunya asked her secretary Diane He to forge a midterm exam paper. Since it would take a lot of time to forge the midterm exam papers for 5 subjects, Long Yuanxiang did not get the fake exam papers immediately. However, since there was no need to forge and copy the real midterm exam papers, Nan Yunya kept them all the time, so Long Yuanxiang got the real test papers directly. Long Yuan, I would like to ask how you plan to hand over the false test papers to Sikong Wuye naturally, so that there will be no accidents. Nan Yunya's tone was tinged with sarcasm and suspicion. The last nearly perfect plan was destroyed by Long Yuanxiang's subordinates. Nan Yunya doesn't have much confidence and trust in Long Yuanxiang now. Long Yuanxiang thought for a while, and he said, I and my people are not suitable for shooting, because we all have conflicts with Sikong Wuye, and he will definitely doubt our motives. 1. Nan Yunya nodded. Who doesn't know that Long Yuanxiang and the others have an enmity with Wuye, and the enemy took the initiative to send up the midterm exam papers, which is suspicious no matter how you think about it. So Long Yuan, how do you plan to hand over the test paper to Sikong Wuye in a reasonable way? Long Yuanxiang pondered for a while. He looked at Nan Yunya. Nan Yun, you ruled the entire second grade. You just line up a second grader at random, and take the initiative to find Sikong Wuye and sell him the forged test paper. Sikong Wuye will believe in this test paper even more if the second-year students take the initiative to sell the test paper. Nan Yunya glared at Long Yuanxiang. I asked you to be responsible for selling the fake test papers to Sikong Wuye, not for me to let 927 my people sell the test papers to him. Good guy, it was obviously what he asked him to do, but this unscrupulous BD actually threw it over. I know, but if a second-year student came forward, Sikong Wuye wouldn't have too many doubts. Long Yuan, why weren't you so shrewd when you cheated Sikong Wuye? You were so shrewd here, you didn't do any work, and it was useless to write my midterm exam paper. Nan Yunya said with a sneer. That's because I didn't do it myself. If I did it myself, Sikong Wuye wouldn't be able to escape the last plan at all. Long Yuanxiang replied without hesitation. Nan Yunya showed a look of contempt. He felt that even if Long Yuanxiang made a shot himself, he would still lose to Sikong Wuye. Just relying on that video, Sikong Wuye is invincible. Neun, don't you think it's more suitable for second-year students to come forward than me and others? 17 Ryuan Shou said. Although what Long Yuanxiang said was not wrong, Nan Yunya was just upset. Originally, Nan Yunya planned to persuade a second-year Class D student to sell the fake test papers to Sikong Wuye under the pretext of lack of points, thus destroying Sikong Wuye's reputation in Class D of the first year. Now that Long Yuanxiang took the initiative to deliver it to his door, Nan Yunya wanted to leave this troublesome matter to this pestering gangster to take responsibility. It's just that Nan Yunya didn't expect Long Yuanxiang to turn a corner, and then throw this matter back to him. At the same time, Nan Yunya also gave Long Yuanxiang a real midterm exam paper for free, and he seemed to have lost a lot. You can go. Whenever you ask for the forgiveness of the principal and the chairman, you can contact me again. Nan Yunya said to Long Yuanxiang with a bad tone. Huh. Long Yuanxiang snorted coldly, and he left the activity classroom directly with the midterm exam paper in hand. Nan Yunya rubbed his brows, and he muttered to himself, forget it, Long Yuanxiang is so difficult to deal with, and he is a bit clever, so let's find a way to keep him in this school. He will definitely bite Sikong Wuye to death. Although Long Yuanxiang is shameless, Nan Yunya feels that he is only suitable for dealing with Sikong Wuye. At the same time, as long as Long Yuanxiang asks for the school's forgiveness, Nan Yunya can use the power of the vice president of the student union to let Long Yuanxiang take the midterm exam without spending any points. Therefore, Nan Yunya will protect Long Yuanxiang when there is no need to pay a price. Lunch break on Tuesday, lively student restaurant. Megumi Karuizawa, who was holding Wuye's arm, showed a smile as sweet as honey, and she asked cutely, Wuye, what do you want to eat for lunch today? You can choose what you like, and I have a lunch. Wuye gestured to the cooking box in his hand. The cooking level of the student restaurant is a little worse than that of Chazu Sae, so Wuye's 3 meals are all served with Chazu Sae is in charge. Megumi Karuizawa tapped her cheek with her scallioned fingers, and she suggested, then let me choose some side dishes for you. It will be more comfortable to eat with more dishes. All right, I'll go over there to reserve a seat. You can buy a meal ticket. Wuye pointed to a table with fewer people. Okay, Megumi Karuizawa let go of Wuye's arm, and she walked happily to buy a meal ticket for the student cafeteria. Wuye walked towards the slightly empty dining table. When the students who were sitting there saw Wuye approaching, their expressions changed slightly. Become a little curious, a little afraid. Ever since the matter of Long Yuanxiang and the others was announced, Wuye's reputation skyrocketed instantly through the school forum and bulletin board. Afterwards, I don't know who uploaded Wuye's personal photo to the school forum. Well now, the former students only heard of Sikong Wuye's demon name. Now they even know what he looks like. But Wuye thinks it's okay, because this school has some exaggerated rumors about him. It is rumored that the demon Sikong Wuye is 8 feet tall, like a hill, with a blue face and fangs that can bite through steel, eyes like copper bells, staring at anyone and suffocating, 3 heads and 6 arms, and it is easy to beat people. In short, this kind of rumor directly describes Wuye as a wonderful monster. Now that the school forum has Wuye's personal photo, the rumors about his messy appearance have also been summed up. Many seniors have frantically upvoted in that post, saying that this junior is so handsome and he is her favorite. The two girlfriends, Megumi Karuizawa and Kikyo Kushida, have seen Wuye's personal photo posts, and they were very happy at first, because everyone praised their boyfriend for being handsome. But later, both Megumi Karuizawa and Kikyo Kushida saw the shameless speech of those seniors, and their faces darkened. You old ants dare to steal your boyfriend? The seniors are not old, they are at most 2 or 3 years older than them. Under the eyes of these students, Wuye naturally sat down on the empty seat, which happened to be a 2-person seat, and it would be full when Megumi Karuizawa came back. But something unexpected happened. With a burst of fragrance, Wuye turned his head to look beside him, and the seat he reserved for Karuizawa Megumi had already been occupied by a girl. This girl has long silver hair that is as bright as moonlight, and the untied silver hair is loosely scattered behind her back. The mature heart is supporting the school uniform she is wearing, and the black silk under the skirt outlines that this girl has plump and slender legs. The silver-haired girl's facial features are upright and handsome, and her slightly raised eyes reveal her unique heroism. Senior Ghost Dragon Academy, sitting next to others without asking, isn't that good? Wuye said helplessly, looking at this familiar and troublesome silver-haired senior. This silver-haired and pretty girl's name is Ghost Dragon Yard Maple Flower. She is a sophomore senior, and Wuye and her met on the school playground, during morning jogs. Don't look at Gilongayuan Fenghua's good looks, in fact, her character is very troublesome and unscrupulous. Just like the Kojinji Rokusuk from Class D. It doesn't matter, I don't care, Sikong Gilongayuan Fenghua patted Wuye's shoulder boldly. But I mind. Wuye complained. What do you mind? I don't mind, I will accompany you to have lunch. Are you unhappy? It's not a question of whether you're happy or not. It's that my girlfriend is very jealous. She will be jealous when she sees you taking the place I reserved for her, Wuye explained. Then let's kick the jealous girlfriend. I'll help you find someone who isn't jealous, or Sikong, you can think about me. Gilongayuan Fenghua showed a bright but troublesome smile at Wuye. Megumi Karuizawa, who came over with lunch, happened to hear Kiryuan Maple's words, and she trembled with anger, her face darkened. Wuye saw Megumi Karuizawa who came here, he stood up, please allow me to refuse, senior sister, if you want to sit, you can sit, I will go to sit elsewhere. Kiryuan Kaedeka watched Wuye go to Karuizawa Megumi's side, and Karuizawa Megumi snorted at her arrogantly. If it wasn't for her hands holding the tray, she would definitely hold Wuye's arms with both hands, declare sovereignty to Fuka of Kiryuan. Wuye looked at Karuizawa Megumi who had a victorious expression, and said with a smile, Hui, let's go, don't whine. Okay. Although provoked by a primary school girl, Gilongayuan Fenghua was not angry, she still kept a strong smile and watched Wuye leave. Megumi Karuizawa, who left with Wuye, asked in a low voice, Wuye, is that girl your friend? No, she is a senior in the 2nd grade. I met her by chance in the playground. She has a very troublesome personality. She does her own way, does whatever she wants, and is also particularly difficult to deal with. Megumi, you can think of her as the female version of Kojinji Rokusuk from our class. That's why this senior is really troublesome. Megumi Karuizawa replied. With Kojinji Rokusuk as a reference, Karuizawa Megumi immediately understood what kind of person that Ghost Dragon School Flower is. Kiryuan Maple Flower, among the 2nd graders, the student ranked first in overall strength, with AA+ in academic qualifications and physical fitness, the exaggerated situation. She is in the same class as Nagamo Masa, but she confirms that Nagamo Masa, who almost dominates the 2nd grade, is a boring man. Because Nan Yunya's methods and practices displeased Gilongayuan Fenghua, and at the same time, she preferred to pay attention to individuals. That is a person who can do everything with one person. It just so happened that Sikong Wuye, a junior in Class D for the 1st year, met this condition. Speaking of which, Gilongayuan Fenghua's vision is really very sharp. When she was on the playground, she immediately noticed the difference between Wuye and others, and thus developed a strong interest and curiosity towards Wuye. At that time, Wuye was only beginning to prepare to challenge the school's clubs, and there had been no rumors that he belonged to the school. Changing a seat and sitting down, Megumi Karuizawa found that Kiryuan Maple was still looking at them. She wrinkled her nose at her, and then whispered to Wuye. Wuye, that senior has a good figure. I don't like a good figure, I like Karuizawa Megumi. I hate it he. Why? Wuye looked at Megumi Karuizawa with a sweet smile on her face, this silly girl, with a smile. The episode brought by Kiryuan Maple passed away like this, and Wuye sat down with Karuizawa Megumi for lunch. After lunch, when Megumi Karuizawa was returning the tray with a tray, a boy who looked a bit wretched and gloomy approached Wuye who was sitting on the seat waiting for Megumi Karuizawa. You are Sikong's classmate in Class D of the 1st year. Who are you? I'm Bai Kilongai from Class D of the 2nd year. Bai Kilongai whispered. Wuye raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, so you are a senior in the 2nd grade, do you have anything to do with me? Actually, I want to earn some personal points, so I want to make a secret transaction with you. What a secret deal. There are too many people here in the student cafeteria, let's go outside first and then talk. In order to arouse Wuye's interest, Bai Kilongai specially emphasized, this transaction can help you earn a lot of class points for your class. Really? Well, senior, you go out to the student cafeteria and wait for me for a while, and I will go out to find you after I tell my girlfriend. Good. Wuye watched the happy Bai Qilong turn around and leave, then his eyes narrowed slightly, and the beautiful color was revealed from Wuye's black and white eyes. Mind reading, activated. Since Wuye already knew that Long Yuanxiang had cooperated with Nan Yunya, the two were plotting against him secretly, and the second-year student happened to be a second-year student. So Wuye's intuition told him that there was something wrong with the guy who took the initiative to find him for a secret deal. Actually, the main reason is that this Bai Qilong looks so wretched that it makes him feel that he is not a good person. So now Wuye uses his mind-reading ability to peek into his heart to see what he is doing, think about something. Successful, unexpectedly smooth. After helping boss Nan Yun to finish this job, he will definitely look at me with admiration and give me 100,000 points at the same time. Wuye raised his eyebrows lightly. It really had something to do with that guy Nan Yunya. Is it a fake midterm exam paper? Tisk, this guy Nan Yunya is really active. Ryuan Shou's conspiracy against me just ended a few days ago, and now he has started to plot against me again. Wuye, who stuck out his tongue secretly, thought annoyedly. At this time, the familiar fragrance hit again, and the white palm of Gilongai Yuan Fenghua slapped Wuye's shoulder fiercely, interrupting Wuye's thoughts with great force. Sister, don't make trouble, I'm thinking about something. Wuye looked angrily at the charming senior who came to her side. What are you thinking, Sikong? Let me tell you. The wretched man who was looking for you just now seems to be Nan Yunya's little guy. You seem to have conflicts with Nan Via, right? Maybe this little guy was sent by him to cheat you. Gilongai Yuan Maple Flower said. Wuye looked at the maple flowers in Gilongai Yuan with some surprise. Her intuition was really sharp. She guessed completely right. Bai Qilongai was called by Nan Yunya to entrap him. Thank you for your reminder, senior. I will pay attention. Well, I'm leaving. That jealous little girlfriend of yours is glaring at me again. Kiri Yuan Fenghua, who smiled brightly and boldly, patted Wuye's shoulder again, and walked away heroically with her beautiful black silk legs up. Megumi Karuizawa, who returned the tray, returned to Wuye's side with puffy cheeks. What happened to that senior sister? She only left for a while, and she actually came here to snatch her boyfriend? Hui, sit here with me for a while, I want to think about something. Wuye, who sat down, said to Karuizawa Hui. Karuizawa Megumi obediently sat next to Wuye, and Wuye pulled Karuizawa Megumi's palm naturally and casually, and began to play with her palm and fingers. In the student cafeteria, the fingertips and palms being played and caressed by Wuye casually made Karuizawa Megumi feel a strong sense of shame in his heart. Because of the shyness in her heart, the pure honey-colored girl had a moist and hazy look in her nimble eyes, and a shy blush rose on her delicate and flawless white cheeks. Although Karuizawa Megumi is very shy now, there is more of a honey-like sweet feeling in her heart. While stroking Karuizawa Megumi's soft palm, Wuye quickly thought about the answer, Wang Li. The right way. No, it should be the method of counterattack. The way to deal with it is too simple, just refuse casually. But what Wuye wants to do is to fight back Nagamoya this guy hard. A few days ago, Long Yuanxiang planned a conspiracy against him. Since Nan Yunya did not participate, Wuye could only counterattack Long Yuanxiang, and Long Yuanxiang was suspended from school. But now, as soon as Bai Qilong was arranged by Nan Yunya, Wuye would have a chance to fight back against Nan Yunya. I should do this first, and then this, and finally, well, but I have to get the relevant information first, and I don't know if the old man will help. Karuizawa Megumi looked at Wuye, who murmured strange words in a low voice, and she blinked her moist eyes. As expected of my boyfriend, he is also such a teacher when he thinks about it. I really want to throw myself into his arms and act like a spoiled child. No, I have to hold back. I can't disturb Wuye's thinking about things. After 2 or 3 minutes, Wuye roughly figured out a way to counter Nan Yunya, and he ended the thoughts in his head. Wuye came back to his senses and immediately saw Xiaofei's cheeks, Karuizawa Megumi with shyness and sweetness in his eyes. It seems that the way he touched her just now made her very shy. Sorry, Hui. Wuye, why are you sorry? Megumi Karuizawa, whose cheeks were blushing shyly, asked in confusion. Touching your palm here will make you very shy. Wuye squeezed Karuizawa Megumi's soft palm a little harder. Although I am very shy, but I like it very much. 27. Wuye looked at Megumi Karuizawa, who was shy, exuding sweetness and shyness all over his body. He couldn't help but smile dumbly. You, as long as you like it. Wuye now has 3 girlfriends. They are Airi Sakura, Megumi Karuizawa, Kikyo Kushida. When Wuye and Megumi Karuizawa were together, they felt like they were in a relationship, shy and sweet. When I'm with Sakura Airi, it's a feeling of getting along between husband and wife, warm and caring. When together with Kushida Kikyo, the mode of getting along is similar to that of a lover, hot and impulsive. The 3 girlfriends made Wuye feel 3 completely different feelings of getting along. Hui, I have something to deal with now, you should go back to the classroom first. Wuye said softly. Karuizawa Megumi nodded her head lightly. She shook Wuye's palm vigorously, then left him reluctantly, and returned to the classroom alone. After Karuizawa Megumi left, Wuye, who was stroking his fingertips, did not leave the student cafeteria. He was about to counterattack Nan Yunya. He took out his mobile phone and lost the call to the ice-faced senior. Senior, good afternoon. Wuye greeted with a smile. Good afternoon, what do you need from me? Horikita asked calmly. I want to trouble you with something, senior, is it convenient for you to talk now? Wuye's words made Horikita take a look at Nagomoya, who was sitting in the vice president's seat, and he stood up and left the student union office voluntarily. Now it's convenient for me to talk, so just say what you have. It's about the midterm exam. Isn't the midterm exam coming soon? I just want to ask you. Students buy midterm exam papers from senior students, or senior students sell midterm exam papers to other students privately. Test paper, whether this behavior is legal. Wuye's question made Horikita Shue's eyes flash, and he said slowly, it's not legal, but the school doesn't strictly prohibit it. Wuye, you will ask me this question. You must already know the rules of this school. The test papers for the midterm exam have not changed for several years. Are you planning to buy the test papers for the midterm exam from the senior students? I don't have this idea, I just want to know whether the private trading of test papers is legal. Wuye replied. Yeah. Horikita doesn't quite believe it. 343. Because he knew that Wuye and his sister were in Class D for 1 year, and the class points were already 0. In addition, the students in Class D generally had poor grades, so they probably wouldn't get good grades in the midterm exam, and then get better grades. More class points. In order to maximize the class points, Horikita felt that Wuye would really buy the midterm exam papers from the seniors for the students of Class D. Otherwise, why is Wuye asking him whether it is legal to buy and sell test papers privately? Could it be that someone deliberately took the test paper and sold it to him, and he felt that this person was trying to harm him, so he asked him to confirm the situation? Who would do such a wicked thing? Senior, I have finished asking my questions, thank you for your answer. Wuye said with a smile. Well, but Sikong, let me tell you some bad news. What bad news? Wuye asked in surprise. Long Yuanxiang, who is in Class C for 1 year, he already asked for forgiveness from the principal and chairman yesterday, so the student union allowed him to take the midterm exam even though he was in suspension. Horikita said slowly said. Wuye frowned immediately, and he clicked his tongue and said, that's really bad news, that guy Long Yuanxiang is really troublesome. The desperate situation of mortal death brought him back to life. Did Long Yuanxiang not pay any price? Originally, points were required to be paid, but Nagamo took Ryuunsho's application privately without telling me, and stamped the seal of the student union on it, so Ryuunsho did not pay points. Horikita replied. Tisk, Nan Yunya took the initiative to help Long Yuanxiang. These two guys are really close. Wuye said with a sneer. What intimacy? Now Nan Yunya wants to strangle Ryuunsho to death. If it wasn't for worrying that Long Yuanxiang would fight to the death with him, Nan Yunya wouldn't bother talking to Long Yuanxiang. But Nan Yunya's move gave me a reason to definitely let that old man help with the work. Wuye, who narrowed his eyes slightly, showed a very dangerous smile. Huh? Sikong, what do you mean by that? It's nothing interesting, senior, just wait and watch the show. If my plan goes well, your troubles in the student union may disappear directly. I won't tell the senior, it's time to get down to business. Good. Horikita looked at Wuye, who hung up the phone, and he muttered to himself, my troubles in the student union will disappear immediately. Horikita knows that Wuye knows that his trouble in the student union is Nagamo Masa, so what he just said means. Sikong is going to deal with Nagamo, isn't he? Then he will wait and see. It seems how Sikong solved Nagamo. After ending the contact with Horikita, Wuye immediately called an old man who would regret playing chess. Ah, trouble has come to your door. Ban Liukin looked at the caller ID displayed on his phone with some headaches, and he reluctantly connected Wuye's call. Good afternoon, old man. Cough. Good afternoon, Sikong. Why did you contact me all of a sudden? Ban Liukin asked solemnly. Of course I want to ask your old man something. Wow, you is used. It seems that this kid really knows about Long Yuanxiang. You old man should know that a few days ago, a first-year student in the school was involved in the matter of entrapping a good student and trying to make that good student drop out of school. Wuye asked with a smile. I know, that incident was quite a big one. As the chairman of the board, how could I not know about it? Ban Liukin said helplessly. Now he was even more sure that Wuye came to complain. It is estimated that this kid already knows that the school and the student union allow Long Yuanxiang to take the midterm exam. I heard that the school allows bad students who are suspended from school to take midterm exams. Sure enough, I know. Because Ryuun's punishment was suspension, not expulsion, the school considered various reasons and allowed him to take the midterm exam. Ah, Sikong, don't be so mean. I know you are planning to use your own way to retaliate against him. Long Xiang, who wanted to plot against you, dropped out of school because he missed the midterm exam. Sakura said angrily. Do you know how Long Yuanxiang got the forgiveness from me and the principal? He knelt down and apologized, and the Dushiza who threw himself into the ground. What can we do? We can only forgive him. Tuxiazuo, an apology or petition. In ancient times, it was used to express humility to noble people. In modern times, it is generally used to express the deepest apology, or a sincere request. I don't agree. Long Yuanxiang didn't give me a seat. Wuye retorted. I know you are dissatisfied, so I was thinking of contacting you to give you some compensation, and it just so happened that you contacted me. What a coincidence. Wuye curled his lips. What a coincidence, such words can't fool a child. But Wuye can also understand Ban Liukin's choice. After all, he is the chairman of the school, not his father. No student will be expelled to favor Wuye. Old man, what I want, Abe-J, is not compensation, but justice. Wuye said. Sikong, what justice do you want? Do you want Long Yuanxiang to sit with you? I don't want him to kneel to me, I need you to do me a favor. Sikong, tell me what you want to do first. Ban Liukan asked cautiously, this bad boy is full of bad things, who knows what he wants to do, you must ask clearly first. The thing is like this. Wuye told the reason of the matter, as well as his thoughts. After listening to Wuye's narration, Sakayanagi thought for a while, and then he replied straightforwardly, no problem, I will assist you, so the matter of Ryuan show is over like this. Okay, then I will start to act now, old man, you cooperate with me. Alright, your plan is also helping the school get rid of pests, so I'll help you. Thanks, old man. Wuye said with a smile, then let's have a video chat later. Okay, Sakayanagi replied straightforwardly. Wuye made a video call with Sakayanaga's mobile phone through his own mobile phone, and then he took the mobile phone and left the student cafeteria. When Bai Kilong, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Wuye coming out, he immediately went up to meet him and complained, Student Sikong, why are you so slow? Why did you take so long to say goodbye to your girlfriend? My girlfriend is clingy, and I have to coax her, so it took a little longer. Shrugging, Wuye replied. Bai Kilong twitched his face, and his eyes flashed a trace of resentment, because he has not no girlfriend yet. Bai Kilong guy hates others showing off his girlfriend to him, so he must try his best to convince this guy and cheat him hard. Let's go this way, Li Xiao. Good. Bai Kilong brought Wuye to the side with less traffic. He lowered his voice and said to Wuye, my secret deal with you is related to the midterm exam. Oh. Wuye intentionally showed an interested expression. Senior, please explain in detail. The midterm exam is coming soon. I have all the test papers for the midterm exam. As long as you buy them all, it will definitely not be a problem to get a perfect score. Bai Kilongai's tone was full of allure, but unfortunately his appearance was wretched, making people think that this guy is the kind of person who sells pirated pornographic discs on the side of the road. Wuye, who knew everything but didn't say anything, showed a surprised expression. Senior, did you steal the test papers for this midterm exam from the school? That's not the case. The midterm exam paper in my hand is from the first grade last year, that is, the archaeology paper. Bai Kilong explained. The so-called archaeological test papers are the test papers that have been issued in previous exams. Who would buy last year's first grade midterm exam papers? Are you fool? Wuye said angrily. Student Sikong, you don't know. The exam mechanism of this school is very strange. The exam papers for the midterm exam will not change for several years, so we students often trade exam papers in private. So that's how it is. If I buy these test papers in your hands, I can indeed get full marks in the exam. Wuye nodded. The ecstatic Bai Kilong said quickly, Student Sikong, you only need to give me 200,000 points, and I will sell all my test papers to you. Wuye glanced at the beaming guy. Did this guy treat him like an idiot? 200,000 points is too much. Wuye replied slowly. Bai Kilong twitched his face. Who doesn't know you, Sikong Wuye, through the bet, from. Others have won as many as tens of millions of points. How much do you think 200,000 points are too much? Student Sikong, you think it's too expensive and I don't think it's too little? How about it? The price is 180,000 points? 180,000 is still too much. After all, why should I buy the test paper in your hand? It's not that I don't have the ability to take the test with full marks. 17 Wuye said with a smile. Regarding Wuye's rebuttal, Bai Kilongai had already received Nan Yunya's suggestion in advance, and he said confidently, Student Sikong, you may not need these test papers, but your class. The students in the school need it. They are all the same as you. Do they have the ability to get full marks in the exam? I know that the class points of Class D in 1 year are 0 points. If all the students get good grades in the midterm exam, the school will give a lot of class points. Senior, what you said makes sense. Wuye rubbed his chin, looking convinced by you. That's 180,000. But I still refuse. Bai Kilong, who thought the deal was successfully concluded, choked and resisted the urge to punch the BD Junior. Why did you refuse? As far as I know, you are the ruler of Class D for the first year. Is it right? There is also the idea of promoting the class to Class A. Why reject my deal? Because who knows if the test paper in your hand will be the midterm exam paper for this year's first grade. If the school doesn't use this test paper, wouldn't it be a waste of 18 years for me? Thousands of points. You can rest assured about this, Student Sikong. Bai Kilong patted his chest and assured him, I have quite a few friends, and one of them is in the student union. I saw the school and saw the midterm exam questions. Really? Then I don't seem to have a problem. No, I still have a problem. Bai Kilong twitched his face. He managed to maintain a smile. Student Sikong, do you have any questions? I want to know how you will be punished. Senior, if the school finds out that you sold the midterm exam papers to me in private. After all, I don't want to implicate you, Senior. Wuye showed a look of thinking about you, worrying about you expression. When Bai Kilong looked at Wuye with such an expression, he couldn't help being moved. Everyone said that Sikong Wuye was a terrible, cold-blooded, and cruel demon, but Bai Kilong felt that he was not a demon at all, and he was concerned about whether he would be punished. Because he was so moved, Bai Kilongai didn't even want to use the forged test paper to trade with Wuye. He's going to give him the real test paper? But as soon as this idea came up, he was strangled to death by Bai Qilong. He didn't dare to destroy Nanyunya's plan. Student Sikong, don't hate me in the future. If you want to blame yourself. Who made you offend Boss Nanyun? Bai Qilong thought silently in his heart. Wuye has been observing Bai Qilong's expression, moved, ashamed, guilty, and finally turned into disapproval and ridicule. This guy's expression is really changeable. Student Sikong, if the school finds out that I secretly traded test papers with lower grade students, the school should punish me with expulsion from school, so you must keep it a secret? Begwin Cage exhorted and said. You are really a good senior. You are willing to take such a big risk to give me the test paper. Ban Liukan, who has been maintaining a video chat with Wuye, twitched the corners of his mouth. This kid Sikong called others a good senior on the surface, but secretly cheated on this senior. What is it? I'm selling it to you? I'm selling you the test paper. Bai Qilong corrected and said. Hey, I have already given you a chance. If you gave it to me for free, the crime you committed should not be so serious. Wuye said with a sigh. Wuye's words made Bai Qilong have an ominous premonition in his heart. Before he had time to ask, Wuye pointed the mobile phone in his hand at him. As soon as Bai Qilong looked through Wuye's mobile phone screen, he saw a dignified male old man with white hair. Huh? Why does this guy look familiar? It seems to have seen it somewhere. When these doubts arose in Bai Qilong's mind, Wuye said with a smile, the private sale of test papers involving 180,000 points. Mr. Chairman, I wonder if this senior will be punished by the school for expulsion woolen cloth. Bai Qilong's pupils suddenly shrank. The director? FK, it seems to be the chairman of the board? Bai Qilong finally recalled where he had seen this white-haired man, even at the opening ceremony. He was speaking among the chairman of the board. Ban Liukan, who was in the chief's office, looked at Bai Qilong, whose face had turned pale, and said in a solemn voice, privately selling midterm exam papers, involving 180,000 points, and the circumstances are bad, the school will definitely give you severe punishment. These words of Ban Liukan made Bai Qilong's legs twitch, and he sat slumped on the ground directly. His face was pale, his eyes were terrified and desperate. It's over, he's going to be expelled. Because Bai Qilong fell down and sat down, Wuye had to squat down and let him continue the video chat with Ban Liukan. Good senior, why did you sit down suddenly? Are you tired from standing? You should tell me, we can sit on the bench first and then talk slowly. Wuye said with a smile. As soon as Bai Qilong looked at Wuye's handsome face with a refreshing smile, strong fear and despair welled up in his heart. This devil. There is nothing wrong with the rumors. Bai Qilong said hysterically. What? Both Wuye and Ban Liukan were confused by Bai Qilong's words. What rumors are not wrong? Everyone, your evaluation of Sikong Wuye is not wrong. You are really a terrible, cold-blooded, cruel demon. He just wanted to sell him fake test papers? And this guy wanted him to drop out of school? That's not what the devil is. Wuye's handsome face darkened in an instant, and Sakayanagi, who was in the chairman's office, twitched the corners of his mouth, resisting the urge to laugh. Banyanagi felt that this evaluation was pertinent, correct, and hit the nail on the head. When being crushed by Wuye in the chess game, Sakayanagi would also think that this kid is a real devil. Wuye glanced at Bai Qilong, who was almost emotionally broken, and said in a nonchalant manner, Good senior, are you done talking? After you finish speaking, you should pack your things and leave this school. No. Bai Qilong hurriedly said to Ban Liukan in the video, Master, you can't give me the punishment of expulsion like this. Then what's your reason? Sakayanagi, who remained dignified, asked back. Of course it's because this school allows students to buy and sell test papers privately. Also, it seems that such a deal between me and Sikong Wuye is nothing unusual in this school. I don't know how many students do this. Bai Qilong said in panic. Bai Qilong tried to justify his behavior of selling test papers to Wuye through the fact that the law does not blame the public. Your words are very wrong, as if the bank didn't remind you not to rob the bank, so you are not guilty of robbing the bank. Wuye said with a smile. Isn't it common sense not to rob a bank? Then I'm wondering, isn't it common sense that you can't sell the test papers of the midterm exam to other students? Bai Qilong was speechless, and he had no way to refute. Wuye looked at Bai Qilong, who was gradually showing a desperate expression, and he felt that it was time, so Wuye said slowly, but, if your crime was instructed by someone else, then your crime will not be wrong. So heavy. After all, you are only assisting the crime, and the principal culprit is someone else. Wuye's words flashed through his mind like a thunderbolt, and Bai Qilong seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. He said loudly in panic, I was instructed. It was Nanyunya from Class A of the second year who instructed me to do it. Wuye got the answer he wanted, and he said to Bai Qilong with a smile, then let's go to the student union now, and then you tell all the ins and outs of the matter. Good. Old man. Mr. Chairman, you should attend the student union as a witness. Wuye said to Ban Liukan on the phone screen. Sakayanagi glanced at Wuye. He nodded, this is natural. Then we students will meet again. Wuye ended the video call with Ban Liukan. He stood up, and stretched out his palm to Bai Qilong who was still sitting on the ground. Let me pull you up, good senior. Don't call me a good senior. Bai Qilong yelled as if bitten by a poisonous snake, but he didn't dare to grab Wuye's hand at all, and stood up in a panic. Wuye looked at Bai Kilungai who was avoiding him like a snake and scorpion in a speechless manner. Does he have any servants? Is there any need to be so afraid of him? This senior is really too much. Jingle bell? The fixed phone in the teacher's office rang. Sae Chabashita looked at the ringing phone on his desk with some doubts. How could the school contact her at this time? There is a landline phone on the desk of each head teacher. Under normal circumstances, the school uses this fixed phone to contact the head teacher of each class. If it is during the holiday, the school will directly call the class teacher's mobile phone. Chabashita Sae picked up the handset of the landline phone, and a sweet voice came from it. It was the student union secretary Tachibana Akane's voice. After more than 10 seconds, Sae Chabashita put the handset back on the landline and stood up. Hoshinomi Yasuhi poked her head out to look at Sae Chabashita who was about to leave the teacher's office. She asked curiously, Xiao Sae, why did the school contact you? I didn't give any details, just let me go to the student union office right away. Sae Chabashita replied casually. Is that so? Hoshinomi Yasuhi blinked her eyes, and she showed a narrow smile. Could it be your good baby, little Sikong, who got into trouble again? Chabashita Sae glanced at Hoshinomi Yachiya with a bright smile. If they weren't a little far away now, she would have slapped Hoshinomi Yachiya hard on the head. Who is her sweet baby? Can't you replace good baby with bad student? Sae Chabashita, who ignored Hui Hoshinomi Ya, started towards the student union office. At this time, Wuye and Bai Kilong also set off towards the student union office. Bai Kilong, who was walking on the road, swayed and swayed, as if he had lost his soul, but Wuye was different. When he was in a good mood, his smile was even more handsome, which attracted the attention of the passing seniors. 0T. Now that Bai Kilungai had recovered from the despair just now, he looked at Wuye who was 2 meters away from him with a complicated expression. Sikong Wuye, I'm curious, where did you know that I followed Nanyun's instructions, and then I came to you to sell the test papers? There is a beautiful but troublesome senior sister who told me that you are Nanyun's dogleg. Wuye replied casually. Who? You are slandering me. It seems that it is not slander, he is indeed Nanyun's dogleg. Just based on this, Bai Kilungai still couldn't believe it. There are other reasons. Wuye said nonchalantly, it's because senior, you look too shabby and wretched, and you don't look like a good person at first glance, so it is very likely that you were called by Nanyun to cheat on me. Bai Kilong twitched his face. It was not his fault that he was ugly. And you, Sikong Wuye, are you qualified to call someone a bad person? Aren't you the worst, darkest, scariest person in the whole school? Since the teacher's office is quite close to the student union building, before Wuye and Bai Kilungai came here, Chazu Sae had already arrived here. It happened that one person came to the student union building almost at the same time as Chabashita Sae. Looking at the figure of that person, Chabashita Sage frowned indistinctly. This person Chazu Sae knew, and she was also her teacher who had taught her. But judging from the fact that Sae Chabashita frowned when she saw this teacher, her relationship with this teacher is very bad. In fact, Sae Chabashita thinks that she has a good relationship with this teacher. If it were her best friend Hoshinomi Yasuhi, she would definitely go up and say that she is so old that she is about to enter the coffin. If I knew I would meet her here, I should have brought Hui here. Chabashita Sae thought silently in her heart. Ninomiya Soizuki, the head teacher of Class A in the second year, also saw Sae Chabashita with a cold expression. She was nearly 60 years old and said with a half smile, isn't this Chabashita? Being polite, I don't even know how to say hello when I see a teacher. Chabashita Sae's pretty face was a little cold, and she responded unceremoniously. Students should take the initiative to greet the teacher, but we have to see if the teacher have this qualification, especially the kind of teacher who has no morality. This sharp-toothed dead girl. Ninomiya Suiyu's face suddenly darkened. She laughed and said, you who are only qualified to lead Class D, you have the face to tell me about your qualifications and teacher's morality. Chabashita, when will you be taught? Only when the school arranges to lead Class A, can I be qualified to tell me the word teacher's morality. Did you misunderstand something? Teacher's morality refers to the teacher's public morality, and has nothing to do with the teacher's ability. Therefore, whether there is a teacher's morality has nothing to do with what class you lead. Also, it's not that I won't be arranged by the school to lead Class A, but I only want to lead Class D. Chazura Sae responded coldly. He. Chabashita, are you still insisting on your ridiculous idea? You, who were unable to bring your own class to Class A and graduated, have brought the students you taught to A. Is the class capable? Ninomiya Soizuki said with a sneer. You don't need to care about this. It's a pity that the class you are leading now is not Class A for the first year, otherwise I will let you taste the feeling of falling from Class A. Arrogant dead girl. Afterwards, because Sae Chabashita saw Wuye's figure, she left Ninomiya Soizuki directly and walked towards Wuye. Ninomiya Hoshiki, who had a gloomy and unhappy expression on his face, didn't chase Chabashita Sae to fight back because of his inconvenient legs. Wuye looked at Sae Chabashita who was walking towards him in surprise. The beautiful head teacher's expression was as cold as ice. Who made her angry? Chazu Sae, who came in front of Wuye, asked straight to the point, Sikong, why did you come here? Could it be that I was summoned by the student union? It's really because of what you did. It's too much, Mr. Chazu, I didn't do anything bad, I did something good, that's why the student union called me here. Wuye said unhappily, and he looked at Baichi. Cage 1. Good senior, what do you think? Come on. I don't know, don't ask me. Bai Qilong walked directly beside Wuye and Chazu Sae. At this time Chabashira Sae raised the corners of her lips slightly. Because of the quarrel with Ninomiya Hoshiki just now, she felt aggrieved and unhappy in her heart, but for some reason, as long as she chatted with this bad boy, her uncomfortable heart much better. Teacher Chabashira, what's wrong with you? You look a little bad. I'm fine. Chabashira Sae shook his head, and the tied-high ponytail swayed slightly behind him. Tell me, otherwise I will cause trouble for you later and give you a headache. Sae Chabashira rolled her eyes at Wuye who was threatening her, and she said with a smile, I'm really fine, I just got ridiculed by my former teacher. What teacher? What teacher? Sikong, don't you know that I used to study in this school? The teacher who taught me, she is now the head teacher of Class A of the second year, and she seems to have been summoned by the student union. Wuye slightly raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be Nan Yunya's class teacher. That's right, the test paper incident is related to Nan Yunya, so he and his head teacher will be summoned by the student union. Teacher Chabashira, why did your former teacher mock you? Because many things happened. The relationship between me, Zhui and that teacher is very bad. Our relationship with her is like you and Long Yuan Xiang. Wuye understood in seconds. Teacher Chazu, you also want her to drop out of school, right? What are you talking about? Chazu Sae gave Wuye another coquettish look. I just use your relationship with Long Yuan Xiang to describe our 563 relationship with her. Since Chazu teacher, you hate that teacher so much, let me vent your anger for you. Wuye said with a smile. Sikong, what are you trying to do? No, what the hell did you do? Why were both Ninomiya Soizuki and I summoned by the student union? Chazura Sae asked hastily. It's a bit troublesome to explain, let's talk as we go. Wuye pointed to the student union building. Since the matter of selling fake midterm exam papers is not complicated, Wuye told Chabashira Sae what happened in a few words. After listening to all of Wuye's narration, the smile drawn on Chabashira Sae's lips grew even wider. This bad boy is really bad, and at the same time he severely taught Nan Yunya and Bai Qilongsan who had ulterior motives. Sae Chabashira is now looking forward to the next development. She wants to see what kind of expression that arrogant old woman will have when she knows that her student Nagamo Masa has been tricked by her proud student Sikong. Nan Yunya was promoted from Class B to Class A within 1 year, and almost dominated the entire second grade. And these things have been talked about by Nigong Suio all the time. Whenever she has a chance, she will mention Nagamoya, saying that thanks to her own teaching, there are such excellent students in this school, blah blah. The other teachers were extremely upset and had a headache. After Nagamoya's experience, Chabashiro Sae wanted to know how Ninomiya Hoshiki still boasted about her students. Although Ninomiya Hoshiki often brags about her student Nagamo Masa to other teachers, she no longer brags in front of Chabashira Sae. Chazu Sae felt that the roots of her ears were clean, all thanks to Wuye, a bad boy. Because no one in this school knows that Sikong Wuye has challenged almost all the clubs in the school, and has won many battles inconceivably. Now no one with a brain would dare to bet against Wuye. Since Wuye became famous, Ninomiya Hoshiki no longer mentioned her student Nagamo Masa in front of Chabashira Sae. Ninomiya Soizuki probably thought that if she mentioned Nagamo Masa, then Chabashira Sae would mention Wuye and compete with her. Chazu Sae, with a pretty face full of smiles, teased Wuye, Sikong, don't you offend a little too many people? I just solved Long Yuangxiang's conspiracy against you a few days ago, and today there is another second-year Guyun elegant. Xiao Ziuoji, you should say why there are so many bad guys in this school, and it can't accommodate a good student like me. Chazu Sae was amused by Wuye's words. Now only this bad boy and his girlfriends, the students in Class C think he is a good student, and the others don't think Sikong Wuye is a good student. The sound of hurried footsteps came from behind Wuye and Chazu Sae. Chazu Sae slightly turned her head to look over, and she saw Nanquia running over in a hurry. Sikong, the Lord has come. Huh? Oh. Turning his head, Wuye also saw Nan Yunya, and he greeted him with a refreshing smile. Senior Nan Yun, why are you running in such a hurry? Sikong no. Sikong classmate, why are you here? I was summoned by the student union. Nan Yunya maintained a smiling expression. Chazu Sae and Wuye looked at each other. Judging from how Nan Yunya could still face Wuye so calmly, he didn't know why the student council summoned him to come over. Coincidentally, Mr. Chabashira and I were summoned by the student union, and the student union didn't explain the reason for calling us here. It's really baffling. Chabashira Sae pursed her lips. This bad boy is also good at pretending to be stupid. Really? Then let's go to the student union office together. No, I still have some things to discuss with Chabashira-sensei. Senior Nan Yun, you can go up first. Okay. Nagamoya nodded, and then stepped into the student union building from Wuye and Chazu Sae. Nan Yunya is not stupid. He has the ability to bring the first-year Class B into Class A. He vaguely feels that being paged by the student union should be because something bad happened to him. But Nan Yunya feels that he hasn't done anything recently. No, he seems to be doing all kinds of bad things recently. Encourage Long Yuanxiang to entrap Sikong Wuye. Without the permission of the student council president, Horikita Kikyo, he stamped Ryuan Shou's application without permission. Let the secretary Diane He forge the test paper, let him give it to his subordinate Bai Kilungai, and let him sell it to Sikong Wuye. Feeling a bit apprehensive, Nan Yunya came to the gate of the student union office. Since the gate was open, he walked in directly. President, why did you call me here? Teacher Ninomiya? Chairman. Nan Yunya, who stepped into the student union office, was stunned, because he saw 3 people who were almost impossible to appear in the office. Chairman Sakayanagi, his class teacher, Nagamoya, Ninomiya Soizuki, and his subordinate Bai Kilungai. Seeing these 3 people who were not supposed to appear in the student union, Nan Yunya's face gradually became ugly. He lowered his head deeply from Bai Kilong, not daring to look at his situation, and probably guessed why did the student union page him. It must be Bai Kilong who made a mistake. Bai Kilong, who sold the fake midterm exam papers to Sikong Wuye, made a mistake. Nan Yunya recalled Wuye's bewildered expression just now and said that he didn't know why he was paged by the student union. That BD knows everything, he's just laughing at him? Then comes the question, why is Sakayanagi, the chairman of the board, here? Sikong Wuye definitely pulled this chairman over and backed him up. Nan Yunya thought through gritted teeth in her heart. The chairman supports the students? Impossible. Other students may not be able to do it, but Nan Yunya thinks Wuye can definitely do it. Because a month ago, Sikong Wuye called the director to the basketball court and asked him to support him. Horikita, who crossed his hands, looked at Nagamo Masa, whose face became ugly, and said calmly, Nagamo, you are here, please sit down at the seat on the left. Nan Yunya's heart sank. The student council president Horikita asked him to sit in the left seat of the office instead of the vice president's seat. Obviously, he was next to the defendant. The seats in the student union office are also regulated. When the meeting is held, the seats of the student union members are directly above, the right seat is the plaintiff, and the left seat is the defendant. Now Nan Yunya, his class teacher Naigong Suiyo, his subordinate Bai Kilungai, and the secretary Diane He are all arranged to sit on the left, which means that they are on the defendant's side. Nagamo Masa, who remained silent, sat down in the empty seat next to his homeroom teacher, Ninomiya Hojiki. Soizuki Ninomiya glanced cautiously at the seat on the right, who was sitting in the seat on the right, and closed her eyes to meditate. She whispered to Nagamo Masa, what happened to Nagamo? I don't know either. Nan Yunya replied in a low voice. In fact, Nan Yunya guessed everything, but he still had a glimmer of hope, hoping that things would not be as bad as he had guessed. After more than 30 seconds of silence, Wuye and Sae Chabashita walked slowly into the office of the student union. Student Sikong, Mr. Chabashita, please sit down here. Horikita-gaku's palm stretched towards the empty right seat. Thank you, senior. President please? Good senior. Horikita fell silent. This should be the second time he and Wuye had such a conversation in the student union office, right? By the way, isn't this guy Sikong coming to the student union office too many times? Almost all of them can be said to be regular customers. Smiling, Wuye and Sae Chabashita sat down on the right seat in the office. Nan Yunya, who was sitting opposite Wuye, cast a sharp look at him, but Wuye still had a smiling expression, as if he didn't notice Nan Vi's Shen Guangxi at all. Since both parties have arrived, the trial initiated by Sikong Wuye will officially begin. Secretary Zhu Qian made the usual opening remarks, and then she said, because the trial personnel Bai Kilong and his classmates have already pleaded guilty and accepted punishment, so the claim link is omitted. Nan Yunya's heart thumped suddenly. Bai Kilungai had already confessed his guilt and accepted his punishment. It's over. This trial meeting is really related to forged test papers? Now I would like to invite a classmate, Bai Kilong, to tell me the whole story. The secretary Zhu Qian said to Bai Kilong. Bai Kilong stood up tremblingly. He was already in a state of slurred speech because of his panic and anxiety, and he was completely unable to tell the whole story normally. The smiling Wuye raised his hand. Horikita said, Student Sikong, do you have any doubts? I don't have any doubts. I just feel that the situation of this good senior seems to be unable to dictate normally. Then I suggest that he write it down directly and reprint it for everyone to see. Chairman, what do you think? Horikita asked Sakayanagi for confirmation. You don't need to seek my opinion. I'm just a witness of Sikong Wuye, so the student union is fully responsible for how to proceed with the meeting. Sakayanagi said. I see. Secretary, go to the side with Bai Kilong. In the next room, let him write out what happened, and then copy the contents of the document. Horikita said. Clear. Bai Kilong and his classmates, you come with me. 17. Good. Bai Kilong didn't want to stay in this horrible office for a long time. He followed the secretary Zhu Qian in a panic, and left the office. Following the departure of Zhu Qian and Bai Kilungai on 5.4, the atmosphere in the office became silent again. Some people even subconsciously slowed down their breathing, for fear of making a sound. But Wuye was different. He took out the mobile phone in his pocket, and chatted with his 3 girlfriends through the line under the long table. Sae Chabashita, who was sitting next to Wuye, glanced at him, and after realizing Wuye was playing with his mobile phone, she twitched the corners of her mouth cryptically. Then Sae Chabashita slightly moved her round buttocks, and used her body to cover Wuye, preventing Horikita Kikyo and Joyanagi, who were sitting directly above him, from seeing his phone. This bad boy is really unscrupulous, and he doesn't even look at where this place is. Ninomiya Hojiki, who was lacking in character, finally couldn't stand the deadly silent atmosphere in the office. She showed a kind expression and said to Horikita Kikyo, President of the Student Council, I don't know when those two will come back. Why don't you tell us the content of this meeting first, and let us listen? All right. Horikita nodded slightly, looked at Wuye who lowered his head to play with his mobile phone, and said in a businesslike tone, Student Sikong, you are the victim of this incident. Those who brought up the incident trial, then it is up to you to tell the whole story of the incident. 11. Okay. Wuye temporarily ended the line chat with his girlfriends. He smiled and looked at Naeunnya, Dianhee, and their class teacher Naigong Suizuki who were sitting opposite. Actually, what happened was very simple. I went to the student cafeteria for lunch during my lunch break today. Wuye repeated what he had said with Chazu Sae. After learning that it was Baikilongai who sold the midterm exam papers to Wuye in private, Ninomiya Suio felt relieved, and she said, so that's what happened. I thought some serious accident happened. Both Naeunnya and Dianhee were silent. They both felt that the matter was not that simple. Because Sikong Wuye hasn't touched the point yet. And if things were really that simple, how could they be summoned by the student union? Wuye did not continue to narrate the incident, and with a refreshing smile, he said to Ninomiya Suizuki, this teacher, don't you think that selling the test papers of the midterm exam in private is because it violates the purpose of the school? Suizuki Ninomiya glanced at Chairman Sakayanagi, and she said righteously, of course it is a serious violation of the school's teaching purpose, and I think it should be severely punished. Naeunnya twitched the corners of her mouth fiercely, teacher, can you please stop talking? Because he, Naeunnya, is the man behind the sale of the test papers? Teacher, how severe punishment do you think should be? I tend to give that student expulsion, what do you think? Wuye continued to dig holes with a smile on his face. I also feel. Cough cough cough. Nagomoya coughed suddenly, and he said to Ninomiya Suizuki who was showing a puzzled expression, teacher, how to punish students who violate the school rules? The student union has a set of clear rules, not just dropping out of school. Ninomiya Suizuki felt that Nagamo Masa's words offended her. She said dissatisfiedly, of course I know. Nagamo, you don't need to remind me. Naeunnya clenched her fists tightly. If I didn't remind you just now, you old BD will definitely follow Sikong Wuye's words and agree to give me a punishment of expulsion from school. Suizuki Ninomiya glanced at the Tibashi Sida with her eyes closed and concentrated, and she said meaningfully, I remember that student is a student in Class D of the second year, and only middle school students can do such things that violate school rules. Class of students. 08. Chabashira Sae opened her eyes, and she stared sharply at Ninomiya Suizuki. Chabashira Sae was about to refute Ninomiya Suyu's words, but suddenly warmth came from her palm, her eyes turned to her palm, and Chabashira Sae saw that Wuye was holding her palm. Wuye gave Chazu Sae a look of leave me here. Chazu Sae pursed his lips, and then kept silent to see how he planned to help her speak. It's just that Sae Chabashira didn't take his palm out of Wuye's hand. Did he forget? Or do he want to continue to be held by this bad boy? Wuye smiled at Ninomiya Suizuki. This teacher, the student who violates the school rules should have nothing to do with the class he is in, but with the teacher who teaches him. If the teacher of the student who violated the school rules is a teacher with high moral character and good at teaching and educating people, then the students she teaches will not commit this kind of behavior, right? It makes sense. Ninomiya Suizuki reluctantly agreed with Wuye's statement. At this time, Wuye's smile brightened, and he continued, I haven't finished talking about all the cases of the trial just now, so I will continue to talk about it. After Baikilongai, a good senior, was found selling test papers, he told me that all his actions were instructed by Naeunnya and Dianhee, students in Class A of the second year. Ninomiya Suizuki's eyes widened. She retorted subconsciously, impossible. Shut up, don't you know that interrupting someone's speech is a very uneducated thing? Wuye glared at Ninomiya Suizuki. His sharp eyes released an invisible momentum. Ninomiya Hoshiki, who was targeted by Wuye's momentum, trembled. Wuye looked at Ninomiya Suizuki who was frightened by his aura with satisfaction, and he said, it is up to the students in your class to decide whether it is true or not. Suizuki Ninomiya looked at Masa Nagamo who was sitting next to him. At this time, Masa Nagamo's face was extremely pale and gloomy. Suizuki Ninomiya asked in astonishment, Nagamo, did you really instruct that Class D, student N? Naeunnya nodded decadently, and said in a low voice, it was indeed my instruction. Naeunnya didn't want to admit it at all, but what's the point of him not admitting it? Because Baikilong is next door, he will write everything down. Ninomiya Suizuki is completely numb. This incident was planned by a student she is so proud of? After Naeunnya admitted, Wuye seemed very angry, and he pointed directly at Naeunya's nose. Naeunnya, I really don't know what class teacher can teach such a vicious student as you, and even sold fake test papers to juniors in the lower grades. You want to make your junior fail the exam and be expelled from school. Is your whole heart black? If I were your class teacher, I would definitely be ashamed for teaching such a vicious student like you, and then just hit a wall to my death. Even if you don't commit suicide and apologize, at least you will publicly apologize, and then resign and leave school. Ninomiya Hoshiki, who was the class teacher of Masa and Dianhee, turned blue with anger. She glared at Wuye who was sitting opposite. This brat's mouth is more vicious than his class teacher? Van Liyukin and the others were all looking at Wuye with subtle eyes. Is this guy pointing fingers at Sang and scolding Huai? By the way, when did Nanyunya and his class teacher offend him? Ninomiya Suiyu didn't offend Wuye, she just offended his beautiful class teacher. Chazu Sae felt warmth in her heart. This bad boy really saved her face, and even scolded this annoying old woman so hard that she couldn't answer. Ninomiya Soizuki agreed with Wuye's statement just now. Students will make mistakes, all because of the fault of the head teacher who taught them, so Ninomiya Suzuki refuted him. Chazu Sae was a little worried that Wuye's speech would cause dissatisfaction with the director Sakayanagi and the student council president. She held Wuye's palm with her jade hand, and then shook it slightly, signaling to him that enough was enough, and the play continued. At this time, the secretary Ju Qian returned to the office with Bai Qilong, holding a stack of 4A papers in her hands. Presumably this is what Bai Qilong wrote down. Ju Qian looked at everyone in the office with some doubts. Why did the chairman of the board have a surprised expression, and that very powerful Sikong Wuye looked comfortable, as if his revenge had been avenged? On the contrary, Neunya, Dianhe, and their homeroom teacher Naigong Suiya, the three of them looked extremely ugly. Especially Ninomiya Soizuki, her face turned blue. Akane Tachibana, who felt that the atmosphere in the office was a bit weird, said to Horikita Kikyo, President, the copy of the incident has been prepared. Then give each one a copy. Clear. With his head down, Bai Qilong shuddered and sat back to his original position, while Ju Qian began to distribute the copied documents to everyone in the office. First was Chairman Sakayanagi, then Horikita Kikyo, and finally Wuye, Sae Chabashita, Hoshiki Ninomiya, Masa Nagamo, and Tonokawa. The contents of this copied document are more detailed than what Wuye just said. Even the conversations and exhortations between Nanyunya and Dianhe and him are all written down. At the same time, there are Nanyunya's usual resentment, jealousy, and obstruction towards Wuye. He wrote down these things that have nothing to do with the case trial. Bai Qilong first planned to write it clearly, so that everyone would feel that he was not helping Nanyunya, but was forced by Nanyunya to sell the fake midterm exam papers to Wuye. In this case, the punishment should be lighter, right? Using fake test papers, let Sikong hand it over to the students in Class D, so that the students in Class D resent him. If such a plan is successfully implemented, Sikong's reputation in Class D will be seriously affected. Yes. Shibaru Sae, who looked at the copied document, thought silently in his heart. Sakayanagi had finished reading the copied documents, and he cast his eyes on Nagamoya who was sitting on the left. His eyes were full of regret and disappointment. Nanyunya is quite famous. He led Class B to Class A in just 1 year, so Banyanagi City also knows that there is a powerful student named Nanyunya in this school. But, after reading this copy of the document, Sakayanagi felt that this formidable student was not in the right mind, and was even too narrow-minded. Sakayanagi would understand if Nagamo used this method to deal with students of the same grade. After all, everyone was competing for Class A. But Sikong Wuye is a first-year student. As a second-year senior, do you need to go to great lengths to deal with a first-year student who has no competitive relationship with you? Horikita put down the copied document after reading it, and he said to Nanyunya, who was pale and gloomy, Nanyun, can you admit what Bai Qilong and his classmates wrote down? I admit it, but I have something to say. Nanyunya held his palm tightly, and said in a deep voice to Wuye who was sitting opposite, Sikong Wuye, I am guilty, but my crime is not serious. Oh? Come and listen. Wuye made a look of listening attentively. Horikita Kikyo nodded, and Nagamo began to speak out your opinion. 11. First, the school does not have a clear rule that the sale of test papers is not allowed. Nanyunya said in a deep voice. You can sell without express regulations. Wuye said angrily, no one stopped you from robbing banks, so why don't you use this reason to rob banks? Nanyunya twitched the corner of her mouth, while Bai Qilong was slightly taken aback. Wuye's words sounded familiar to him. Nanyunya calmed down and continued. Secondly, the midterm exam papers that Bai Qilong sold to Sikong Wuye were forged by Dianhe, so it does not constitute the crime of secretly selling midterm exam papers. I object. Wuye raised his hand, and he sneered at Nanyunya and said, it's not that you didn't commit a crime, but that your crime should be aggravated. Sikong Wuye, what do you mean? The reason is very simple. They sell fake test papers and sell them to me, so that I can pass them on to my first-year Class D students. If your vicious plan succeeds and everyone takes your test paper seriously, then I don't know how many students in Class D will be expelled for failing. Wuye raised the corners of his mouth. He looked at Nanyunya whose face was gloomy. Wuye continued, so Nanyunya, the terrible impact of your selling fake test papers is much greater than selling real test papers. The objection that Sikong said, if Nagamo and your plan are successful, it will indeed have a huge impact on Class D of the first year. Horikita said slowly. Horikita Kikyo now thinks that Masa Nagamo really has to leave the student union. 687. Now Nagamo Masaru has forged the test papers for the midterm exam in order to revenge Wuye. If his scheme is successful, many students in Class D who did not study well in the first year will be expelled because of this, right? In fact, Nanyunya's plan for Wuye is quite a reference in this school. Even worse and more dire situations have occurred. For example, before the exam, I deliberately gave laxatives to the students in other classes, so that all the students in that class had diarrhea and collapsed. Anyway, in this school, as long as you don't get caught doing bad things, and don't get stabbed into the student union, then there will be no problem. It's a pity that Nan Yunya's plan for Wuye was not only stabbed to the student union, but also conclusively proved. Nan Yunya did not expect that her claim not only did not mitigate the crime for herself, but even thought that Wuye's rebuttal had aggravated the crime. Nan Yunmasa, who was in a mess, said to Horikita, Senior, I have deeply realized my mistake, so please punish me lightly. 11. Naeun, you are the vice president of the student union, so you should know what you did and what kind of punishment you will have. It's dropout? Nan Yunya was stunned, his eyes revealed despair and strong remorse, and then Nan Yunya looked fiercely at Wuye who was sitting opposite. Sikong Wuye. Facing Nan Yunya's terrifying eyes that could scare timid girls to death, Wuye was not only not afraid, he also showed a refreshing smile. Senior Nan Yun, what are you calling me for? A farewell gift? You? Now Nan Yunya has the same fear as Bai Qilong before. He just wanted to trick him into buying fake test papers, but this devil actually made him drop out of school. However, Nan Yunya didn't think about it at all. If her plan to forge test papers was successful, how many students in Class D would fail the exam and be expelled? Diane He looked at Nan Yunya whose eyes showed despair, he gritted his teeth and said loudly, I have something to say. Say what you want. Horikita said calmly. Actually, this plan to forge test papers was all planned by me alone. 11. Diane He. Nan Yunya looked at his friend Diane He in astonishment. He never expected that Diane He would say such a thing, and put all the blame on himself. Nan Yunya's desperate eyes turned into ecstasy. If all the crimes were stopped by Diane He seemed to be fine. Diane He, my dear friend, my hope, my reliable partner. Wuye glanced at Diane He, who was willing to take the blame, and said, Senior, what are you talking about? Nan Yunya has already admitted what Bai Qilong wrote down, so Nan Yunya is the reason for this incident. Mastermind. And you are responsible for falsifying events, which is an assisting crime. That's because Nan Yun wants to protect me and doesn't want me to be punished. Diane He said without hesitation, and he emphasized again, in fact, I planned this plan by myself. Frowning, Wuye clicked his tongue slightly, never expecting that Nan Yunya's son-in-law, Diane He, would be so loyal, even willing to take such a big scapegoat for him. Nan Yunya looked at Diane He moved, this is a life-saving grace? Wuye smiled at Diane He with a firm expression on his face, and then he said, it's really stupid, Senior, you helped Nan Yunya take the blame and were expelled by the school. And as the mastermind, he still stays in this school, do you think he will feel sorry for you? Impossible. A person like Nan Yunya will only be happy for his escape. He only needs 1 or 2 more years before he can graduate from Class A and choose a school or company he likes. And for helping Nan Yunya take the blame, you will be expelled from the school? You, who should have graduated from Class A, lost the opportunity to choose your future. Do you really want to replace Nan Yun and take the blame? Wuye's words were like words of condemnation, which made Nan Yunya and Diane He's faces and eyes Shendo become panicked and uneasy. Especially Nan Yunya. He was deeply afraid that Diane He would be persuaded by Wuye's words, and then give up his decision to help him take the blame. Facing Nan Yunya's restless and apprehensive eyes, Diane He took a deep breath. I said I am the mastermind. Tisk. Wuye clicked his tongue slightly, and he looked at Bai Qilong who was timid and lowered his head. Bai Qi is a good senior, don't you plan to say a few words? Bai Qilong who was mentioned by Wuye shuddered, he was timid and didn't dare to speak at all. Besides, now it seems that no matter what he says, he will either offend the demon Sikong Wuye or Nan Yunya, so what do you want him to say? If what the senior said is true, then it means that you are giving false testimony and trying to murder our vice president Nan Yunya. Nan Yunya glared at Wuye resentfully, you devil is also qualified to say that others murdered him? And good senior, what are you afraid of? Once this matter is committed to Nan Yunya's crime, then he should be expelled from school. If Nan Yunya does not drop out of school, you think you who are hated by him, there is still a way will you pass the rest of your high school career smoothly. Wuye said casually. Bai Qilong heart sank, that's right, you Yunya must drop out of school? Diane He is lying, Nan Yunya is the mastermind of this matter? Everything I wrote is true. Bai Qilong tone became more and more excited as he spoke, louder and louder. No, I am the mastermind. No, you are not. No, I am. No, you're not. Wuye and the others silently watched Diane He and Bai Qilong who had started arguing. Gradually Wuye frowned, as long as Diane He put all the charges on himself, then Nan Yunya would really not be expelled from school. Wuye felt that things had developed to this point, and he had to compromise, otherwise it will be a bit of a disadvantage. You all be quiet. Horikita said in a deep voice. At this time Wuye raised his hand. As a victim, I plan to talk to these black-hearted bad seniors, so I plan to reconcile in private. The eyes of Nan Yunya and Diane He suddenly lit up. If Sikong Wuye, the devil, intends to reconcile privately, it means that things will definitely turn around. But Sikong Wuye will definitely open his mouth and say very terrible conditions. But no matter how terrible Wuye's conditions are, Nagamoya has to accept them. Because Nan Yunya has been moved by Diane he will absolutely not allow his close friend who helped him to take the blame to be expelled from school. Wuye looked at Horikita, and he asked, I don't know if you agree with me, senior, to reconcile with them in private. Horikita glanced at the smiling Wuye, and he said slowly, since you, the victim, are willing to reconcile with the other party in private, then the student union will naturally follow the victim's wishes. What about Non-Yunya and Diane-hee, do you two have any idea of reconciling with me in private? Wuye asked Non-Yunya and Diane-hee who were sitting opposite. I don't want my best friend to drop out of school, so I agree to a private settlement, but I hope the student union can help to witness that if the settlement conditions proposed by Sikong Wuye are too harsh, the student union should be responsible for mediation. Nan-Yunya replied cautiously. Banli Yukin glanced at Nan-Yunya, and he saw his own shadow from him. It was all because of being scared by Sikong, and he became cautious. Don't dare to agree to Wuye's conditions at will. The terms of the settlement I proposed are quite simple. Let me ask first, how many points do you two have in total now? Wuye said with a smile. Both Sakayanagi and Chabashita Sae twitched their faces. Is this bad boy blackmailing them openly? Nan-Yunya felt bitter in his heart, and he knew that Sikong Wuye, who was keen on betting against others, would definitely focus on their personal points. Helpless, Nan-Yunya and Diane-hee showed their student ID cards. Nagamoya 1,872,605 points. Diane-hee 138,785 points. Hey, Nan-Yunya, how did your personal points become so many? Wuye showed a surprised expression. I want you to take care of it. Nan-Yunya replied in a bad tone. A month ago, Wuye bet against Nan-Yunya, and he won 1.15 million points from him. At that time, Nan-Kui's points were running out. Wuye didn't expect that Nan-Yunya had so many points after only 1 month had passed. This is because Nan-Yunya had an agreement with the students in his class. Nan-Yunmasa saw that the class brought Class A, so the students in the class had to give him 50,000 points every month. Now there are 39 students in Class A of the second year, except Nan-Yunya himself. Then the points he can get from everyone in a month is 50,000 times 38 ones, which is 1.9 million points. My terms of reconciliation are quite generous. As long as Nan-Yunya and Diane-hee hand over all your points to me, and then you two withdraw from the student union, then the matter of you entrapping me by forging test papers will pass like this. Already, Wuye said in a very generous tone. The corners of Horikita lips curled up slightly with a calm expression. Is this the way to completely solve his troubles in the student union? Nagamo Masa. Really good, Sikong. Nan-Yunya's face darkened in an instant, and he objected loudly. We can give you the points, but it is absolutely impossible for us to quit the student union. You have to withdraw from the student union. Wuye retorted without hesitation. A black-hearted student like you is also eligible to stay in the student union. Who knows if you people will use the power of the student union in the future to plot against which student. Also, Nan-Yunya, the close friends you mentioned are all scapegoating you, and you would rather stay in the student union than let him stay in this school. No way, Nagamoya, is this how you treat your best friend? Senior Diane-hee, Nan-Yunya really doesn't care about you. Are you going to help him take the blame now? Sae Chabashita looked at Wuye with a strange tone. It was the first time she saw this bad boy say that. You know how to provoke a relationship. And Wuye's eccentric words made Nan-Yunya grit her teeth fiercely, and Diane-hee's expression was also shaken. Although Diane-hee is also very clear about Chu Nan-Yunya's desire to stay in the student union, but he has paid so much for him, and even took the initiative to help Nan-Yunya take the blame, and he will not quit the student union because of him. Diane-hee always felt that his passion would be let down by Nan-Yunya. Nan-Yunya saw Diane-hee's shaken expression. He just wanted to beat Sikong Wuye to death. If he refuses to reconcile, Diane-hee will definitely be sad, and may even not help him take the blame. If they accept the reconciliation, Nan-Yunya and Diane-hee will have to withdraw from the student union. Nan-Yunya is not reconciled. It's already May now. As long as it comes to October, the student council president Horikita Kikyo will abdicate, and he Nagamo Masa will take over the position of student council president. Only 4 months left. 4 months? Damn Sikong Wuye, now he's shutting him down? Nan-Yunya regretted it now, regretted it to death. If he knew that provoking Wuye would hurt him so much, then he would rather let him join the student union than take the initiative to provoke him. It's a pity it's too late to say anything now. Under Wuye's smiling gaze, Nan-Yunya clenched her fists in humiliation, and said hoarsely with a gradually decadent expression, I accept Sikong Wuye's terms of reconciliation, hand over the points, and withdraw from the student union. Zhu Qian instantly showed a smile, because Nan-Yunya, the biggest and most uncontrollable trouble in the student union, was finally kicked out of the student union today. Afterwards, Zhu Qian realized that she couldn't smile, so she quickly restrained her smile, and then looked at the smiling Wuye with admiration and a little fear. This first-year student named Sikong Wuye, without joining the student union, he directly solved the vice president Nan-Yunya. As expected of the president's favorite person, really amazing. It's powerful and terrifying. The meeting hearing of the incident is over, and the final result is Sikong Wuye from Class D of the first year, and Nan-Yunya and Diane-hee from Class A of the second year reached a settlement agreement under the witness of teachers and student union personnel of both parties. Wuye got all their points from Nagamoya and Diane-hee respectively. 1,872,605 and 138,785 points. The total is 2,011,390. Afterwards, Nan-Yunya and Diane-hee were forced to withdraw from the student union. As for Bai Kilungai, who assisted Nan Yunya and the other two in committing crimes, the punishment given to him by the student union was to write a 1,000-word self-criticism, which would be circulated and announced by the whole school, and half of the personal punishment would be deducted. Bai Kilungai was quite satisfied with this punishment, at least he didn't need to suspend or drop out of school, and his second-year Class D was not deducted class points. The hearing of the meeting is over, and everyone left the student union in an orderly manner. The secretary Kyoxi said to everyone in the office. Banli Yukin stood up first. He first glanced at the smiling Wuye, then said goodbye to everyone gently and left the office. Immediately after was Bai Kilungai, who was in a panic. Nan Yunya and Dianhe had no face to stay here, and they left the office together with a bad face. The teacher of the two of them, Ninomiya Soizuki, also left dejectedly. Her proud student, Nan Yunya, not only lost to the student of that dead girl, but was also forcibly kicked out of the power organization of the student union. Looking at Ninomiya Hozuki leaving in despair, Chabashira Sae felt an unspeakable feeling in his heart. Metaphorical pleasure. The old woman Ninomiya Soizuki has always had an arrogant and bitter expression, but now Chabashira Sae saw this defeated expression on her face, she felt very comfortable. All the dissatisfaction and unhappiness caused by Ninomiya Suzuki disappeared and turned into joy and satisfaction. Wuye is also very satisfied, because after he got the points of Neunya and Dianhe, the personal points he owns, Nyo Lihao, have exceeded 210,000. Now Wuye's personal points are 2014665. At this moment, Wuye became the first student in this school whose personal points exceeded 20 million. The only one in the history of this school? And it didn't take Wuye a long time to collect so many points, not even 2 months. It's unbelievable. Teacher Chabashira, let's go too. A satisfied Wuye said to Chabashira Sae who was beside him. Yes. 17 Chazura Sae suppressed his inner joy a little bit, and left the student union office with Wuye. Horikita looked at Wuye who had left, he wanted to stop him and talk to him about joining the student union. After all, both Nagamoya and Tonokawa have been forcibly withdrawn from the student union, and the student union is short of 2 people to work, so Horikita has to pull Wuye into the student union to work. However, since Wuye walked very fast and had already stepped out of the office, Horikita had no choice but to give up and contact him after school. Chabashira Sae, who left the student union office, looked sideways at Wuye next to her, and she showed a slightly provocative mature smile with her lips curled up. Thank you, Sikong, for helping me out. Tone, severely frustrated that guy's arrogance. If Hui was there just now and saw Ninomiya Soizuki's face, then she must be so happy that she jumped up and down. Will it be 11? With Hui's personality, yes. The owner Zuoji said affirmatively. Wuye subconsciously thought of the picture of Hashinomi Yachia's sweet teacher jumping up and down, which is a little cute. And Hashinomi Hui's heart is a bit large, it should cause magnificent ups and downs with her jumping, right? I am clearly a teacher, but I want my students to save face, which is quite a failure. Sae Chabara sighed. Teacher Chazu, where did you fail? I think you can be my homeroom teacher. I'm so happy. Wuye replied solemnly. Sae Chabashira glanced at the bad boy, and she said angrily, Sikong, you should be happy that I will be your nanny, and I will take care of 3 meals a day for you and Sakura. How can there be? Wuye, who had no guilt at all, showed a bold smile. The smile on the handsome face was as bright as the sun and full of presence. Sae Chabashira couldn't help being fascinated by Wuye's smile. However, as an adult, Chabashira Sae came back to her senses very quickly. She suppressed the throbbing of emotions aroused by this bad boy in her heart, and changed the subject. Sikong, the matter is over. I'm going back to the teacher's office. You should hurry back to the classroom too. The lunch break is almost over. Wuye nodded. Afterwards, Chazu Sae walked away from Wuye quickly with slender and straight jade legs. She nodded her head and looked at her jade hand, which seemed to still have the warmth of a bad boy's palm on it, making her heart warm. Chabashira Sae, stop thinking about it. You are a teacher, he is a student, and this bad boy has 2 girlfriends. He is a big carrot. Chabashira Sae quietly persuaded herself in her heart, but once a girl's heart is moved, it's not so easy to persuade herself to give up. Wuye left the student union building alone. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the 2 figures standing at the entrance. These 2 figures are Nan Yunya and Dianhe. Are they blocking him here? Sikong Wuye. Nan Yunya gritted her teeth and glared at Wuye. He had already completely broken up with Wuye, so he had no intention of continuing to be hypocritical with him, and directly called him by Wuye's name. Facing Neunya's glare, Wuye smiled refreshingly. Neunya, why haven't you 2 left yet? I understand. You forgot to take away the personal belongings you left in the student union, so now you plan to return to the student union to pack up and leave, right? Those 2, hurry up. After all, there are still about 10 minutes before the show. Shut up. Nan Yunya roared, pointing at Wuye and said angrily, I have no grievances with you, why are you targeting me so much? Wuye restrained his smile, and with lightning speed, he slapped Nan Yunya's palm pointing at him. Snapped. Are you qualified to point at me? Hiss. Gathering a breath of air, Nan Yunya covered her hand that was slapped by Wuye. Wuye sneered, and said, Na Yunya, I should have said what you said just now. I have no grievances with you, why did you instigate your dog legs to harm me? Nan Yun was at a loss for words, and he didn't care about anything anymore. He said angrily, because you will join the student union. If you have conflicts with me, if you join the student union, you will definitely fight against me. That's why you plan to eradicate me, secretly joined forces with Long Yuan Xiang, and planned a conspiracy to let me drop out of school, right? Wuye said with a sneer. He showed a surprised expression. He was shocked why Wuye knew about their cooperation with Long Yuan Xiang. And Nan Yunya didn't change much in expression. After Long Yuanxiang's plan against Wuye failed, he felt that he already knew about his cooperative relationship with Long Yuan Xiang. Sikong Wuye, what is the relationship between you and the chairman? You were able to persuade him to intimidate Bai Qilonggai and make him tell everything. Nan Yunya said angrily. It's just a little familiar friendship, and speaking of it, I was able to persuade him smoothly, thanks to you, Nan Yunya. What's the meaning? It was you who told Long Yuan Xiang to take the midterm exam even if he was suspended from school, so the director felt that he owed me something, so he readily helped me so I couldn't scare the little guy who came over from you? If it's about Long Yuan Xiang, I really don't have the confidence to persuade the chairman to help. Wuye's explanation made Nan Yunya stunned. Without Ban Liyukan's help, Nan Yunya felt that Bai Qilonggai would never betray him, so she was kicked out of the student union now. Is it because of helping Long Yuan Xiang? It's not true. Even if Wuye failed to persuade Sakayanagi to help, he would still pull Horikita to help. Horikita Kikyo is the president of the student council. Although his status is not as high as that of Sakayanagi, it is enough to make Bai Qilong tremble with fright. Aig, if you two have nothing to do, then I will leave. Wuye put on a refreshing smile and walked between Yunya and He. He didn't worry about these two guys giving him a brick. But Nan Yunya and He could only watch Wuye's arrogant leave with aggrieved and angry eyes. After what happened in the student union just now, Wuye has already left a lot of psychological shadows in the hearts of Nan Yunya and He, and they have a feeling of fear for this first-year student. Wuye returned to the classroom of Class D with a leisurely pace. Although he failed to let Nan Yunya drop out of school, he had already kicked him and one of his henchmen, He, out of the student union. As long as Nan Yunya is no longer the student union of the power organization, then he will have restrictions if he wants to deal with Wuye in the future. Karuizawa Megumi was chatting with her friends. She saw Wuye entering the classroom, then hurriedly bid farewell to her friends, and walked quickly towards Wuye. Wuye Megumi Karuizawa, who was smiling like a flower, hugged Wuye's arm skillfully and naturally, and she asked curiously, "Is your matter settled?" "Well, it's not completely resolved yet, it's only half resolved." Wuye replied with a smile. "Is that so?" Megumi Karuizawa raised his head slightly and asked proactively, "Then can I help you with the remaining half of the matter? I appreciate your favor, but it's a pity that you can't help me." "Oh well." Wuye followed Karuizawa Megumi to his seat. He smiled at Kushida Kikyo who looked at him from time to time. Kushida Kikyo who was absent-mindedly chatting with friends blinked, and showed a sweet smile to Wuye. Then Wuye looked at Sakura Airi. She was lowering her head, concentrating on studying. As the midterm exams got closer and closer, Sakura Airi became more concerned about her studies, and she didn't want to be expelled because she failed the exams. The main thing is that Sakura Airi doesn't want to leave Wuye. Wuye was sitting on his own seat, and Karuizawa Megumi, who was sitting in the seat in front of him, put his white palm on Wuye's desk, pointing at his desk with his slender fingers as if signaling someone to hurry up, come play with her palm like. Wuye took a look at Karuizawa Megumi. Her eyes were twinkling now, her cheeks were flushed beautifully, and she looked shy and cute. "Hui, I'm good at reading palms. Would you like me to help you read palms?" Wuye said with a smile. Really? Wuye, hurry up and help me see." Using the excuse of palmistry, the shy Megumi Karuizawa put her palm on Wuye's, and got along sweetly. It's a pity that the sweet moment didn't last long, and soon the bell rang, and it was time for class. The students in Class D maintained good discipline, and the two classes in the afternoon passed like this, but Wuye was surprised to find that Horikita Suzune was still sitting in her seat with a cold face. In the past, Horikita Suzune had already packed up her textbooks, picked up her student bag and went to the library to teach the three of Shudoken. "Horikita, why aren't you in a hurry to go to the library today?" Wuye asked in surprise. It's okay if Wuye didn't say anything, but when he asked Horikita Suzune, his expression became even colder. Shudoken said that today the basketball club has an important level assessment, and Ike Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki have found all kinds of excuses, so there is no part of teaching them to learn today. Really? Wuye looked at the cold-faced Horikita Suzune with a smile. Then it seems that Horikita's kindness has been let down by them. The silent Horikita Suzune nodded her head lightly. She tried so hard to teach them and improve their academic level and grades, but they found all kinds of excuses come and push her away. Now Horikita Suzune does have a sense of disappointment that her own will has been trampled on by others. "Megumi and I are going to the library to study. Horikita, do you want to go together?" Wuye invited Horikita Suzune. Karuizawa Megumi puffed up her cheeks slightly. She didn't want her to be sweet with Wuye. A cool light bulb stood by. "Good." Horikita Suzune's crisp answer made Karuizawa Megumi's puffed cheeks even more bulging. Wuye poked Karuizawa Megumi's cheek, dumbfounded, and whispered, "Hui, what's your reaction? We went to the library together, not sitting and studying together. Makes sense?" Megumi Karuizawa's dissatisfaction came and went quickly. Wuye, Karuizawa Megumi, and Horikita Suzune left the Class D classroom together and headed for the library. When the three of them came to the bulletin board of the first grade teaching building, there were many students around here. It seems that the school has posted another announcement. I'll go and have a look, you go to the library first. Wuye pointed to the bulletin board. I'll take a look too, Horikita Suzune said. Then I'll go too. After that, the three of Wuye turned a corner and walked towards the bulletin board surrounded by many students. There was indeed a new announcement posted on the bulletin board, and the content of the announcement made Wuye raise his eyebrows, because this announcement was related to him. That's what happened at noon today. The content of the announcement is students Naeunja and Dianhee from Class A of the second year. They instigated by Kilongai, a student of Class D of the second year, to carry out vile behaviors that violated school regulations against Sikong Wuye, a student of Class D of the first year. Therefore, once Bai Kilong wrote a 1,000-word self-criticism, the whole school notified and announced it, and deducted half of his personal points. Naeunja and Dianhee reached a settlement agreement with the victim Sikong Wuye, donated all their personal points to each other, and quit the student union. Looking at such an announcement, the students couldn't help but sigh that the school has reported so many things recently. A few days ago, Ryuan Zionke from Class C of the first year informed the whole school once. How long has passed now, and the three students in the second grade have informed the whole school again. Isn't it the third grade's turn next? But these two school bulletins are all related to that Sikong Wuye. About this, Wuye just wants to say that no one else can see him as a good student living comfortably. That's why he tries to target him. Wuye, is this what you are going to solve at noon today? Megumi Karuizawa said to Wuye in surprise. Yes. Wuye nodded. Sikong, what is the bad behavior that violates the school rules? Horikita Suzune asked, frowning her delicate eyebrows slightly. In this announcement posted by the student union, it did not mention that Naeunja and the others' bad behavior against Wuye was a fake midterm exam test paper. After all, this kind of matter is related to the majesty of the school and cannot be announced casually, so this information is hidden. About this, let's talk as we go, Wuye said. Good. The first-year students didn't feel much about this announcement. They just lamented how someone provoked Sikong Wuye again, and then was punished by Sikong Wuye. As for the second and third grade students, they all know who Naeunja is in Class A of the second year. Naeunja, he led Class B to Class A in one school year, and almost ruled the whole second grade. Such a formidable person, unexpectedly got rid of by that demon Sikong Wuye, and at the same time he and Dianhee were expelled from the student union. When the second-year students were shocked by the announcement on the bulletin board, they couldn't believe it, so there was an uproar in the second-grade teaching building. Boss Nanyun was kicked out of the student union? Impossible, said the unbelievable. Why is it impossible? The announcements from the student union have been released. Calmly retorted. No wonder Naeunja and those bastards looked so ugly this afternoon. They were kicked out of the student union. The laugher said happily. The most important thing is Sikong Wuye. It seems that Naeunja was kicked out of the student union because of that demon Sikong Wuye. Those who fear demons. Naeunja knew that after he was kicked out of the student union, it would definitely cause huge discussions and chaos, so he left the teaching building as soon as school was over in the afternoon. But hiding is impossible. Many people contacted Naeunja through mobile phones, and with a comforting or mocking attitude, they confirmed to him whether the announcement on the bulletin board was true. However, Naeunja, who was in a state of desperation, turned off her mobile phone directly. Since Naeunja couldn't be contacted, then everyone went to the student union to inquire. Pulse. Thus confirming that the announcements on the bulletin board are true. The students who had never bet against Wuye felt that Naeunja was really ridiculous. I beat this first-year student on the basketball court once before, but now he lost the second time, and was even kicked out of the student union? And the students who had gambled against Wuye said, Naeunja didn't deserve to lose. Because that guy Sikong Wuye is a devil who can't win no matter what. With the release of this announcement, Naeunja's reputation and prestige have suffered a severe blow, almost plummeting. This caused those students in the second grade who were dissatisfied with Naeunja to move their minds and compete with Naeunja's Class A. Because Naeunja was the vice president of the student union before, and was very likely to become the next student president, they were afraid of the power of the student union and had to give up competing with Naeunja. However, Naeunja is no longer a member of the student union. He can no longer use the power of the student union to persecute them, so do they still need to endure it? Immediately, the entire second grade began to become undercurrent, and Naeunja's rule over the second grade was already on the verge of collapse. Long Yuan Xiang, who was lying in the student dormitory, looked at the announcement on the bulletin board forwarded by Ishizaki Daiichi, and he showed a mocking smile. Naeunja also stumbled in the hands of Sikong Wuye. Although Long Yuan Xiang had cooperated with Naeunja, the relationship between the two of them was not good. At the same time, Long Yuan Xiang had already obtained permission to take the midterm exam, so he didn't need Nagomoya at all. Therefore, now that Long Yuan Xiang saw Naeunja's misfortune, instead of regretting it, he felt very happy, and even wanted to laugh at Naeunja, who told Naeunja to ridicule Long Yuan Xiang before, saying that his subordinates couldn't do anything, and Wuye even punished him in turn. Now, isn't Naeunja being punished by Wuye because of Bai Kilongai's incompetence in handling affairs? So those who lost to Sikong Wuye are all the same, and no one has the right to ridicule anyone. Na Yunya must have been punished by Sikong Wuye because she forged the test papers. Fortunately, I found an excuse to push this matter down, otherwise, Long Yuanxiang smacked his tongue. Otherwise, Long Yuanxiang felt that he would be expelled directly by the school when he was in the suspension situation. After all, Long Yuanxiang, you have been suspended from school and you still don't stop. In the eyes of the school, you just know your mistakes and don't correct them. After sighing, Long Yuanxiang suddenly realized something, his expression changed slightly, and he began to think. After a while, Raiwuan Shou began to send his own inquiries to Ishizaki Daiichi's line. Ishizaki, have all those guys in the class joined the chat room? Boss Long Yuan, everyone joined the chat room when they heard that you had the test paper for this midterm exam. Now everyone is waiting for you to speak. Very good. Boss Raiwuan, when will you give everyone the test papers for the midterm exam? Daiichi Ishizaki asked excitedly. No rush, I have to check the situation first, let them continue to wait for me, and I will give them the test papers before 8 p.m. Originally, after Raiwuan Shou got the midterm exam information and test papers from Nan Yunya, he thought about handing them over to the students of Class C immediately. Harvest a good wave of their favor and gratitude, so as to stabilize your position as the ruler of Class C. But now Nan Yunya's plan to forge test papers against Wuye has failed, and I, Yuan Xiang, wonder if the school will change the next midterm exam papers because of this. If the test paper of the midterm exam is changed, then the test paper in Long Yuanxiang's hands is useless waste paper. If these test papers were waste paper, Long Yuanxiang's reputation in Class C would be even worse. Probably won't change the test papers. After all, Nan Yunya is using fake test papers to deceive Sikong Wuye instead of real test papers, so the school will still use this test paper for the exam. Long Yuanxiang, who was mumbling to himself, was persuading himself. In order to make sure that everything was safe, he called Nan Yunya and wanted to confirm it from him. It has to be said that after Long Yuanxiang was completely defeated by Wuye, he became much more cautious. Unfortunately, Nagamoya's mobile phone has been turned off. Long Yuanxiang can only leave the student dormitory, go to Nagamoya's activity classroom to find him, or find his little minions Dianhe and Mizoaki. Are you forging the test paper for the midterm exam? Horikita Suzune looked at Wuye suspiciously and asked, then Sikong, how did you find out that this test paper is fake? I don't know if the test paper is fake or not. I just thought he was a wretched man and didn't look like a good person, so I wondered if he was planning to plot against me. Then I frightened him a little, and he confessed. Wuye, spread your hands. You mean if someone is handsome, you think he won't count on you? I didn't mean that. Wuye replied with a smile. Horikita Suzune looked at Wuye's smiling face, handsome, making people feel close and warm. She pursed her thin lips and looked away. Indeed, it is true that someone can let people relax their vigilance just by their appearance, and subconsciously choose to believe him. I didn't expect that the exam papers in this school would not be changed for several years. Wait. Megumi Karuizawa, who was holding Wuye's arm and sighing, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and she excitedly said to Wuye, then Wuye, can we go to senior students to buy test papers? This way we don't have to study hard. Horikita Suzune, who was immersed in Wuye's smile, was taken aback for a moment. She just listened to Wuye's story, but didn't realize that they could also buy test papers, and then went directly to review the exercises on the test papers. It's possible, but I don't recommend it. Wuye shook his head, and he said, after all, no one is sure whether the test papers for the next midterm exam will remain the same as usual. Well, that's what you said. Karuizawa Megumi said a little discouraged. However, as an exercise or an archaeological question, it still has a certain reference value. Wuye smiled and looked at Horikita Suzune. Horikita, you can also buy the past midterm exam papers, and then throw them to Suda Takura and the others to do, and see how many times they pass the exam. I also have this idea. Horikita Suzune nodded her head, she said with some distress, but I don't know who to buy those test papers from. Looking for your big brother, isn't your big brother already in the 3rd grade? Maybe he left the midterm exam papers from the 1st grade. Wuye said with a smile. Horikita Suzune's eyes became erratic. This arrogant snow fox would become so timid when he mentioned his big brother. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune with a hesitant expression with amused expression, when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Because Karuizawa Megumi was holding his arm, Wuye couldn't free his hand to take out the phone, so he said casually, Hui, help me hold the phone. Okay. Megumi Karuizawa, who was smiling like a flower, put her palm into the pocket of Wuye's school uniform, and picked up the phone. Megumi Karuizawa glanced at the caller ID of Wuye's cell phone, her pretty face showed a little strange color, and then she looked at Suzune Horikita. Horikita-gaku, the person with this name is you, right? Huh. Horikita Suzune looked at Wuye's phone suddenly, the caller ID on it was really Horikita-gaku. Her big brother is actually contacting Sikong? He never contacted her? No. Her big brother had contacted her before, but he was asking her about Sikong? Under Horikita Suzune's sad eyes, Wuye, who smiled helplessly, connected Horikita-gaku's call, and he directly put his mobile phone next to Horikita Suzune's ear. The phone was suddenly attached to his cheek and ear, and Horikita Suzune let out an exclamation of awe in this situation. Accustomed to seeing Horikita Suzune's cold appearance, suddenly seeing her flustered appearance screaming, Wuye couldn't help feeling a contrasting cuteness. Horikita Suzune is a little cute now. Frowning, Horikita listened to the familiar female voice from the mobile phone. He said hesitantly, ringtone. Yes, big brother, it's me. Horikita Suzune replied in a panic, and then she glared at Wuye in embarrassment. Wuye smiled. Horikita, hold it by yourself. Don't you want me to hold the phone for you all the time? Horikita Suzune glanced at Wuye in embarrassment, and then she took his mobile phone from Wuye's palm, and said weakly, Big brother, good afternoon. 0, seeking flowers 0. Although Horikita Suzune is not yet mentally prepared to talk to Horikita Kikyo, but now she can only force it, and it is possible to throw the phone back to Wuye. Well, good afternoon. Pushing his glasses, Horikita gleamed sharply. Suzune, are you with Sikong now? Wuye suddenly felt a chill all over his body, as if he was being targeted by some terrible guy. Yes, because the midterm exam is coming soon, so we are going to the library to study. Horikita Suzune replied obediently and docilely. Karuizawa Megumi, who was looking at Horikita Suzune, showed a surprised expression like seeing a ghost. Is this still the proud and cold Horikita Suzune? She also has such a cute and gentle side. It's unbelievable. Yes, it seems that you have become friends with Sikong. I thought you would always maintain the habit of being alone. Horikita Suzune pursed her thin lips, but it was almost the same. Because the whole class No, there is only one person she can talk to in the whole school, and that is Wuye. Isn't Horikita school one of them? Of course not. Horikita Suzune doesn't have the guts to chat freely with this big brother. Not wanting to talk about friends with big brother Horikita Kikyo, Horikita Suzune changed the subject. Big brother, where do you keep the first grade midterm exam papers? Horikita sat up slightly, and said with his expression unchanged, Yes, Suzune, why are you asking this? Sikong said that the school's midterm exam papers have not changed for many years, so I want to get a copy. Horikita Suzune replied. What if the test papers of this year are different from those of previous years? Horikita said slowly. It doesn't matter if it's different, anyway, I'm just looking at it as a reference for archaeological questions, and I don't want to rely on the previous test papers to get full marks. Horikita Suzune replied without thinking. Horikita Kikyo was very satisfied with Horikita Suzune's answer. If his younger sister put too much emphasis on previous year's test papers, then he would be disappointed. But big brother, I think this year's midterm exam papers should be the same as previous years. What is your reason for guessing, Suzune? Horikita Suzune glanced at Wuye beside her, and she said softly, the quiz papers of our class are exactly the same as the quiz papers of previous years, so I think this year's midterm exam papers have a high probability. It is the same as in previous years. You have already inquired about the situation of the small test paper. It's not what I found out, it was Sikong who said it. Horikita Suzune replied honestly, Sikong doesn't he like to bet with others? Before the quiz, there was the senior took the same small test paper for him to make. At that time, I wondered if the test papers for the midterm exam would be exactly the same if the papers for the minor exams were exactly the same. Your association is very good. Since you plan to ask for my first year midterm exam papers, I will take the papers and go to the library to find you now. Horikita said. Big brother, you don't need to trouble yourself so much. I can go find you. Horikita Suzune said hastily. I brought you the test paper just by the way. I mainly want to talk to Sikong about something. You return the phone to Sikong, and I will talk to him. Oh. Horikita Suzune's face suddenly showed a depressed look. She felt that her big brother was more enthusiastic towards Wuye than she was towards herself. The resentful Horikita Suzune handed the phone to Wuye. My big brother wants to talk to you. Hey, senior, what do you want to tell me? I have something to tell you face to face. You and Suzune are going to the library now. I'll go find you too. Horikita said. Couldn't it just be the phone? Wuye said delicately. I just made it clear in person. Isn't it convenient for you? It's not bad, senior. Come here if you want. We will probably sit in the corner of the library. I see. Horikita Kikyo hung up the phone, and then he returned to his student dormitory, and took out the first-year midterm exam papers that had been stored in the drawer. After putting all these test papers into a file bag, Horikita walked towards the library. Horikita Suzune watched Wuye end the call, and she quickly asked, Sikong, what did my big brother want to talk to you about? Tell me about why his sister hasn't collected 5 million points to give him. Wuye said with a smile. Horikita Suzune immediately glared at Wuye angrily, and then she collapsed like a balloon with a hole in it. I'm not Sikong, you have the ability to win points from others. The only way I can get points is class points, but now our class points are 0. So Horikita Suzune didn't get any points this month? Now Horikita Suzune feels more and more that she was too ignorant and conceited a month ago, thinking that she has the ability to earn 5 million points before Horikita graduates. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune who looked downcast, and said with a smile, Don't be discouraged, this is not like you, Horikita. Sikong, you seem to understand me very well. Horikita Suzune snorted to Wuye arrogantly, and then she quickly cheered up. That's right, she can't be discouraged, she will have a chance to earn points in the future. So Sikong, what is my big brother looking for you to talk about? It's probably the things that made me join the student union. Other than that, I can't think of why your big brother would want to talk to me face to face. Wuye said helplessly. Seeing Wuye's helpless expression, Horikita Suzune's expression became resentful again. She really wanted to be invited by the big brother to join the student union. Although Horikita Suzune envied that Wuye would be personally invited by her big brother to join the student union, she was not envious at all. 377 Because Horikita Suzune felt that Wuye was qualified to be personally invited by her big brother. Wuye's ability is not only comprehensive, but also exaggeratedly outstanding in all aspects. The students in Class D all believe in him, and he has the demeanor of a leader. The more Horikita Suzune thought about it, the more she felt that the boy next to her was not a person. Is there really such a perfect person in this world? The three of Wuye stepped into the quiet library, sat down in the usual corner, and not long after, Horikita appeared in the sight of the three of Wuye. Horikita Suzune hurried up to greet her, while Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi were still sitting in their seats. Megumi Karuizawa, who was sitting next to Wuye, glanced at the figure of Horikita Suzune coming over. Her delicate body leaned towards Wuye, and whispered into his ear, "Wuye, this is Horikita's big brother, just like her, looks very cold." The sweet breath revealed by Megumi Karuizawa's whispering, blowing the fluff around Wuye's ear, made him feel a little itchy. Wuye looked sideways at Karuizawa Megumi, who was approaching him, and boldly, he quickly kissed her crystal-clear lips covered with lip gloss. All of a sudden, Megumi Karuizawa's cheeks flushed with a charming blush, and her smart eyes glanced shyly at the smiling Wuye. "This is the library, what to do if found out?" Megumi Karuizawa whispered shyly. She didn't hate being kissed intimately by Wuye, on the contrary she was very happy and eager. "But there are too many people here, and the lighting is good, not the dark place like a movie theater. I was worried about being discovered, so I just kissed it, and it shouldn't be discovered." Wuye replied with a smile. Megumi Karuizawa glanced at the Horikita brothers and sisters who were gradually approaching. She touched her hot cheeks. "Wuye, I'm going to the bathroom." "Go." Megumi Karuizawa with a pretty blush on her cheeks left Wuye's seat, and she walked towards the girls' toilet in the library, and the Horikita siblings sat down on the seat opposite Wuye. Perhaps because of his personality, or because he didn't want to waste time, Horikita said directly to Wuye after sitting down, "Sikong, now Nagamo, and Dianhe have withdrawn from the student union, so the student union is a little short of manpower. You should join the student union early. It has been a month now, and first-year students can join the student union." In the past, it was because Masa Nagamo was still in the student union, so Horikita decided to let Wuye join the student union after the midterm exam. Because Horikita felt that Nagamoya was targeting Wuye in the student union, which affected his mood about the midterm exam. But now Nagamoya is no longer in the student union, and Horikita Gaku no longer has this scruple. "Senior, I already kicked Nan Yunya out of the student union, so I don't need to join the student union," Wuye said. Horikita pushed his glasses, and he knew that Wuye, who had no intention of joining the student union, would refuse, so Horikita had long thought of a reason to persuade Wuye to join the student union. "Sikong, you were worried that Nagamo would target you after becoming the student council president, so you had to join the student council, isn't that right?" Horikita said. "That's right." Wuye nodded. "Then you should join the student union even more, because you have read the student union's member information, right? There are still people from non-yun in the student union. If I abdicate, Nankuya will still enter the student union again through those people. If you joined the student union, then Nagamo would have no chance of returning to the student union." What Horikita said was correct. Although Nan Yunya is no longer in the student union, he still has a dogleg named Mizoaki who is the secretary of the student union. If Horikita abdicates, no matter who he chooses as the student council president, Nagamo Masa may return to the student council again. Unless the person who is the student council president is Wuye. "Tisk, it's my biggest regret not being able to directly kick Nan Yunya out of this school," Wuye said with a click of his tongue. "There's nothing wrong with joining the student union, and you even have great power to control the students. Sikong, don't you prefer being controlled by others rather than controlling others? How is it possible?" Wuye gave Horikita a blank look. "I don't want to be controlled by others, and I don't want to control others. I hate the former, but the latter will be very troublesome. Then Sikong, if you decide to join the student union, or refuse, I will not force you, because you have helped me enough," Horikita said slowly. Wuye has already solved Nagamo Masa, the biggest trouble in the student union, so Horikita is very grateful to him. If Wuye is really unwilling to join the student union, Horikita Gaku will not force it. He just feels sorry, because he feels that if someone like Wuye just joins the student union and hone his skills, he will be the best student council president. "None of them. I'd better join," Wuye said casually. Horikita Gaku smiled slightly, and Horikita Suzune, who was watching the two of them, opened her charming fox eyes slightly, and her big brother actually laughed. It's incredible. The number of times Horikita Suzune has seen Horikita Gaku laughing is one of the few. The smiling Horikita held out his palm to Wuye. "Then you are welcome to join the student council, Sikong. Please teach me more in the future, senior." Wuye grasped the palm extended by Horikita Gaku, and he said, "The midterm exam is about to be due, so I'd better wait until after the midterm exam to go to the student union." "Okay." Horikita nodded. Wuye withdrew his palm and looked sideways at Horikita Suzune. He said with a smile, "Horikita, you also prepare me to join the student union." "Hey, I want to join the student union too." Horikita Suzune looked at Wuye with some hesitation. "Of course, Didn't we agree a month ago that you would join the student union with me? Horikita wants to go back on his word. Wuye said unhappily. Your big brother wants me to work in the student union, so I have to drag you, my sister, to work together. Apart from her bad personality, Horikita Suzune has pretty good grades and abilities, and is a very useful tool person, so Wuye can't let her go. The hesitant Horikita Suzune looked at Horikita Kikyo, and she asked, what do you mean big brother? Suzune, you are already so old, it's time for you to make up your own mind, don't ask for my ideas on everything. Horikita Suzune's words made Horikita Suzune shrink her head. Wuye gave Horikita a blank look, you guys, don't scare away my tool man. Horikita, don't worry about your big brother, he asked me to be the vice president, and the vice president has the power to let people join the student union, so don't care what his thoughts are, you will join the student union. Horikita Suzune nodded her head weakly, her reaction made Horikita Shue's eyes flash a hint of disappointment. Lingyan, please leave first, I have some private matters to tell Sikong at the end. Okay. Horikita Suzune left here in a hurry. Wuye looked at Horikita Shue whose expression became a little heavy, and asked curiously, Senior, what do you want to say to me about personal matters, even your sister? Can't hear. Because what I want to say is related to the ringtone, so she can't listen. I see. Wuye tapped his phone under the table with his finger, and turned on the recording function while avoiding Horikita Kikyo's sight. Wuye always feels that Horikita Kikyo will say something interesting next, so he wants to record it and let Horikita Suzune listen to it. Sikong, in your eyes, am I an incompetent big brother? To be so cruel to my sister? Horikita said slowly. I don't think so, after all, I think you, senior, have always cared about Horikita. Wuye replied. Wuye really thinks so. Just like when Horikita Suzune and Horikita Suzune were in the student dormitory before, Horikita Kikyo was still teaching Horikita Suzune how to deal with difficulties even when facing the threat from Wuye to drop out of school. So Wuye doesn't know if Horikita Kikyo is a competent big brother, but he knows that Horikita Kikyo is concerned about Horikita Suzune. Actually, when Lingyan was young, I felt a huge talent from her, just like a rough stone that has not been polished. With just a little bit of polishing, Lingyan will bloom with her own beautiful brilliance, and at the same time, she will have abilities and strengths that surpass me. I always think so. I agree with this. Wuye nodded approvingly. If Horikita Suzune hadn't been so outstanding, he wouldn't have pulled her into the student union and asked her to help. Horikita Kikyo looked at Horikita Suzune who was secretly watching here not far away, and he said in a regretful tone, unfortunately, my sister who I regard as the original stone has been affected by my existence. I don't know when, Lingyan began to think that she was inferior to me, that it was impossible to surpass me, and she just wanted to follow behind me and hide in my shadow. So I left her and came to this fully enclosed school. Originally, I thought that as long as she left Suzune, she would have the opportunity to grow herself and would no longer be affected by my existence, but I didn't expect her to catch up with this school. Horikita showed a wry smile. At the same time, the ringtone hasn't changed a bit, she's still the same during the 2 years I've been away. Senior, how do you judge? Came out. Wuye asked. It's very simple. Horikita pushed his glasses, and he said, Suzune used to like short hair, but she started to grow it because of my saying big brother likes long hair. Long hair. I saw Suzune at the opening ceremony. She has always had long hair, so I knew she hadn't changed at all, she was still influenced by 2.0 and me. Wuye suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. Senior, isn't it too one-sided to judge whether your sister has changed based on this alone? I admit that it is one-sided, but Lingyan still has the character of refusing to get along with others, which also proves that she has not changed. Horikita stared at Wuye. Sikong, you have a very good relationship with Suzune, and your ability is also very outstanding. I hope Suzune can grow under your leadership. So Sikong, my sister will be entrusted to you. Wuye showed a subtle expression, because Horikita learned this sentence as if he wanted to marry his sister to him. I'll try my best, senior. Horikita nodded. Well, Sikong, I've finished talking with you, so I'll take my leave. Go slowly, master. And this. Horikita handed the document bag he brought to Wuye. This is the test paper for the first year midterm exam you need. These test papers are not what I need, so I won't accept them. Whoever asks for the seniors, you can give them to the seniors. Wuye said, waving his hands. Horikita Kikyo didn't say anything. He left Wuye with the file bag, walked towards Horikita Suzune who was peeking over here, and gave the file bag to her. After that, Horikita Kikyo didn't seem to say anything to Horikita Suzune, and he just left. With a handsome smile on his face, Wuye tapped his cell phone and saved the conversation Horikita Kikyo had just had with him. I don't know what kind of expression Horikita will have after hearing these sincere words from her big brother. I really look forward to it. Horikita Suzune came back with a file bag. Her pretty face was full of depression. It seems that Horikita Kikyo's indifferent attitude towards her made her very disappointed. Wuye rested his chin and looked at Horikita Suzune who sat silently in his original position. He teased and said, What's the matter, Horikita? You look pitifully abandoned by a scumbag. These words from Wuye instantly brought Horikita Suzune back to life. She glared at Wuye with her charming fox eyes, and said angrily, Sikong Wuye, what nonsense are you talking about? Oh, this is the library. Horikita, don't be so loud, it will affect other people's study. Wuye said with a smile. Horikita Suzune closed her thin lips angrily, but she still stared at Wuye with awe-inspiring eyes. Horikita, you look at me with such terrifying eyes. I don't even want to tell you what your big brother said to me just now. I don't care. Horikita Suzune replied arrogantly, raising her head slightly. Your big brother told me about you. Please also tell me. Snow Fox instantly lowered his proud head. Rare now. It seemed that because of embarrassment, or because of being held tightly by Wuye, a faint blush appeared on Horikita Suzune's face now. Wuye admired the contrast of Horikita Suzune's cuteness, and then directly handed her mobile phone. Click to open the recording file. I've recorded all the conversations your big brother had with me just now. You actually did such a thing. Horikita Suzune looked at Wuye in disbelief. What's going on with this person? The big brother is either recording or recording her. Don't look at me like that. Don't you hate me? Don't listen if you hate me. Wuye said angrily. No, I'm not disgusted, I'm just shocked. Horikita Suzune quickly took the phone from Wuye and clicked on the recording file with some trepidation and anticipation. The recording is not long, so it will be over soon. After 08 heard Horikita evaluation and disappointment for herself, Horikita Suzune showed a dull and astonished expression on her face, and she muttered to herself. Original Stone, I didn't expect the big brother to think so highly of me, before he said that I was embarrassing him in Class D. Isn't this because your big brother is at Sundara, and this school is different from other schools, so he wants you to drop out and leave this competitive school, so he cares about you awkwardly? Wuye said with a smile. Horikita Suzune nodded her head lightly, judging from the fact that she didn't refute Wuye's words, she seemed convinced that her big brother was a deadly Sundara. Horikita Suzune clicked play again, she wanted to listen to it again. Because his big brother's attitude towards her is too different from the content of the recording, Horikita Suzune had to listen to it several times before she dared to believe it. After the second time, Horikita Suzune wanted to listen to the third time. Wuye said dumbfounded, Horikita, you still want to listen? I will pass the recording file to you. You take your own mobile phone. Listen. Horikita Suzune's cheeks flushed slightly. She returned Wuye's cell phone to him, and whispered, thank you. Thank me for what? Wuye teased. If Horikita Suzune hadn't heard the recording just now, she would have been annoyed by his teasing, but now she replied softly. Thank you for letting me hear the big brother's evaluation of me and disappointment, and thank you for passing the recording file to me. It's mainly because I can't understand the awkward way you two brothers and sisters get along. If you care about your family, you should be more straightforward and arrogant. Wuye, who took back his phone, sent the recording file to Horikita Suzune's line. Horikita Suzune received the recording file, but she didn't continue to listen, but stroked her smooth long black hair with a complicated expression. You adore your big brother so much. He said he likes long hair, so he asked you who like short hair to grow long hair. Wuye asked. It's natural, after all, big brother is the most powerful person I've ever met. Horikita Suzune, who answered Wuye, glanced at him. But now, she seems to have found someone even stronger than her big brother. Now that you know what your big brother really thinks of you, how do you feel? How do you feel? It's quite complicated. I always thought that big brother didn't like me, that I was a useless younger sister, but it's not that big brother didn't like me, but he was just disappointed with me. Horikita Suzune with soft eyes said in a low voice. Then Horikita, grow up well, and then bring Class D into Class A. If your big brother finds out about this situation, he will definitely change his mind about you and be proud of you, Wuye said encouragingly. That's right. Horikita Suzune's soft expression disappeared, and she exuded a dignified but firm expression. Since big brother is looking forward to her so much, she must not let him down. Be sure to let your D class be promoted to a class. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune, who became more confident, and couldn't help nodding in satisfaction. What he needs most is a powerful companion who can work together. Although Horikita Suzune is different from Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi, she is not good at communicating and cooperating with people at all, but Horikita Suzune is excellent in learning and physical fitness. There are so many places it can come in handy. Kushida Kikyo, Karuizawa Megumi, Hirata Yasuke, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, and Horikita Suzune in front of me. They are all powerful companions who helped Wuye promote Class D to Class A. With the efforts of these people, Wuye's work will be much easier. Karuizawa Megumi, who went to the bathroom, came back. She looked at Horikita Suzune with some doubts. She felt that Horikita Suzune had changed. As for where Horikita Suzune has changed, Megumi Karuizawa can't tell. It's just a feeling that she has changed. At this time, Hiyori Shiina, who was holding a student bag, stepped into the library. She walked towards the corner of the library according to the previous path. After seeing Wuye's figure, the light and soft Shiina Hiyori showed a slight smile, then she turned a corner and left the side of the library. Although it is impossible to communicate with Wuye, it is still possible to take a look at it from a distance. And Shiina Hiyori glanced at Wuye from a distance, and was already satisfied. Horikita Suzune took out all the test papers from the file bag Horikita gave her, and the 5 test papers were almost full marks, which made her show admiration, as expected of her big brother. Sikong, and Karuizawa-san, do you want to see the midterm exam papers from previous years? Horikita Suzune asked Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi, who were sitting opposite. I want to see it. Thank you, Horikita. You're welcome. Anyway, I can't read the 5 test papers alone. Horikita Suzune left the math test paper while shaking her head, and pushed the 4 test papers of Chinese, chemistry, society, and English to Wuye and Karuizawa benefit. Karuizawa Megumi is a bad hand at English. She immediately picked up the English test paper and read it carefully. Wuye looked at Karuizawa staring at this test paper seriously, and he said with a chuckle, "Are you treating the previous year's test papers as the next midterm test papers?" "That's right, Wuye. Didn't the bad senior you met before say that this year's midterm exam papers may be exactly the same as those of previous years?" "What a bad senior. He is a good senior." They all helped Wuye kick Nanyunya out of the student union. Seeing that Karuizawa Megumi was so focused on the test papers of previous years, Wuye didn't continue to say anything. Anyway, after Karuizawa Megumi had memorized the contents of these test papers, he would continue to teach her to study. In this way, even if Horikita School's midterm exam papers are useless, Karuizawa Megumi, who has been taught by Wuye, can still get a good grade. With the idea of killing time, Wuye took the chemistry test paper, and the 3 of them started studying in the quiet library. Time passed, and it was dusk in a blink of an eye. It was time to go to the student cafeteria for dinner. "Horikita-san, can you lend me the test paper? I want to take a serious look at it tonight." Karuizawa Megumi, who put his hands together, asked Horikita Suzune please. "But tonight, I plan to sort out the contents of the test paper, and then fill it out for Sudotakuro and the 3 of them to see how many points they can get. Isn't it enough to make a copy of the test paper?" Wuye said casually. Megumi Karuizawa nodded her head repeatedly. "That's fine." Horikita Suzune agreed very simply, and then the 3 of them left the library, found a place where they could copy documents, and made 2 copies of Horikita Kikyo's midterm exam papers. One for Wuye and one for Karuizawa Megumi. Originally, Wuye didn't intend to ask for it, but he recalled Sakura Airi, and Wuye also wanted Sakura Airi to fill out the test paper to see how many points she could get, so he accepted the copy of the test paper. In order to repay Horikita Suzune's test paper, Karuizawa Megumi warmly invited her to the student restaurant for dinner. "Horikita-san, let me treat you to dinner." Horikita Suzune glanced at Wuye, and she nodded with her fox eyes lowered. "Then let's go together, but the treat is fine." So, okay then. Megumi Karuizawa twitched her fair cheeks. She thought that Horikita Suzune, who was cold and didn't like to get along with others, would refuse. In fact, it was because Megumi Karuizawa thought Horikita Suzune would refuse. That's why she generously invited her to have dinner with her. How could Megumi Karuizawa let others disturb her good time of having dinner with Wuye? But Megumi Karuizawa made a mistake. She didn't expect Horikita Suzune to agree. If it was the past, Horikita Suzune would definitely refuse, but she has already heard her big brother's evaluation and disappointment, so Horikita Suzune feels that it is time for her to change and try to get along with others. Wuye looked at Megumi Karuizawa, who was slightly pouting her lips in a funny way, telling you to pretend to be generous and enthusiastic. Now it's overturned. Afterwards, the 3 of Wuye set off towards the student cafeteria together. Halfway through, the phone in Wuye's pocket rang. Since Wuye's mobile phone is in another pocket of the school uniform this time, he can take it out without Karuizawa Megumi's help. He took out his mobile phone and found that it was Kushida Kikyo's call. Wuye subconsciously glanced at Megumi Karuizawa beside her, but she didn't look at his mobile phone curiously. If Megumi Karuizawa saw that Kushida Kikyo called him, this jealous girlfriend would definitely pucker her lips. 640 Hui, I'll answer the phone first. Okay. Karuizawa Megumi let go of Wuye's arm meekly and obediently. Wuye, who was holding the phone, was 2 steps behind Karuizawa Megumi and Horikita Suzune, and connected to Kushida Kikyo's call. Wuye, an unusually sweet voice came into Wuye's ears through the phone. "What's the matter, Kikyo?" Wuye asked with a smile. "I saw you. You are walking with Horikita Suzune." Kushida Kikyo's sweet voice gradually brought resentment and dissatisfaction. Obviously he knew she had conflicts with Horikita Suzune. "Kikyo, since you saw me and Horikita, you should also see Kei. She is with us too." Horikita and Horikita are not alone. "You hum so hard, let's go to the student dormitory tonight." Kushida Kikyo, who was holding the mobile phone, blushed, touched her waist, and said weakly, "That's fine. I'm inconvenient these days." Yes. Wuye's teasing tone made Kushida Kikyo act coquettishly. "Since you are nearby, Kikyo, would you like to come and have dinner with us?" Wuye invited. Although Karuizawa Megumi and Horikita Suzune will not welcome Kushida Kikyo is his girlfriend after all. If she is nearby, Wuye will naturally have to invite her. Went to dinner. "Forget about it. I've already had dinner." "Wuye, I didn't contact you to complain about you walking with Horikita Suzune, but I have something to tell you," Kushida Kikyo said seriously. "Really, do you have something to tell me?" "It's actually like this. You know that I have a good relationship with Manabe Shiho from Class C, right?" "I know." Wuye nodded. Kushida Kikyo has a very good relationship with Manabe Shiho of Class C, so Kushida Kikyo got a lot of information about Class C through Manabe Shiho. "She chatted with me just now, saying that Ryuan Sho from her class got the test papers for this final exam, so she asked me if I want to take a look," Kushida Kikyo said in a low voice. Long Yuan Xiang brought the test papers for the final exam. Wuye murmured thoughtfully to himself, and the figures of Long Yuan Xiang and Nanyunya flashed across his mind. Long Yuan Xiang cooperated with Nanyunya, so he should have obtained the first grade midterm exam papers from Nanyunya. After school this afternoon, Long Yuanxiang left the student dormitory to look for Nanyunya. He finally found Nanyunya and made a fuss about his letter related to this midterm exam. Willing. Long Yuanxiang's problem is simple. After Nanyunya's plan to forge the test papers failed, whether the school would change the test papers, and whether the midterm exam papers he gave him would still come in handy. Nanyunya's answer is, because there is no real test paper involved, so it will not be changed, probably. Although Long Yuanxiang didn't get a 100% affirmative answer from Nanyunya, his heart has stabilized. Afterwards, Long Yuanxiang posted all the test papers in the chat room. Students in Class C memorized the content of the test papers. Because of getting such a test paper, the students in Class C rarely complimented and thanked Long Yuanxiang with a few words. After Manabe Shiho contacted you, Kikyo? Wuye asked. After that? Because Manabe Shiho swears that these test papers will be the test papers for the next midterm exam, so I naturally want them. After all, if you fail some subjects, you have to drop out of school. Kushida Kikyo doesn't want to be dropped out by the school. So she sent me all the contents of the test paper. Kushida Kikyo replied smartly. The relationship between you and Manabe Shiho is too good. Wuye said delicately. That's not good. I didn't get it for nothing, but she took 10,000 points from me. Kushida Kikyo complained. Wuye said dumbfoundedly, it turned out to be a sale. I thought it was a pure gift. Don't you worry that those test papers are not the test papers for this midterm exam. I'm not too worried, because Manabe Shiho told me that if the test papers are different, she will return 10,000 points to me. After this, Manabe Shiho from Class C told Kushida Kikyo to keep her secret. After all, Long Yuanxiang provided the test papers for free. If Long Yuanxiang found out that Manabe Shiho took the test papers to sell points, she would probably be settled by Long Yuanxiang. Although Manabe Shiho insisted to keep it secret, Kushida Kikyo told Wuye about these things without hesitation. Who made her Wuye's female knight, so naturally she has to face Wuye. And Kushida Kikyo thinks this news might be useful to Wuye. Wuye, I will send you all the pictures of the test papers I took. Also, although Horikita Suzune has Horikita Gaku's midterm exam paper in her hands, but Wuye wanted to make sure that the midterm exam paper that Ryuan Sho got was exactly the same as Horikita Gaku's midterm exam paper. Kushida Kikyo quickly forwarded all the pictures of the test paper sent by Manabe Shiho to Wuye. Wuye clicked on the picture and took a look, and through the content of the test paper, he confirmed that the test paper from Ryuan Shounen was exactly the same as the test paper from Horikita Gaku. Wuye, Manabe Shiho told me that all the students in Class C now have the test papers sent by Ryuan Sho. If the test papers are really the test papers for the next midterm exam, all the students in Class C will definitely get good grades. So should we distribute these test papers to everyone in Class D? Kushida Kikyo asked. Is this? Wuye thought for a while, and said with a refreshing smile, of course not, because these test papers are definitely not the test papers for this midterm exam. Wuye, are you so sure? Kushida Kikyo asked in surprise. Well, I'm just that sure. Because Wuye is ready to make trouble? Regardless of whether the next midterm exam paper is exactly the same as the one obtained by Long Yuanxiang, Wuye will mess it up, so that the school will not use this paper for the midterm exam. What is Wuye like? Of course, it was for revenge on Long Yuanxiang, who told this guy to try to entrap him a few days ago, and Long Yuanxiang also asked for permission to take the midterm exam. The fact that Long Yuanxiang will not be expelled makes Wuye very dissatisfied. Wuye was dissatisfied, he wanted revenge on Long Yuanxiang and ruined his plan. Although Wuye could also ask the students in Class D to memorize these test papers to get full marks in the exam, but Wuye does not intend to do so. It's better to rely on one's own efforts to get the test results. If you cheat on the test papers from previous years, this is evil. Also, Wuye took advantage of the 0 points in the class and took advantage of the midterm exam to kick poor students like Chi Kwanzi out of Class D. If Chi Kwanzi and the others pass the midterm exam smoothly with their hard work and dedication, then Wuye allows them to stay in Class D. If they still fail after being taught so hard by Horikita Suzune, then Ichinose and the others will be expelled because of their own fault. Desh deserve it? Thank you Kikyo, your news is quite useful to me. Well Wuye, as long as you think it's useful, remember to be nice to me in the future. Kikyo Kushida said coquettishly. Let's go to my student dormitory tonight. No. Wuye teased Kushida Kikyo for a few words, and then ended the call with her. After that, Wuye transferred 500,000 points to her through Kushida Kikyo's contact information. A second later, Kushida Kikyo's line sent a message. Wuye, it was you who transferred 500,000 points to me, right? Wuye replied with a smile to Kushida Kikyo's shock and inquiry. Why did you give me so many points? The pocket money for you, and thank you for passing on the information to me. Keep it with peace of mind, Kikyo. Oh, like Karuizawa Megumi, Kushida Kikyo is Wuye's girlfriend, and she is more able to help Wuye than Karuizawa Megumi. Therefore, Wuye gave Megumi Karuizawa 500,000 pocket money before, so there is no reason not to give Kushida Kikyo 500,000 pocket money. A bowl of water should be flat. After Kushida Kikyo happily thanked her, Wuye directly called Sakayanagi. Sikong, why are you calling me again? Sakayanagi asked after answering the call. Old man, I found that many students in the first grade got the midterm exam papers for the senior grade in the 10th grade. Why? So Sikong, what are you trying to say? Ban Liukan asked strangely. I would like to say that if the next year's midterm exam papers are exactly the same as previous year's midterm exam papers, then students who get the previous year's exam papers can get full marks without studying hard. As for the students who didn't get the test papers from previous years, they worked hard and earnestly studied the scores they got, but they are not as good as those students who got the test papers. It's not fair. So I want the school not to use the test papers issued in previous years after the next midterm exam. Wuye said. Sikong. This is actually an assessment by the school. It is an assessment of the students' observation skills. If they find that the test papers have not changed, they can use this method to get high marks. Sakura Airi said earnestly. Really? Wuye raised his eyebrows. I was directly approached by a good senior in the 2nd grade, and he sold me the test papers directly, so where is the power of observation? Cough, this is also an assessment of the courage and strategy of senior students. Sakayanagi explained, coughing lightly. Old man, you said so much, you just disagree with my proposal just now. Well, yes. Wuye raised his eyebrows, and he said with a smile, then I will copy the previous year's test papers tomorrow, and then send a copy to all the 1st grade students, so that they can all get full marks in the exam. Banyanagi twitched his face. If this guy really did this, it would be a huge blow to the school's face and prestige, because this kind of thing cannot be fully exposed. Well, now I think Sikong, what you just said makes sense. We can't let the hard-working students feel unfair, so this time the first-year midterm exam papers are definitely different from previous years. Guaranteed in the name of the chairman. Wuye asked with a smile. Guaranteed in the name of the chairman. Well, old man, let me tell you by the way, when I was talking to you, I chose to record. Wuye kindly reminded. The underlying meaning of Wuye is that, with the recording as proof, you don't want to go back on your word. Banyanagi became completely helpless. Sikong, I promised you, you still don't believe me. If you don't have the habit of regretting moves, old man, I'll trust you very much. The helpless Banyanagi hung up the call with Wuye, and Wuye with a smile took back his mobile phone. Through coercion, Wuye asked Banyanagi to change the midterm exam papers this time, so the midterm exam papers this time were the ones that had never been published in previous years. Is there something that this kid has to be fair? Ban Liukan in the room said this sentence, and his tone was full of helplessness and appreciation. Although Wuye got Ban Liukan to agree through coercion and other means. But Sakayanagi didn't dislike Wuye, because he has a gentle personality and won't get angry because of some trivial things. At the same time, Sakayanagi City also respected the wishes of the students and agreed with Wuye's words that students who study hard should not feel unfair. Smiling, Sakayanagi called the school. I'm Sakayanagi, have you prepared the test papers for the midterm exam? It's not ready yet, so let me convey an idea. This time, the midterm exam will no longer use the previous year's test papers, and prepare brand new test papers. Because of Wuye's call, Sakayanagi decided not to use the previous year's test papers for the midterm exam. So Horikita Gaku's test paper and Ryuan Shou's test paper won't play any role in this midterm exam. I'm looking forward to Ryuan Shou's expression after the midterm exam. Wuye whispered to himself with a refreshing smile. Wuye quickened his pace and caught up with Megumi Karuizawa and Suzune Horikita in front of him. He turned to Suzune Horikita. Horikita, I asked someone about the situation. He is the next midterm exam, not the previous year's test paper. So your big brother's test paper is useless. Karuizawa Megumi made a pitiful sound of disappointment. However, Horikita Suzune was not disappointed at all. She said in a nonchalant tone, if it's not useful, it won't be useful, and I don't think it will definitely be useful if I want the big brother's test paper. I just want to use these test papers to test the learning level of Takura and the others. With a character like Horikita Suzune, she doesn't even bother to cheat by passing test papers, so even if her big brother's test papers are not useful, she doesn't care. The three of Wuye had already arrived at the entrance of the student cafeteria, and there was a guy squatting near the entrance. When he saw Wuye's figure, his eyes lit up immediately. Student Sikong. Wuye raised his eyebrows and looked at the boy who walked over with a smile on his face. Megumi Karuizawa and Suzune Horikita showed him vigilant and hostile eyes. Because this guy was Renyuya, the guy who taunted their class D in the library before, and then was made to kneel down by Wuye. At that time, Renyuya had a lot of conflict and resentment with Wuye, so he would call Wuye so enthusiastically. No matter how you think about it, something is wrong. What? Wuye said to Renyuyi indifferently. I have something good for you. Wow, this guy's words are full of deceit, just like Bai Kilungai's tone before, like a weirdo selling pornographic discs on the street. Wuye, don't listen to this guy, he has a grudge against us, and there will be good things for us? How is that possible? Carrie, Chien Nyo's, Ziwi, who was holding Wuye's arm, said. It's true. Renyuya said urgently, I really have something good in my hands. Come over, Sikong, and I'll have a private conversation with you. Okay, Hui, Horikita, you go in first, I'll talk to him. Wuye, you have to be careful. Do not worry. Karuizawa Megumi and Horikita Suzune entered the student restaurant first, and Wuye was brought to the side of the student restaurant entrance by Renyuya. Student Sikong, do you want the test paper for the midterm exam? Yuya Shiren's words immediately made Wuye's expression weird, and he looked at Yuya Shiren with scrutiny. This guy is a first-year Class C student, that is, Ryuan Shou's class, so, he was called by Ryuan Shou to trick him? Long Yuan Xiang is learning from Nan Yunya, using fake test papers to trick him? No, Long Yuan Xiang and Nan Yunya are in a cooperative relationship. He should get Nan Yunya from Nan Yunya to cheat him with forged test papers, right? Some confused Wuye said, the test paper for the midterm exam, what do you mean? Long Yuan Xiang got the midterm exam paper from somewhere, so I plan to sell it to you, just give me 200,000 points. Wuye immediately looked at Renyu Yexian with the eyes of a fool. This guy is an idiot, and this idiot even thinks he is an idiot, and wants to cheat him of 200,000 points. Manabe Shiho sold Ryuan Shou's test paper content to Kushida Kikyo, that is, to Kushida Kikyo's 10,000 points. This guy is 20 times that of Manabe Shiho? You stupid. Cough, why do you guys think that I will spend 200,000 points to buy your so-called midterm exam papers? Because you are rich. Because you are rich. Renyuya said confidently at the time, who doesn't know that you have the most points, just 200,000. Afterwards, Renyuya's explanation was similar to that of Bai Kilungai before. It's all Wuye has huge points. Don't you want the students in Class D to get good grades in the exam? Good grades should be able to earn a lot of class points and so on. With beautiful eyes, Wuye glanced at Renyuya who persuaded him to buy the test paper. After seeing through Renyuya's inner thoughts, Wuye immediately clicked his tongue. This guy didn't want to cheat him, he really just wanted to sell him the test papers? No machinations, purely for points. These days, Wuye has been dealing with sinister and vicious guys like Long Yuan Xiang and Neunya. After meeting Renyuya, he suddenly had a strange feeling of meeting King Liu. No conspiracy, no evil intentions, pure point trading? Wuye lamented that he finally met a normal person, and then he flatly rejected Renyuya's sales promotion. It seemed to confirm that Wuye really didn't plan to buy the midterm exam papers he had in hand. At that time, Yu also ran away cursing, probably looking for someone else to sell the papers. Wuye with a half-smile expression looked at Renyuya and left. Sell it, I'll see how troublesome you will be after the midterm exam. The test papers for the midterm exam are no longer the ones issued in previous years, so the test papers that Long Yuan Xiang and Renyuya had on hand were all waste paper, which was useless. So at that time, Renyu also sold the test papers to more students, and those students would angrily ask him to settle accounts after the final exam. Wuye entered the student cafeteria, had dinner with Megumi Karuizawa and Suzune Horikita, and finally sent them back to the entrance of the first-year dormitory building. Horikita-san, you go in first, Wuye, and I still have something to talk about. Karuizawa Megumi, holding Wuye's arm, said to Horikita Suzune. Horikita Suzune glanced coldly at Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi, then she nodded her head and stepped into the gate of the dormitory building with no expression on her face. Hui, what do you want to talk about with me about 297? Wuye asked curiously. Megumi Karuizawa's cheeks flushed delicately, she tapped the toes of her shoes on the ground, and said shyly, don't we have Horikita's big brother test paper? Wuye, would you like to come up to my room and use the test paper to test my current learning level? Karuizawa Megumi is boldly extending an invitation to Wuye. Wuye glanced at Megumi Karuizawa, whose cheeks were flushed. She looked shy, she didn't seem like she wanted to write a test paper, but wanted to do something bad. Well, if Hui you want me to test your learning level, I'm very happy to help. Really, then let's go up. Megumi Karuizawa whispered with flushed cheeks. It was the first time she invited boys to the room where she slept, rested, and took a bath. There was a strong sense of shyness and a sense of tension, and at the same time Megumi Karuizawa also has some expectation and joy for the next step. A girl in love who is just beginning to fall in love wants to have a little shy thing with the boy she loves in the room. In fact, Megumi Karuizawa would boldly invite Wuye to her dormitory room. Part of the reason was that Wuye kissed her in the library before, which aroused her girlish throbbing and sweetness. Through the elevator of the student dormitory, Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi came to the 6th floor of the dormitory building. 603 is the dormitory room of Karuizawa Megumi. Karuizawa Megumi opened the door of the room with her student ID card, and then quickly pulled Wuye into the room, with a flustered look, as if she was doing something bad. Wuye, come and change your shoes. Megumi Karuizawa pointed to the indoor slippers on display. Wuye looked at the pair of pink slippers, and said subtly, the pink ones are Huey's own slippers, right? Do you dislike me for wearing it? Megumi Karuizawa showed a grievance, and Wuye, who couldn't laugh or cry, pinched her tender cheeks. I didn't mean that, I mean, what should I do if I wear it? Hearing that Wuye didn't dislike her wearing it, Megumi Karuizawa's feeling of grievance disappeared immediately, and she said sweetly, I just take off my shoes, anyway, I will mop the floor once every 3 days. The floors are very clean. It's better for you to wear it yourself. Your indoor slippers are a bit small, and I can't fit them in. I'm fine with bare feet. Megumi Karuizawa looked at Wuye's feet, and then at her indoor slippers, which seemed to be a few sizes too big. Oh well. Karuizawa Megumi took off her shoes, and she put on indoor slippers while wearing bubble socks, while Wuye took off her shoes directly, and walked into Karuizawa Megumi's dormitory room wearing socks. Although the rooms and styles of the entire dormitory building are exactly the same, Megumi Karuizawa placed trinkets and plush toy pillows in the room, so this room reveals a cute atmosphere belonging to girls. At the same time, there is a fresh and pleasant atmosphere in Karuizawa's room. This breath is the same as the body fragrance of Megumi Karuizawa, which makes people feel at ease. However, the bed where Megumi Karuizawa slept was covered with some messy clothes, which were the pajamas she changed this morning, and Wuye even saw pure white underwear there. Pure white, this is a color that symbolizes purity and innocence, so Megumi Karuizawa, who is dressed as a hot girl, is actually extraordinarily innocent. Karuizawa Megumi also saw the mess on her bed. She packed up the clothes in a panic, but didn't tidy them up, and stuffed them directly into the closet in the room. Megumi Karuizawa, who was leaning against the closet, her eyes shifted guiltily. She said, Wuye, actually, I usually tidy up the changed clothes. It's because I got up a little late this morning, so I forgot to pack my clothes. Hui, you don't need to explain, I understand. Wuye said with a light smile. No? Karuizawa Megumi must explain clearly to Wuye. She doesn't want to leave a bad impression on Wuye that she can't clean up the room and clothes. Goo. Wuye shouldn't have been invited up tonight. Karuizawa Megumi thought sadly. The slippers in the room were not ready, the quilt on the bed in the room was not tidy, and the changed pajamas were not tidy. It was simply too bad. Wuye didn't think Karuizawa Megumi's room was so bad, because except for her bed, other places were very clean and tidy, not messy. Wuye looked at Karuizawa Megumi who had a sad face on his pretty face, and he waved to her in a funny way. Hui, come here. Huh. Megumi Karuizawa walked towards Wuye with some doubts, and he pinched her cheek affectionately. Don't be stupid, give me your pen, I'll copy some questions from the test paper and do it for you. Okay. Karuizawa Megumi turned around and took out a ballpoint pen and a notebook from her student bag, as well as the test papers of previous midterm exams. After handing these things to Wuye, Karuizawa Megumi didn't sit still. She asked a little shyly, Wuye, what size slippers do you wear? I'll go down and buy you a pair now. It's not that troublesome. Yes? And I don't have drinks or snacks for you in my room, so I have to buy some. Okay then. Wuye didn't continue to be polite to Karuizawa, Hui, this delicate girlfriend, and told the size of the slippers he was wearing. Then Wuye, what color slippers do you like? I don't care what color it is, just buy it as you see it. Is it pink too? Sure. Then I'll buy you pink ones. Megumi Karuizawa showed a happy expression. If the indoor slippers of the two of them are pink, isn't this a couple model? Wuye stayed in Karuizawa Megumi's room to copy the test questions. Karuizawa Megumi left the room with her mobile phone and student ID, and went to a nearby Life supermarket to buy indoor slippers, drinks, and snacks for Wuye. Karuizawa Megumi, who was in a good mood, hummed a song and brought back the things she bought, but her good mood was ruined by the person standing in front of the elevator. She is her rival in love, Kushida Kikyo. Kushida Kikyo saw Megumi Karuizawa who was carrying a plastic bag, and she greeted Megumi Karuizawa with a little angel smile. Hi Karuizawa-san. Hello, Kushida-san. Carrying a plastic bag, Karuizawa Megumi replied to Kushida Kikyo. If her dormitory room was not on the 6th floor, she would definitely choose to take the stairs instead of taking the same room as her rival. Elevator. Kushida Kikyo looked at Megumi Karuizawa who was obviously alienated from her. The corners of her lips twitched slightly. This idiot still doesn't know that her boyfriend has been wiped out by her. Kushida Kikyo couldn't help but feel a strange sense of pleasure when she thought of Megumi Karuizawa's boyfriend being bullied by her. Comfortable. Kushida Kikyo pointed to the transparent plastic bag. Karuizawa-san, aren't the slippers you bought a bit big? I like to wear bigger ones. Okay. Yes, but. Kushida Kikyo narrowed his eyes. Karuizawa-san, you probably bought these shoes for yourself, right? Is Wuye in your room? Can you guess this too? Megumi Karuizawa, who remained calm, lied and said, how is that possible? Although Megumi Karuizawa hid it well, how could her changing expression escape Kushida Kikyo's eyes? You know she is better at covering up than anyone else. I'll call Wuye right now and ask him where he is now. Kikyo. Kushida took out his cell phone. Megumi Karuizawa interrupted in embarrassment. Wuye is in my room. Wuye is the only one in your room. Yeah. The lonely man and the widow are in the same room. Karuizawa-san, what do you want to do? Little angel Kushida Kikyo. Are you qualified to say this to Megumi Karuizawa? You don't know how many times you have privately dated Wuye in his dormitory room. Megumi Karuizawa with flushed cheeks replied, it's none of your business what we want to do, and Wuye and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. You can do whatever you want, it's okay. The school prohibits students from engaging in romances that do not match their status as high school students, so Karuizawa-san don't harm Wuye. Kushida Kikyo solemnly reminded. Kushida Kikyo is even more unqualified to say this. She is in the shape of Wuye, how can she have the right to say such a thing? I don't have the idea of harming Wuye, we are just studying in the room. Karuizawa Megumi murmured. Kushida Kikyo pouted in his heart. Who would believe that lonely men and widows study in the room? She and Wuye were in the room, either cuddling or hugging, or being dear. Study? How can it be? Holding a critical attitude, Kushida Kikyo followed Megumi Karuizawa to her room, and then saw Wuye copying the test questions. Do you only do this kind of thing in the room? Kushida Kikyo blinked and said, staring blankly at Wuye. Didn't I say it? It's just that you don't believe it. Megumi Karuizawa said dissatisfiedly, puffing up her cheeks slightly. Wuye looked helplessly at Kushida Kikyo, who suddenly joined in. What else? Kikyo, what do you think we will do in the room? This, of course it's for study, maybe there are other things that can be done. Kushida Kikyo clasped her hands together with a pure smile and said, Wuye looked angrily at this girl who was pure on the surface but actually acted recklessly, thanks to her being able to say this sentence every time they dated in the student dormitory. In addition to studying and quitting, I have done everything else. Now Kushida-san, you have confirmed it, it's time to leave. Karuizawa Megumi said to Kushida Kikyo unceremoniously. Kushida Kikyo didn't want Megumi Karuizawa to be alone with Wuye in the same room, but when she was about to say something, Wuye glanced at her. The helplessness in Wuye's eyes made Kushida Kikyo shut her mouth, and she didn't want to leave a bad impression on Wuye, so she said, okay, then I won't bother you, I wish you to have fun. We study in the room? It's not playing. Karuizawa Megumi said quickly. Kushida Kikyo glanced at the duplicity Megumi Karuizawa, and she waved her palm with a sweet smile, I'm leaving, see you two tomorrow. Well, Kikyo will see you tomorrow. Wuye responded with a smile. Kushida Kikyo's concession and understanding generally satisfied Wuye, and at the same time, it also showed her obedience to him from the side. 0. Karuizawa Megumi sent Kushida Kikyo out of the dormitory room, and then, as if afraid of Kushida Kikyo's repentance, Karuizawa Megumi quickly closed the door of the room. Looking at the door of the dormitory that was quickly closed, Kushida Kikyo no longer maintained her sweet little angel smile, and her pretty fair face showed dissatisfaction. Before I should accept Wuye's reward and go to his dormitory room with him, so how could Karuizawa Megumi have the opportunity to invite Wuye to her room? But Wuye's physical strength is too scary, as if he won't get tired, it's really both love and fear. Kushida Kikyo murmured as he left here, while touching his slender body waist. After Kushida Kikyo left the dormitory room, Wuye was copying the test paper exercises, while Karuizawa sat on the bed and watched his back. Megumi Karuizawa, who was flushed with delicate cheeks, held her palm tightly. She secretly mustered up the courage to stand up, opened her slender legs wearing bubble socks, and walked towards Wuye. Karuizawa Megumi stretched out her slender hands, passed under Wuye's arms, and then hugged him, sticking tightly to Wuye's back, with the head of honey-colored hair resting on his shoulder. Because Karuizawa Megumi hugged him from behind, Wuye could already smell the more intense and clear pleasant girly fragrance from her body. He turned his head slightly and looked at Karuizawa Megumi leaning on his shoulder. Due to the angle, Wuye couldn't see Megumi Karuizawa's face now, but could only see her smooth and tender cheeks with a beautiful blush. Breathing Wuye's breath, embracing his body, such a situation made Karuizawa Megumi feel warm, sweet, and throbbing in her heart. Her agile eyes revealed a layer of hazy water buildings. Wuye Megumi Karuizawa gently rubbed her head against Wuye's shoulder. Her tone was soft and sweet, which made people feel soft inside. Hui, why are you acting like a spoiled child to me all of a sudden? Wuye said with a smile. I'm your girlfriend, isn't it normal to want to act like a baby with you? Karuizawa Megumi, who became shy, said in a confident tone. It's normal, but now I have to prepare you the exercises for the test. You hug me like this, and I don't even have the heart to copy it. Then stop copying and chat with me, Megumi Karuizawa suggested shyly. She invited Wuye to come up to the dormitory room to test the level of study and so on. It was just an excuse. Being hugged by Karuizawa Megumi like this, Wuye didn't have the mood to continue copying the test papers and exercises. He gently broke free from Karuizawa Megumi's embrace, then stood up from his seat, and hugged her delicate and slender body. Wuye, who hugged Megumi Karuizawa, walked towards her bed. Karuizawa Megumi, who was held in Wuye's arms, slightly raised her flushed cheeks, looking at his handsome face with hazy eyes. Her eyes were full of shyness and anticipation. Wuye put Karuizawa Megumi in his arms on the bed, and he sat on the bed by himself, and then lay down. Karuizawa Megumi lay on this bed together. Karuizawa Megumi, who was lying on the bed, folded her slender legs nervously and shyly, then she turned to face Wuye with her heart pounding. Wuye, well, I'm in. 11. Hey. Megumi Karuizawa, who bent her crescent eyes, laughed just because of Wuye's response. What a silly girl. The couple lying on the same bed began to talk intimately and sweetly. The atmosphere in the room was beautiful and warm, but gradually, the atmosphere in the room began to change, and it became a rippling atmosphere that made people feel excited. Karuizawa Megumi has affection and love for Wuye, but also has impulsiveness and desire, and Wuye is not a timid character. So Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi, under the suitable location and beautiful atmosphere, the relationship between them has become a step further. You have me, I have you. In the early morning of the next day, Wuye skipped his daily morning run again. This was the third time he hadn't gone for a morning run, and each time there was a specific reason. Waking up, Wuye lay on his side. He looked at Megumi Karuizawa, who was lying beside him. There was a slight blush on her delicate and fair cheeks, and her honey-colored hair was a little messy, with a few strands of hair hanging down her forehead. Above the cheeks, Megumi Karuizawa, who fell asleep sweetly because of tiredness and satisfaction, slightly opened her pink lips, slowly exuding a fragrant breath. Wuye admired Karuizawa Megumi's sweet sleeping face. He gently stretched out his fingers, and pulled aside the honey-colored hair that fell on her cheeks. Well, the itchy feeling of her cheeks being scratched by her hair made Karuizawa Megumi let out a lovely whimper, and with her slender eyelashes trembling slightly, she opened her eyes. Megumi Karuizawa's opened eyes had a hazy look like waking up from a dream. Perhaps because of Wuye's doting last night, Megumi Karuizawa, who has transformed from a girl into a woman, showed a charming look of a mature woman in her eyes. Hui, are you awake? Wuye greeted with a light smile. Seeing Wuye's handsome face close at hand, Karuizawa Megumi also recalled the sweet thing she did with Wuye last night. Her bright and hazy eyes revealed a charming and shy look. Wuye, good morning, Megumi Karuizawa said with a soft greeting. Good morning. Wuye gently stroked Karuizawa Megumi's smooth and tender cheeks, and he asked, now class is about to start. Hui, can you still go to class, or I can ask for a day off for you? Megumi Karuizawa, who moved her slender legs, frowned slightly, then she shook her head. It doesn't matter, I don't feel much pain anymore, I can go to class with you. Megumi Karuizawa has completely become Wuye's woman, she doesn't want to be separated from him. Not for a moment. Since Karuizawa Megumi insisted, Wuye did not persuade her. Then Wuye showed a handsome smile that made Megumi Karuizawa's heart beat, hugged her, and walked towards the bathroom of the student dormitory. We all feel that we are going to class together, so naturally we have to wash our bodies first. After more than half an hour, Wuye, who put on the school uniform, left Karuizawa Megumi's dormitory room first, and went to the entrance of the student dormitory to wait for Karuizawa Megumi. This is to avoid being discovered by other students. Wuye spent the night in Karuizawa Megumi's dormitory room last night. After a few minutes, Megumi Karuizawa left the dormitory room, and she walked lightly with smaller steps. Because of Wuye's compassion and tenderness, Megumi Karuizawa, who just became a woman yesterday, can still get out of bed and walk. As long as her steps are smaller and her movements are slower, she will not feel pain. Megumi Karuizawa, who was humming a happy tune, was waiting for the elevator, but after the elevator opened, she suddenly showed a speechless expression. Why did I meet Kushida Kikyo again? Kushida Kikyo, who was chatting with Shinohara Satsuki, saw Megumi Karuizawa standing outside the elevator door, and she greeted warmly and cheerfully, Karuizawa-san, good morning. Good morning. Karuizawa Megumi responded to Kushida Kikyo's greeting, and then stepped into the elevator with small steps. Kushida Kikyo immediately noticed something abnormal in Karuizawa Megumi's small and exquisite steps. This woman has always walked carelessly, why are her steps so short today? Plus Wuye was invited to her room by Megumi Karuizawa last night. Kushida Kikyo began to secretly look at Karuizawa Megumi's face. Her cheeks seemed to have been moistened by something. Her cheeks were rosy, and like jade, glowing with luster, and her expression and eyes shyly smiled, a pair of painstaking appearance. Sure enough, Megumi Karuizawa was with Wuye last night. Kushida Kikyo thought silently in her heart. Since Kushida Kikyo is an experienced person, she fully understands why Karuizawa Megumi walks like this, why her face is so beautiful, and why her eyes are so seductive. Thinking of the relationship between Wuye and Megumi Karuizawa last night, Kushida Kikyo felt sour and depressed. Kushida, Kushida. Shinohara Satsuki yelled at Kushida Kikyo several times. What's the matter? Shinohara. Kushida Kikyo, who came back to his senses, asked hastily. What's wrong with you? I called you a lot just now. I'm sorry. Kushida Kikyo clasped her hands together, and she said apologetically, I was thinking about something just now, so I didn't hear you call me. What are you so focused on? Could it be that you are thinking about your boyfriend? Xiao Yuan Kuyo said with a joke. Haha, you guessed it right. Shinohara Satsuki and Karuizawa Megumi looked at Kushida Kikyo in astonishment. She has a boyfriend. I'm thinking about my future boyfriend, and I don't know where he is now. Kushida Kikyo added with a sweet smile. 0. Ask for flowers. What, so it's your future boyfriend? I thought you, Kushida, already found a boyfriend. With your popularity, it's pretty easy to find a boyfriend, right? Shinohara Quim said. It's not easy at all. Kushida Kikyo glanced at Karuizawa Megumi, otherwise I would have a boyfriend a long time ago. Karuizawa Megumi immediately became vigilant. She knew that Kushida Kikyo was always thinking about her boyfriend, so she never found a boyfriend. She must be thinking of snatching Wuye from her hands. Kushida Kikyo, don't even think about it. Wuye and I have that kind of relationship, you can't take Wuye away. Karuizawa Megumi thought proudly in her heart. The elevator came to the first floor. Megumi Karuizawa walked out slowly, while Kikyo Kushida and Satsuki Shinohara walked normally, and she left the student dormitory first. Kushida Kikyo saw Wuye, who was lighting her mobile phone at the entrance of the student dormitory, and her eyes suddenly became bitter. Good morning, Wuye. Wuye, who stopped chatting with Sakura Airi, smiled at Kushida Kikyo and Shinohara Satsuki. Good morning, Kikyo, and Shinohara-san. Morning, Sikong classmate. Wuye, if you are waiting for Karuizawa-san, she is coming out at the back with very slow steps. Kushida Kikyo pointed back with a sweet smile. 0. Wuye glanced at Kushida Kikyo's eyes. Although she was smiling, there was no smile in her eyes. In addition, Kushida Kikyo also emphasized that Karuizawa Megumi's pace is very slow, so Wuye guessed that she already knew that he had a relationship with Karuizawa Chuan. Kikyo, are you free tonight? I want to talk to you about studying. Okay, Kushida Kikyo replied with a smile. Well, this time Kushida Kikyo smiled, and her eyes finally had a smile. Just now Kushida Kikyo was a little worried that Wuye would alienate her after having a relationship with Karuizawa Megumi, but judging from the invitation he sent, he was still reluctant to part with her. Kushida Kikyo and Shinohara Satsuki bid farewell to Wuye, after which Wuye saw Megumi Karuizawa walking slowly, and he went up to meet her. Come on, let's go have breakfast. Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi are holding hands, they are intimate and sweet towards learning. Depart from the Roll restaurant. After having breakfast in the casual restaurant, Megumi Karuizawa hugged Wuye's arm intimately, and the two returned to the classroom of Class D. At this time, there are still about 5 minutes before the class starts, so the class is almost full of people. Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi can be said to be the last to arrive in the classroom. If it was the past, Karuizawa Megumi would still pay attention, at least she would shyly let go of Wuye's arm under the eyes of so many people, but now her eyes only have Wuye. She didn't care about Ye's figure or other people's eyes at all. However, the students in Class D glanced at Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi before looking away. Because the fights in Class D have long been used to Karuizawa Megumi's intimacy with Wuye, so they don't think it is a strange thing that Karuizawa Megumi walked into the classroom holding Wuye's arm. Are used to it. As soon as Chi Kwanzi with an excited expression saw Wuye come back, he immediately pulled Haruki Yamauchi's arm and said excitedly, "Sikong Wuye is back, we should show off." Okay. Yamauchi Haruki also responded to Chi Kanji with an excited expression, and then the two guys ran to the podium in a hurry. Ike Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki were actually waiting for Wuye to come back in Class D classroom. If Wuye hadn't come back, how could they show off their prestige in front of him? Everyone, be quiet. All eyes are on the same level as us. Let's make an announcement. Chi Kwanzi, who ran up to the podium, said loudly. Ui Haruki echoed. What are these two guys doing? Megumi Karuizawa asked Wuye curiously. Who knows, we'll just sit and watch. Makes sense. Wuye sat down on his own seat, and Karuizawa Megumi brought his own table and stool to sit closely with him, and now the two of them are only 10 minutes away from watching the show. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune who had a cold expression on his face. Horikita, do you know what these two want to say? I don't know, but the two of them have been very excited since they came to the classroom, as if they won some big prizes, and laughed several times. Horikita Suzune replied. Horikita Suzune never pays attention to people other than Wuye, but this morning, Ike Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki are really weird, chatting excitedly, laughing excitedly. It seems like they are insane. So it was hard for Horikita Suzune not to notice them. Ike Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki attracted the attention of the students in Class D by yelling, and everyone looked at them quite complicatedly. Curiosity, doubt, contempt, and boredom. Good students like Yukimura Terahiko will never forget that poor students like Ike Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki have no points this month. Chi Kwanzi couldn't distinguish the meaning of other people's eyes, but he only knew that he was being watched by everyone and became the focus of everyone. It turns out that it feels so cool to be watched by everyone. No wonder this guy Sikong Wuye does it all the time. Chi Kwanzi, who was secretly refreshed, thought this way. Fart? If Wuye didn't want the whole Class D to hear his speech, he wouldn't bother to step up to the podium. Kankyo-chan, you come up too. I want to announce a great event. A great event. Ike Kanji waved to Kushida Kikyo who was sitting below. Kushida Kikyo was taken aback for a moment, and she clasped her hands together with a hint of disgust in her eyes. This is considered 370. I don't know what you plan to tell everyone, Mr. Chi. Although Kushida Kikyo likes to be watched, she doesn't want to stand beside Ike Kanji at all. Besides, who knows what these two poor students want to say to everyone. If they say something annoying, Kushida Kikyo feels that his reputation will definitely hurt them. Since class is about to start at this time, Sae Chabashita has already arrived at the door of the classroom of Class D. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Kanji Ike and Haruki Yamauchi on the podium in surprise, then Sae Chabashita walked towards the right corner of the classroom. Wuye sitting there. With a ding, Wuye received a line message from Sae Chabashita, and he took out his phone to check. Sikong, these two are your arrangements. It is normal for Sae Chabashita to ask Wuye like this. After all, Wuye is the leader of Class D, and no one can shake the position of the leader. So when Sae Chabashita saw Ike Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki on the podium, he subconsciously thought it was Wuye's arrangement. It's not my arrangement. I have no idea what the two of them plan to announce to you. Wuye responded to Chabashita Sae's doubts. Really, I changed my mind to see what the two of them wanted to say. Chazu Sae took back her mobile phone and stopped communicating with Wuye. She stood at the door of the classroom with her hands folded, her plump and delicate heart forming a thrilling arc. Anyway, Class D has no class points to deduct now, so even during the class, the students in Class D will have no problem no matter how much they mess around. Wuye hated wasting time meaninglessly, so he said to Chi Kwanzi and the two above the podium, speak quickly if you want to say something. Teacher Chazo has already arrived. You two, don't delay everyone's class time. That is, don't stand on it like idiots. Everyone's dissatisfaction made Chi Kwanzi's smile darken. Who is a fool? Who are you bastards calling a fool? All of you, be quiet. Chi Kwanzi said loudly with a dark face, what I want to say is related to the upcoming midterm exam. After Ike Kwanji said this, everyone in Class D showed puzzled expressions, and the noisy voices gradually stopped. Since Chi Kwanzi wants to talk about things related to the midterm exam, let's just listen to it. At this time Wuye showed a little weird expression. He may have guessed what Chi Kwanji and Yamauchi Haruki were going to tell everyone. Things related to the midterm exam. They don't want to talk about the test papers of the midterm exam in Class C. Wuye muttered. Megumi Karuizawa, who was sticking next to him, heard Wuye's muttering, and she said in surprise, Wuye, you mean they found out that Class C has the test papers for the previous midterm exam? If you inquire, it should be impossible. They are not that smart. It is estimated that someone took the initiative to find them and sold those test papers to Chi Kwanzi and the others. Wuye said. Wuye's guesses are all correct. Last night, Shi Renyu specifically asked Wuye to sell him the test paper that Long Yuan Xiang sent to Class C. It's a pity that Wuye rejected it decisively. Afterwards, Renyu, who was dissatisfied, approached Chi Kwanzi and planned to sell them the test papers in his hand. Sikong Wuye with excellent academic performance will not buy test papers, so the idiots in Class D with poor academic performance should be convinced. Ike Kanji will really buy it. After listening to Renyuya's narration, Chi Kwanzi suddenly became ecstatic, shouting that he was saved. After bargaining with Renyuya, Ike Kanji, without a trace of doubt, directly spent 50,000 points to buy the midterm exam test circle from Ryuan Show from then Renyuya. In fact, Chi Kwanzi's personal points are not as many as 50,000, and his remaining points are only in the early 10,000s. But, although Chi Kwanzi's academic performance is not very good, he has a wide range of personal contacts and good eloquence, so Chi Kwanzi coaxed some friends and let them lend him the points temporarily. Ike Kanji, who collected 50,000 points, couldn't wait to buy Yu Ren's midterm exam paper. Actually, I have heard from reliable people that the last year's midterm exam paper is exactly the same as our this year's midterm exam paper. Chi Kwanzi said excitedly. So I bought it. As long as we memorize those test papers, we will definitely get full marks in the final exam in a few days. That's right. Haruki Yamauchi echoed loudly. Now Wuye looked at Chi Kwanzi and the two who were excited, as if they were looking at two lively clowns. But Wuye can also understand them. After all, Chi Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki are not him, and they don't know that the next midterm exam will no longer use the previous test papers. Regarding the news announced by Ike Kanji, Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi were very calm, while Horikita Suzune showed a little surprised look. She didn't expect that Ike Kanji was also capable of getting the test papers from previous years, which was quite surprising. The other students in Class D were much more excited. Hideo Satsumura said happily, "Chi, you really got such a reliable test paper. It's a pity that we only got these test papers last night. If we had known that there were such things we wouldn't have to study hard." Haruki Yamauchi said excitedly. Horikita Suzune immediately frowned her slender eyebrows. She didn't like this statement very much, but seeing everyone was so excited, Horikita Suzune couldn't stand up and refute Haruki Yamauchi's words. "I spent 600,000 points last night to buy these test papers and news from a reliable person. I plan to copy the test papers to everyone, but everyone has to give me 600,000 points." Chi Kwanzi said loudly and confidently. Although Ike Kanji only spent 50,000 points to buy Renyuya's test paper, but he opened his mouth and wanted 600,000 points. Chi Kwanzi will stand on the podium and announce the test papers to everyone. On the one hand, he is envious of Wuye and wants to imitate Wuye, and on the other hand, he wants to earn points from the students in Class D. Originally, Chi Kwanzi planned to collect 300,000 yuan and let it go, but why did someone call him a fool just now? So the 300,000 points doubled. Ike Kwanji now wants $square points. The 600,000 points made the students in Class D clamor. Even if the whole class shared it together, they would still have to pay 10,000 points. The students in Class D have not received points this month. If each of them has to pay more than 10,000 points, it will be very painful. Too many points. Can I have less points? That's right. No, absolutely not. I spent 600,000 points, so I can't afford less. Chi Kwanzi said loudly. Wuye couldn't see Chi Kwanzi's proud and ugly face, so he said, "Wait a minute, let me ask a question." With just one sentence, the entire Class D fell silent, and at the same time turned their heads to look at Wuye. This situation made Chabashita Sae's pretty face show a slight smile. Now this bad boy Sikong is like an uncrowned king in Class D. He only needs to say a word, and other students will obey him. It is simply unprecedented dominance. Under the eyes of the students in Class D, Wuye said slowly, "Chi Kwanzi, you said that you spent 600,000 points to buy those test papers, are you right?" "Correct." "Then I'm curious, where do you have so many points?" Wuye asked. "That's right," Chi Kwanzi said before that he only has more than 10,000 points left. How could he spend 600,000 points to buy test papers? One of the students questioned loudly. This. Chi Kwanzi showed a guilty expression, and he said stiffly, "What do you know? I have too many friends, so I borrowed a little from them casually and got together 600,000 points. Is that right? The personal points of the student ID card have some expenditures and incomes. Just check it a little bit, and you will know whether you have borrowed 600,000 points, or..." Wuye stared coldly at Chi Kwanzi, whose forehead was covered with cold sweat. "Or Chi Kwanzi, did you spend 600,000 points to buy test papers?" "That's right." "Classmate Chi, let us see your point statement." "I don't believe that people like you would spend 600,000 on test papers." Since the students in Class D hated Chi Kwanzi and his smug mouth just now, the students in the middle class all asked Chi Lizzie to show the point flow area of his student ID. Chi Kwanzi, who was completely panicked, suppressed his panic and fear, and said tremblingly, although I didn't spend so many points, I got the papers for the midterm exam for everyone. I have made a huge contribution to the class, shouldn't you give me 600,000 points?" The more I talked, the more Chi Kwanzi felt that it was only natural for him to ask for points with the students of Class D. With full confidence, Chi Kwanzi pointed at Wuye, and he was full of dissatisfaction and resentment towards Wuye and said loudly, especially you Sikong Wuye, you have challenged so many clubs and earned so many points from others, you should just give me $00,000 points. What are you saying? Karuizawa Hutang stood up suddenly, and she stared forcefully at Chi Kwanzi, who was pointing at her boyfriend. Wuye, why should he give you the points he earned with his hard work and ability? You guys are really shameless. Wuye looked delicately at Megumi Karuizawa, who stood up beside him. This silly girl is really a husband treasure. Protect him everywhere. At this time, Kushida Kikyo also stood up, and she said with a sweet smile, Karuizawa-san is right, Wuye's ability to earn points is his own ability. We shouldn't be jealous of him. 4.5. Correct. Megumi Karuizawa and Kikyo Kushida took the lead in rebutting, and all the girls and some boys in Class D began to agree. Ichinose and Haruki Yama on the podium were taken 2 steps back by everyone's contempt. In Class D, Wuye doesn't need to refute by himself. The 2 girlfriends who are in love with him, and the students in Class D who believe in him, will all support him involuntarily. This is the so-called potential. As the saying goes, the trend of the times, no one can beat. Wuye watched with a smile as Chi Kwanzi and Yamauchi Haruki were reprimanded by everyone in Class D. At this time, they no longer had a trace of complacency. Under the denunciation of everyone, they had turned into guilt and fear. Suda-kan, who was sitting in his seat, saw the situation of Ichinose and Yamauchi Haruki. He curled his lips and said, 2 fools. Although Sudang Takeru is not very smart, but he is not completely a fool. He knows very clearly who he can provoke, but he cannot provoke Sikong Wuye. Judging from the current situation of Ichinose and Yamauchi Haruki, Suda-kan feels that his judgment is very clear and he must not provoke Sikong Wuye. After some condemnation and the persuasion of the good old man Yaso Kirita, the noise in the classroom of Class D became much quieter. Karuizawa Megumi still wanted to continue to scold Ichinose and Yamauchi Haruki, who dared to miss her boyfriend, but at this time Wuye shook her soft palm. All right Hui, enough is enough. It's not enough, but Wuye, you've said that, so let them go for now. Megumi Karuizawa sat down meekly and continued to rely on Wuye, humming softly.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.